Chapter 1 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. And gladly would he learne, and gladly teach. Chaucer. To the memory of Lady Noel Byron, this book is dedicated, with a love stronger than death. Book 1. Turriepuffit. With him there was a ploughman, was his brother, a true ae swinker, and a good was he, living in peace and perfect charity. God loved he best with all his true heart, and alle times, were it gain or smart, and then his neighbour right as himself. Chaucer. Prologue to the Canterbury Tales. Chapter 1. The Fir Wood. Of all the flowers in the mead, then love I most these flowers white and redde, such that men callen daisies in our town. I runne blythe, as soon as ever the sun ginneth west, to see this flower how it will go to rest. For fear of night so hateth she darkness, her cheer is plainly spread in the brightness of the sunne, for there it will unclose. Chaucer. Prologue to the Legend of Good Women. Meg, where are ye gane that get, like a wool shuttle? Come into the book. Meg's mother stood at the cottage door, with arms akimbo and clouded brow, calling through the boles of a little forest of fir trees after her daughter. One would naturally presume that the phrase she employed, comparing her daughter's motions to those of a shuttle that had gone wool, or lost its way, implied that she was watching her as she threaded her way through the trees. But although she could not see her, the fir wood was certainly the likeliest place for her daughter to be in, and the figure she employed was not in the least inapplicable to Meg's usual mode of wandering through the trees, that operation being commonly performed in the most erratic manner possible. It was the ordinary occupation of the first hour of almost every day of Margaret's life. As soon as she woke in the morning, the fir wood drew her towards it, and she rose and went. Through its crowd of slender pillars she strayed hither and thither, in an aimless manner, as if resignedly haunting the neighbourhood of something she had lost, or, hopefully, that of a treasure she expected one day to find. It did not seem that she had heard her mother's call, for no response followed, and Janet Elginbrod returned into the cottage, where David, of the same surname, who was already seated at the white deal table with the book, or large family Bible, before him, straightway commenced reading a chapter in the usual routine from the Old Testament, the New being reserved for the evening devotions. The chapter was the 40th of the prophet Isaiah, and as the voice of the reader re-uttered the words of old inspiration, one might have thought that it was the voice of the ancient prophet himself, pouring forth the expression of his own faith in his expostulations with the unbelief of his brethren. The chapter finished, it is none of the shortest, and Meg had not yet returned. The two knelt, and David prayed thus: O thou who holdest the waters in the hollow of a hand, and carriest the lambs of thy own making in thy bosom with the other hand, it would be altogether unworthy of thee and of thy majesty of love to require of us that which thou knowest we cannot bring unto thee, until thou enrich us with that same. Therefore, like thine own bairns, we bow down afore thee, and pray that thou wouldst take thy will of us, thy holy and perfect and blessed will of us. For, O God, we are thine own. And for our lassie, what's oot among the trees, and what we do not think forgets her maker, though she may whiles forget her prayers, Lord, keep her a bonny lassie in thy sight, as white and clean in thine een as she is fair and wholesome in ours. And oh, we thank thee, Father in heaven, for giving her to us, and noo, for all our wrong-doings and ill-mindings, for our sins and trespasses of many sorts, Do not forget them, O God, till thou putst them all right in sign exercise thy mighty power e'en o'er thine own self, and clean forget them altogether. Cast them ahint thy back, where even thine ain een shall ne'er see them again, that we may walk bold and upright afore thee for evermore, and see the face of him who was a muckle God in doing thy bidding, as given he had been ordering a thing himself. For his sake, Amen. I hope my readers will not suppose that I give this as a specimen of Scotch prayers. I know better than that. David was an unusual man, and his prayers were unusual prayers. The present was a little more so in its style, from the fact that one of the subjects of it was absent, a circumstance that rarely happened. But the degree of difference was too small to be detected by any but those who were quite accustomed to his forms of thought and expression. How much of it Janet understood or sympathized with, it is difficult to say, for anything that could be called a thought rarely crossed the threshold of her utterance. On this occasion, at the moment the prayer was ended, she rose from her knees, smoothed down her check apron, and went to the door, where, shading her eyes from the blinding sun with her hand, she peered from under its penthouse into the Fir Wood, and said in a voice softened, apparently by the exercise in which she had taken a silent share, "Whaur can that lassie be?" And where was the lassie? In the Fir Wood, to be sure, with 1,000 shadows and the sunlight through it all. For at this moment the light fell upon her far in its depths, and revealed her hastening towards the cottage in as straight a line as the trees would permit, now blotted out by a crossing shadow, and anon radiant in the sunlight, appearing and vanishing as she threaded the upright warp of the Fir Wood. It was morning all around her, and one might see that it was morning within her too, as, emerging at last in the small open space around the cottage, Margaret, I cannot call her Meg, although her mother does, her father always called her Maggie Mudoo, Anglicis dove. Margaret approached her mother with a bright, healthful face, and the least possible expression of uneasiness on her fair forehead. She carried a book in her hand. "What gars ye gang stravaguin' that get, Meg, when ye ken weel enough ye should have been to worship lang syne? And so we maun have worship our lands for want of ye, ye hizzie." "I didna ken it was sae late, mither," replied Margaret, in a submissive tone, musical in spite of the rugged dialect into which the sounds were fashioned. "Nae dout. Ye had yer breakfast, and ye warna that hungry for the word. But here comes yer father, and ye'll no mend for his flytin', I'se promise." "Hoots! Lat the bairn alane, Janet, my woman. The word'll be more to her afore long." "I wat she has a word of her known there. What book has ye gotten there, Meg? Where got ye it?" Had it not been for the handsome binding of the book in her daughter's hand, it would neither have caught her eye nor roused the suspicions of Janet. David glanced at the book in his turn, and a faint expression of surprise, embodied chiefly in the opening of his eyelids a little wider than usual, crossed his face. But he only said with a smile, "I didna ken that the tree of knowledge with such fair fruit grew in our wood, Maggie Mudoo." "Whaur got ye the book?" reiterated Janet. Margaret's face was by this time the colour of the crimson boards of the volume in her hand, but she replied at once, "I got it frae Maister Sutherlan', I reckon." Janet's first response was an inverted whistle; her next, another question. "Maister Sutherlan'? What's that o' 't?" "Hoot, lass!" interposed David, "ye ken weel eneuch. It's the new tutor, lad, up at the hoose. A fine, douce, honest chield, and weel faured forby. Let's see the bit beukie, lassie." Margaret handed it to her father. "Coleridge's Poems," read David, with some difficulty. "Tak it hame direckly," said Janet. "Na, na," said David; "and the apples of the tree of knowledge are no strappit wi' soot and stew; and gin the one be, she'll sune ken by the state o' what's comin'. It's no muckle of an ill book 'at ye'll read, Maggy, my doo." "Guid preserve 's, man! I'm no sayin' it's an ill book, but it's no richt to mak appointments wi' stranger lads in the woods so early in the mornin'. It's noo yersel, Meg." "Mither, mither," said Margaret, and her eyes flashed through the watery veil that tried to hide them, "hoo ken ye? Ye ken yersel I had nae appointment wi' him or ony man." "Weel, weel," said Janet, and apparently either satisfied with, or overcome by, the emotion she had excited, she turned and went in to pursue her usual house avocations, while David, handing the book to his daughter, went away down the path that led from the cottage door in the direction of a road to be seen at a little distance through the trees which surrounded the cottage on all sides. Margaret followed her mother into the cottage, and was soon as busy as she with her share of the duties of the household. But it was a good many minutes before the cloud caused by her mother's hasty words entirely disappeared from a forehead which might with especial justice be called the sky of her face. Meantime David emerged from the more open road, and bent his course, still through fir woods, towards a house for whose sake alone the road seemed to have been constructed. Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. David Elginbrod, Chapter 2. David Elginbrod and the New Tutor. Concord between our wit and will, where highest notes to godliness are raised, and lowest sink not down to jot of ill. What Languetus taught Sir Philip Sidney, the Arcadia, 3rd Eclogue. The house of Turriepuffit stood about a furlong from David's cottage. It was the abode of the laird, or landed proprietor, in whose employment David filled several offices ordinarily distinct. The estate was a small one, and almost entirely farmed by the owner himself, who, with David's help, managed to turn it to good account. Upon week-days he appeared on horseback in a costume more fitted for following the plough, but he did not work with his own hands, and on Sundays was at once recognizable as a country gentleman. David was his bailiff, or grieve, to overlook the labourers on the estate; his steward, to pay them, and keep the farm accounts; his head gardener, for little labour was expended in that direction, there being only one lady, the mistress of the house, and she no patroness of useless flowers. David was, in fact, the laird's general adviser and executor. The laird's family, besides the lady already mentioned, consisted only of 2 boys, of the ages of 11 and 14, whom he had wished to enjoy the same privileges he had himself possessed, and to whom, therefore, he was giving a classical and mathematical education in view of the university by means of private tutors, the last of whom, for the changes were not few, seeing the salary was of the smallest, was Hugh Sutherland, the young man concerning whom David Elginbrod had already given his opinion. But notwithstanding the freedom he always granted his daughter, and his good opinion of Hugh as well, David could not help feeling a little anxious in his walk along the road towards the house, as to what the apparent acquaintance between her and the new tutor might evolve. But he got rid of all that difficulty, as far as he was concerned, by saying at last: "What richt have I to interfere, even supposin' I wanted to interfere? But I can lippen weel to my bonny doo, and for the rest, she maun tak her chance, like the lave of us. And wha ken but it micht just be standin' afore him in the very get that he meant to gang? The Lord forgie me for speaking o' chance, as gin I believed in ony sic havers. There's no fear o' the lassie. Good mornin' to ye, Master Sutherland. That's a braw book of balance ye given the lend of to my Maggie this morning, sir." Sutherland was just entering a side door of the house, when David accosted him. He was not old enough to keep from blushing at David's words, but having a good conscience, he was ready with a good answer. "It's a good book, Mr. Elginbrod. It will do her no harm, though it be ballads." "I'm in no dread o' that, sir. Bairns maun hae balance; an', to tell the truth, sir, I'm no muckle more nor a bairn in that respect mysel'. In fact, this very morning at the book, I just thought I was reading a grand godly ballad, and it sounded mon the worse for the notion of it." "You should have been a poet yourself, Mr. Elginbrod." "Na, I ken nothing aboot your poetry. I have read old John Milton ower and ower, though I dinna believe the half of it. But oh, hell! I like some of the bonny bitties at the end of it. Il Penseroso, for instance." "Is that hoo you call it? I kent well by the sight, but hardly by the sound. I aye missed the name of it, and took to the thing itself. Man, I beg your pardon, but it's wonderful bonny." "I'll come in some evening, and we'll have a chat about it," replied Sutherland. "I must go to my work now." "Weel, I'll be verra happy to see you, sir. Good morning, sir." "Good morning." David went to the garden, where there was not much to be done in the way of education at this season of the year, and Sutherland to the schoolroom, where he was busy all the rest of the morning and part of the afternoon with Caesar and Virgil, algebra and Euclid, food upon which intellectual babes are reared to the stature of college youths. Sutherland was himself only a youth, for he had gone early to college, and had not yet quite completed the curriculum. He was now filling up with teaching the recess between his third and fourth winter at one of the Aberdeen universities. He was the son of an officer belonging to the younger branch of a family of some historic distinction and considerable wealth. This officer, though not far removed from the estate and title as well, had nothing to live upon but his half pay; for, to the disgust of his family, he had married a Welsh girl of ancient descent, in whose line the poverty must have been at least coeval with the history, to judge from the perfection of its development in the case of her father; and his relations made this the excuse for quarrelling with him, so relieving themselves from any obligation they might have been supposed to lie under, of rendering him assistance of some sort or other. This, however, rather suited the temperament of Major Robert Sutherland, who was prouder in his poverty than they in their riches. So he disowned them for ever, and accommodated himself, with the best grace in the world, to his yet more straitened circumstances. He resolved, however, cost what it might in pinching and squeezing, to send his son to college, before turning him out to shift for himself. In this Mrs. Sutherland was ready to support him to the utmost, and so they managed to keep their boy at college for 3 sessions, after the last of which, instead of returning home as he had done on previous occasions, he had looked about him for a temporary engagement as tutor, and found the situation he now occupied in the family of William Glassford, Esquire, of Turriepuffit, where he intended to remain no longer than the commencement of the session, which would be his 4th and last. To what he should afterwards devote himself, he had by no means made up his mind, except that it must of necessity be hard work of some kind or other. So he had at least the virtue of desiring to be independent. His other goods and bads must come out in the course of the story. His pupils were rather stupid and good-natured, so that their temperament operated to confirm their intellectual condition, and to render the labour of teaching them considerably irksome. But he did his work tolerably well, and was not so much interested in the result as to be pained at the moderate degree of his success. At the time of which I write, however, the probability as to his success was scarcely ascertained, for he had been only a fortnight at the task. It was the middle of the month of April, in a rather backward season. The weather had been stormy, with frequent showers of sleet and snow. Old Winter was doing his best to hold young Spring back by the skirts of her garment, and very few of the wild flowers had yet ventured to look out of their warm beds in the mould. Sutherland, therefore, had made but few discoveries in the neighbourhood. Not that the weather would have kept him to the house, had he had any particular desire to go out; but, like many other students, he had no predilection for objectless exertion, and preferred the choice of his own weather indoors, namely, from books and his own imaginings, to an encounter with the keen blasts of the north, charged as they often were with sharp bullets of hail. When the sun did shine out between the showers, his cold glitter upon the pools of rain or melted snow, and on the wet evergreens and gravel walks, always drove him back from the window with a shiver. The house, which was of very moderate size and comfort, stood in the midst of plantations, principally of Scotch firs and larches, some of the former old and great growth, so that they had arrived at the true condition of the trees, which seems to require old age for the perfection of its idea. There was very little to be seen from the windows, except this wood, which, somewhat gloomy at almost any season, was at the present cheerless enough; and Sutherland found it very dreary indeed, as exchanged for the wide view from his own home on the side of an open hill in the Highlands. In the midst of circumstances so uninteresting, it is not to be wondered at that the glimpse of a pretty maiden should one morning occasion him some welcome excitement. Passing downstairs to breakfast, he observed the drawing-room door ajar, and looked in to see what sort of a room it was, for so seldom was it used that he had never yet entered it. There stood a young girl, peeping with mingled curiosity and reverence into a small gilt-leaved volume, which she had lifted from the table by which she stood. He watched her for a moment with some interest, when she, seeming to become mesmerically aware that she was not alone, looked up, blushed deeply, put the book down in confusion, and proceeded to dust some of the furniture. It was his first sight of Margaret. Some of the neighbours were expected to dinner, and her aid was in requisition to get the grand room of the house prepared for the occasion. He supposed her to belong to the household, till, one day, feeling compelled to go out for a stroll, he caught sight of her so occupied at the door of her father's cottage, that he perceived at once that must be her home. She was, in fact, seated upon a stool, paring potatoes. She saw him as well, and, apparently ashamed at the recollection of having been discovered idling in the drawing-room, rose and went in. He had met David once or twice about the house, and, attracted by his appearance, had had some conversation with him. Chapter 3 of David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 3 The Daisy and the Primrose. Dear secret greenness, nursed below tempests and winds and winter nights, vex not that but one sees thee grow, that one made all these lesser lights. Henry Vaughan. It was, of course, quite by accident that Sutherland had met Margaret in the Fir Wood. The wind had changed during the night, and swept all the clouds from the face of the sky, and when he looked out in the morning, he saw the fir tops waving in the sunlight, and heard the sound of a south-west wind sweeping through them with the tune of running waters in its course. It is a well-practised ear that can tell whether the sound it hears be that of gently falling waters, or of a wind flowing through the branches of firs. Sutherland's heart, reviving like a dormouse in its hole, began to be joyful at the sight of the genial motions of nature, telling of warmth and blessedness at hand. Some goal of life, vague but sure, seemed to glimmer through the appearance processes around him, and to stimulate him to action. He dressed in haste, and went out to meet the spring. He wandered into the heart of the wood. The sunlight shone like a sunset upon the red trunks and boughs of the old fir trees, but like the first sunrise of the world upon the new green fringes that edged the young shoots of the larches. High up hung the memorials of past summers in the rich brown tassels of the clustering cones, while the ground underfoot was dappled with sunshine on the fallen fir needles, and the great fallen cones which had opened to scatter their autumnal seed, and now lay waiting for decay. Overhead the tops whence they had fallen waved in the winds, as in welcome of the spring, with that peculiar swinging motion, which made the poets of the 16th century call them sailing pines. The wind blew cool, but not cold, and was filled with a delicious odour from the earth, which Sutherland took as a sign that she was coming alive at last. And the spring he went out to meet met him. For first, at the foot of a tree, he spied a tiny primrose, peeping out of its rough, careful leaves, and he wondered how, by any metamorphosis, such leaves could pass into such a flower. Had he seen the mother of the next spring messenger he was about to meet, the same thought would have returned in another form. For next, as he passed on with the primrose in his hand, thinking it was almost cruel to pluck it, the spring met him, as if in her own shape, in the person of Margaret, whom he spied a little way off, leaning against the stem of a Scotch fir, and looking up to its top swaying overhead in the first billows of the outburst ocean of life. He went up to her with some shyness, for the presence of even a child maiden was enough to make Sutherland shy, partly from the fear of startling her shyness, as one feels when drawing near a crouching fawn. But she, when she heard his footsteps, dropped her eyes slowly from the tree top, and, as if she were in her own sanctuary, waited his approach. He said nothing at first, but offered her, instead of speech, the primrose he had just plucked, which she received with a smile of the eyes only, and the sweetest "Thank you, sir," he had ever heard. But while she held the primrose in her hand, her eyes wandered to the book, which, according to his custom, Sutherland had caught up as he left the house. It was the only well-bound book in his possession, and the eyes of Margaret, not yet tutored by experience, naturally expected an entrancing page within such beautiful boards, for the gayest bindings she had seen were those of a few old annals up at the house, and were they not full of the most lovely tales and pictures? In this case, however, her expectation was not vain, for the volume was, as I have already disclosed, Coleridge's poems. Seeing her eyes fixed upon the book, "Would you like to read it?" said he. "If you please, sir," answered Margaret, her eyes brightening with the expectation of delight. "Are you fond of poetry?" Her face fell. The only poetry she knew was the Scotch psalms, and the paraphrases, and such last-century verses as formed the chief part of the selections in her school books, for this was a very retired parish, and the newer books had not yet reached its school. She had hoped chiefly for tales. "I dinna ken much aboot poetry," she answered, trying to speak English. "There's an auld book of it on my father's shelf, but the letters of it are old-fashioned, and I dinna care aboot it." "But this is quite easy to read, and very beautiful," said Hugh. The girl's eyes glistened for a moment, and this was all her reply. "Would you like to read it?" resumed Hugh, seeing no further answer was on the road. She held out her hand towards the volume. When he, in his turn, held the volume towards her hand, she almost snatched it from him, and ran towards the house, without a word of thanks or leave-taking. Whether from eagerness or doubt of the propriety of accepting the offer, Hugh could not conjecture. He stood for some moments looking after her, and then retraced his steps towards the house. It would have been something, in the monotony of one of the most trying of positions, to meet one who snatched at the offered means of spiritual growth, even if that disciple had not been a lovely girl, with the woman waking in her eyes. He commenced the duties of the day with considerably more of energy than he had yet brought to bear on his uninteresting pupils, and this Chapter 4 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 4. The Cottage. O little Bethlehem, poor in walls, but rich in furniture. John Mason's Spiritual Songs. There was one great alleviation of the various discomforts of Sutherland's tutor life. It was that, except during school hours, he was expected to take no charge whatever of his pupils. They ran wild all other times, which was far better in every way, both for them and for him. Consequently, he was entirely his own master beyond the fixed margins of scholastic duties, and he soon found that his absence, even from the table, was a matter of no interest to the family. To be sure, it involved his own fasting till the next meal-time came round, for the lady was quite a household martinet, but that was his own concern. That very evening he made his way to David's cottage, about the country supper-time, when he thought he should most likely find him at home. It was a clear, still, moonlit night, with just an air of frost. There was light enough for him to see that the cottage was very neat and tidy, looking in the midst of its little forest more like an English than a Scotch habitation. He had had the advantage of a few months' residence in a leafy region on the other side of the Tweed, and so was able to make the comparison. But what a different leafage that was from this! That was soft, floating, billowy; this hard, stiff, and straight-lined, interfering so little with the skeleton form that it needed not to be put off in the wintry season of death to make the trees in harmony with the landscape. A light was burning in the cottage, visible through the inner curtain of muslin and the outer one of frost. As he approached the door, he heard the sound of a voice, and from the even pitch of the tone he concluded at once that its owner was reading aloud. The measured cadence soon convinced him that it was verse that was being read, and the voice was evidently that of David, and not of Margaret. He knocked at the door. The voice ceased, chairs were pushed back, and a heavy step approached. David opened the door himself. Maister Sutherland," said he, "I thought it micht a blins be yoursel." "Ye're welcome, sir. Come butt the hoose. Our place is but small, and ye'll no mind sittin' doon wi' our ain selves. Janet, woman, this is Master Sutherland. Maggie, my doo, he's a friend o' yours, a day auld already. Ye're kindly welcome, Master Sutherland. I'm sure it's verra kind of you to come and see the like of huz." As Hugh entered, he saw his own bright volume lying on the table, evidently that from which David had just been reading. Margaret had already placed for him a cushioned arm-chair, the only comfortable one in the house, and presently, the table being drawn back, they were all seated round the peat-fire on the hearth, the best sort for keeping feet warm at least. On the crook, or hooked iron chain suspended within the chimney, hung a three-footed pot, in which potatoes were boiling away merrily for supper. By the side of the wide chimney, or more properly lum, hung an iron lamp of an old classical form common to the country, from the beak of which projected, almost horizontally, the lighted wick, the pith of a rush. The light perched upon it was small but clear, and by it David had been reading. Margaret sat right under it, upon a small 3-legged wooden stool. Sitting thus, with the light falling on her from above, Hugh could not help thinking she looked very pretty. Almost the only object in the distance from which the feeble light was reflected was the patchwork counterpane of a little bed filling a recess in the wall, fitted with doors which stood open. It was probably Margaret's refuge for the night. "Well," said the tutor, after they had been seated a few minutes, and had had some talk about the weather, surely no despicable subject after such a morning, the first of spring. "Well, how do you like the English poet, Mr. Elginbrod?" "Speir that at me this day week, Master Sutherland, and I'll aiblins answer ye. But no the nicht, no the nicht." "What for no?" said Hugh, taking up the dialect. "For ae thing, we're nae clean through wi' the auld sailor's story yet; and gin I hae learned a thing aboon another, it's no to pass jeedgment upon halves. I hae seen ill weather half the summer than a throng cornyard after an all, and that of the best. No that I'm ill pleased wi' the bonny ballant either." "Weel, will ye jist lat me read the love o' 't till ye?" "With muckle pleasure, sir, and mony thanks." He showed Hugh how far they had got in the reading of the Ancient Mariner, whereupon he took up the tale, and carried it on to the end. He had some facility in reading with expression, and his few affectations, for it must be confessed he was not free of such faults, were not of a nature to strike uncritical hearers. When he had finished, he looked up, and his eye chancing to light upon Margaret first, he saw that her cheek was quite pale, and her eyes overspread with the film, not of coming tears, but of emotion notwithstanding. "Well," said Hugh again, willing to break the silence, and turning towards David, "what do you think of it now you have heard it all?" Whether Janet interrupted her husband or not, I cannot tell, but she certainly spoke first. "Tshva," equivalent to pshaw. "It's a' lees. What for are ye knitting your brows over a lean ballant? A havers as well as lees." "I'm no just prepared to say sae muckle, Janet," replied David. "There's mony a thing 'at's lees, as ye ca' it, 'at no lees all through. Ye see, Master Sutherland, I'm no gleg at the uptake, and it just takes me twice as long as other folk to see to the ootside of a thing. Whiles a sentence 'ill look to me clean nonsense altogether, and maybe a whole book after, it'll come upon me at once, and fegs, it's the best thing in all the book." Margaret's eyes were fixed on her father with a look which I can only call faithfulness, as if every word he spoke was truth, whether she could understand it or not. "But perhaps we may look too far for meaning sometimes," suggested Sutherland. "Maybe, maybe. But when a body has a suspicion of a trouth, he should never let sit till he's gotten either hit or an assurance that there's nothing there. But there's just a thing in the poem 'at I can't put my finger upon, and say 'at it's no recht clear to me whether it's a straight for it or no." "What's that, Mr. Elginbrod?" "It's just this. What for a' the sailormen fell doon died, and the child 'at shot the bonny birdie, and did all the mischief, came to little hurt in the end, comparatively?" "Well," said Hugh, "I confess I'm not prepared to answer the question. If you get any light on the subject—" "Oh, I daresay I may. A heap o' things comes to me as I'm takin' a dander by mysel' in the gloamin'. I'll no say a thing's wrong till I have tried it ower and ower, for maybe I havena a right grip of the thing ava. What can ye expect, Dawvid, of a leeving corp, and a' that? Ay, 200 corps, fewer times 50 200, and angels turnin' sailors, and songs gaein' fleein' aboot like, laverocks, and tummelin' doon again, tired like. Coud's preserve us." "Janet, do ye believe 'at ever a serpent spak?" "Hoot, Dawvid, the deevil was in him, ye ken." "The devil a word o' that is, the word itself, though," rejoined David, with a smile. "Dawvid," said Janet, solemnly, and with some consternation. "Ye're no going to tell me, sittin' there, 'at dinna believe ilka word 'at's prented atween the two boards o' the Bible? What will Master Sutherland think o' ye?" "Janet, my bonny lass," and here David's eyes beamed upon his wife, "I believe as mony o' them as ye do, an' maybe a wheen more, my dawtie. Keep yer mind easy aboot that. But ye jist see ef folk warna a'thegither satisfeed aboot a serpent speaking, an' so they lookit aboot and aboot, till at last they found the deevil in him. Gude kens whether he was there or no. Noo, ye see hoo, gin he was to look weel aboot the corpse, an' the angels, an' that queer stuff, but oh, it's bonny stuff tee. We micht fond in wi' the something we didna a'thegither expect, though we was looking for it all the time. So I maun just think aboot it, Master Sutherland, and I would fain read it ower again afore I lippen on giving my opinion of the matter. Ye could leave the bit bookie, sir. We's tak good care of it." "Ye're very welcome to that, or any other book I have," replied Hugh, who began to feel already as if he were in the hands of a superior. "Mony thanks; but ye see, sir, we have enough to chow upon for an 8 days or so." By this time the potatoes were considered to be cooked, and were accordingly lifted off the fire. The water was then poured away, the lid put aside, and the pot hung once more, in the order that the potatoes might be thoroughly dry before they were served. Margaret was now very busy spreading the cloth, and laying spoons and plates on the table. Hugh rose to go. "Will you no bide," said Janet, in a most hospitable tone, "and take a het potato with us?" "I'm afraid of being troublesome," answered he. "Nae fear of that, gin ye can just put up with our homely meat." "Mak nae apologies, Janet, my woman," said David. "A het potato's aye good food for gentle or simple. Sit ye doun, Mr. Sutherland. Maggy, my doo, whaur's the milk?" "I thought Hawkie would have a droppy of het milk by this time," said Margaret, "and so I just looted out the last. But I'll have it drawn in 2 minutes." And away she went with a jug, commonly called a decanter in that part of the north, in her hand. "That's hardly fair play to Hawkie," said David to Janet with a smile. "Hoot, Dawvid! Ye see we haena a stranger ilka night." "But really," said Hugh, "I hope this is the last time you will consider me a stranger, for I shall be here a great many times, that is, if you don't get tired of me." "Give us the chance at least, Master Sutherland. It's no small preevilege to folk like us to have a friend wi' so muckle book learning as ye have, sir." "I'm afraid it looks more to you than it really is." "Well, ye see, we maun all look at the stars from the height o' our own een, and ye seem nigher to them by a long growth than the lives o' us. My man, ye ought to be thankful." With the true humility that comes of worshipping the truth, David had not the smallest idea that he was immeasurably nearer to the stars than Hugh Sutherland. Maggie having returned with her jug full of frothy milk, and the potatoes being already heaped up in a wooden bowl, or bossie, in the middle of the table, sending the smoke of their hospitality to the rafters, Janet placed a smaller wooden bowl, called a caup, filled with deliciously yellow milk of Hawkie's latest gathering, for each individual of the company, with an attendant horn spoon by its side. They all drew their chairs to the table, and David, asking no blessing, as it was called, but nevertheless giving thanks for the blessing already bestowed, namely, the perfect gift of food, invited Hugh to make a supper. Each, in primitive but not ungraceful fashion, took a potato from the dish with fingers, and ate it, bite and sup, with the help of the horn spoon for the milk. Hugh thought he had never supped more pleasantly, and could not help observing how far real good breeding is independent of the forms and refinements of what has assumed to itself the name of society. Soon after supper was over, it was time for him to go. So, after kind hand-shakings and good nights, David accompanied him to the road, where he left him to find his way home by the starlight. As he went, he could not help pondering a little over the fact that a labouring man had discovered a difficulty, perhaps a fault, in one of his favourite poems, which had never suggested itself to him. He soon satisfied himself, however, by coming to the conclusion that the poet had not cared about the matter at all, having had no further intention in the poem than Hugh himself had found in it, namely, witchery and loveliness. But it seemed to the young student a wonderful fact that the intercourse which was denied him in the laird's family, simply from their utter incapacity of yielding it, should be afforded him in the family of a man who had followed the plough himself once, perhaps did so still, having risen only to be the overseer and superior assistant of labourers. He certainly felt, on his way home, much more reconciled to the prospect of his sojourn at Turriepuffit than he would have thought it possible he ever should. David lingered a few moments, looking up at the stars, before he re-entered his cottage. When he rejoined his wife and child, he found the Bible already open on the table for their evening devotions. I will close this chapter, as I began the first, with something like his prayer. David's prayers were characteristic of the whole man, but they also partook in far more than ordinary of the mood of the moment. His last occupation had been star-gazing. O Thou, what keeps the stars alicht, in our souls burning with a licht aboon that of the stars, grant that Thy may shine afore Thee as the stars for ever and ever. And as Thou hands the stars burning all the night, when there's no man to see, so hold Thou the light burning in our souls, when we see neither Thee nor it, but are buried in the grave o' sleep and forgetfulness. Be Thou by us, even as a mother sits by the bedside of her ailing wean in the long night. Only be Thou nearer to us, even in our very souls, and watch o'er the world of dreams that they make for themselves. Grant that more and more thoughts of Thy thinking may come into our hearts day by day, till there shall be at last the open road atween Thee and us, and Thy angels may ascend and descend upon us, so that we may be in Thy heaven, even while we are upon Chapter 5 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 5. The Students. In wood and stone, not the softest but hardest, be always aptest for portraiture, both fairest for pleasure and most durable for profit. Hard wits be hard to receive, but sure to keep, painful without weariness, heedful without wavering, constant without newfangledness, bearing heavy things, though not lightly, yet willingly, entering hard things, though not easily, yet deeply, and so come to that perfectness of learning in the end, that quick wits seem in hope, but do not in deed, or else very seldom ever attain unto. Robert Ascham, the Schoolmaster. 2 or 3 very simple causes united to prevent Hugh from repeating his visit to David so soon as he would otherwise have done. One was, the fine weather continuing, he was seized with the desire of exploring the neighbourhood. The spring, which sets some wild animals to the construction of new dwellings, incites man to the enlarging of his, making, as it were by discovery, that which lies around him his own. So he spent the greater parts of several evenings in wandering about the neighbourhood, till at length the moonlight failed him. Another cause was, that in the act of searching for some books for his boys in an old garret of the house, which was at once lumber room and library, he came upon some stray volumes of the Waverley novels, with which he was as yet only partially acquainted. These absorbed many of his spare hours. But one evening, while reading the Heart of Midlothian, The thought struck him, what a character David would have been for Sir Walter. Whether he was right or not is a question, but the notion brought David so vividly before him that it roused the desire to see him. He closed the book at once, and went to the cottage. "We're no likely to call ye onything but a stranger yet, Master Sutherland," said David as he entered. "I've been busy since I saw you," was all the excuse Hugh offered. "Weel, ye're welcome noo, and ye've just come in time after all, for it's no that mony hours sin' I found it oot altogether to my own satisfaction." "Found out what?" said Hugh, for he had forgotten all about the perplexity in which he had left David, and which had been occupying his thoughts ever since their last interview. "Aboot the crossbow and the birdie, ye ken," answered David in a tone of surprise. "Yes, to be sure. How stupid of me!" said Hugh. "Weel, ye see, the meaning of the haill ballad is no that ill to win at, seeing the poet himself tells us that. It's just no to be proud or ill-natured to our neighbours, the beasts and birds, for God made on all of us. But there's harder things nor that, and yon's the hardest. But ye see, it was just as an unlucky thoughtless deed of the poor old sailor's, and I'm thinking he was sore reproached in his heart the minute he did it. His mates was fell angry at him, no for killing the poor innocent cratur, but for fear of ill luck in consequence. Syne, when none followed, they turned richt round, and took away the character of the poor beastie after 'twas died. They approved of the verra thing 'at was no doubt sorry for, but anything to hold off them of themselves. Nae sooner calm the calm, then round they goed again like the weathercock, and nothing would content them but hanging the dead cratur about the old man's craig, and abusing him forby. Sae ye see hoo they were a wheen selfish craturs, and a handle waur nor the man 'at was led astray into an ill deed. But still he maun rue it. So death got them, and a kin of leaving death, and she death as 'twere, and in some respects maybe waur than the other, got grips of him, poor old body. It's a fair richt to the backbone of the ballant, Master Sutherland, and that I's uphaud." Hugh could not help feeling considerably astonished to hear this criticism from the lips of one whom he considered an uneducated man, for he did not know that there are many other educations besides a college one, some of them tending far more than that to develop the common sense, or faculty of judging of things by their nature. Life, intelligently met and honestly passed, is the best education of all, except that higher one to which it is intended to lead, and to which it had led David. Both these educations, however, were nearly unknown to the student of books. But he was still more astonished to hear from the lips of Margaret, who was sitting by. "That's it, father, that's it. I was just ettlin' after that same thing myself, or something like it, but ye put it in the richt words exactly." The sound of her voice drew Hugh's eyes upon her. He was astonished at the alteration in her countenance. While she spoke, it was absolutely beautiful. As soon as she ceased speaking, it settled back into its former shadowless calm. Her father gave her one approving glance and nod, expressive of no surprise at her having approached the same discovery as himself, but testifying pleasure at the coincidence of their opinions. Nothing was left for Hugh but to express his satisfaction with the interpretation of the difficulty, and to add that the poem would henceforth possess fresh interest for him. After this, his visits became more frequent, and at length David made a request which led to their greater frequency still. It was to this effect: "Do ye think, Mr. Sutherland, I could do onything at my age at the mathematics? I understand weel enough hoo to measure land, and that kind of thing. I just follow the rule. But the rule itsel's a puzzler to me. I do not understand it by half. Noo, it seems to me that the best of a rule is, no to make ye able to do a thing, but to lead you to what makes the rule right, to the principle of the thing. It's no 'at I'm misbelieving the rule, but I want to see the rights of it." "I've no doubt you could learn fast enough," replied Hugh. "I shall be very happy to help you with it." "Na, I'm no going to trouble you. You have enough to do in that way. But if you could just spare me ane or two of your books whiles, ony of them, 'at ye think proper, I should be muckle obleeged to ye." Hugh promised and fulfilled; but the result was that, before long, both the father and the daughter were seated at the kitchen table every evening, busy with Euclid and algebra, and that, on most evenings, Hugh was present as their instructor. It was quite a new pleasure to him. Few delights surpass those of imparting knowledge to the eager recipient. What made Hugh's tutor life irksome was partly the excess of his desire to communicate over the desire of his pupils to partake. But here there was no labour. All the questions were asked by the scholars. A single lesson had not passed, however, before David put questions which Hugh was unable to answer, and concerning which he was obliged to confess his ignorance. Instead of being discouraged, as eager questioners are very ready to be when they receive no answer, David merely said, "Weel, we maun bide a wee," and went on with what he was able to master. Meantime, Margaret, though forced to lag a good way behind her father, and to apply much more frequently to their tutor for help, yet secured all she got, and that is great praise for any student. She was not by any means remarkably quick, but she knew when she did not understand, and that is a sure and indispensable step towards understanding. It is, indeed, a rarer gift than the power of understanding itself. The gratitude of David was too deep to be expressed in any formal thanks. It broke out at times in 2 or 3 simple words when the conversation presented an opportunity, or in the midst of their work, as by its own self-birth, ungenerated by association. During the lesson, which often lasted more than 2 hours, Janet would be busy about the room, and in and out of it, with a manifest care to suppress all unnecessary bustle. As soon as Hugh made his appearance, she would put off the stout shoes, man shoes as we should consider them, which she always wore at other times, and put on a pair of bauchles, that is, an old pair of her Sunday shoes, put down at heel, and so converted into slippers, with which she could move about less noisily. At times her remarks would seem to imply that she considered it rather absurd in her husband to trouble himself with book learning, but evidently on the ground that he knew everything already that was worthy of the honour of his acquaintance; whereas, with regard to Margaret, her heart was as evidently full of pride as the idea of the education her daughter was getting from the laird's own tutor. Now and then she would stand still for a moment and gaze at them, with her bright black eyes, from under the white frills of her mutch, her bare brown arms akimbo, and a look of pride upon her equally brown, honest face. Her dress consisted of a wrapper, or short loose jacket, of printed calico, and a blue winsey petticoat, which she had a habit of tucking between her knees, to keep it out of harm's way, as often as she stooped to any wet work, or, more especially, when doing anything by the fire. Margaret's dress was, in ordinary, like her mother's, with the exception of the cap; but every evening, when their master was expected, she put off her wrapper, and substituted a gown of the same material, a cotton print; and so, with her plentiful dark hair gathered neatly under a net of brown silk, the usual headdress of girls in her position, both in and out of doors, sat down dressed for the sacrament of wisdom. David made no other preparation than the usual evening washing of his large well-wrought hands, and bathing of his head, covered with thick dark hair, plentifully lined with grey, in a tub of cold water, from which his face, which was crimson dyed in grain by the weather, emerged glowing. He sat down at the table, in his usual rough blue coat and plain brass buttons, with his breeches of broad striped corduroy, his blue-ribbed stockings and leather gaiters, or cuiticans, disposed under the table, and his shoes, with 5 rows of broad-headed nails in the soles, projecting from beneath it on the other side. For he was a tall man, 6 feet still, although 55, and considerably bent in the shoulders with hard work. Sutherland's style was that of a gentleman who must wear out his dress coat. Such was the group which, 3 or 4 evenings in the week, might be seen in David Elginbrod's cottage, seated around the white deal table, with their books and slates upon it, and searching, by the light of a tallow candle, substituted as more convenient for the ordinary lamp, after the mysteries of the universe. The influences of reviving nature and of genial companionship operated very favourably upon Hugh's spirits, and consequently upon his whole powers. For some time he had, as I have already hinted, succeeded in interesting his boy pupils in their studies, and now the progress they made began to be appreciable to themselves as well as to their tutor. This, of course, made them more happy and more diligent. There were no attempts now to work upon their parents for a holiday, no real or pretended head or toothaches, whose disability was urged against a greater torture of ill-conceited mental labour. They began, in fact, to understand, and in proportion to the beauty and value of the thing understood, to understand is to enjoy. Therefore the laird and his lady could not help seeing that the boys were doing well, far better, in fact, than they had ever done before, and consequently began not only to prize Hugh's services, but to think more highly of his office than had been their wont. The laird would now and then invite him to join him in a tumbler of toddy after dinner, or in a ride round the farm after school hours. But it must be confessed that these approaches to friendliness were rather irksome to Hugh, for, whatever the laird might have been as a collegian, he was certainly now nothing more than a farmer. Where David Elginbrod would have descried many a bonny sight, the laird only saw the probable result of harvest, in the shape of figures in his banking book. On one occasion Hugh roused his indignation by venturing to express his admiration of the delightful mingling of colours in a field where a good many scarlet poppies grew among the green blades of the corn, indicating, to the agricultural eye, the poverty of the soil where they were found. This fault in the soil the laird, like a child, resented upon the poppies themselves. "Nasty, ugly weeds! We'll have ye admiring the smut nest," said he contemptuously, "'cause the bairns can black one another's faces with it." "But surely," said Hugh, "putting other considerations aside, you must allow that the colour, especially when mingled with that of the corn, is beautiful." "De'il have it! It's just there 'at I cannot abide the sight of it. Beauty ye may call it, I see none of it. I'd as soon have a red-haired bairn as see the red-coated rascals in my corn. I hope you're no going to cram stuff like that into the heads of the 2 laddies. Faith, we'll have them sawing the ill-fared weeds among the wheat nests. Poppies, ye call them? Well, I wot that they're the pops and bairns, and the scarlet woman to the mother of them. Ha, ha, ha!" Having manifested both wit and Protestantism in the closing sentence of his objurgation, the laird relapsed into good humour and stupidity. Hugh would gladly have spent such hours in David's cottage, and Chapter 6 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. David Elginbrod, Chapter 6. The Laird's Lady. Ye archwives standeth at the fence, sin ye ben strong, as is a great camele, ne suffer not that men you don offence. And slender wives fell as in battail, beth eager as is a tiger yond in Ind. I clappeth as a mill, I you consale. Chaucer, The Clerk's Tale. The length and frequency of Hugh's absences, careless as she was of his presence, had already attracted the attention of Mrs. Glassford, and very little trouble had to be expended on the discovery of his haunt; for the servants knew well enough where he went, and of course had come to their own conclusions as to the object of his visits. So the lady chose to think it her duty to expostulate with Hugh on the subject. Accordingly, one morning after breakfast, the laird having gone to mount his horse, and the boys to have a few minutes' play before lessons, Mrs. Glassford, who had kept her seat at the head of the table, waiting for the opportunity, turned towards Hugh, who sat reading the week's news, folded her hands on the tablecloth, drew herself up yet a little more stiffly in her chair, and thus addressed him: "It's my duty, Mr. Sutherland, seeing ye have no mother to look after ye." Hugh expected something matronly about his linen or his socks, and put down his newspaper with a smile; but to his astonishment she went on: "To remonstrate with ye on the impropriety of going so often to David Elginbrod's. They're not company for a young gentleman like you, Mr. Sutherland." "They're good company enough for a poor tutor, Mrs. Glassford," replied Hugh, foolishly enough. "Not at all, not at all," insisted the lady. "With your connections—" "Good gracious! Who ever said anything about my connections? I never pretended to have any." Hugh was getting angry already. Mrs. Glassford nodded her head significantly, as much as to say, "I know more about you than you imagine," and then went on: "Your mother will never forgive me if you get into a scrape with that smooth-faced hussy; and if her father, honest man, hasn't eyes enough in his head, other people have. Ay, and tongues too, Mr. Sutherland." Hugh was on the point of forgetting his manners, and consigning all the above-mentioned organs to perdition; but he managed to restrain his wrath, and merely said that Margaret was one of the best girls he had ever known, and that there was no possible danger of any kind of scrape with her. This mode of argument, however, was not calculated to satisfy Mrs. Glassford. She returned to the charge. "She's a sly puss, with her shy airs and graces. Her father's just daft with conceit of her, and it's no to be surprised if she cast a glamour ower you. Mr. Sutherland, you're but young yet." Hugh's pride presented any alliance with a lassie who had herded the laird's cows barefoot, and even now tended their own cow, as an all but inconceivable absurdity; and he resented, more than he could have thought possible, the entertainment of such a degrading idea in the mind of Mrs. Glassford. Indignation prevented him from replying, while she went on, getting more vernacular as she proceeded: "It's no for lack of company 'at ye're driven to seek theirs, I'm sure. There's twa as fine lads as good scholars as ye'll find in the haill kintryside, no to mention the laird and mysel'." But Hugh could bear it no longer, nor would he condescend to excuse or explain his conduct. "Madam, I beg you will not mention this subject again." "But I will mention it, Mr. Sutherland; and if ye'll nae listen to reason, I'll go to them 'at maun do it." "I am accountable to you, madam, for my conduct in your house, and for the way in which I discharge my duty to your children. No further." "Do ye ca' that dischargin' your duty to my bairns? To set them the example of hingin' at a queen's apron strings, and fillin' your lug wi' idle havers? Ca' ye that dischargin' your duty? My certie, a bonny dischargin'!" "I never see the girl but in her father and mother's presence." "Weel, weel, Mr. Sutherland," said Mrs. Glassford, in a final tone, and trying to smother the anger which she felt had allowed to carry her further than was decorous, "we'll say nae mair aboot it at present; but I maun just speak to the laird himsel', and see what he says till it." And with this threat she walked out of the room in what she considered a dignified manner. Hugh was exceedingly annoyed at this treatment, and thought at first of throwing up his situation at once; but he got calmer by degrees, and saw that it would be to his own loss, and perhaps to the injury of his friends at the cottage. So he took his revenge by recalling the excited face of Mrs. Glassford, whose nose had got as red with passion as the protuberance of a turkey-cock when gobbling out its unutterable feelings of disdain. He dwelt upon this soothing contemplation till a fit of laughter relieved him, and he was able to go and join his pupils as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the lady sent for David, who was at work in the garden, into no less an audience-chamber than the drawing-room, the revered abode of all the tutelar deities of the house, chief amongst which were the portraits of the Laird and herself. He plethoric, and wrapped in voluminous folds of neckerchief, she long-necked and lean and bare-shouldered. The original of the latter work of art seated herself in the most important chair in the room, and when David, after carefully wiping the shoes he had already wiped 3 times on his way up, entered with a respectful but nowise obsequious bow, she ordered him, with the air of an empress, to shut the door. When he had obeyed, she ordered him, in a similar tone, to be seated, for she sought to mingle condescension and conciliation with severity. "David," she then began, "I am informed that ye keep open door to our Mr. Sutherland, and that he spends most fortnights in your company." "Weel, mem, it's verra true," was all David's answer. He sat in an expectant attitude. "David, I wonner at ye," returned Mrs. Glassford, forgetting her dignity and becoming confidentially remonstrative. "He's a young gentleman of talons, with ilka prospect of wagging his head in pulpit some day, and ye aid at abet him at idling away his time in your chimna log, doing waur nor naething ava. I'm surprised at ye, David. I thought ye mair sense." David looked out of his clear, blue, untroubled eyes upon the ruffled countenance of his mistress with an almost paternal smile. "Weel, mem, I maun say I dinna just think the young man's in the warst of company when he's at our ingle nook; and for idlin' of his time away, it's weel ward for himself, forby for us, giving holy words buna lees." "What do you mean, David?" said the lady, rather sharply, for she loved no riddles. "I mean this, mem, that the young man is just actin' the part of Peter and John at the bonny gate of the temple, when they said, 'Such as I have, give I thee;' and gin it be more blessed to give than to receive, as St. Paul said, as the Master himself said the young man 'll no be the waur off in his own learning, that he imparts of it to them that hunger for it." "You mean by this, David, gin ye could express yourself to the point, 'at the young man what's ower weel paid to instruct my bairns, neglects them, and lays himself oot upon other folk's weans, who have no right to ettle aboon the station in which their Maker put them?'" This was uttered with quite a religious fervour of expostulation, for the lady's natural indignation at the thought of Meg Elginbrod having lessons from her boy's tutor was cowed beneath the quiet, steady gaze of the noble-minded peasant father. "He lays himself oot more upon the other folk themselves than upon their weans, mem, though nae doubt my Maggie comes in for a good share. But for neglectin' of his duty to you, mem, I'm sure I kenna who that can be, for it was only yestreen 'at the Laird himself said to me 'at hoo the bairns had never gotten on nothing like it with any other body." "The Laird's ower ready with clevers," quoth the Laird's wife, nettled to find herself in the wrong, and forgetful of her own and her lord's dignity at once. "But," she pursued, "all I can say is, that I consider it very improper of you, with a young lass bairn, to encourage this nichtly visits of a young gentleman, who's so far aboon her in station, and doubtless will some day be farther yet." "Mem," said David, with dignity, "I'm willin' no to understan' what ye mean. My Maggie's no one 'at needs lookin' after, and a body had need to be careful and no interfere wi' the Lord's herdin', for he calls himself the shepherd of the sheep; and while I lo'e her, I maun leave him to lead them who follow him wherever he goeth. She'll no be ill guided, and I'm no going to keep her at ilka turn." "Weel, weel, that's your own affair, David, my man," rejoined Mrs. Glassford, with rising voice and complexion. "And 'at I have to add is just this, 'at as long as my tutor visits her, "He visits her no more than me, ma'am," interposed David; but his mistress went on, with dignified disregard of the interruption: "Visits her! I cannot, for the sake of my own bairns, and the morals of my hoosehold, employ her aboot the house, as I was in the way of doing before. Good morning, Dawvid. I'll speak to the laird himsel', since ye'll no heed me." "It's more to my lassie, mem, excuse me, to learn to the understandin' the works of her Maker, than it is to be employed in your household. Mony thanks, mem, for what ye have done, and in that way, and good morning to ye, mem. I'm sorry we should have any misunderstandin', but I cannot help it for my part." With these words David withdrew, rather anxious about the consequences to Hugh of this unpleasant interference on the part of Mrs. Glasford. That lady's wrath kept warm without much nursing, till the laird came home, when she turned the whole of her battery upon him, and kept up a steady fire until he yielded, and promised to turn his upon David. But he had more common sense than his wife in some things, and saw at once how ridiculous it would be to treat the affair as of importance. So the next time he saw David, he addressed himself half jocularly: "Weel, Dawvid, you and the mistress have been having a bit of a dispute thegither, eh?" "Weel, sir, we were not altogether of the same mind," said David, with a smile. "Weel, we maun humor her, ye ken, or it may be the waur for us all, ye ken." And the laird nodded with humorous significance. "I'm sure I sud be glad, sir; but this is no sma' matter to me and my Maggie, for we're jist goin' food for the verra soul, sir, from him at his books." "Cudna ye be content wi' the books, without the man, Dawvid?" "We sud mak but sma' progress, sir, that get." The laird began to be a little nettled himself at David's stiffness about such a small matter, and held his peace. David resumed: "Besides, sir, that's a matter for the young man to settle, and no for me. It would ill become me, after all he's done, for us to steek the door in his face. Na, as long as I have a door to hold open, it's no to be steekit to him." "After all, the door's mine, Dawvid," said the laird. "As long as I'm in your hoose, and in your service, sir, the door's mine," retorted David, quietly. The laird turned and rode away without another word. What passed between him and his wife never transpired. Nothing more was said to Hugh as long as he remained at Turriepuffit. But Margaret was never sent for to the house after this, upon any occasion whatever. The laird gave her a nod as often as he saw her, but the lady, if they chanced to meet, took no notice of her. Margaret, on her part, stood or passed with her eyes on the ground, and no further change of countenance than a slight flush of discomfort. The lessons went on as usual, and happy hours they were for all those concerned. Often, in after years, and in far different circumstances, the thoughts of Hugh reverted with a painful yearning to the dim-lighted cottage, with its clay floor and its deal table, to the earnest pair seated with him at the labours that unfold the motions of the stars, and even to the homely, thick-set, but active form of Janet, and that peculiar smile of hers, with which, after an apparently snappish speech spoken with her back to the person addressed, she would turn round her honest face half apologetically, and shine full upon some one or other of the three, with whom she honoured with her whole heart and soul, and who, she feared, might be offended at what she called her home or fashion of speaking. Indeed, it was wonderful what a share the motherhood of this woman, incapable as she was of entering into the intellectual occupations of the others, had in producing that sense of home blessedness, which enwrapped Hugh also in the folds of its hospitality, and drew him towards its heart. Certain it is that not one of the three would have worked so well without the sense of the presence of Janet, here and there about the room, or in the immediate neighbourhood of it. Love watching over labour. Once a week, always on Saturday nights, Hugh stayed to supper with them, and on these occasions Janet contrived to have something better than ordinary in honour of their guest. Still, it was of the homeliest country fare, such as Hugh could partake of without the least fear that his presence occasioned any inconvenience to his entertainers. Nor was Hugh the only giver of spiritual food. Putting aside the rich gifts of human affection and sympathy, which grew more and more pleasant, I can hardly use a stronger word yet, to Hugh every day many things were spoken by the simple wisdom of David, which would have enlightened Hugh far more than they did, had he been sufficiently advanced to receive them. But their very simplicity was often far beyond the grasp of his thoughts, for the higher we rise, the simpler we become, and David was one of those of whom is the kingdom of heaven. There is a childhood into which we have to grow, just as there is a childhood which we must leave behind, a childlikeness which is the highest gain of humanity, and a childishness from which but few of those who are counted Chapter 7 of David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 7 The Secret of the Wood. The unthrift sun shot vital gold, 1,000 pieces, and heaven its azure did unfold, checkered with snowy fleeces. The air was all in spice, and every bush a garland wore, thus fed my eyes, but all the ear lay hush. Henry Vaughan. It was not in mathematics alone that Hugh Sutherland was serviceable to Margaret Elginbrod. That branch of study had been chosen for her father, not for her, but her desire to learn had led her to lay hold upon any mental provision with which the table happened to be spread, and the more eagerly that her father was a guest at the same feast. Before long, Hugh bethought him that it might possibly be of service to her, in the course of her reading, if he taught her English a little more thoroughly than she had probably picked it up at the parish school, to which he had been in the habit of going till within a very short period of her acquaintance with the tutor. The English reader must not suppose the term parish school to mean what the same term would mean if used in England. Boys and girls of very different ranks go to the Scotch parish schools, and the fees are so small as to place their education within the reach of almost the humblest means. To his proposal to this effect Margaret responded thankfully, and it gave Hugh an opportunity of directing her attention to many of the more delicate distinctions in literature, for the appreciation of which she manifested at once a remarkable aptitude. Coleridge's poems had been read long ago, some of them, indeed, almost committed to memory in the process of repeated perusal. No doubt a good many of them must have been as yet too abstruse for her, not in the least, however, from inaptitude in her for such subjects as they treated of, but simply because neither the terms nor the modes of thought could possibly have been as yet presented to her in so many different positions as to enable her to comprehend their scope. Hugh lent her Sir Walter's poems next, but those she read at an eye-glance. She returned the volume in a week, saying merely they were "verra bonnie stories." He saw at once that, to have done them justice with the girl, he ought to have lent them first, but that could not be helped now, and what should come next? Upon this he took thought. His library was too small to cause much perplexity of choice, but for a few days he continued undecided. Meantime, the interest he felt in his girl pupil deepened greatly. She became a kind of study to him. The expression of her countenance was far inferior to her intelligence and power of thought. It was still to excess, almost dull in ordinary, not from any fault in the mould of the features, except, perhaps, in the upper lip, which seemed deficient in drawing, if I may be allowed the expression, but from the absence of that light which indicates the presence of active thought and feeling within. In this respect her face was like the earthen pitcher of Gideon: it concealed the light. She seemed to have, to a peculiar degree, the faculty of retiring inside. But now and then, while he was talking to her, and doubtful, from the lack of expression, whether she was even listening with attention to what he was saying, her face would lighten up with the radiant smile of intelligence, not, however, throwing the light upon him, and in a moment reverting to its former condition of still twilight. Her person seemed not to be as yet thoroughly possessed or informed by her spirit. It sat apart within her, and there was no ready transit from her heart to her face. This lack of presence in the face is quite common in pretty schoolgirls and rustic beauties, but it was manifest to an unusual degree in the case of Margaret. Yet most of the forms and lines in her face were lovely, and when the light did shine through them for a passing moment, her countenance seemed absolutely beautiful. Hence it grew into an almost haunting temptation with Hugh to try to produce this expression, to unveil the coy light of the beautiful soul. Often he tried, often he failed, and sometimes he succeeded. Had they been alone, it might have become dangerous. I mean for Hugh. I cannot tell for Margaret. When they first met, she had just completed her 17th year, but at an age when a town-bred girl is all but a woman, her manners were those of a child. This childishness, however, soon began to disappear, and the peculiar stillness of her face, of which I have already said so much, made her seem older than she was. It was now early summer, and all the other trees in the wood, of which there were not many besides the firs of various kinds, had put on their fresh leaves, heaped up in green clouds between the wanderer and the heavens. In the morning the sun shone so clear upon these that, to the eyes of one standing beneath, the light seemed to dissolve them away to the most ethereal forms of glorified foliage. They were to be claimed for earth only by the shadows that the one cast upon the other, visible from below through the transparent leaf. This effect is very lovely in the young season of the year, when the leaves are more delicate and less crowded, and especially in the early morning, when the light is most clear and penetrating. By the way, I do not think any man is compelled to bid good-bye to his childhood. Every man may feel young in the morning, middle-aged in the afternoon, and old at night. A day corresponds to a life, and the portions of the one are pictures and little of the seasons of the other. Thus far, man may rule even time, and gather up in a perfect being youth and age at once. One morning, about 6 o'clock, Hugh, who had never been so early in the wood since the day he met Margaret there, was standing under a beech tree, looking up through its multitudinous leaves, illuminated, as I have attempted to describe, with the sidelong rays of the brilliant sun. He was feeling young, and observing the forms of nature with a keen, discriminating gaze. That was all. Fond of writing verses, he was studying nature, not as a true lover, but as one who would hereafter turn his discoveries to use. For it must be confessed that nature affected him chiefly through the medium of poetry, and that he was far more ambitious of writing beautiful things about nature than of discovering and understanding, for their own sakes, any of her hidden yet patent meanings. Changing his attitude after a few moments, he descried, under another beech tree not far from him, Margaret, standing and looking up fixedly as he had been doing a moment before. He approached her, and she, hearing his advance, looked and saw him, but did not move. He thought he saw the glimmer of tears in her eyes. She was the first to speak, however. "What were you seeing up there, Mr. Sutherland?" "I was only looking at the bright leaves, and the shadows upon them." "Ah, I thought maybe ye had seen something." "What do you mean, Margaret?" "I dinna rightly ken mysel', but I aye expect to see something in this Fir Wood. I'm here maist mornings in the day dawns, but I'm later the day." "We were later than usual at our work last night. But what kind of thing do you expect to see?" "That's just what I dinna ken. I cannot mind when I began to come here first, looking for something. I've tried mony a time, but I cannot mind. Do what I like." Margaret had never said so much about herself before. I can account for it only on the supposition that Hugh had gradually assumed in her mind a kind of pastoral superiority, which, at a favourable moment, inclined her to impart her thoughts to him. But he did not know what to say to this strange fact in her history. She went on to say, however, as if, having broken the ice, she must sweep it away as well. "The only thing 'at helps me to account for it is a pictur in our old Bible of the angel sittin' aneath a tree, and handin' up his hand, as gin he were speaking to a woman 'at's standing before him. Ilka time 'at I come across that pictur, I feel directly as gin I were my laying in the Fir Wood here. So I suppose that when I was a wee bairn, I mout have come out some morning my lone, with the expectation of seeing an angel here, waiting for me to speak to me like the ane in the Bible. But never an angel have I seen. Yet I have an expectation like of seeing something, I kenna what, for the whole place aye seems full of the presence, and in a hantle more to mind or the kirk and the sermon forby. And for the singing, the sound in the fir taps is far more solemn and sweet at the same time, and muckle more like praising of God than of the psalms thegither. But I think 'at gin I could hear Milton playing on his organ, it would be more like that sound of many waters than anything else I can think of." Hugh stood and gazed at her in astonishment. To his more refined ear there was a strange incongruity between the somewhat coarse dialect in which she spoke, and the things she uttered in it. Not that he was capable of entering into her feelings, much less of explaining them to her. He felt that there was something remarkable in them, but attributed both the thoughts themselves and their influence on him to an uncommon and weird imagination. As of such origin, however, he was just the one to value them highly. "Those are very strange ideas," he said. "But what can there be about the wood? The very primroses ye brought me the first this spring yourself, Mr. Sutherland, come out at the fit of the trees, and look at me as if they said, 'We ken all aboot it.' But never a word more they say. There's something by ordinary in it." "Do you like no other place besides?" said Hugh, for the sake of saying something. "Oh, ay, mony ane, but none like this." "What kind of place do you like best?" "I like places with green grass and flowers amont." "You like flowers, then?" "Like them, whiles they gar me greet, and while they gar me laugh. But there's more in them than that, and in the wood too. I canna rightly say my prayers in ony other place." The Scotch dialect, especially the one brought up in Highlands, was a considerable antidote to the effect of the beauty of what Margaret said. Suddenly it struck Hugh that if Margaret were such an admirer of nature, possibly she might enjoy Wordsworth. He himself was as yet incapable of doing him anything like justice, and with the arrogance of youth did not hesitate to smile at the excursion, picking out an awkward line here and there as a special food for laughter even. But many of his smaller pieces he enjoyed very heartily, although not thoroughly, the element of Christian pantheism, which is their soul, being beyond his comprehension, almost perception, as yet. So he made up his mind, after a moment's reflection, that this should be the next author he recommended to his pupil. He hoped likewise so to end an interview in which he might otherwise be compelled to confess that he could render Margaret no assistance in the search after the something in the wood. And he was unwilling to say he could not understand her, for a power of universal sympathy was one of those mental gifts which Hugh was most anxious to believe he possessed. "I will bring you another book to-night," said he, "which I think you will like, and which may perhaps help you find out what is in the wood." He said this smiling, half in playful jest, and without any idea of the degree of likelihood that there was, notwithstanding, in what he said. For certainly Wordsworth, the high priest of nature, though perhaps hardly the apostle of nature, was more likely than any other writer to contain something of the secret after which Margaret was searching. Whether she can find it there may seem questionable. "Thank you, sir," said Margaret, gratefully. But her whole countenance looked troubled, as she turned towards her home. Doubtless, however, the trouble vanished before she reached it, for hers was not a nature to cherish disquietude. Hugh, too, went home rather thoughtful. In the evening he took a volume of Wordsworth, and repaired, according to his wont, to David's cottage. It was Saturday, and he would stay to supper. After they had given the usual time to their studies, Hugh, setting Margaret some exercises in English to write on her slate, while he helped David with some of the elements of trigonometry, and again going over these elements with her while David worked out a calculation. After these were over, and while Janet was putting the supper on the table, Hugh pulled out his volume, and without any preface read them the Leech Gatherer. All listened very intently, Janet included, who delayed several of the operations, that she might lose no word of the verses, David nodding assent every now and then, and ejaculating "Ay, ay," or "Eh, man," or producing that strange muffled sound at once common and peculiar to Scotchmen, which cannot be expressed in letters by a nearer approach than HM/HM uttered. It can be called uttering with closed lips and open nasal passages. And Margaret, sitting motionless on her creepie, with upturned pale face, and eyes turned upon the lips of the reader. When he had ceased, all were silent for a moment, when Janet made some little sign of anxiety about her supper, which certainly had suffered by the delay. Then, without a word, David turned towards the table and gave thanks. Turning again to Hugh, who had risen to place his chair, he said, "That maun be the work of a great poet, Mr. Sutherland." "It's Wordsworth's," said Hugh. Ay, that's Wordsworth's. Ay, weel, I have just heard him made mention of, but I never read word of his afore. And he never repented of that same resolution, I'se warrant, 'at he ends off with. Who does it gang, Mr. Sutherland?" Sutherland read: "God, said I, be my help, and stay secure. I'll think of the leech gatherer on the lonely moor." And added, "It is said Wordsworth never knew what it was to be in want of money all his life." "Nae doubt. He trusted in him." It was for the sake of the minute notices of nature, and not for the religious lesson, which he now seemed to see for the first time, that Hugh had read the poem. He could not help being greatly impressed by the confidence with which David received the statement he had just made on the authority of De Quincey in his unpleasant article about Wordsworth. David resumed: "He maun have had a gleg of his own, that Master Wordsworth, to notice a thing that get. Weel, he maun have liked leavin' things, poor Malkin an' all, jist like oor Robbie Burns for that. And see hoo they all ken ane another, thae poets. What says he aboot Burns? Ye needna tell me, Master Sutherland, I mind it weel eneugh. He says, 'Him who walked in a glory and in joy, following his pleugh upon the mountain's side.' Poor Robbie! But, man, he was a grand chield, after all, and I trust in God he's won home by this." Both Janet and Hugh, who had a very orthodox education, started mentally at this strange utterance, but they saw the eye of David solemnly fixed, as if in deep contemplation, and lighted in its blue depths with an ethereal brightness, and neither of them ventured to speak. Margaret seemed absorbed for the moment in gazing on her father's face, but not in the least as if it perplexed her like the Fir Wood. To the seeing eye, the same kind of expression would have been evident in both countenances, as if Margaret's reflected the meaning of her father's. Whether through the medium of intellectual sympathy, or that of the heart only, it would have been hard to say. Meantime, supper had been rather neglected, but its operations were now resumed. Chapter 8. of David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 8. A Sunday Morning. It is the property of good and sound knowledge to putrefy and dissolve into a number of subtle, idle, unwholesome, and, as I may term them, vermiculate questions, which have indeed a kind of quickness and life of spirit, but no soundness or matter or goodness of quality. Lord Bacon, Advancement of Learning. The following morning the Laird's family went to church as usual, and Hugh went with them. Their walk was first across fields, by pleasant footpaths, and then up the valley of a little noisy stream, that ostensibly refused to keep Scotch Sabbath, praising the Lord after its own fashion. They emerged into rather a bleak country before reaching the church, which was quite new, and perched on a barren eminence, that it might be as conspicuous by its position as it was remarkable for its ugliness. One grand aim of the reformers of the Scottish ecclesiastical modes appears to have been to keep the worship pure and the worshippers sincere, by embodying the whole in the ugliest forms that could be associated with the name of Christianity. It might be wished, however, that some of their followers, and amongst them the clergymen of the church in question, had been content to stop there, and had left the object of worship as represented by them in the possession of some lovable attribute, so as not to require a man to love that which is unlovable, or worship that which is not honourable; in a word, to bow down before that which is not divine. The cause of this degeneracy they share in common with the followers of all other great men, as well as of Calvin. They take up what their leader, urged by the necessity of the time, spoke loudest, never heeding what he loved most, and then work the former out to a logical perdition of everything belonging to the latter. Hugh, however, thought it was all right, for he had the same good reasons, and no other, for receiving it all that a Mohammedan or a Buddhist has for holding his opinions, namely, that he had heard those doctrines, and those alone, from his earliest childhood. He was therefore a good deal startled when, having, on his way home, strayed from the Laird's party towards David's, he heard the latter say to Margaret, as he came up, "Dinna ye believe, my bonny doo, 'at there's ony make-ups or make-shifts with him? He's aye bringing things to the light, no covering them up and letting them rot, and the moth tak them. He sees us just as we are, and calls us just what we are. It would be an ill day for all of us, Maggie, my doo, gin he were to close his een to oor sins, and call us just in his sight, when we could not possibly be just in our own, or in any other body's, no to say his." "The Lord preserve us, David Elginbrod! Dinna ye believe in the doctrine of justification by faith, and you maist made an elder of?" Janet was the respondent, of course. Margaret listened in silence. "Oh, ay, I believe in it, nae doot. But troth, the minister, honest man, nearhan gart me disbelieve in it altogether, with his grand sermon this morning about imputed righteousness, and a clean robe hiding a foul skin ower a crooked back. Nay, may him 'at woosh his feet of his friends wash us all together, and straight our crooked bones, till we're clean and well farred like his own bonny sel'." "Well, David, but that's sanctification, ye ken." "Call it ony name 'at you or the minister like, Janet, my woman. I daursay there's neither of you far wrong after all. Only this is just my opinion, boot it in the small, that man, and that man only, is justified what pits himself into the Lord's hands to sanctify him. Noo, in that it'll no be done by putting a robe of righteousness upon him, afore he gotten a clean skin aneath it. As gin a father could not bide to see the poor scabbit skin of his own wee bit bairnie, ay, or his prodigal son either, but would to hop it as up afore he could lat it come near him. Ava." Here Hugh ventured to interpose a remark. "But you don't think, Mr. Elginbrod, that the minister intended to say that justification left a man at liberty to sin, or that the robe of Christ's righteousness would hide him from the work of the Spirit?" "Nay, but there is nothing in it of hiding from God himself. I tell you what it is, Mr. Sutherland, the minister's all right in himself, and so's my Janet here, and many more, and aiblins there's a kin of truth in it all that they say. But this is my quarrel with all them words and arguments, and similes, as they call them, and doctrines, and all that. They just hold the poor body at arm's length oot or from God himself, and they raise a most and a store all aboot him, and the poor bairn cannot see the Father himself standing with his arms streaked oot as wide as the heavens to take the worn creature, and the more sinner the more welcome, home to his very heart. Given a body would leave o' that, and just get folk persuaded to spake a word or two to God him lone, the loss, in my opinion, would be unco small, and the gain very great." Even Janet dared not reply to the solemnity of this speech, for the seer-like look was upon David's face, and the tears had gathered in his eyes and dimmed their blue. A kind of tremulous, pathetic smile flickered about his beautifully curved mouth, like the glimmer of water in a valley, betwixt the lofty aquiline nose and the powerful but finely modelled chin. It seemed as if he dared not let the smile break out, lest it should be followed instantly by a burst of tears. Margaret went close up to her father, and took his hand as if she had been still a child, while Janet walked reverentially by him on the other side. It must not be supposed that Janet felt any uneasiness about her husband's opinions, although she never hesitated to utter what she considered her common-sense notions, in attempted modification of some of the more extreme of them. The fact was that, if he was wrong, Janet did not care to be right, and if he was right, Janet was sure to be, for, said she, and in spirit if not in letter it was quite true, "Never mind at contradicting him. My man shall have his own get, that shall be." But she had one especial grudge at his opinions, which was, that it must have been in consequence of them that he had declined, with a queer smile, the honourable position of elder of the kirk, for which Janet considered him, notwithstanding his opinions, immeasurably more fitted than any other man, in the whole countryside, ye may add Scotland forby. The fact of his having been requested to fill the vacant place of elder is proof enough that David was not in the habit of giving open expression to his opinions. He was looked upon as a douce man, long-headed enough, and somewhat precise in the exaction of the laird's rights, but open-hearted and open-handed with what was his own. Every one respected him, and felt kindly towards him. Some were a little afraid of him, but few suspected him of being religious beyond the degree which is commonly supposed to be the general inheritance of Scotchmen, possibly in virtue of their being brought up upon oatmeal porridge and the shorter catechism. Hugh walked behind the party for a short way, contemplating them in their Sunday clothes. David wore a suit of fine black cloth. He then turned to rejoin the laird's company. Mrs. Glassford was questioning her boys in an intermittent and desultory fashion about the sermon. "And what was the fourth head? Can you tell me, Willie?" Willie, the oldest, who had carefully impressed the fourth head upon his memory, and had been anxiously awaiting for an opportunity of bringing it out, replied at once. "Fourthly, the various appellations by which those who have endued the robe of righteousness are designated in Holy Writ." "Weel done, Willie!" cried the laird. "That's right, Willie," said the mother. Then turning to the younger, whose attention was attracted by a strange bird in the hedge in front. "And what called he them, Johnny? What put on the robe?" she asked. "Whited sepulchres," answered Johnny, indebted for his wit to his wool-gathering. This put an end to the catechizing. Mrs. Glassford glanced round at Hugh, whose defection she had seen with indignation, and who, waiting for them by the roadside, had heard the last question and reply, with an expression that seemed to attribute any defect in the answer entirely to the care. Chapter 9 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 9. Nature. When the soul is kindled or enlightened by the Holy Ghost, then it beholds what God its Father does, as a son beholds what his father does at home in his own house. Jacob Beeman's Aurora, Law's translation. Margaret began to read Wordsworth, slowly at first, but soon with greater facility. Ere long she perceived that she had found a friend, for not only did he sympathize with her in her love for nature, putting many vague feelings into thoughts, and many thoughts into words for her, but he introduced her to nature in many altogether new aspects, and taught her to regard it in ways which had hitherto been unknown to her. Not only was the pine wood now dearer to her than before, but its mystery seemed more sacred, and at the same time more likely to be one day solved. She felt far more assuredly the presence of a spirit in nature, whose dwelling is the light of setting suns, and the round ocean, and the living air. For he taught her to take wider views of nature, and to perceive and feel the expressions of more extended aspects of the world around her. The purple hillside was almost as dear to her as the fir wood now, and the star that crowned its summit at eve sparkled in a special message to her, before it went on its way up the blue. She extended her rambles in all directions, and began to get with the neighbours the character of an idle girl. Little they knew how early she rose, and how diligently she did her share of the work, urged by desire to read the word of God in his own handwriting, or rather to pore upon that expression of the face of God, which, however little a man may think of it, yet sinks so deeply into his nature, and moulds it towards its own likeness. Nature was doing for Margaret what she had done before for Wordsworth's Lucy. She was making of her a lady of her own. She grew taller and more graceful. The lasting quiet of her face began to look as if it were ever upon the point of blossoming into an expression of lovely feeling. The principal change was in her mouth, which became delicate and tender in its curves, the lips seeming to kiss each other for very sweetness. But I am anticipating these changes, for it took a far longer time to perfect them than has yet been occupied by my story. But even her mother was not altogether proof against the appearance of listlessness and idleness which Margaret's behaviour sometimes wore to her eyes. Nor could she quite understand or excuse her long, lonely walks, so that now and then she could not help addressing her after this fashion: "Meg, Meg, ye do try my patience, lass, idling away your time that get. It's an awful wastery of time, what with books, and what with stravagan, and what with naething of all. Just put your hand to this quern noo, like a good bairn." Margaret would obey her mother instantly, but with a look of silent expostulation which her mother could not resist, sometimes, perhaps, if the words were sharper than usual, with symptoms of gathering tears. Upon which Janet would say, with her honest smile of sweet relenting, Hootoots, bairn, never heed me. My bark's aye waur nor my bite, ye ken that." Then Margaret's face would brighten at once, and she would work hard at whatever her mother set her to do, till it was finished; upon which her mother would be more glad than she, and in no haste to impose any further labour out of the usual routine. In the course of reading Wordsworth, Margaret had frequent occasion to apply to Hugh for help. These occasions, however, generally involved no more than small external difficulties, which prevented her from taking in the scope of a passage. Hugh was always able to meet these, and Margaret supposed that the whole of the light which flashed upon her mind, when they were removed, was poured upon the page by the wisdom of her tutor, never dreaming, such was her humility with regard to herself and her reverence towards him, that it came from the depths of her own lucent nature, ready to perceive what the poet came prepared to show. Now and then, it is true, she applied to him with difficulties in which he was incapable of aiding her, but she put down her failure in discovering the meaning, after all which it must be confessed he sometimes tried to say, to her own stupidity or peculiarity, never to his incapacity. She had been helped to so much by his superior acquirements, and his real gift for communicating what he thoroughly understood. He had been so entirely her guide to knowledge, that she would at once have felt self-condemned of impiety, in the old meaning of the word, if she had doubted for a moment his ability to understand or explain any difficulty which she could place clearly before him. By and by he began to lend her harder, that is, more purely intellectual books. He was himself preparing for the class of moral philosophy and metaphysics, and he chose for her some of the simpler of his books on these subjects, of course all of the Scotch school, beginning with Abercrombie's Intellectual Powers. She took this eagerly, and evidently read it with great attention. One evening in the end of summer, Hugh climbed a waste, heathery hill that lay behind the house of Turriepuffit, and overlooked a great part of the neighbouring country, the peaks of some of the greatest of the Scotch mountains being visible from its top. Here he intended to wait for the sunset. He threw himself on the heather, that most delightful and luxurious of all couches, supporting the body with a kindly upholding of every part, and there he lay in the great slumberous sunlight of the late afternoon, with the blue heavens, into which he was gazing full up, closing down upon him, as the light descended the side of the sky. He fell fast asleep. If ever there be an excuse for falling asleep out of bed, surely it is when stretched at full length upon heather and bloom. When he awoke, the last of the sunset was dying away, and between him and the sunset sat Margaret, book in hand, waiting apparently for his waking. He lay still for a few minutes, to come to himself before she should see he was awake. But she rose at the moment, and, drawing near very quietly, looked down upon him with her sweet sunset face, to see whether or not he was beginning to rouse, for she feared to let him lie much longer after sundown. Finding him awake, she drew back again without a word, and sat down as before with her book. At length he rose, and, approaching her, said, "Well, Margaret, what book are you at now?" "Dr. Abercrombie, sir," replied Margaret. "How do you like it?" "Very well, for some things. It makes a body think, but not altogether as I like to think either." It will be observed that Margaret's speech had begun to improve, that is, to be more like English. "What is the matter with it?" "Weel, ye see, sir, it takes a body all to bits like, and never puts them together again. And it seems to me that a body's mind or soul, or whatever it may be called, but it's just all a body's own sell, can no more be taken to pieces like, than you could take that red licht out there out of the blue, or the whole sunset out of the heavens and earth. It may be all very well, Mr. Sutherland, but it's no like this." And Margaret looked around her from the hill-top, and then up into the heavens, where the stars were beginning to crack the blue with their thin, steely sparkle. "It seems to me to take all the poetry out of us, Mr. Sutherland." "Well, well," said Hugh, with a smile, "you must just go to Wordsworth to put it in again, or to set you up again after Dr. Abercrombie has demolished you." "Na, na, sir, he shouldna demolish me, nor I will not trouble Mr. Wordsworth to put the poetry into me again. All the power on earth shall not take that oot of me, gin it be God's will, for it's his own gift, Mr. Sutherland, ye ken." Of course," replied Hugh, who very likely thought this too serious a way of speaking of poetry, and therefore, perhaps, rather an irreverent way of speaking of God, for he saw neither the divine in poetry nor the human in God. Could he be said to believe that God made man, when he did not believe that God created poetry, and yet loved it as he did? It was to him only a grand invention of humanity in its loftiest development. In this development, then, he must have considered humanity as farthest from its origin, and God as the creator of savages, caring nothing for poets or their work. They turned, as by common consent, to go down the hill together. "Shall I take the charge of the offending volume? You will not care to finish it, I fear," said Hugh. "No, sir, if you please. I never like to leave anything unfinished. I'll read ilka word in it. I fancy the thing that sets me against it is mostly this, that reading it along with Euclid, I cannot help thinking of my own mind as gin it were in some geometrical shape or ither, whiles one and whiles another, and syne I try to draw lines and separate this power from that power, the memory from the judgment, and the imagination from the reason, and syne I try to pit them all together again in their relations to one another, and this I takes the shape of some proposition or other, generally in the second book. It's near hand dazes me whiles. I fancy, given I understand the parts of the sphere, it would be more to the purpose. But I wish I were clear of it altogether." Hugh had had some experiences of a similar kind himself, though not at all to the same extent. He could therefore understand her. "You must just try to keep the things altogether apart," said he, "and not think of the two sciences at once." "But I cannot help it," she replied. "I suppose you can, sir, because you're a man. My father can understand things 10 times better nor me and my mother. But nae sooner do I begin to read and think about it, than up comes one of the parallelograms, and nothing will drive it out of my head again but a verse or twa of Coleridge or Wordsworth." Hugh immediately began to repeat the first poem of the latter that occurred to him, "I wandered lonely as a cloud." She listened, walking along with her eyes fixed on the ground, and when he had finished, gave a sigh of delight and relief. All the comment she uttered. She seemed never to find it necessary to say what she felt, least of all when the feeling was a pleasant one, for then it was enough for itself. This was only the second time since their acquaintance that she had spoken of her feelings at all, and in this case they were of a purely intellectual origin. It is to be observed, however, that in both cases she had taken pains to explain thoroughly what she meant, as far as she was able. It was dark before they reached home, at least as dark as it ever is at this season of the year in the north. They found David looking out with some slight anxiety for his daughter's return, for she was seldom out so late as this. In nothing could the true relation between them have been more evident than in the entire absence from her manner of any embarrassment when she met her father. She went up to him and told him all about finding Mr. Sutherland asleep on the hill, and waiting beside him till he woke, that she might walk home with him. Her father seemed perfectly content with an explanation which he had not sought, and, turning to Hugh, said, smiling, "Weel, no to be troublesome, Mr. Sutherland, ye might gie the auld man a turn as weel as the young lass. We did not expect ye the nicht, but I'm sore puzzled wi' a small eneugh matter o' my sklet in there. Will you no come in and gie me a lift?" "With all my heart," said Sutherland. So there were 5 lessons in that week. When Hugh entered the cottage, he had a fine sprig of heather in his hand, which he laid on the table. He had the weakness of being proud of small discoveries, the tinier the better, and was always sharpening his senses, as well as his intellect, to a fine point, in order to make them. I fear that by these means he shut out some great ones, which could not enter during such a concentration of the faculties. He would stand listening to the sound of goose feet upon the road, and watch how those webs laid hold of the earth like a hand. He would struggle to enter into their feelings in folding their wings properly on their backs. He would calculate on chemical and arithmetical grounds whether one might not hear the nocturnal growth of plants in the tropics. He was quite elated by the discovery, as he considered it, that Shakespeare named his 2 officers of the watch, Dogberry and Verjuice, the poisonous dogberry and the acid liquor of green fruits, affording suitable names for the stupidly innocuous constables, in a play the very essence of which is Much Ado About Nothing. Another of his discoveries he had, during their last lesson, unfolded to David, who had certainly contemplated with interest. It was, that the original forms of the Arabic numerals were these: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The number for which each figure stands being indicated by the number of straight lines employed in forming that numeral. I fear that the comparative anatomy of figures gives no countenance to the discovery which Hugh flattered himself he had made. After he had helped David out of his difficulty, he took up the heather, and, stripping off the bells, shook them in the hand at Margaret's ear. A half smile, like the moonlight of laughter, dawned on her face, and she listened with something of the same expression with which a child listens to the message from the sea, enclosed in a twisted shell. He did the same at David's ear next. Man, that's a bonny wee sound. It's just like small sheep bells. Fairy sheep, I reckon, Maggie my do." "Let me hearken as weel," said Janet. Hugh obeyed. She laughed. "It's naething but a wrestling. I would rather hear the sheep baaing or the kye routing." Mr. Sutherland, but ye have a gleg ear and a sharp lug." "Well, the world's full o' bonny sights and sounds, doon to the very smallest. The Lord lets naething gang. I wudna wonder noo but there might be thousands such like, or small altogether for human ears, just as we ken there are creatures as perfect in beauty as any we see, but far over small for our own een wintin the glass. But for my part, I like to see a heap o' things at once, and take them all in together, and see them playing into on another's hand like. I was just thinking, as I came home the night in the sunset, who it would have been nowise so complete, with all its red and gold and green, gin it had not been for the cold blue east ahind it, with the twa three shivering starnies looking through it. And doubtless the world to come, it'll be all the warmer to them it had not ower muckle happening here. But I'm just havering, clean havering, Mr. Sutherland," concluded David, with a smile of apologetic humour. "I suppose you could easily believe with Plato, David, that planets make a grand choral music as they roll about the heavens, only that as some sounds are too small, so that is too loud for us to hear." "I could well believe that," was David's unhesitating answer. Margaret looked as if she not only could believe it, but would be delighted to know that it was true. Neither Janet nor Hugh gave Chapter 10 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 10. Harvest. So a small seed that in the earth lies hid, and dies, reviving, bursts her cloddy side, adorned with yellow locks, of new is born, and doth become a mother great with corn. Of grains brings hundreds with it, which, when old, enrich the furrows with a sea of gold. Sir William Drummond. Hymn of the Resurrection. Hugh had watched the green corn grow, and ear, and turn dim, then brighten to yellow, and ripen at last under the declining autumn sun, and the low, skirting moon of the harvest, which seems too full and heavy with mellow and bountiful light to rise high above the fields which it comes to bless with perfection. The long threads on each of which hung an oat grain, the harvest here was mostly of oats, had got dry and brittle, and the grains began to spread out their chaff wings as if ready to fly, and rustled with sweet sounds against each other, as the wind, which used to billow the fields like the waves of the sea, now swept gently and tenderly over it, helping the sun and moon in the drying and ripening of the joy to be laid up for the dreary winter. Most graceful of all hung those delicate oats. Next bowed the bearded barley, and stately and wealthy and strong stood the few fields of wheat, of a rich, ruddy, golden hue. Above the yellow harvest rose the purple hills, and above the hills the pale blue autumnal sky, full of light and heat, but fading somewhat from the colour with which it deepened above the vanished days of summer, for the harvest here is much later than in England. At length the day arrived when the sickle must be put into the barley, soon to be followed by the scythe in the oats. And now came the joy of labour. Everything else was abandoned for the harvest field. Books were thrown utterly aside, for even when there was no fear of a change of weather to urge to labour prolonged beyond the natural hours, there was weariness enough in the work of the day to prevent even David from reading, in the hours of bodily rest, anything that necessitated mental labour. Janet and Margaret betook themselves to the reaping hook, and the somewhat pale face of the latter needed but a single day to change it to the real harvest hue, the brown livery of Ceres. But when the oats were attacked, then came the tug of war. The Laird was in the fields from morning to night, and the boys would not stay behind, but, with their father's permission, much to the tutor's contentment, devoted what powers they had to the gathering of the fruits of the earth. Hugh himself, whose strength had grown amazingly during his stay at Turriepuffit, and who, though he was quite helpless at the sickle, thought he could wield the scythe, would not be behind. Throwing off coat and waistcoat, and tying his handkerchief tight around his loins, he laid hold on the emblematic weapon of time and death, determined likewise to earn the name of reaper. He took the last scythe. It was desperate work for a while, and he was far behind the first bout. But David, who was the best scyther in the whole countryside, and of course had the leading scythe, seeing the tutor dropping behind, put more power into his own arm, finished his bout, and brought up Hugh's before the others had done sharpening their scythes for the next. "Take care and nae rax yoursel ower sore, Mr. Sutherland. Ye'll be up wi' the best o' them in a day or twa. But gin ye tyve at it aboon yer strength, ye'll clean forfeit it. Take a good sweep wi' the scythe, 'at ye may have the weight of it to caw through the straight, and take the nae shame at being hindmost. Here, Maggie, my doo, come and gather to Mr. Sutherland. Ane of the young gentlemen can take your place at the binin'." The work of Janet and Margaret had been to form bands for the sheaves, by folding together cunningly the heads of two small handfuls of the corn, so as to make them long enough together to go around the sheaf. Then to lay this down for the gatherer to place enough of the mown corn upon it, and last to bind the band tightly around by another skilful twist and insertion of the ends, and so form a sheaf. From the work David called his daughter, desirous of giving Hugh a gatherer who would not be disrespectful to his awkwardness. This arrangement, however, was far from pleasing to some of the young men in the field, and brought down upon Hugh, who was too hard wrought to hear them at first, many sly hits of country wit and human contempt. There had been for some time great jealousy of his visits to David's cottage, for Margaret, though she had very little acquaintance with the young men of the neighbourhood, was greatly admired amongst them, and not regarded as so far above the station of many of them as to render aspiration useless. Their remarks to each other got louder and louder, till Hugh at last heard some of them, and could not help being annoyed, not by their wit or personality, but by the tone of contempt in which they were uttered. "Take care of your legs, sir. It'll be ill cutting upon stumps. Fegs, he's taken the wings off of Partridge. Gin he gang that get, he'll cut 12 outs at once. You'll have the scythe o'er the dyke, man. Take tent. Law, sir, you've taken off my leg at the hip. You're shaving o'er close. You'll draw the blood, sir. Hoot, man, let alone. The gentleman's only mistaken his trade, and imagines he's howking a grave." And so on. Hugh gave no further sign of hearing their remarks than lay in increased exertion. Looking round, however, he saw that Margaret was vexed, evidently not for her own sake. He smiled to her, to console her for his annoyance, and then, ambitious to remove the cause of it, made a fresh exertion, recovered all his distance, and was in his own place with the best of them at the end of the bout. But the smile that had passed between them did not escape unobserved, and he had aroused yet more the wrath of the youths, by threatening soon to rival them in the excellences to which they had an especial claim. They had regarded him as an interloper, who had no right to captivate one of their rank by arts beyond their reach. So it was still less pardonable to dare them to a trial of skill with their own weapons. To the fire of this jealousy, the admiration of the laird added fuel, for he was delighted with the spirit with which Hugh laid himself to the scythe. But, all the time, nothing was further from Hugh's thoughts than the idea of rivalry with them. Whatever he might have thought of Margaret in relation to himself, he never thought of her, though labouring in the same field with them, as in the least degree belonging to their class, or standing in any possible relation to them, except that of a common work. In ordinary, the labourers would have had sufficient respect for Sutherland's superior position to prevent them from giving such decided and articulate utterance to their feelings. But they were incited by the presence and example of a man of doubtful character from the neighbouring village, a travelled and clever ne'er-do-weel, whose reputation for wit was equalled by his reputation for courage and skill, as well as profligacy. Roused by the effervescence of his genius, they went on from one thing to another, till Hugh saw it must be put a stop to somehow, else he must abandon the field. They dared not have gone so far if David had been present, but he had been called away to superintend some operations in another part of the estate, and they paid no heed to the expostulations of some of the older men. At the close of the day's work, therefore, Hugh walked up to this fellow and said: "I hope you will be satisfied with insulting me all to-day, and leave it alone to-morrow." The man replied with an oath and a gesture of rude contempt: "I dinna care the black afore my nails for any scalp dupe of the lot of ye." Hugh's Highland blood flew to his brain, and, before the rascal finished his speech, he had measured his length on the stubble. He sprang to his feet in a fury, threw off the coat which he had just put on, and darted at Hugh, who had by this time recovered his coolness, and was, besides, notwithstanding his unusual exertions, the more agile of the two. The other was heavier and more powerful. Hugh sprang aside as he would have done from the rush of a bull, and again with a quick blow felled his antagonist. Beginning rather to enjoy punishing him, he now went in for it, and before the other would yield, he had rendered his next day's labour somewhat doubtful. He withdrew with no more injury to himself than a little water would remove. Janet and Margaret had left the field before he addressed the man. He went home and to bed, more weary than he had ever been in his life. Before he went to sleep, however, he made up his mind to say nothing of his encounter to David, but to leave him to hear of it from other sources. He could not help feeling a little anxious as to his judgment upon it. That the laird would approve, he hardly doubted, but for his opinion he cared very little. "Dawvid, I wonner at ye," said Janet to her husband, the moment he came home, "to lat the young lad wrestle himself dead that get wi' the scythe. His bones is but soft yet. There was not a dry steek on him, or he wan half the length of the first bout. He's sore disjaskit, I'se warrant." "Nae fear of him, Janet. It'll do him good. Mr. Sutherland's no feckless wintlestray o' a cratur. Did he haud his own at all wi' the lave?" "Haud his own! Gin he be fit for onything the day, he maun be pittin' neist yersel, or he'll cut the legs off o' ony other man in the corn." A glow of pleasure mantled in Margaret's face at her mother's praise of Hugh. Janet went on: "But I was jist clean affronted wi' the way 'at the young chields behaved themselves till him. I thought I heard a toot moot o' the kind afore I left, but I thought it better to take nae notice of it. I'll be wi' ye a day the morn, though, an' I'm thinking I'll clap a rout's hand on their mouths, 'at I hear any more of it from." But there was no occasion for interference on David's part. Hugh made his appearance, not, it is true, with the earliest in the hairstrig, but after breakfast with the laird, who was delighted with the way in which he had handled his scythe the day before, and felt twice the respect for him in consequence. It must be confessed he felt very stiff, but the best treatment for stiffness being the homoeopathic one of more work, he had soon restored the elasticity of his muscles, and lubricated his aching joints. His antagonist of the foregoing evening was nowhere to be seen, and the rest of the young men were shamefaced and respectful enough. David, having learned from some of the spectators the facts of the combat, suddenly, as they were walking home together, held out his hand to Hugh, shook his head, and said: "Mr. Sutherland, I'm sore obleeged to ye for giving that vratch, Jamie Ogg, a good doonsettin'. He's a coarse cratur, but the warst maun hae meat, and so I did not like to refuse him when he came for wark. But it's a greater kindness to clout him nor to cleed him. They say ye made an awfu' munsie o' him, but it's to be hoped he'll live to thank ye. There's some folk 'at can respect no argument but from steekit knaves, and it'll feel cruel to haud it from them, gin he haud to gie them. I hae had enough ado to haud my own hands off o' the Ted, but it comes a hantle better from you, Mr. Sutherland." Hugh wielded the scythe the whole of the harvest, and Margaret gathered to him. By the time it was over, leading home and all, he measured an inch less about the waist, and 2 inches more about the shoulders, and was as brown as a berry, and as strong as an ox, or owse, as David called it, when thus describing Mr. Sutherland's progress in corporal development; for he took a fatherly pride in the youth, to whom, at Chapter 11 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 11. A Change and No Change. Affliction, when I know it, is but this: a deep alloy, whereby man together is, to bear the hammer, and the deeper still, we still arise more image of his will. Sickness, an humorous cloud twixt us and light, and death, at longest, but another night. Man is his own star, and that soul that can be honest is the only perfect man. John Fletcher, Upon an Honest Man's Fortune. Had Sutherland been in love with Margaret, those would have been happy days, and that a yet more happy night, when, under the mystery of a low moonlight, and a gathering storm, the crop was cast in haste into the carts, and hurried home to be built up in safety. When a strange low wind crept sighing across the stubble, as if it came wandering out of the past and the land of dreams, lying far off and withered in the green west, and when Margaret and he came and went in the moonlight like creatures in a dream, for the vapours of sleep were floating in Hugh's brain, although he was awake and working. "Margaret," he said, as they stood waiting a moment for the cart that was coming up to be filled with sheaves, "what does that wind put you in mind of?" "Ossian's poems," replied Margaret, without a moment's hesitation. Hugh was struck by her answer. He had meant something quite different, but it harmonized with his feeling about Ossian, for the genuineness of whose poetry, Highlander as he was, he had no better argument to give than the fact that they produced in himself an altogether peculiar mental condition, that the spiritual sensations he had in reading them were quite different from those produced by anything else, prose or verse; in fact, that they created moods of their own in his mind. He was unwilling to believe, apart from national prejudice, which have not prevented the opinions on this question from being as strong on the one side as on the other, that this individuality of influence could belong to mere affectations of a style which had never sprung from the sources of real feeling. Could they, he thought, possess the power to move us like remembered dreams of our childhood, if all that they possessed of reality was a pretended imitation of what never existed, and all that they inherited from the past was the halo of its strangeness? But Hugh was not in love with Margaret, though he could not help feeling the pleasure of her presence. Any youth must have been the better for having her near him, but there was nothing about her quiet, self-contained being, free from manifestation of any sort, to rouse the feelings commonly called love in the mind of an inexperienced youth like Hugh Sutherland. I say commonly called, because I believe that within the whole sphere of intelligence there are no two loves the same. Not that he was less easily influenced than other youths. A designing girl might have caught him at once, if she had no other beauty than sparkling eyes; but the womanhood of the beautiful Margaret kept so still in its pearly cave, that it rarely met the glance of neighbouring eyes. How Margaret regarded him, I do not know, but I think it is with a love almost entirely one with reverence and gratitude. Cause for gratitude she certainly had, though less than she supposed, and very little cause indeed for reverence. But how could she fail to revere one to whom even her father looked up? Of course, David's feeling of respect for Hugh must have sprung chiefly from intellectual grounds, and he could hardly help seeing, if he thought at all on the subject, which is doubtful, that Hugh was as far behind Margaret in the higher gifts and graces as he was before her in intellectual acquirement. But whether David perceived this or not, certainly Margaret did not even think in that direction. She was pure of self-judgment, conscious of no comparing of herself with others, least of all with those next her. At length the harvest was finished, or, as the phrase of the district was, Claiach was gotten, a phrase with the derivation, or even the exact meaning of which I am unacquainted, knowing only that it implies something in close association with the feast of Harvest Home, called the Kern in other parts of Scotland. Thereafter the field lay bare to the frost of morning and evening, and to the wind that grew cooler and cooler with the breath of winter, who lay behind the northern hills and waited for this hour. But many lovely days remained, of quiet and slow decay, of yellow and red leaves, of warm noons and lovely sunsets, followed by skies, green from the west horizon to the zenith, and walked by a moon that seemed to draw up to her all the white mists from pond and river and pool, to settle again in hoar frost during the colder hours that precede the dawn. At length every leafless tree sparkled in the morning sun, encrusted with fading gems, and the ground was hard under foot, and the hedges were filled with frosted spider webs, and winter had laid the tips of his fingers on the land, soon to cover it deep with the flickering snowflakes shaken from the folds of his outspread mantle. But long ere this, David and Margaret had returned with renewed diligence and powers strengthened by repose, or at least by intermission, to their mental labours, and Hugh was as constant a visitor at the cottage as before. The time, however, drew nigh when he must return to his studies at Aberdeen, and David and Margaret were looking forward with sorrow to the loss of their friend. Janet, too, could not bide to think of it. "He'll tak the daylicht with him, I doot, my lass," she said, as she made the porridge for breakfast one morning, and looked down anxiously at her daughter, seated on the creepie by the ingle nook. "Na, na, mother," replied Margaret, looking up from her book. "He'll leave such gifts ahind him as'll make daylight, though dark." And then she bent her head, and went on her reading as if she had not spoken. The mother looked away with a sigh, and a slight and shake of the head. But matters were to turn out quite differently from all anticipations. Before the day arrived on which Hugh must leave for the university, a letter from home informed him that his father was dangerously ill. He hastened to him, but only to comfort his last hours by all that a son could do, and to support his mother by his presence during the first hours of her loneliness. But anxious thoughts for the future, which so often force themselves on the attention of those who would gladly prolong their brooding over the past, compelled them to adopt an alteration of their plans for the present. The half-pay of Major Sutherland was gone, of course, and all that remained for Mrs. Sutherland was a small annuity, secured by her husband's payments, to a certain fund for the use of officers' widows. From this she could spare but a mere trifle for the completion of Hugh's university education, while the salary he had received at Turriepuffit, almost the whole of which he had saved, was so small as to be quite inadequate for the very moderate outlay necessary. He therefore came to the resolution to write to the Laird, and offer, if they were not yet provided with another tutor, to resume his relation to the young gentleman for the winter. It was next to impossible to spend money there, and he judged that, before the following winter, he should be quite able to meet the expenses of his residence at Aberdeen during the last session of his course. He would have preferred trying to find another situation, had it not been that David and Janet and Margaret had made there a home for him. Whether Mrs. Glassford was altogether pleased at the proposal, I cannot tell. But the Laird wrote a very gentlemanlike epistle, condoling with him and his mother upon their loss, and urging the usual commonplaces of consolation. The letter ended with a hearty acceptance of Hugh's offer, and, strange to tell, the unsolicited promise of an increase of salary to the amount of 5 pounds. This is another to be added to the many proofs that verisimilitude is not in the least an essential element of verity. He left his mother as soon as circumstances would permit, and returned to Turriepuffit, an abode for the winter very different indeed from that in which he had expected to spend it. He reached the place early in the afternoon, received from Mrs. Glassford a cold "I hope you're well, Mr. Sutherland," found his pupils actually reading, and had from them a welcome rather boisterously evidenced, told them to get their books, and sat down with them at once to commence their winter labours. He spent 2 hours thus, had a hearty shake of the hand from the Laird when he came home, and after a substantial tea, walked down to David's cottage, where a welcome awaited him worth returning for. "Come your ways, but," said Janet, who met him as he opened the door without any prefatory knock, and caught him with both hands. "I'm blithe to see your bonny face once more. We're a' just at on more with expecting of ye." David stood in the middle of the floor, waiting for him. "Come awa', my bonny lad," was all his greeting, as he held out a great fatherly hand to the youth, and, grasping in the one, clapped him on the shoulder with the other, the water standing in his blue eyes the while. Hugh thought of his own father, and could not restrain his tears. Margaret gave him a still look full in the face, and, seeing his emotion, did not even approach to offer him any welcome. She hastened instead to place a chair for him, as she had done when first he entered the cottage, and when he had taken it, sat down at his feet on her creepie. With true delicacy, no one took any notice of him for some time. David said at last: "And hoo's your poor mother, Mr. Sutherland?" "She's pretty well," was all Hugh could answer. "It's a sair stroke to bide," said David; "but it's a gran' thing when a man's won weel through it. When my father died, I mind weel, I was sae prood to see him lyin' there in the cauld grandeur o' deith, and no man 'at daured say he ever did or spak the thing 'at didna become him, 'at I jist gloried in the midst o' my greetin'. He was but a puir auld shepherd, Mr. Sutherland, wi' hair as white as the sheep 'at followed him; and I wat as they followed him, he followed the great shepherd, and followed, till he jist followed him hame, where we're a' bound, and some o' us far on the road, thanks to him." And with that David rose, and got down the Bible, and, opening it reverently, read with a solemn, slightly tremulous voice, the 14th chapter of St. John's Gospel. When he had finished, they all rose, as by one accord, and knelt down, and David prayed: "O thou, in whose sight oor death is precious, and no light matter, what through darkness leads to light, and through death to the greater life, we cannot believe that thou wouldst give us ony good thing, to take the same again, for that would be but bairn's play. We believe that thou takest, that thou may give again the same thing better nor afore, more of it, and better nor we could have received it otherwise; just as the Lord took himself from the sight of them 'at loved him weel, that instead of being visible afore their een, he might hide himself in their verra hearts. Come thou, and abide in us, and take us to bide in thee; and syne gin we be all in thee, we cannot be that far from one another, though some suld be in heaven, and some upon earth. Lord, help us to do our work, like thy men and maidens doon the stair, reminding ourselves that them 'at we miss have only gone up the stair, and given towar to hold things to thy hand in thy own presence chamber, where we hope to be called or long, and to see thee and thy Son, whom we love aboon, and in his name we say, Amen." He rose from his knees with a sense of solemnity and reality that he had never felt before. Little was said that evening. Supper was eaten, if not in silence, yet with nothing that could be called conversation; and, almost in silence, David walked home with Hugh. The spirit of his father seemed to walk beside him. He felt as if he had been buried with him, and had found that the sepulchre was clothed with green things, and roofed with stars, was in truth the heavens, and the earth in which his soul walked abroad. If Hugh looked a little more into his Bible, and tried a little more to understand it, after his father's death, it is not to be wondered at. It is but another instance of the fact that, whether from education, or from the leading of some higher instinct, we are ready, in every more profound trouble, to feel as if a solution or a refuge lay somewhere, lay in the sounds of wisdom, perhaps, to be sought and found in the best of books, the deepest of all the mysteries, treasuries of words. But David never sought to influence Hugh to this end. He read the Bible in his family, but he never urged the reading of it on others. Sometimes he seemed rather to avoid the subject of religion altogether; and yet it was upon those very occasions that, if he once began to speak, he would pour out, before he ceased, some of his most impassioned Chapter 12 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 12. Knowledge bloweth up, but charity buildeth up. Lord Bacon's rendering of 1 Corinthians 8:1. Things went on as usual for a few days, when Hugh began to encounter a source of suffering of a very material and unromantic kind, but which, nevertheless, had been able before now, namely, at the commencement of his tutorship, to cause him a very sufficient degree of distress. It was this, that he had no room in which he could pursue his studies in private, without having to endure a most undesirable degree of cold. In summer this was a matter of little moment, for the universe might then be his secret chamber; but in a Scotch spring or autumn, not to say winter, a bedroom without a fireplace, which, strange to say, was the condition of his, was not a study in which thought could operate to much satisfactory result. Indeed, pain is a far less hurtful enemy to thinking than cold; and to have to fight such suffering and its benumbing influences, as well as to follow out a train of reasoning, difficult at any time, and requiring close attention, is too much for any machine whose thinking wheels are driven by nervous gear. Sometimes, for he must make the attempt, he came down to his meals quite blue with cold, as his pupils remarked to their mother, but their observation never seemed to suggest to her mind the necessity of making some better provision for the poor tutor. And Hugh, after the way in which she had behaved to him, was far too proud to ask of her a favour, even if he had had hopes of receiving his request. He knew, too, that in the house the laird to interfere in the smallest degree must imperil far more than he dared. The prospect, therefore, of the coming winter, in a country where there was scarcely any afternoon, and where the snow might lie feet deep for weeks, was not at all agreeable. He had, as I have said, begun to suffer already, for the mornings and evenings were cold enough now, although it was a bright, dry October. One evening Janet remarked that he had caught cold, for he was hosten sar, and this led Hugh to state the discomfort he was condemned to experience up at the Hall house. "Weel," said David, after some silent deliberation, "that settles it. We maun set aboot it immediately." Of course Hugh was quite at a loss to understand what he meant, and begged him to explain. "Ye see," replied David, "we hae very little hoose room in this bit cot; for, except this kitchen, we hae but the ben whaur Janet and me sleeps; and so last year I spak to the laird to let me hae as muckle timber as I would need to big a kind of lean to the house ahine, so 'at we might hae a kind of a bit parlour like, or rather a roomie 'at any o' us might retire till for a bit, gin we wanted to be our own lones." He had nae objection, honest man; but, somehow or other, I never set hand to it, but knew the wuss maun be up afore the wat weather sets in. So I'se be at it in the morn; and maybe ye'll lend me a hand, Mr. Sutherland, and tak oot your wages in house room and fire after it's done." "Thank you heartily," said Hugh. "That would be delightful. It seems too good to be possible. But will not wooden walls be rather a poor protection against such winters as I suppose you have in these parts?" "Hoot toot, Mr. Sutherland! You might give me credit for a rather more rumgumption nor that comes till. Timber was the only thing I needed to speir for. The lave lies to onybody's hands. A few carefuls o' sod from the hill ahint the hoose, and a handful or twa o' stanes for the chimla oot o' the quarry, there's enough there for turn a hond blasted moor. And we'll saw the wood ourselves; and gin we had once the ways up, we can carry on the inside at oor leisure. That's the way 'at the Maker does wi' ourselves. He gies us the wa's and the material, and a whole lifetime, maybe more, to furnish the hoose." "Capital!" exclaimed Hugh. "I'll work like a horse, and we'll be at it the morn." "I'se be at it afore daylight; and one or two o' the lads'll lend me a hand after work hours; and there's yourself, Mr. Sutherland, worth 1.5 of ordinary workers; and we'll hae truth enough for the ways in a jiffy. I'll mark a few saplings in the wood here at the danner time, and we'll have them for baulks and couples and things, and there's plenty dry enough for birds and the shed, and being but a lean-to, there'll be but half work, ye ken." They went out directly in the moonlight to choose the spot, and soon came to the resolution to build it so that a certain back door, which added more to the cold in winter than to the convenience in summer, should be the entrance to the new chamber. The chimney was the chief difficulty, but all the materials being in the immediate neighbourhood, and David capable of turning his hands to anything, no obstruction was feared. Indeed, he set about that part first, as was necessary, and had soon built a small chimney, chiefly of stones and lime, while under his directions the walls were making progress at the same time, by the labour of Hugh and 2 or 3 of the young men from the farm, who were most ready to oblige David with their help, although they were still rather unfriendly to the colligner, as they called him. But Hugh's frankness soon won them over, and they all formed within a day or two a very comfortable party of labourers. They worked very hard, for if the rain should set in before the roof was on, their labour would be almost lost from the soaking of the walls. They built them of turf, very thick, with a slight slope on the outside towards the roof, before commencing which they partially cut the windows out of the walls, putting wood across to support the top. I should have explained that the turf used in building was the upper and coarser part of the peat, which was plentiful in the neighbourhood. The thatch eaves of the cottage itself projected over the joining of the new roof, so as to protect it from the drip, and David soon put a thick thatch of new straw upon the little building. Second-hand windows were procured at the village, and the holes in the walls cut to their size. They next proceeded to the saw-pit on the estate, for almost everything necessary for keeping up the offices was done on the farm itself, where they sawed thin planks of deal to floor and line the room, and make it more cosy. These David planed upon one side, and when they were nailed against slight posts all round the walls, and the joints filled in with putty, the room began to look most enticingly habitable. The roof had not been thatched 2 days before the rain set in, but now they could work quite comfortably inside, and as the space was small and the fortnights were long, they had it quite finished before the end of November. David bought an old table in the village, and 1 or 2 chairs, mended them up, made a kind of rustic sofa or settle, put a few bookshelves against the wall, had a peat fire lighted on the hearth every day, and at length, one Saturday evening, they had supper in the room, and the place was consecrated henceforth to friendship and learning. From this time, every evening, as soon as lessons and the meal which immediately followed them were over, Hugh betook himself to the cottage, on the shelves of which all his books by degrees collected themselves, and there spent the whole long evening, generally till 10 o'clock, the first part alone, reading or writing, the last in company with his pupils, who, diligent as ever, now of course made more rapid progress than before, inasmuch as the lessons were both longer and more frequent. The only drawback to their comfort was, that they seemed to have shut Janet out, but she soon remedied this by contriving to get through with her housework earlier than she had ever done before, and taking her place on the settle behind them, knitted away diligently at her stocking, which, to inexperienced eyes, seemed always the same, and always in the same state of progress, notwithstanding that she provided the hose of the whole family, blue and grey, ribbed and plain. Her occasional withdrawings to observe the progress of the supper were only a cheerful break in the continuity of labour. Little would the passer-by imagine that beneath that roof, which seemed worthy only of the name of a shed, there sat, in a snug, little homely room, such a youth as Hugh, such a girl as Margaret, such a grand peasant king as David, and such a true-hearted mother to them all as Janet. There were no pictures and no music, for Margaret kept her songs for solitary places, but the sound of verse was often the living wind which set a-waving the tops of the trees of knowledge, fast growing in the sunlight of truth. The thatch of that shed roof was like the grizzled hair of David, beneath which lay the temple not only of holy, but of wise and poetic thought. It was like the sylvan abode of the gods, where the architecture and music are all of their own making, in their kind, the more beautiful, the more simple and rude, and if more doubtful in their intent, and less precise in their finish, yet therein the fuller of life. Chapter 13 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 13. Heraldry. And like his father of face and of stature, and false of love, it came him of nature, as doth the fox, Renard the fox's son, of kinde he could his old father's wone, without lore as can a drake swim, when it is caught and carried to the brim. Chaucer, Legend of Phillis. Of course, the yet more lengthened absences of Hugh from the house were subjects of remark as at the first; but Hugh had made up his mind not to trouble himself the least about that. For some time Mrs. Glassford took no notice of them to himself; but one evening, just as tea was finished, and Hugh was rising to go, her restraint gave way, and she uttered one spiteful speech, thinking it, no doubt, so witty that it ought to see the light. "Ye're a day labourer, it seems, Mr. Sutherland, and going home at night." "Exactly so, madam," rejoined Hugh. "There is no other relation between you and me than that of work and wages. You have done your best to convince me of that, by making it impossible for me to feel that this house is in any sense my home." With this grand speech he left the room, and from that time till the day of his final departure from Turriepuffit, there was not a single allusion made to the subject. He soon reached the cottage. When he entered the new room, which was always called Mr. Sutherland's study, the mute welcome afforded him by the signs of expectation in the glow of the waiting fire, and the outspread arms of the elbow-chair, which was now called his, as well as the room, made ample amends to him for the unfriendliness of Mrs. Glassford. Going to the shelves to find the books he wanted, he saw that they had been carefully arranged on one shelf, and that the others were occupied with books belonging to the house. He looked at a few of them. They were almost all old books, and such as may be found in many Scotch cottages; for instance, Boston's Fourfold State, in which the ways of God and man may be seen through a fourfold fog; Erskine's Divine Sonnets, which will repay the reader in laughter for the pain it cost his reverence, producing much the same effect that a Gothic cathedral might, reproduced by the pencil and from the remembrance of a Chinese artist who had seen it once; Drelincourt on Death, with the famous ghost hoax of Defoe, to help the bookseller to the sale of the unsaleable; the Scots Worthies, opening of itself at the memoir of Mr. Alexander Peden; the Pilgrim's Progress, that wonderful inspiration, failing never save when the theologian would sometimes snatch the pen from the hand of the poet; Theron and Aspasio, Village Dialogues, and others of a like class. To these must be added a rare edition of Blind Harry. It was clear to Hugh, unable as he was fully to appreciate the wisdom of David, that it was not from such books as these that he had gathered it, yet such books as these formed all his store. He turned from them, found his own, and sat down to read. By and by, David came in. "I'm ower sune, I doubt, Mr. Sutherland. I'm disturbing ye." "Not at all," answered Hugh. Besides, I am not much in a reading mood this evening. Mrs. Glassford has been annoying me again." "Poor body! What's she been saying noo?" Thinking to amuse David, Hugh recounted the short passage between them recorded above. David, however, listened with a very different expression of countenance from what Hugh had anticipated, and, when he had finished, took up the conversation in a kind of apologetic tone. "Weel, but ye see," said he, folding his palms together, "she hasna just had altogether fair play. She doesna come of a good breed. Man, it's a fine thing to come of a good breed. They have a hantle to answer for it come of decent forbears." "I thought she brought the laird a good property," said Hugh, not quite understanding David. "Ow, ay, she brought him gow penfuls o' siller. But hoo was it gotten? An' ye ken it's no riches 'at 'ill mak a good breed, 'cep it be o' maggots. The richer cheese, the more maggots, ye ken. Ye maunna speyk o' this; but the mistress's father was weel kent to hae made his siller by the fardins and bawbees in creepin' crafty ways. He was a bit merchant in Aberdeen, an' aye keepit his thumb weel ahint the paint o' the ale wan, so 'at him made an inch or twa upo' ilka yard he sold. So he took from his soul, and put intill his siller bag, and had little to gie his daughter but a good taucher. Mr. Sutherland, it's a fine thing to come of dacent folk. No, to look at yoursel'. I ken naething aboot your family, but ye seem at eyesight to come of a good breed for the bodily part of ye. That's a small matter, but from what I have seen, and I trust in God I'm no mistaken, ye come of the richt breed for the mind as weel. I'm no flattering ye, Mr. Sutherland, but just laying it upon ye, 'at gin ye had an honest father and grandfather, and especially a good mother, ye have a heap to answer for; and ye ought never to be hard upon them 'at has some creeping creatures, for they cannot help it so weel as the like of you and me can." David was not given to boasting. Hugh had never heard anything suggesting it from his lips before. He turned full round and looked at him. On his face lay a solemn quiet, either from a feeling of his own responsibility, or a sense of the excuse that must be made for others. What he had said about signs of breed in Hugh's exterior certainly applied to himself as well. His carriage was full of dignity, and a certain rustic refinement. His voice was wonderfully gentle, but deep, and slowest when most impassioned. He seemed to have come of some gigantic antediluvian breed. There was something of the Titan slumbering about him. He would have been a stern man, but for an unusual amount of reverence, that seemed to overflood the sternness, and change it into strong love. No one had ever seen him thoroughly angry. His simple displeasure with any of the labourers, the quality of whose work was deficient, would go further than the laird's oaths. Hugh sat looking at David, who supported the look with that perfect calmness that comes of unconscious simplicity. At length Hugh's eyes sank before David's, as he said: "I wish I had known your father, then, David." "My father was such a one as I told you the other day, Mr. Sutherland. I'm a' richt there. A puir, simple, God-fearin' shepherd, 'at never gave his dog an ill-deserved word, nor took the skin of ony puir lammie what's wool he was clippin' atween the shears. He was weel worthy of the grave 'at he wont till at last; and my mother was just such like, wi' aiblins rather mair haud nor my father. They're her books mostly upo' the skelf there abune your own, Mr. Sutherland. I honour them for her sake, though I seldom trouble them mysel'. She gae me a kind of scunner at them, honest woman, wi' garrin' me read at them o' Sundays, till they near scumfished out the good 'at was in me by anither. There's doctrine for ye, Mr. Sutherland," added David, with a queer laugh. "I thought that they could hardly be your books," said Hugh. "But I hae a odd book, and that brings me upon my pedigree, Mr. Sutherland; for the puirest man has as long a pedigree as the greatest, only he kens less aboot it, that's all. And I wat, for your lords and ladies, it's no a' to their credit 'at's told of their hither come. And that's all against a breed, ye ken. A wilful sin in the father may be a sinful weakness in the son, and that's what I call no fair play." So saying, David went to his bedroom, whence he returned with a very old-looking book, which he laid on the table before Hugh. He opened it, and saw that it was a volume of Jacob Boehme in the original language. He found out afterwards, upon further inquiry, that it was in fact a copy of the first edition of his first work, the Aurora, printed in 1612. On the title page was written a name, either in German or Old English character, he was not sure which, but he was able to read it. Martin Elginbrod. David, having given him time to see all this, went on. "That book has been in our family far longer nor I can. I need not say I cannot read a word of it, nor I never heard of one 'at could. But I cannot help telling ye a curious thing, Mr. Sutherland, in connection with the name on that book. There's a gravestone, a very old one, hoo old I cannot well make oot, though I good ends errand to Aberdeen to see it. And the name upon that gravestone is Martin Elginbrod, but made mention of in a strange fashion, and I'm no sure altogether aboot how ye'll take it, for it sounds rather fearsome at first hearing of it. But ye's have it as I read it. Here lie I, Martin Elginbrod, have mercy of my soul, Lord God, as I would do were I Lord God, and ye were Martin Elginbrod." Certainly Hugh could not help a slight shudder at what seemed to him the irreverence of the epitaph, if indeed it was not deserving of a worse epitaph. But he made no remark, and after a moment's pause, David resumed. "I was unco ill pleased with it at first, as ye may suppose, Mr. Sutherland; but after a while I began, and good through 2 or 3 bits of reasoning aboot it in this way. By the nature of it, this maun be the man's own making, this epitaph, for no ither body could hae done it, and he had left it in his will to be putten upon the deadstone, no doubt. In the contemplation of death, a man would no be likely to desire the perpetuation of a blasphemy upon a tablet of stone to stand against him for centuries in the face of God and man. Therefore it could not have borne the look to him of the presumptuous word of a proud man evening himself with the Almighty. So what was it, then, that made him make it? It seems to me, though I confess, Mr. Sutherland, I may be led astray by the natural desire 'at a man has to think weel of his own forbears, for 'at he was a forbear of my own, I cannot weel doot, the name being by no means a common one, in Scotland onyway. I'm saying it seems to me that it's just a daring way, maybe a childlike way, of judging, as Job might have done, the Lord by himself, and saying, 'at given he, Martin Elginbrod, would have mercy, surely the Lord was not less merciful than he was. The offspring of the Most High was, as it were, aware of the same spirit in the father of him as moved in himself. He felt that the mercy in himself was one of the best things, and he could not think 'at there would be less of it in the Father of lights, from whom cometh ilka good and perfect gift. And maybe he remembered 'at the Saviour himself said, Be ye perfect, as your Father in heaven is perfect, and that the perfection of God, as he had just painted out afore, consisted in causing his bonny sun to shine on the evil and the good, and his choler rain to fall upon the just and the unjust." It may well be doubted whether David's interpretation of the epitaph was the correct one. It will appear to most of my readers to breathe rather of doubt lighted up by hope, than of that strong faith which David read in it. But whether from family partiality and consequent unwillingness to believe that his ancestor had been a man who, having led a wild, erring, and evil life, turned at last towards the mercy of God as his only hope, which the words might imply, or simply that he saw this meaning to be the best, this was the interpretation which David had adopted. "But," interposed Hugh, "supposing he thought all that, why should he therefore have it carved on his tombstone?" "I have thought about that too," answered David. "For ae thing, a body has but feow ways o' saying his say to his brither men. Robbie Burns could do it in song after song; but maybe this epitaph was all that auld Martin was able to make. He might not have had the gift of utterance, but there may be more in it nor that. Gin the clergy of the times warn a gey hantle more enlightened nor a fouth of the clergy hereabouts, he would have heard a heap aboot the glory of God, as the thing 'at God himself was most anxious aboot upholding, just like a prood creature of a king; and that he would make men, and feed them, and cleed them, and gie them braw wives and toddling bairnies, and syne damn them for his own glory. Maybe he would not get many of them 'at would spake so fooroot noo-a-days, for they gang wi' the tide just like the lave. But in my auld Minnie's books I hae read just as muckle as that, and waurs too. Mony ane 'at spak like that hae nae doubt a good meaning in't. But hech, man! It's a awesome deevilish way o' saying a holy thing. Noo, what better could poor auld Martin do, seeing he had no ae word to say in the kirk all his life lang, nor just say his ain word, as pitifully as might be, in the kirkyard after he was dead? And o'er again, wi' the tongue o' stone, let them take it or let it alone 'at like it. That's my defence of my auld Lucky Daddy. Heaven rest his brave old soul." "But are we not in danger," said Hugh, "of thinking too lightly and familiarly of the Maker, when we proceed to judge him so by ourselves?" "Mr. Sutherland," replied David, very solemnly, "I dinna think I can be in muckle danger of lichtlyin' him, when I ken in my own soul, as weel as she 'at was healed of her plague, 'at I would be a horse in that plough, or a pig in that sty, not merely if it was his will, for who can stand against that, but if it was for his glory, ay, and comfort myself, and the time that changes was passing upon me, with the thought that, after and all, his blessed hands made the pigs too." "But a moment ago, David, you seemed to me to be making rather little of his glory." "Of his glory as they consider glory, ay. After a warldly fashion, that's no better nor pride, and in him would only be a greater pride. But his glory, consisting in his trowth and loving kindness, man, that's a bonny word, and grand self-forgetting devotion to his creatures, Lord, man, it's unspeakable. I care little for his glory either, given by that ye mean the praise of men. A heap of the anxiety for the spread of his glory seems to me but a desire for the sympathy of other folk. There's no fear but men'll praise him in the good time, that is, when they can. But, Mr. Sutherland, for the glory of God, rather than, if it were possible, one jot or one tittle should fail of his entire perfection of holy beauty, I call God to witness, I would gladly go to hell itself, for no evil worth the full name can befall the earth or any creature in it, as long as God is what he is. For the glory of God, Mr. Sutherland, I would die the death. For the will of God, I'm ready for onything he likes. I cannot surely be in muckle danger of lichtlyin' him. I glory in my God." The almost passionate earnestness with which David spoke would alone have made it impossible for Hugh to reply at once. After a few moments, however, he ventured to ask the question: "Would you do nothing that other people should know God, then, David?" "Onything 'at he likes. But I would take tent of interfering. He's at it himself, from morning to nicht, from year's end to year's end." "But you seem to me to make out that God is nothing but love." "Ay, naething but love. What for no?" "Because we are told he is just." "Would he be long just if he did not love us?" "But does he not punish sin?" "Would it be any kindness no to punish sin, no to use a means to put away the ae thing from us? Whatever may be meant by the place of misery, depend upon it, Mr. Sutherland, it's only another form of love shining through the fogs of ill, and so great look something very different thereby. Man, rather nor see my Maggie, and ye'll no doot I love her, rather nor see my Maggie do an ill thing, I'd see her lying dead at my feet. But supposin' the ill thing once done, it's no at my feet I would lay her, but upon my heart, with my old arms aboot her, to hold the further ill off of her. And shall mortal man be more just than God? Shall a man be more pure than his Maker? Oh, my God, my God!" The entrance of Margaret would have prevented the prosecution of this conversation, even if it had not already drawn to a natural close. Not that David would not have talked thus before his daughter, but simply that minds, like instruments, need to be brought up to the same pitch before they can attone together, and that one feels this instinctively on the entrance of another who has not gone through the same immediate process of gradual elevation of tone. Their books and slates were got out, and they sat down to their work. But Hugh could not help observing that David, in the midst of his lines and angles and algebraic computations, would, every now and then, glance up at Margaret with a look of tenderness in his face, yet deeper and more delicate in its expression than ordinary. Margaret was, however, quite unconscious of it, pursuing her work with her ordinary even diligence. But Janet observed it. "What ails the bairn, Dawvid, 'at ye look at her that get?" said she. "Nothing ails her, woman. Do ye never look at a body but when something ails them?" "Oh, ay, but no that get." "Well, maybe I was thinking hoo I would look at her gin onything did ail her." "Hoot, hoot! Dinna further the ill hither by making a bind doon sittin' in a bed for it." All David's answer to this was one of his own smiles. At supper, for it happened to be Saturday, Hugh said: "I've been busy between whiles inventing, or perhaps discovering, an etymological pedigree for you, David." "Weel, let's hear it," said David. "First, do you know that that volume, with your ancestor's name on it, was written by an old German shoemaker, perhaps only a cobbler, for anything I know?" "I know nothing aboot it, more or less," answered David. "He was a wonderful man. Some people think he was almost inspired." "Maybe, maybe," was all David's doubtful response. "At all events, though I know nothing about it myself, he must have written wonderfully for a cobbler." "For my pairt," replied David, "if I see no wonder in the man, I can see but little in the cobbler. What for shouldna a cobbler write wonnerfully as weel as another? It's a trade 'at furthers meditation. My grandfather was a cobbler, as ye ca' it, and they say he was no fool in his own way either." "Then it does go in the family!" cried Hugh, triumphantly. "I was in doubt at first whether your name referred to the breadth of your shoulders, David, as transmitted from some ancient sire, whose back was an ellwand broad; for the G might come from a W or V, for anything I know to the contrary; but it would have been braid in that case. And now I am quite convinced that Martin, or his father, was a German, a friend of old Jacob Boehme, who gave him the book himself, and was besides of the same craft; and he, coming to this country with a name hard to be pronounced, they found a resemblance in the sound of it to his occupation, and so gradually corrupted his name, to them uncouth, into Elginbrod, thence Elginbrod, with the soft G, and lastly Elginbrod, as you pronounce it now, with the hard G. This name, turned from Scotch into English, would then be simply Martin Albor. The cobbler is in the family, David, descended from Jacob Boehme himself, by the mother's side." This heraldic blazon amused them all very much, and David expressed his entire concurrence with it, declaring it to be incontrovertible. Margaret laughed heartily. Besides its own beauty, two things made Margaret laugh of some consequence. One was, that it was very rare, and the other, that it revealed her two regular rows of dainty white teeth, suiting well to the whole build of the maiden. She was graceful and rather tall, with a head which, but for its smallness, might have seemed too heavy for the neck that supported it, so ready it always was to droop like a snowdrop. The only parts about her which Hugh disliked were her hands and feet. The former certainly had been reddened and roughened by household work, but they were well formed notwithstanding. The latter he had never seen, notwithstanding the barefoot habits of Scotch maidens, for he saw Margaret rarely except in the evenings, and then she was dressed to receive him. Certainly, however, they were very far from following the shape of the clumsy country shoes by which he misjudged their proportions. Had he seen them, as he might have seen them some part of any day during Chapter 14 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 14. Winter. Out of whose womb came the ice, and the hoary frost of heaven, who hath gendered it? The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. He giveth snow like wool, he scattereth the hoar of frost like ashes. Job 38, 29 and 30. Psalm 147, 16. Winter was fairly come at last. A black frost had bound the earth for many days, and at length a peculiar sensation, almost a smell of snow in the air, indicated an approaching storm. The snow fell at first in a few large unwilling flakes, that fluttered slowly and heavily to the earth, where they lay like the foundation of the superstructure that was about to follow. Faster and faster they fell, wonderful multitudes of delicate crystals, adhering in shapes of beauty which outvied all that jeweller could invent or execute of ethereal starry forms, structures of evanescent yet prodigal loveliness, till the whole air was obscured by them, and night came on, hastened by an hour, from the gathering of their white darkness. In the morning all the landscape was transfigured. The snow had ceased to fall, but the whole earth, houses, fields, and fences, ponds and streams, were changed to whiteness. But most wonderful looked the trees, every bough and every twig, thickened and bent earthward with its own individual load of the fairy ghost birds. Each retained the semblance of its own form, wonderfully, magically altered by its thick garment of radiant whiteness, shining gloriously in the sunlight. It was the shroud of dead nature, but a shroud that seemed to prefigure a lovely resurrection, for the very death-robe was unspeakably, witchingly beautiful. Again at night the snow fell, and again, with intervening days of bright sunshine. Every morning the first fresh footprints were a new wonder to the living creatures, the young-hearted amongst them at least, who lived and moved in this death-world, this sepulchral planet, buried in the shining air before the eyes of its sister stars in the blue deathless heavens. Paths had to be cleared in every direction towards the outhouses, and again cleared every morning, till at last the walls of solid rain stood higher than the head of little Johnny, as he was still called, though he was 12 years old. It was a great delight to him to wander through the snow avenues in every direction, and great fun it was both to him and his brother, when they were tired of snowballing each other and every living thing about the place except their parents and Tutor, to hollow out mysterious caves and vaulted passages. Sometimes they would carry these passages on from one path to within an inch or two of another, and there lie in wait till some passer-by, unweeting of harm, was just opposite their lurking cave, when they would dash through the solid wall of snow with a hideous yell, almost endangering the wits of the maids, and causing a recoil, and startled ejaculation even of the strong man on whom they chanced to try their powers of alarm. Hugh himself was once glad to cover the confusion of his own fright with the hearty fit of laughter into which the perturbation of the boys, upon discovering whom they had startled, threw him. It was rare fun to them, but not to the women about the house, who moved from place to place in a state of chronic alarm, scared by the fear of being scared, till one of them going into hysterics, real or pretended, it was found necessary to put a stop to the practice. Not, however, before Margaret had had her share of the jest. Hugh happened to be looking out of his window at the moment, watching her indeed as she passed toward the kitchen with some message from her mother, when an indescribable monster, a chaotic mass of legs and snow, burst as if out of the earth upon her. She turned pale as snow around her, and Hugh had never observed before how dark her eyes were, as she sprang back with the grace of a startled deer. She uttered no cry, however, perceiving in a moment who it was, gave a troubled little smile, and passed on her way as if nothing had happened. Hugh was not sorry when maternal orders were issued against the practical joke. The boys did not respect their mother very much, but they dared not disobey her when she spoke in a certain tone. There was no pathway cut to David's cottage, and no track trodden, except what David, coming to the house sometimes, and Hugh going every afternoon to the cottage, made between them. Hugh often went to the knees in snow, but was well dried and warmed by Janet's care when he arrived. She had always a pair of stockings and slippers ready for him at the fire, to be put on the moment of his arrival, and exchanged again for his own, dry and warm, before he footed once more the ghostly waste. When neither moon was up nor stars were out, there was a strange eerie glimmer from the snow that lighted the way home, and he thought there must be more light from it than could be accounted for merely by the reflection of every particle of light that might fall upon it from other sources. Margaret was not kept to the house by the snow, even when it was falling. She went out as usual, not of course wandering far, for walking was difficult now. But she was in little danger of losing her way, for she knew the country as well as any one, and although its face was greatly altered by the filling up of its features, and the uniformity of the colour, yet those features were discernible to her experienced eye through the sheet that covered them. It was only necessary to walk on the tops of dykes and other elevated ridges, to keep clear of the deep snow. There were many paths between the cottages and the farms in the neighbourhood, in which she could walk with comparative ease and comfort. But she preferred wandering away through the fields and towards the hills. Sometimes she would come home like a creature of the snow, born of it and living in it, so covered was she from head to foot with its flakes. David used to smile at her with peculiar complacency on such occasions. It was evident that it pleased him she could be the playmate of nature. Janet was not altogether indulgent to these freaks, as she considered them, of Marget. She had quite given up calling her Meg, since she took to the book so evident. But whatever her mother might think of it, Margaret was in this way laying up a store not only of bodily and mental health, but of resources for thought and feeling, of secret understandings and communions with nature, and everything simple, and strong, and pure through nature, than which she could have accumulated nothing more precious. This kind of weather continued for some time, till the people declared they had never known a storm last so long, en ever devant, that is, without intermission. But the frost grew harder, and then the snow, instead of falling in large adhesive flakes, fell in small dry flakes, of which the boys could make no snowballs. All the time, however, there was no wind, and this not being a sheep country, there was little uneasiness or suffering occasioned by the severity of the weather, beyond what must befall the poorer classes in every northern country during the winter. One day David heard that a poor old man of his acquaintance was dying, and immediately set out to visit him, at a distance of 2 or 3 miles. He returned in the evening, only in time for his studies, for there was, of course, little or nothing to be done at present in the way of labour. As he sat down to the table, he said, "I have seen a wonnerful sight since I saw you, Mr. Sutherland. I go to see an old Christian, whose body and brain are nigh worn oot. He was never onything remarkable for intellect, and jist took the minister telt him for true, and keepit the good o' it, for his hurt was aye richt, and his faith a hantle stronger than maybe it had ony right to be, according to his own opinions. But hech, there's something far better nor his opinions in the heart of ilka God-fearing body. When I got aboot the hoose, he was sitting in his old arm-chair by the side of the fire, and his face lookit dazed like. There was no licht in it but what came noo and then from a low in the fire. The snow was drifting a wee aboot the bit wannock of his auld een was ficked upon it, and all 'at he said, taking no notice of me, was just, 'The birdies is flutterin', the birdies is flutterin'.' I spak to him, and tried to rouse him with a thing after another, but I might as well have spoken to the door cheek for all the notice that he took. Never a word he spake, but aye, the birdies is flutterin'. At last it came to my mind that the body was aye full of one of the Psalms in particular, and so I just said to him at last, 'John, have ye forgotten the 23rd Psalm?' 'Forgotten the 23rd Psalm!' quoth he, and his face lighted up in a moment from the inside. 'The Lord's my shepherd, and I have followed him through all the smorin' drift of the world, and he'll bring me to the green pastures and the still waters of his summer kingdom at the long last. I shall not want, and I have wanted for naething, naething.' He had been a shepherd himself in his young days, and soon he goed with a kind of personal commentary on the whole psalm from beginning to the end, and syne he just fell back into the old crooning song, 'The birdies is flutterin', the birdies is flutterin'.' The licht died oot of his face, and all that I could say could not bring him back the licht to his face, nor the sense to his tongue. He'll soon be in a better warl. So I was just forced to leave him, but I promised his dochter, poor body, that I would call again, see him the morn's afternoon. It's Uncle Dowie wark for her, for they have scarce a neebor within reach of them, in case of change, and there had hardly been a cratur inside of their door for a week." The following afternoon David set out according to his promise. Before his return, the wind, which had been threatening to wake all day, had risen rapidly, and now blew a snowstorm of its own. When Hugh opened the door to take his usual walk to the cottage, just as darkness was beginning to fall, the sight he saw made his young strong heart dance with delight. The snow that fell made but a small part of the wild, confused turmoil and uproar of the tenfold storm; for the wind, raving over the surface of the snow, which, as I have already explained, lay nearly as loose as dry sand, swept it in thick fierce clouds along with it, tearing it up and casting it down again, no one could tell where, for the whole air was filled with drift, as they call the snow when thus driven. A few hours of this would alter the face of the whole country, leaving some parts bare and others buried beneath heaps on heaps of snow, called here snow wreaths. For the word snow wreaths does not mean the lovely garlands hung upon every tree and bush in its feathery fall, but awful mounds of drifted snow, that may be the smooth, soft, white sepulchres of dead men smothered in the lapping folds of the almost solid wind. Path or way was none before him. He could see nothing but the surface of a sea of froth and foam, as it appeared to him, with the spray torn from it, whirled in all shapes and contortions, and driven in every direction, but chiefly in the main direction of the wind, in long sloping spires of misty whiteness, swift as arrows, and as keen upon the face of him who dared to oppose them. Hugh plunged into it with a wild sense of life and joy. In the course of his short walk, however, if walk it could be called, which was one chain of plunges and emergings, struggles with the snow, and wrestles with the wind, he felt that it needed not a stout heart only, but sound lungs and strong limbs as well, to battle with the storm, even for such a distance. When he reached the cottage, he found Janet in considerable anxiety, not only about David, who had not yet returned, but about Margaret as well, whom she had not seen for some time, and who must be out somewhere in the storm, the wull hizzie. Hugh suggested that she might have gone to meet her father. "The Lord forbid!" ejaculated Janet. "The road lies ower the tap o' the Halscock, as eerie and bare a place as ever was hill moss, with never a scaun or bield in it from the ta side to the other. The wind there jist gangs clean wood altogether. And there's mony a well ye forby, that gin ye fall into it, ye would never come at the bottom of it. The Lord preserves us! I wish David was home." "How could you let him go, Janet?" "Lat him gang, laddie. It's a strong tow 'at would haud our bein' David, when he considers he bude to gang, and 'twere intil a deil's byke. But I'm no that feared aboot him. I must believe he's under special protection, if ever man was or oucht to be. And he's no more feared at the storm nor gin the snaw was angels' feathers flatterin' oot o' the wings all aboot him. But I'm no easy in my mind aboot Maggie, that wull hizzie. Gin she be meetin' her father, and chance to miss him, the Lord kens what may come of her." Hugh tried to comfort her, but all that could be done was to wait David's return. The storm seemed to increase rather than abate its force. The footprints Hugh had made had all but vanished already at the very door of the house, which stood quite in the shelter of the Fir Wood. As they looked out, a dark figure appeared within a yard or two of the house. "The Lord grant it be my bairn," prayed poor Janet. But it was David, and alone. Janet gave a shriek. "David, whaur's Maggie?" "I have not seen the bairn," replied David, in repressed perturbation. "She's no thereoot, is she, the nicht?" "She's no at hame, Dawvid. That's a' 'at I ken." "Where gaed she?" "The Lord kens. She's smoored in the snow by this time." "She's in the Lord's hands, Janet, be she aneath a snow wraith. Dinna forget that, woman. Hoo lang is it sin ye missed her?" "An hour and more. I dinna ken hoo lang. I'm clean doited wi' dread. I'll awa' and look for her. Just haud the hurt in her till I come back, Mr. Sutherland." "I won't be left behind, David. I'm going with you." "Ye dinna ken what ye're saying, Mr. Sutherland. I would soon have two of ye to seek in place o' one." "Never heed me. I'm going on my own account, come what may." "Weel, weel, I dinna bide to differ. I'm going up to the burn side. Haud ye ower to the farm, and spare gin onybody's seen her, and the lads'll be oot to look for her in a jiffy. My poor lassie!" The sigh that must have accompanied the last words was lost in the wind, as they vanished in the darkness. Janet fell on her knees in the kitchen, with the door wide open, and the wind drifting in the powdery snow, and scattering it with the ashes from the hearth over the floor. A picture of more thorough desolation can hardly be imagined. She soon came to herself, however, and reflecting that, if the lost child was found, there must be a warm bed to receive her, else she might be a second time lost, she rose and shut the door, and mended the fire. It was as if the dumb attitude of her prayer was answered, for though she had never spoken, or even thought, a word, strength was restored to her distracted brain. When she had made every preparation she could think of, she went to the door again, opened it, and looked out. It was a region of howling darkness, tossed about by pale snowdrifts, out of which it seemed scarce more hopeful that welcome faces would emerge, than that they should return to our eyes from the vast unknown in which they vanish at last. She closed the door once more, and, knowing nothing else to be done, sat down on a chair, with her hands on her knees, and her eyes fixed on the door. The clock went on with its slow swing, tick-tack, tick-tack, an utterly inhuman time-measurer. But she heard the sound of every second, through the midst of the uproar in the fir trees, which bent their tall heads, hissing to the blast, and swinging about in the agony of their strife. The minutes went by, till an hour was gone, and there was neither sound nor hearing but of the storm and the clock. Still she sat and stared, her eyes fixed on the door latch. Suddenly, without warning, it was lifted, and the door opened. Her heart bounded and fluttered like a startled bird. But, alas, the first words she heard were, "Is she no come yet?" It was her husband, followed by several of the farm servants. He had made a circuit to the farm, and, finding that Hugh had never been there, hoped, though with trembling, that Margaret had already returned home. The question fell upon Janet's heart like the sound of the earth on the coffin lid, and her silent stare was the only answer David received. But at that very moment, like a dead man burst from the tomb, entered from behind the party at the open door, silent and white, with rigid features and fixed eyes, Hugh. He stumbled in, leaning forward with long strides, and dragging something behind him. He pushed and staggered through them, as if he saw nothing before him, and as they parted, horror-stricken, they saw that it was Margaret, or her dead body, that he dragged after him. He dropped her at her mother's feet, and fell himself on the floor before they were able to give him any support. David, who was quite calm, got the whisky bottle out, and tried to administer some to Margaret first, but her teeth were firmly set, and to all appearances she was dead. One of the young men succeeded better with Hugh, whom, at David's direction, they took into the study, while he and Janet got Margaret undressed and put to bed, with hot bottles all about her, for in warmth lay the only hope of restoring her. After she had lain thus for a while, she gave a sigh, and when they had succeeded in getting her to swallow some warm milk, she began to breathe, and soon seemed to be only fast asleep. After half an hour's rest and warming, Hugh was able to move and speak. David would not allow him to say much, however, but got him to bed, sending word to the house that he could not go home that night. He and Janet sat by the fireside all night, listening to the storm that still raved without, and thanking God for both of the lives. Every few minutes a tiptoe excursion was made to the bedside, and now and then to the other room. Both the patients slept quietly. Towards morning, Margaret opened her eyes, and faintly called her mother, but soon fell asleep once more, and did not awake again till nearly noon. When sufficiently restored to be able to speak, the account she gave was, that she had set out to meet her father, but the storm increasing, she had thought it more prudent to turn. It grew in violence, however, so rapidly, and beat so directly in her face, that she was soon exhausted with struggling, and benumbed with the cold. The last thing she remembered was, dropping, as she thought, into a hole, and feeling as if she were going to sleep in bed, yet knowing it was death, and thinking how much sweeter it was than sleep. Hugh's account was very strange and defective, but he was never able to add anything to it. He said that, when he rushed out into the dark, the storm seized him like a fury, beating him about the head and face with icy wings, till he was almost stunned. He took the road to the farm, which lay through the Fir Wood, but he soon became aware that he had lost his way, and might tramp about in the Fir Wood till daylight, if he lived as long. Then, thinking of Margaret, he lost his presence of mind, and rushed wildly along. He thought he must have knocked his head against the trunk of a tree, but he could not tell, for he remembered nothing more but that he found himself dragging Margaret, with his arms round her, through the snow, and nearing the light in the cottage window. Where or how he had found her, or what the light was that he was approaching, he had not the least idea. He had only a vague notion that he was rescuing Margaret from something dreadful. Margaret, for her part, had no recollection of reaching the Fir Wood, and as long before morning all traces were obliterated, the facts remained a mystery. Janet thought that David had some wonderful persuasion about it, but he was never heard even to speculate on the subject. Certain it was that Hugh had saved Margaret's life. He seemed quite well next day, for he was of a very powerful and enduring frame for his years. She recovered more slowly, and perhaps never altogether overcame the effects of death's embrace that night. From the moment when Margaret was brought home, the storm gradually died away, and by the morning all was still. But many starry and moonlit nights glimmered and passed before that snow was melted away from the earth, and many a night Janet awoke from her sleep with a cry, thinking she heard her daughter moaning deep in the smooth ocean of snow, and could not find where she lay. The occurrences of this dreadful night could not lessen the interest his cottage friends felt in Hugh, and a long winter passed with daily and lengthening communion, both in study and in general conversation. I fear some of my younger readers will think my story slow, and say, "What! Are they not going to fall in love with each other yet? We have been expecting it ever so long." I have two answers to make to this. The first is, I do not pretend to know so much about love as you, think you do, and must confess I do not know whether they were in love with each other or not. The second is, that I dare not pretend to understand thoroughly such a sacred mystery as the heart of Margaret, and I should feel it rather worse than presumptuous to talk as if I did. Even Hugh's is known to me only by gleams of light thrown, now and then, and here and there, upon it. Perhaps the two answers are only the same answer in different shapes. Mrs. Glassford, however, would easily answer the question, if an answer is all that is wanted, for she, notwithstanding the facts of the story, which she could not fail to have heard correctly from the best authority, and notwithstanding the nature of the night, which might have seemed sufficient to overthrow her conclusions, uniformly remarked, as often as their escape was alluded to in her hearing, Chapter 15 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 15. Transition. Tell me, bright boy, tell me, my golden lad, whither away so frolic, why so glad? What all thy wealth in council, all thy state, are husks so dear, troth 'tis a mighty rate. Richard Crashaw. The long Scotch winter passed by without any interruption to the growing friendship. But the spring brought a change, and Hugh was separated from his friends sooner than he had anticipated, by more than 6 months. For his mother wrote to him in great distress, in consequence of a claim made upon her for some debt which his father had contracted, very probably for Hugh's own sake. Hugh could not bear that any such should remain undischarged, or that his father's name should not rest in peace as well as his body and soul. He requested therefore from the Laird the amount due to him, and dispatched almost the whole of it for the liquidation of this debt, so that he was now as unprovided as before for the expenses of the coming winter at Aberdeen. But about the same time a fellow student wrote to him with news of a situation for the summer, worth 3 times as much as his present one, and to be procured through his friend's interest. Hugh, having engaged himself to the laird only for the winter, although he had intended to stay till the commencement of the following session, felt that, although he would much rather remain where he was, he must not hesitate a moment to accept his friend's offer, and therefore wrote at once. I will not attempt to describe the parting. It was very quiet, but very solemn and sad. Janet showed far more distress than Margaret, for she wept outright. The tears stood in David's eyes as he grasped the youth's hand in silence. Margaret was very pale, that was all. As soon as Hugh disappeared with her father, who was going to walk with him to the village through which the coach passed, she hurried away and went to the Fir Wood for comfort. Hugh found his new situation in Perthshire very different from the last. The heads of the family being themselves a lady and a gentleman, he found himself a gentleman too. He had more to do, but his work left him plenty of leisure notwithstanding. A good portion of his spare time he devoted to verse-making, to which he felt a growing impulse, and whatever may have been the merit of his compositions, they did him intellectual good at least, if it were only through the process of their construction. He wrote to David after his arrival, telling him all about his new situation, and received in return a letter from Margaret, written at her father's dictation. The mechanical part of letter writing was rather laborious to David, but Margaret wrote well, in consequence of the number of papers, of one sort and another, which she had written for Hugh. 3 or 4 letters more passed between them, at lengthening intervals. Then they ceased. On Hugh's side first, until, when on the point of leaving for Aberdeen, feeling somewhat conscience-stricken at not having written for so long, he scribbled a note to inform them of his approaching departure, promising to let them know his address as soon as he found himself settled. Will it be believed that the session went by without the redemption of this pledge? Surely he could not have felt, to any approximate degree, the amount of obligation he was under to his humble friends. Perhaps, indeed, he may have thought that the obligation was principally on their side, as it would have been if intellectual assistance could outweigh heart-kindness, and spiritual impulse and enlightenment, for unconsciously, in a great measure to himself, he had learned from David to regard in a new and more real aspect many of those truths which he had hitherto received as true, and which yet had till then produced in him no other than a feeling of the commonplace and uninteresting at the best. Besides this, and many cognate advantages, 1,000 seeds of truth must have surely remained in his mind, dropped there from the same tongue of wisdom, and only waiting, the friendly aid of a hard winter, breaking up the cold, selfish clods of clay, to share in the loveliness of a new spring, and be perfected in the beauty of a new summer. However this may have been, it is certain that he forgot his old friends far more than he himself could have thought it possible he should. For, to make the best of it, youth is easily attracted and filled with the present show, and easily forgets that which, from distance in time or space, has no show to show. Spending his evenings in the midst of merry faces and ready tongues, fluent with the tones of jollity, if not always of wit, which glided sometimes into no too earnest discussion of the difficult subjects occupying their student hours, surrounded by the vapours of whisky toddy and the smoke of cuddy pipes, till far into the short hours, then hurrying home, and lapsing into unrefreshing slumbers over intending study, or sitting up all night to prepare the tasks which had been neglected for a ball or an evening with Wilson, the great interpreter of Scottish song, it is hardly to be wondered at that he should lose the finer consciousness of higher powers and deeper feelings, not from any behaviour in itself wrong, but from the hurry, noise, and tumult in the streets of life, that penetrating too deep into the house of life, dazed and stupefied the silent and lonely watcher in the chamber of conscience, far apart. He had no time to think or feel. The session drew to a close. He eschewed all idleness, shut himself up after class hours with his books, ate little, studied hard, slept irregularly, working always best between midnight and 2 in the morning, carried the first honours in most of his classes, and at length breathed freely, but with a dizzy brain, and a face that revealed, in pale cheeks and red, weary eyes, the results of an excess of mental labour. An excess which is as injurious as any other kind of intemperance, the moral degradation alone kept out of view. Proud of his success, he sat down and wrote a short note, with a simple statement of it, to David, hoping in his secret mind that he would attribute his previous silence to an absorption in study which had not existed before the end of the session was quite at hand. Now that he had more time for reflection, he could not bear the idea that the noble rustic face should look disapprovingly, or, still worse, coldly upon him; and he could not help feeling as if the old ploughman had taken the place of his father, as the only man of whom he must stand in awe, and who had a right to reprove him. He did reprove him now, though unintentionally; for David was delighted at having such good news from him, and the uneasiness which he had felt, but never quite expressed, was almost swept away in the conclusion that it was unreasonable to expect the young man to give his time to them, both absent and present, especially when he had been occupied to such good purpose as this letter signified. So he was nearly at peace about him, though not quite. Hugh received from him the following letter in reply to his, dictated as usual to his secretary, Margaret. My dear Sir, ye'll be a great man some day, gin ye hold at it; but things maun not be gotten at the outlay of more than they're worth. Ye'll ken what I mean. And there's better things nor being a great man after all. Forgive the liberty I take in reminding ye of sich like. I'm only reminding ye of what ye ken well enough. But ye're a brave lad, and ye have been an unco friend to me and mine, and I pray the Lord to thank ye for me, for ye have done muckle good to his bairns, meaning me and mine. I'm very kind of ye to write tillis in the very moment of victory, but weel ye kent that amid all your friends, and ye cannot fault to have mony of one with a head and a face like yours, there was no one, nae one, that would rejoice more over your success than Janet or my doo Maggie, or your own old obliged friend and servant, David Elginbrod. P.S. We're a weel and Uncle Blythe at your letter, Maggie. P.S. 2. Dear Mr. Sutherland, I wrote all the above at my father's dictation, and just as he said it, for I thought you would like his Scotch better than my English. My mother and myself are rejoiced at the good news. My mother fairly great outright. I goed out to the tree where I met you first. I wonder sore sometimes if you was the angel I was to meet in the Fir Wood. I am your obedient servant, Margaret Elginbrod. The letter certainly touched Hugh, but he could not help feeling rather offended that David should write to him in such a warning tone. He had never addressed him in this fashion when he saw him every day. Indeed, David could not very easily have spoken to him thus. But writing is a different thing, and men who are not much accustomed to use a pen often assume a more solemn tone in doing so, as if it were a ceremony that required state. As for David having been a little uneasy about Hugh, and not much afraid of offending him, for he did not know his weakness very thoroughly, and did not take into account the effect of the very falling away which he dreaded in increasing in him pride, and that impatience of the gentlest reproof natural to every man, he felt considerably relieved after he had discharged his duty in this memento vivere. But one of the results, and a very unexpected one, was that a yet longer period elapsed before Hugh wrote again to David. He meant to do so, and meant to do so, but as often as the thought occurred to him, was checked both by consciousness and by pride. so much contributes, not the evil alone that is in us, but the good also sometimes, to hold us back from doing the thing we ought to do. It now remained for Hugh to look about for some occupation. The state of his funds rendered immediate employment absolutely necessary, and as there was only one way in which he could earn money, without yet further preparation, he must betake himself to that way, as he had done before, in the hope that it would lead to something better. At all events, it would give him time to look about him, and make up his mind for the future. Many a one to whom the occupation of a tutor is far more irksome than it was to Hugh, is compelled to turn his acquirements to this immediate account, and once going in this groove, can never get out of it again. But Hugh was hopeful enough to think that his reputation at the university would stand him in some stead, and, however much he would have disliked the thought of being a tutor all his days, occupying a kind of neutral territory between the position of a gentleman and that of a menial, he had enough of strong Saxon good sense to prevent him, despite his Highland pride, from seeing any great hardship in labouring still for a little while, as he had laboured hitherto. But he hoped to find a situation more desirable than either of those he had occupied before, and, with his expectation, looked towards the south, as most Scotchmen do, indulging the national impulse to spoil the Egyptians. Nor did he look long, sending his tentacles afloat in every direction, before he heard, through means of a college friend, of just such a situation as he wanted in the family of a gentleman of fortune in the county of Surrey, not much more than 20 miles from London. This he was fortunate enough to obtain without difficulty. Margaret was likewise on the eve of a change. She stood like a young fledged bird on the edge of the nest, ready to take its first long flight. It was necessary that she should do something for herself, not so much from the compulsion of immediate circumstances, as in prospect of the future. Her father was not an old man, but at best he could leave only a trifle at his death, and if Janet outlived him, she would probably require all that, and what labour she would then be capable of as well, to support herself. Margaret was anxious too, though not to be independent, yet not to be burdensome. Both David and Janet saw that, by her peculiar tastes and habits, she had separated herself so far from the circle around her, that she could never hope to be quite comfortable in that neighbourhood. It was not that by any means she despised or refused the labours common to the young women of the country, but, all things considered, they thought that something more suitable for her might be procured. The laird's lady continued to behave to her in the most supercilious manner. The very day of Hugh's departure, she had chanced to meet Margaret walking alone with a book, this time unopened, in her hand. Mrs. Glasford stopped. Margaret stopped too, expecting to be addressed. The lady looked at her all over, from head to foot, as if critically examining the appearance of an animal she thought of purchasing, then, without a word, but with a contemptuous toss of the head, passed on, leaving poor Margaret both angry and ashamed. But David was much respected by the gentry of the neighbourhood, with whom his position, as the laird's steward, brought him not unfrequently into contact, and to several of them he mentioned his desire of finding some situation for Margaret. Janet could not bear the idea of her lady bairn leaving them, to encounter the world alone; but David, though he could not help sometimes feeling a similar pang, was able to take to himself hearty comfort from the thought that if there was any safety for her in her father's house, there could not be less in her heavenly Father's, in any nook of which she was as full in his eye, and as near his heart, as in their own cottage. He felt that anxiety, in this case, as in every other, would just be a lack of confidence in God, to suppose which justifiable would be equivalent to saying that he had not fixed the foundations of the earth that it should not be moved, that he was not the Lord of life, nor the father of his children; in short, that a sparrow could fall to the ground without him, and that the hairs of our head are not numbered." Janet admitted all this, but sighed nevertheless. So did David, too, at times, for he knew that the sparrow must fall, that many a divine truth is hard to learn, all blessed as it is when learned, and that sorrow and suffering must come to Margaret ere she could be fashioned into the perfection of a child of the kingdom. Still, she was as safe abroad as at home. An elderly lady of fortune was on a visit to one of the families in the neighbourhood. She was in want of a lady's maid, and it occurred to the housekeeper that Margaret might suit her. This was not quite what her parents would have chosen, but they allowed her to go and see the lady. Margaret was delighted with the benevolent-looking gentlewoman, and she on her part was quite charmed with Margaret. It was true, she knew nothing of the duties of the office, but the present maid, who was leaving on the best of terms, would soon initiate her into its mysteries. And David and Janet were so much pleased with Margaret's account of the interview, that David himself went to see the lady. The sight of him only increased her desire to have Margaret, whom she said she would treat like a daughter, if only she were half as good as she looked. Before David left her, the matter was arranged, and within a month Margaret was borne in her mistress's carriage, away from father and mother and cottage home. Chapter 16 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Book 2. Arnstead. The earth hath bubbles as the water has. Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 3. Chapter 16. A new home. A wise man's home is where'er he's wise. John Marston, Antonio's Revenge. Hugh left the north dead in the arms of grey winter, and found his new abode already alive in the breath of the west wind. As he walked up the avenue to the house, he felt that the buds were breaking all about, though, the night being dark and cloudy, the green shadows of the coming spring were invisible. He was received at the hall door and shown to his room, by an old, apparently confidential, and certainly important butler, whose importance, however, was inoffensive, as founded, to all appearance, on a sense of family, and not of personal dignity. Refreshment was then brought him, with the message that, as it was late, Mr. Arnold would defer the pleasure of meeting him till the morning at breakfast. Left to himself, Hugh began to look around him. Everything suggested a contrast between his present position and that which he had first occupied about the same time of the year at Turriepuffit. He was in an old handsome room of dark wainscot, furnished like a library, with bookcases about the walls. One of them, with glass doors, had an ancient escritoire underneath, which was open, and evidently left empty for his use. A fire was burning cheerfully in an old high grate, but its light, though assisted by that of 2 wax candles on the table, failed to show the outlines of the room, it was so large and dark. The ceiling was rather low in proportion, and a huge beam crossed it. At one end, an open door revealed a room beyond, likewise lighted with fire and candles. Entering, he found this to be an equally old-fashioned bedroom, to which his luggage had been already conveyed. As far as creature comforts go, thought Hugh, I have fallen on my feet. He rang the bell, had the tray removed, and then proceeded to examine the bookcases. He found them to contain much of the literature with which he was most desirous of making an acquaintance. A few books of the day were interspersed. The sense of having good companions in the authors around him added greatly to his feeling of comfort, and he retired for the night, filled with pleasant anticipation of his sojourn at Arnstead. All night, however, his dreams were of wind and snow, and Margaret out in them alone. Janet was waiting in the cottage for him to bring her home. He had found her, but could not move her, for the spirit of the storm had frozen her to ice, and she was heavy as a marble statue. When he awoke, the shadows of buds and budding twigs were waving in changeful network tracery across the bright sunshine on his window curtains. Before he was called, he was ready to go down, and to amuse himself till breakfast, he proceeded to make another survey of the books. He concluded that these must be a colony from the mother library, and also that the room must, notwithstanding, be intended for his especial occupation, seeing his bedroom opened out of it. Next he looked from all the windows to discover into what kind of a furrow in the face of the old earth he had fallen. All he could see was trees and trees, but oh, how different from the sombre, dark, changeless Fir Wood at Turriepuffit, whose trees looked small and shrunken in his memory, beside this glory of boughs breaking out into their prophecy of an infinite greenery at hand. His room seemed to occupy the end of a small wing at the back of the house, as well as he could judge. His sitting-room windows looked across a small space to another wing, and the windows of his bedroom, which were at right angles to those of the former, looked full into what seemed an ordered ancient forest of gracious trees of all kinds, coming almost close to the very windows. They were the trees which had been throwing their shadows on these windows for 2 or 3 hours of the silent spring sunlight, at once so liquid and so dazzling. Then he resolved to test his faculty for discovery, by seeing whether he could find his way to the breakfast-room without a guide. In this he would have succeeded without much difficulty, for it opened from the main entrance hall, to which the huge square-turned oak staircase, by which he had ascended, led, had it not been for the somewhat intricate nature of the passages leading from the wing in which his rooms were, evidently an older and more retired portion of the house, to the main staircase itself. After opening many doors and finding no thoroughfare, he became convinced that, in place of finding a way on, he had lost the way back. At length he came to a small stair, which led him down to a single door. This he opened, and straightway found himself in the library, a long, low, silent-looking room, every foot of the walls of which was occupied with books in varied and rich bindings. The lozenge-paned windows, with thick stone mullions, were much overgrown with ivy, throwing a cool green shadowiness into the room. One of them, however, had been altered to a more modern taste, and opened with folding doors upon a few steps, descending into an old-fashioned terrace garden. To approach this window he had to pass a table, lying on which he saw a paper with verses on it, evidently in a woman's hand, and apparently just written, for the ink of the corrective scores still glittered. Just as he reached the window, which stood open, a lady had almost gained it from the other side, coming up the steps from the garden. She gave a slight start when she saw him, looked away, and as instantly glanced toward him again. Then, approaching him through the window, for he had retreated to allow her to enter, she bowed with a kind of studied ease, and a slight shade of something French in her manner. Her voice was very pleasing, almost bewitching, yet had, at the same time, something assumed, if not affected, in the tone. All this was discoverable, or rather spiritually palpable, in the 2 words she said, merely, "Mr. Sutherland?" Interrogatively, Hugh bowed, and said, "I am very glad you have found me, for I had quite lost myself. I doubt whether I should ever have reached the breakfast-room." "Come this way," she rejoined. As they passed the table on which the verses lay, she stopped and slipped them into a writing-case. Leading him through a succession of handsome, evidently modern passages, she brought him across the main hall to the breakfast-room, which looked in the opposite direction to the library, namely to the front of the house. She rang the bell, the urn was brought in, and she proceeded at once to make the tea, which she did well, rising in Hugh's estimation thereby. Before he had time, however, to make his private remarks on her exterior, or his conjectures on her position in the family, Mr. Arnold entered the room, with a slow, somewhat dignified step, and a dull outlook of grey eyes from a grey head well balanced on a tall, rather slender frame. The lady rose, and addressing him as uncle, bade him good morning, a greeting which he returned cordially, with a kiss on her forehead. Then, accosting Hugh with a manner which seemed the more polite and cold after the tone in which he had spoken to his niece, he bade him welcome to Arnstead. "I trust you were properly attended to last night, Mr. Sutherland. Your pupil wanted very much to sit up till you arrived, but he is altogether too delicate, I am sorry to say, for late hours, though he has an unfortunate preference for them himself. Jacob," to the man in waiting, "is not Master Harry up yet?" Master Harry's entrance at that moment rendered reply unnecessary. "Good morning, Euphra," he said to the lady, and kissed her on the cheek. "Good morning, dear," was the reply, accompanied by a pretence of returning the kiss. But she smiled with a kind of confectionery sweetness on him, and, dropping an additional lump of sugar into his tea at the same moment, placed it for him beside herself; while he went and shook hands with his father, and then, glancing shyly up at Hugh from a pair of large dark eyes, put his hand in his, and smiled, revealing teeth of a pearly whiteness. The lips, however, did not contrast them sufficiently, being pale and thin, with indication of suffering in their tremulous lines. Taking his place at table, he trifled with his breakfast, and, after making pretence of eating for a while, asked Euphra if he might go. She giving him leave, he hastened away. Mr. Arnold took advantage of his retreat to explain to Hugh what he expected of him with regard to the boy. "How old would you take Harry to be, Mr. Sutherland?" "I should say about 12, from his size," replied Hugh; "but from his evident bad health and intelligent expression—" "Ah, you perceive the state he is in," interrupted Mr. Arnold, with some sadness in his voice. "You are right. He is nearly 15. He has not grown half an inch in the last 12 months." "Perhaps that is better than growing too fast," said Hugh. "Perhaps. We will hope so. But I cannot help being uneasy about him. He reads too much, and I have not yet been able to help it; for he seems miserable, and without any object in life, if I compel him to leave his books." "Perhaps we can manage to get over that in a little while." "Besides," Mr. Arnold went on, paying no attention to what Hugh said, "I can get him to take no exercise. He does not even care for riding. I bought him a second pony a month ago, and he has not been twice on its back yet." Hugh could not help thinking that to increase the supply was not always the best mode of increasing the demand, and that one who would not ride the first pony would hardly be likely to ride the second. Mr. Arnold concluded with the words: "I don't want to stop the boy's reading, but I can't have him a milksop." "Will you let me manage him as I please, Mr. Arnold?" Hugh ventured to say. Mr. Arnold looked full at him, with a very slight but quite manifest expression of surprise; and Hugh was aware that the eyes of the lady, called by the boy Euphra, were likewise fixed upon him penetratingly, as if he were then for the first time struck by the manly development of Hugh's frame. Mr. Arnold answered: "I don't want you to overdo it, either. You cannot make a muscular Christian of him." The speaker smiled at his own imagined wit. "The boy has talents, and I want him to use them." "I will do my best for him both ways," answered Hugh, "if you will trust me. For my part, I think the only way is to make the operation of the intellectual tendency on the one side reveal to the boy himself his deficiency on the other. This once done, all will be well." As he said this, Hugh caught sight of a cloudy, inscrutable dissatisfaction slightly contracting the eyebrows of the lady. Mr. Arnold, however, seemed not to be altogether displeased. "Well," he answered, "I have my plans; but let us see first what you can do with yours. If they fail, perhaps you will oblige me by trying mine." This was said with the decisive politeness of one who is accustomed to have his own way, and fully intends to have it, every word as articulate and deliberate as organs of speech could make it. But he seemed at the same time somewhat impressed by Hugh, and not unwilling to yield. Throughout the conversation the lady had said nothing, but had sat watching, or rather scrutinizing, Hugh's countenance, with a far keener and more frequent glance than, I presume, Hugh was at all aware of. Whether or not she was satisfied with her conclusions, she allowed no sign to disclose, but, breakfast being over, rose and withdrew, turning, however, at the door, and saying: "When you please, Mr. Sutherland, I shall be glad to show you what Harry has been doing with me, for till now I have been his only tutor." "Thank you," replied Hugh; "but for some time we shall be quite independent of school books. Perhaps we may require none at all. He can read, I presume, fairly well." "Reading is not only his forte, but his fault," replied Mr. Arnold, while Euphra, fixing one more piercing look upon him, withdrew. "Yes," replied Hugh; "but a boy may shuffle through a book very quickly, and have no such accurate perceptions of even the mere words as to be able to read aloud intelligibly." How little this applied to Harry, Hugh was soon to learn. "Well, you know best about these things, I dare say. I leave it to you. With such testimonials as you have, Mr. Sutherland, I can hardly be wrong in letting you try your own plans with him." Chapter 17 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 17. Harry's New Horse. Spielender Unterricht heißt nicht dem Kinde Anstrengungen esparsen und abnehmen, sondern eine Leidenschaft in ihm erwecken, welch ihm die stärksten oft nötigt und erleichtert. Jean Paul, Die Unstickbare Lodge. It is not the intention of sportive instruction that the child should be spared effort, or delivered from it, but that thereby a passion should be wakened in him, which shall both necessitate and facilitate the strongest exertion. Hugh made no haste to find his pupil in the library, thinking it better, with such a boy, not to pounce upon him as if he were going to educate him directly. He went to his own rooms instead, got his books out, and arranged them, supplying thus, in a very small degree, the scarcity of modern ones in the bookcases; then arranged his small wardrobe, looked about him a little, and finally went to seek his pupil. He found him in the library, as he had been given to expect, coiled up on the floor in a corner, with his back against the bookshelves, and an old folio on his knees, which he was reading in silence. "Well, Harry," said Hugh, in a half indifferent tone, as he threw himself on a couch, "what are you reading?" Harry had not heard him come in. He started, and almost shuddered, then looked up, hesitated, rose, and, as if ashamed to utter the name of the book, brought it to Hugh, opening it at the title page as he held it out to him. It was the old romance of Polexander. Hugh knew nothing about it, but, glancing over some of the pages, could not help wondering that the boy should find it interesting. "Do you like this very much?" said he. "Well, no. Yes, rather. I think I could find you something more interesting on the bookshelves. Oh, please, sir, mayn't I read this? Pleaded Harry, with signs of distress in his pale face. Oh, yes, certainly, if you wish. But tell me why you want to read it so very much. Because I have set myself to read it through. Hugh saw that the child was in a diseased state of mind as well as of body. You should not set yourself to read anything before you know whether it is worth reading. I could not help it. I was forced to say I would. To whom? To myself. Mayn't I read it? Certainly, was all Hugh's answer, for he saw that he must not pursue the subject at present. The boy was quite hypochondriacal. His face was keen, with that clear definition of feature which suggests superior intellect. He was, though very small for his age, well proportioned, except that his head and face were too large. His forehead indicated thought, and Hugh could not doubt that, however uninteresting the books which he read might be, they must have afforded him subjects of mental activity. But he could not help seeing as well that this activity, if not altered in its direction and modified in its degree, would soon destroy itself, either by ruining his feeble constitution altogether, or, which was more to be feared, by irremediably injuring the action of the brain. He resolved, however, to let him satisfy his conscience by reading the book, hoping by the introduction of other objects of thought and feeling to render it so distasteful that he would be in little danger of yielding a similar pledge again, even should the temptation return, which Hugh hoped to prevent. But you have read enough for the present, have you not? Said he, rising and approaching the bookshelves. Yes, I have been reading since breakfast. Ah, there's a capital book. Have you ever read it? Gulliver's Travels? No, the outside looked always so uninteresting. So does Polexander's outside. Yes, but I couldn't help that one. Well, come along, I will read to you. Oh, thank you, that will be delightful. But must we not go to our lessons? I'm going to make a lesson of this. I have been talking to your papa, and we're going to begin with a holiday, instead of ending with one. I must get better acquainted with you first, Harry, before I can teach you right. We must be friends, you know. The boy crept close up to him, laid one thin hand on his knee, looked in his face for a moment, and then, without a word, sat down on the couch close beside him. Before an hour had passed, Harry was laughing heartily at Gulliver's adventures among the Lilliputians. Having arrived at this point of success, Hugh ceased reading, and began to talk to him. Is that lady your cousin? Yes. Isn't she beautiful? I hardly know yet. I have not got used to her enough yet. What is her name? Oh, such a pretty name. Euphrasia. Is she the only lady in the house? Yes. My mamma is dead, you know. She was ill for a long time, they say, and she died when I was born. The tears came in the poor boy's eyes. Hugh thought of his own father, and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry laid his head on Hugh's shoulder. But, he went on, Euphra is so kind to me, and she is so clever too. She knows everything. Have you no brothers or sisters? No, none. I wish I had. Well, I'll be your big brother. Only you must mind what I say to you, else I shall stop being him. Is it a bargain? Yes, to be sure, cried Harry, in delight, and springing from the couch, he began hopping feebly about the room on one foot to express his pleasure. Well, then, that's settled. Now, you must come and show me the horses, your ponies, you know, and the pigs. I don't like the pigs. I don't know where they are. Well, we must find out. Perhaps I shall make some discoveries for you. Have you any rabbits? No. A dog, though, surely. No, I had a canary, but the cat killed it, and I have never had a pet since. Well, get your cap and come out with me. I will wait for you here. Harry walked away. He seldom ran. He soon returned with his cap, and they sallied out together. Happening to look back at the house, when a few paces from it, Hugh thought he saw Euphra standing at the window of a back staircase. They made the round of the stables, and the cow-house, and the poultry-yard, and even the pigs, as proposed, came in for a share of their attention. As they approached the sty, Harry turned away his head with a look of disgust. They were eating out of the trough. "They make such a nasty noise," he said. "Yes, but just look. Don't they enjoy it?" said Hugh. Harry looked at them. The notion of their enjoyment seemed to dawn upon him as something quite new. He went nearer and nearer to the sty. At last a smile broke out over his countenance. "How tight that one curls his tail!" said he, and burst out laughing. "How dreadfully this boy must have been mismanaged," thought Hugh to himself. "But there's no fear of him now, I hope." By this time they had been wandering about for more than an hour, and Hugh saw by Harry's increased paleness that he was getting tired. "Here, Harry, get on my back, my boy, and have a ride. You're tired." And Hugh knelt down. Harry shrunk back. "I shall soil your coat with my shoes." "Nonsense. Rub them well on the grass there, and then get on my back directly." Harry did as he was bid, and found his tutor's broad back and strong arms a very comfortable saddle. So away they went, wandering about for a long time in their new relation of horse and his rider. At length they got into the middle of a long narrow avenue, quite neglected, overgrown with weeds, and obstructed with rubbish. But the trees were fine beeches, of great growth and considerable age. One end led far into a wood, and the other towards the house, a small portion of which could be seen at the end, the avenue appearing to reach close up to it. "Don't go down this," said Harry. "Well, it's not a very good road for a horse, certainly, but I think I can go it. What a beautiful avenue! Why is it so neglected?" "Don't go down there, please, dear horse." Harry was getting wonderfully at home with Hugh already. "Why?" asked Hugh. "They call it the Ghost's Walk, and I don't much like it. It has a strange, distracted look." "That's a long word, and a descriptive one too," thought Hugh; but considering that there would come many a better opportunity of combating the boy's fears than now, he simply said, "Very well, Harry," and proceeded to leave the avenue by the other side. But Harry was not yet satisfied. "Please, Mr. Sutherland, don't go on that side just now. Ride me back, please. It is not safe, they say, to cross her path. She always follows any one who crosses her path." Hugh laughed, but again said, "Very well, my boy," and, returning, left the avenue by the side by which he had entered it. "Shall we go home to luncheon now?" said Harry. "Yes," replied Hugh. "Could we not go by the front of the house? I should like very much to see it." "Oh, certainly," said Harry, and proceeded to direct Hugh how to go, but evidently did not know quite to his own satisfaction. There being, however, but little foliage yet, Hugh could discover his way pretty well. He promised himself many a delightful wander in the woody regions in the evenings. They managed to get round to the front of the house, not without some difficulty, and then Hugh saw to his surprise that, although not imposing in appearance, it was in extent more like a baronial residence than that of a simple gentleman. The front was very long, apparently of all ages, and of all possible styles of architecture, the result being somewhat mysterious and eminently picturesque. All kinds of windows, all kinds of projections and recesses, a house here joined to a hall there, here a pointed gable, the very bell on the top overgrown and apparently choked with ivy, there a wide front with large bay windows, and next a turret of old stone, with not a shred of ivy upon it, but crowded over with grey-green lichens, which looked as if the stone itself had taken to growing. Multitudes of roofs of all shapes and materials, so that one might very easily be lost amongst the chimneys and gutters and dormer windows and pinnacles, made up the appearance of the house on the outside to Hugh's first inquiring glance, as he passed at a little distance with Harry on his back, and scanned the wonderful pile before him. But as he looked at the house of Arnstead, Euphra was looking at him with the boy on his back from one of the smaller windows. Was she making up her mind? "You are as kind to me as Euphra," said Harry, as Hugh set him down in the hall. "I've enjoyed my ride very much. Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. I'm sure Euphra..." Chapter 18 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod, Chapter 18. Euphrasia. Then purged with Euphrasian rue the visual nerve, for he had much to see. Paradise Lost, B. 11. Soft music came to mine ear. It was like the rising breeze that whirls at first the thistle's beard, then flies dark shadowy over the grass. It was the maid of far-fed wild. She raised a nightly song, for she knew that my soul was a stream that flowed at pleasant sounds. Oisin, oina moral. Harry led Hugh by the hand to the dining room, a large oak hall with Gothic windows and an open roof, supported by richly carved woodwork, in the squares amidst which were painted many escutcheons, parted by fanciful devices. Over the high stone carving above the chimney hung an old piece of tapestry, occupying the whole space between that and the roof. It represented a hunting party of ladies and gentlemen, just setting out. The table looked very small in the centre of the room, though it would have seated 12 or 14. It was already covered for luncheon, and in a minute Euphra entered and took her place without a word. Hugh sat on one side, and Harry on the other. Euphra, having helped both to soup, turned to Harry and said, "Well, Harry, I hope you have enjoyed your first lesson." "Very much," answered Harry with a smile. "I have learned pigs and horseback." "The boy is positively clever," thought Hugh. "Mr. Sutherland," he continued, "has begun to teach me to like creatures." "But I thought you were very fond of your wild beast book, Harry." "Oh, yes, but that was only in the book, you know. I liked the stories about them, of course; but to like pigs, you know, is quite different. They are so ugly and ill-bred. I like them, though." "You seem to have quite gained Harry already," said Euphra, glancing at Hugh, and looking away as quickly. "We are very good friends, and shall be, I think," replied he. Harry looked at him affectionately, and said to him, not to Euphra, "Oh, yes, that we shall, I am sure." Then turning to the lady, "Do you know, Euphra, he is my big brother?" "You must mind how you make new relations, though, Harry, for you know that would make him my cousin." "Well, you will be a kind of cousin to him, won't you?" "I will try," replied Euphra, looking up at Hugh with a naive expression of shyness, and the slightest possible blush. Hugh began to think her pretty, almost handsome. His next thought was to wonder how old she was; but about this he could not at once make up his mind. She might be 24, she might be 32. She had black, lustreless hair, and eyes to match, as far as colour was concerned, but they could sparkle, and probably flash upon occasion. A low forehead, but very finely developed in the faculties that dwell above the eyes. Slender, but very dark eyebrows. Just black, arched lines in her rather sallow complexion. Nose straight, and nothing remarkable. An excellent thing in woman. a mouth indifferent when at rest, but capable of a beautiful laugh. She was rather tall, and of a pretty enough figure, hands good, feet invisible. Hugh came to these conclusions rapidly enough, now that his attention was directed to her, for though naturally unobservant, his perception was very acute as soon as his attention was roused. "Thank you," he replied to her pretty speech. "I shall do my best to deserve it." "I hope you will, Mr. Sutherland," rejoined she, with another arch look. "Take some wine, Harry." She poured out a glass of sherry, and gave it to the boy, who drank it with some eagerness. Hugh could not approve of this, but thought it too early to interfere. Turning to Harry, he said: "Now, Harry, you have had rather a tiring morning. I should like you to go and lie down a while." "Very well, Mr. Sutherland," replied Harry, who seemed rather deficient in combativeness as well as other boyish virtues. "Shall I lie down in the library?" "No, have a change." "In my bedroom?" "No, I think not. Go to my room, and lie on the couch till I come to you." Harry went, and Hugh, partly for the sake of saying something, and partly to justify his treatment of Harry, told Euphra, whose surname he did not yet know, that they had been about all the morning, ending with some remark on the view of the house in front. She heard the account of their proceedings with apparent indifference, replying only to the remark with which he closed it. "It is rather a large house, is it not, for three? I beg your pardon, for 4 persons to live in, Mr. Sutherland." "It is, indeed. It quite bewilders me. To tell the truth, I don't quite know above the half of it myself." Hugh thought this rather a strange assertion, large as the house was, but she went on: "I lost myself between the housekeeper's room and my own, no later than last week." I suppose there was a particle of truth in this, and that she had taken a wrong turning in an abstracted fit. Perhaps she did not mean it to be taken as absolutely true. "You have not lived here long, then?" "Not long for such a great place. A few years. I am only a poor relation." She accompanied this statement with another swift uplifting of the eyelids, but this time her eyes rested for a moment on Hugh's, with something of a pleading expression, and when they fell, a slight sigh followed. Hugh felt that he could not quite understand her. A vague suspicion crossed his mind that she was bewitching him, but vanished instantly. He replied to her communication by a smile, and the remark: "You have the more freedom, then. Did you know Harry's mother?" he added, after a pause. "No. She died when Harry was born. She was very beautiful, and, they say, very clever, but always in extremely delicate health. Between ourselves, I doubt if there was much sympathy, that is, if my uncle and she quite understood each other. But that is an old story." A pause followed. Euphra resumed: "As to the freedom you speak of, Mr. Sutherland, I do not quite know what to do with it. I live here as if the place were my own, and give what orders I please. But Mr. Arnold shows me little attention. He is so occupied with one thing and another, I hardly know what, and if he did, perhaps I should get tired of him. So, except when we have visitors, which is not very often, the time hangs rather heavily on my hands." "But you are fond of reading, and writing too, I suspect," Hugh ventured to say. She gave him another of her glances, in which the apparent shyness was mingled with something for which Hugh could not find a name. Nor did he suspect, till long after, that it was in reality slyness, so tempered with archness, that, if discovered, it might easily pass for an expression playfully assumed. "Oh, yes," she said. "One must read a book now and then. And if a verse," again a glance and a slight blush, "should come up from nobody knows where, one may as well write it down. But please do not take me for a literary lady. Indeed, I make not the slightest pretensions. I don't know what I should do without Harry, and indeed, you must not steal him from me, Mr. Sutherland." "I should be very sorry," replied Hugh. "Let me beg you, as far as I have a right to do so, to join us as often and as long as you please. I will go and see how he is. I am sure the boy only wants thorough rousing, alternated with perfect repose." He went to his own room, where he found Harry, to his satisfaction, fast asleep on the sofa. He took care not to wake him, but sat down beside him to read till his sleep should be over. But a moment after, the boy opened his eyes with a start and a shiver, and gave a slight cry. When he saw Hugh, he jumped up, and with a smile, which was pitiful to see upon his scared face, said, "Oh, I am so glad you are there." "What is the matter, dear Harry?" "I had a dreadful dream." "What was it?" "I don't know. It always comes. It is always the same, I know that, and yet I can never remember what it is." Hugh soothed him as well as he could, and he needed it, for the cold drops were standing on his forehead. When he had grown calmer, he went and fetched Gulliver, and, to the boy's delight, read to him till dinner time. Before the first bell rang, he had quite recovered, and indeed seemed rather interested in the approach of dinner. Dinner was an affair of some state at Arnstead. Almost immediately after the second bell had rung, Mr. Arnold made his appearance in the drawing-room, where the others were already waiting for him. This room had nothing of the distinctive character of the parts of the house which Hugh had already seen. It was merely a handsome modern room, of no great size. Mr. Arnold led Euphra to dinner, and Hugh followed with Harry. Mr. Arnold's manner to Hugh was the same as in the morning, studiously polite, without the smallest approach to cordiality. He addressed him as an equal, it is true, but an equal who could never be in the smallest danger of thinking he meant it. Hugh, who, without having seen a great deal of the world, yet felt much the same wherever he was, took care to give him all that he seemed to look for, as far at least as was consistent with his own self-respect. He soon discovered that he was one of those men who, if you will only grant their position and acknowledge their authority, will allow you to have much your own way in everything. His servants had found this out long ago, and almost everything about the house was managed as they pleased. But, as the oldest of them were respectable family servants, nothing went very far wrong. They all, however, waited on Euphra with an assiduity that showed she was, or could be, quite mistress when and where she pleased. Perhaps they had found out that she had great influence with Mr. Arnold, and certainly he seemed very fond of her indeed, after a stately fashion. She spoke to the servants with peculiar gentleness, never said, "If you please," but always, "Thank you." Harry never asked for anything, but always looked to Euphra, who gave the necessary order. Hugh saw that the boy was quite dependent upon her, seeming of himself scarcely capable of originating the simplest action. Mr. Arnold, however, dull as he was, could not help seeing that Harry's manner was livelier than usual, and seemed pleased at the slight change already visible for the better. Turning to Hugh, he said, "Do you find Harry very much behind with his studies, Mr. Sutherland?" "I have not yet attempted to find out," replied Hugh. "Not?" said Mr. Arnold, with surprise. "No. If he be behind, I feel confident it will not be for long." "But," began Mr. Arnold pompously, and then he paused. "You were kind enough to say, Mr. Arnold, that I might try my own plans with him first. I have been doing so." "Yes, certainly. But," here Harry broke in with some animation, "Mr. Sutherland has been my horse, carrying me about on his back all the morning. No, not all the morning, but an hour, or an hour and a half, or was it 2 hours, Mr. Sutherland?" "I really don't know, Harry," answered Hugh. "I don't think it matters much." Harry seemed relieved, and went on. "He has been reading Gulliver's Travels to me, and oh, such fun! And we have been to see the cows and the pigs, and Mr. Sutherland has been teaching me to jump. Do you know, papa, he jumped right over the pony's back without touching it?" Mr. Arnold stared at the boy with lustreless eyes and hanging cheeks. These grew red, as if he were going to choke. Such behaviour was quite inconsistent with the dignity of Arnstead and its tutor, who had been recommended to him as a thorough gentleman. But for the present he said nothing, probably because he could think of nothing to say. "Certainly Harry seems better already," interposed Euphra. "I cannot help thinking Mr. Sutherland has made a good beginning." Mr. Arnold did not reply, but the cloud wore away from his face by degrees, and at length he asked Hugh to take a glass of wine with him. When Euphra rose from the table, and Harry followed her example, Hugh thought it better to rise as well. Mr. Arnold seemed to hesitate whether or not to ask him to resume his seat and have a glass of claret. Had he been a little wizened pedagogue, no doubt he would have insisted on his company, sure of acquiescence from him in every sentiment he might happen to utter. But Hugh really looked so very much like a gentleman, and stated his own views, or adopted his own plans with so much independence, that Mr. Arnold judged it safer to keep him at arm's length for a season at least, till he should thoroughly understand his position, not that of a guest, but that of his son's tutor, belonging to the household of Arnstead only on approval. On leaving the dining-room, Hugh hesitated, in his turn, whether to betake himself to his own room, or to accompany Euphra to the drawing-room, the door of which stood open on the opposite side of the hall, revealing a brightness and warmth which the chill of the evening and the lowness of the fire in the dining-room rendered quite enticing. But Euphra, who was half across the hall, seeming to divine his thoughts, turned, and said: "Are you not going to favour us with your company, Mr. Sutherland?" "With pleasure," replied Hugh; but, to cover his hesitation, added, "I will be with you presently," and ran upstairs to his own room. "The old gentleman sits on his dignity, can hardly be said to stand on it," thought he, as he went. "The poor relation, as she calls herself, treats me like a guest. She is mistress here, however, that is clear enough." As he descended the stairs to the drawing-room, a voice rose through the house, like the voice of an angel. At least, so thought Hugh, hearing it for the first time. It seemed to take his breath away, as he stood for a moment on the stairs, listening. It was only Euphra singing The Flowers of the Forest. The drawing-room door was still open, and her voice rang through the wide, lofty hall. He entered almost on tiptoe, that he might lose no thread of the fine tones. Had she chosen the song of Scotland out of compliment to him? She saw him enter, but went on without hesitating even. In the high notes, her voice had that peculiar vibratory richness which belongs to the nightingales; but he could not help thinking that the low tones were deficient both in quality and volume. The expression and execution, however, would have made up for 1,000 defects. Her very soul seemed brooding over the dead upon Flodden Field, as she sang this most wailful of melodies, this embodiment of a nation's grief. The song died away, as if the last breath had gone with it, failing as it failed, and ceasing with its inspiration, as if the voice that sang lived only for and in the song. A moment of intense silence followed. Then, before Hugh had half recovered from the former, with an almost grand dramatic recoil, as if the second sprang out of the first, like an eagle of might out of an ocean of weeping, she burst into Scots wha hae. She might have been a new Deborah, heralding her nation to battle. Hugh was transfixed, turned icy cold with the excitement of his favourite song so sung. Was that a glance of satisfied triumph with which Euphra looked at him for a single moment? She sang the rest of the song as if the battle were already gained, but looked no more at Hugh. The excellence of her tones, and the lambent fluidity of her transitions, if I may be allowed the phrase, were made by her art quite subservient to the expression, and owed their chief value to the share they bore in producing it. Possibly there was a little too much of the dramatic in her singing, but it was all in good taste, and, in a word, Hugh had never heard such singing before. As soon as she had finished, she rose and shut the piano. Do not," faltered Hugh, seeking to arrest her hand, as she closed the instrument. I can sing nothing after that, she said, with emotion, or perhaps excitement, for the trembling of her voice might be attributed to either cause. Do not ask me. Hugh respectfully desisted, but after a few minutes' pause, ventured to remark: I cannot understand how you should be able to sing Scotch songs so well. I never heard any but Scotch women sing them, even endurably, before. Your singing of them is perfect. It seems to me, said Euphra, speaking as if she would rather have remained silent, that a true musical penetration is independent of styles and nationalities. It can perceive, or rather feel and reproduce at the same moment. If the music speaks Scotch, the musical nature hears Scotch. It can take any shape, indeed cannot help taking any shape, presented to it. Hugh was yet further astonished by this criticism from one whom he had been criticizing with so much carelessness that very day. You think, then, said he modestly, not as if he would bring her to book, but as really seeking to learn from her, that a true musical nature can pour itself into the mould of any song, in entire independence of association and education? Yes, in independence of any but what it may provide for itself. Euphrasia, however, had left one important element unrepresented in the construction of her theory, namely, the degree of capability which a mind may possess of sympathy with any given class of feelings. The blossom of the mind, whether it flower in poetry, music, or any other art, must be the exponent of the nature and condition of that whose blossom it is. No mind, therefore, incapable of sympathizing with the feelings whence it springs, can interpret the music of another. And Euphra herself was rather a remarkable instance of this forgotten fact. Further conversation on the subject was interrupted by the entrance of Mr. Arnold, who looked rather annoyed at finding Hugh in the drawing-room, and ordered Harry off to bed with some little asperity of tone. The boy rose at once, rang the bell, bade them all good night, and went. A servant met him at the door with a candle, and accompanied him. Thought Hugh, here are several things to be righted at once. The boy must not have wine, and he must have only one dinner a day, especially if he is ordered to bed so early. I must make a man of him if I can. He made inquiries, and with some difficulty found out where the boy slept. During the night he was several times in Harry's room, and once in happy time to wake him from a nightmare dream. The boy was so overcome with terror that Hugh got into bed beside him, and comforted him to sleep in his arms. Nor did he leave him till it was time to get up, when he stole back to his own quarters, which, happily, were at no very great distance. I may mention here that it was not long before Hugh succeeded in stopping the wine, and reducing the dinner to a mouthful of supper. Harry, as far as he was concerned, yielded at once, and his father only held out long enough to satisfy. Chapter 19 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 19. The Cave in the Straw. All knowledge and wonder, which is the seed of knowledge, is an impression of pleasure in itself. Lord Bacon. Advancement of Learning. The following morning dawned in a cloud, which, swathed about the trees, wetted them down to the roots, without having time to become rain. They drank it in like sorrow, the only material out of which true joy can be fashioned. This cloud of mist would yet glimmer in a new heaven, namely in the cloud of blooms which would clothe the limes and the chestnuts and the beeches along the Ghost's Walk. But there was gloomy weather within doors as well, for poor Harry was especially sensitive to variations of the barometer, without being in the least aware of the fact himself. Again Hugh found him in the library, seated in his usual corner, with Polexander on his knees. He half dropped the book when Hugh entered, and murmured with a sigh, "It's no use. I can't read it." "What's the matter, Harry?" said his tutor. "I should like to tell you, but you will laugh at me." "I shall never laugh at you, Harry." "Never?" "No, never." "Then tell me how I can be sure that I have read this book." "I do not quite understand you." "Ah, I was sure nobody could be so stupid as I am. Do you know, Mr. Sutherland, I seem to have read a page from top to bottom sometimes, and when I come to the bottom I know nothing about it, and doubt whether I have read it at all, and then I stare at it all over again, till I grow so queer, and sometimes nearly scream. You see, I must be able to say I have read the book." "Why? Nobody will ever ask you." "Perhaps not. But you know that is nothing. I want to know that I have read the book, really and truly read it." Hugh thought for a moment, and seemed to see that the boy, not being strong enough to be a law to himself, just needed a benign law from without to lift him from the chaos of feeble and conflicting notions and impulses within, which generated a false law of slavery. "So," he said, "Harry, am I your big brother?" "Yes, Mr. Sutherland." "Then ought you to do what I wish, or what you wish yourself?" "What you wish, sir." "Then I want you to put away that book for a month at least." "Oh, Mr. Sutherland, I promised." "To whom?" "To myself." "But I am above you, and I want you to do as I tell you. Will you, Harry?" "Yes." "Put away the book, then." Harry sprang to his feet, put the book on its shelf, and going up to Hugh, said, "You have done it, not me." "Certainly, Harry." The notions of a hypochondriacal child will hardly be interesting to the greater part of my readers, but Hugh learned from this a little lesson about divine law, which he never forgot. "Now, Harry," added he, "you must not open a book till I allow you." "No poetry either," said poor Harry, and his face fell. "I don't mind poetry so much, but of prose I will read as much to you as will be good for you. Come, let us have a bit of Gulliver again." "Oh, how delightful!" cried Harry. "I am so glad you made me put away that tiresome book. I wonder why it insisted so on being read." Hugh read for an hour, and then made Harry put on his cloak, notwithstanding the rain, which fell in a slow, thoughtful spring shower. Taking the boy again on his back, he carried him into the woods. There he told him how the drops of wet sank into the ground, and then went running about through it in every direction, looking for seeds, which were all thirsty little things that wanted to grow, and could not till a drop came and gave them drink. And he told him how the raindrops were made up in the skies, and then came down like millions of angels to do what they were told in the dark earth. The good drops went into all the cellars and dungeons of the earth, to let out the imprisoned flowers. And he told him how the seeds, when they had drunk the raindrops, wanted another kind of drink next, which was much thinner and much stronger, but could not do them any good till they had drunk the rain first. "What is that?" said Harry. "I feel as if you were reading out of the Bible, Mr. Sutherland." "It is the sunlight," answered his tutor. "When a seed has drunk of the water, and is not thirsty any more, it wants to breathe next, and then the sun sends a long small finger of fire down into the grave where the seed is lying, and it touches the seed, and something inside the seed begins to move instantly, and to grow bigger and bigger, till it sends up two green blades out of it into the earth, and through the earth into the air, and then it can breathe. and then it sends roots down into the earth, and the roots keep drinking water, and the leaves keep breathing the air, and the sun keeps them alive and busy. And so a great tree grows up, and God looks at it and says it is good." "Then they really are living things," said Harry. "Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. I don't think I shall dislike rain so much any more." Hugh took him next into the barn, where they found a great heap of straw. Recalling his own boyish amusements, he made him put off his cloak, and helped to make a tunnel into this heap. Harry was delighted. The straw was so nice and bright and dry and clean. They drew it out by handfuls, and thus excavated a round tunnel to the distance of 6 feet or so, when Hugh proceeded to more extended operations. Before it was time to go to lunch, they had cleared half of a hollow sphere, 6 feet in diameter, out of the heart of the heap. After lunch, for which Harry had been very unwilling to relinquish the straw hut, Hugh sent him to lie down for a while, when he fell fast asleep as before. After he had left the room, Euphra said, "How do you get on with Harry, Mr. Sutherland?" "Perfectly to my satisfaction," answered Hugh. "Do you not find him very slow?" "Quite the contrary." "You surprise me. But you have not given him any lessons yet." "I have given him a great many, and he is learning them very fast." "I fear he will have forgotten all my poor labours before you take up the work where we left it. When will you give him any book lessons?" "Not for a while yet." Euphra did not reply. Her silence seemed intended to express dissatisfaction. At least so Hugh interpreted it. "I hope you do not think it is to indulge myself that I manage Master Harry in this peculiar fashion," he said. "The fact is, he is a very peculiar child, and may turn out a genius or a weakling, just as he is managed. At least so it appears to me at present. May I ask where you left the work you were doing with him?" "He was going through the Eton grammar for the 3rd time," answered Euphra, with a defiant glance, almost of dislike, at Hugh. "But I need not enumerate his studies, for I dare say you will not take them up at all after my fashion. I only assure you I have been a very exact disciplinarian. What he knows, I think you will find he knows thoroughly." So saying, Euphra rose, and, with a flush of her cheek, walked out of the room in a more stately manner than usual. Hugh felt that he had, somehow or other, offended her. But, to tell the truth, he did not much care, for her manner had rather irritated him. He retired to his own room, wrote to his mother, and, when Harry awoke, carried him again to the barn for an hour's work in the straw. Before it grew dusk, they had finished a little, silent, dark chamber, as round as they could make it, in the heart of the straw. All the excavated material they had thrown on the top, reserving only a little to close up the entrance when they pleased. The next morning was still rainy, and when Hugh found Harry in the library as usual, he saw that the clouds had again gathered over the boy's spirit. He was pacing about the room in a very odd manner. The carpet was divided, diamond-wise, in a regular pattern. Harry's steps were, for the most part, planted upon every 3rd diamond, as he slowly crossed the floor in a variety of directions. For, as on previous occasions, he had not perceived the entrance of his tutor. But, every now and then, the boy would make the most sudden and irregular change in his mode of progression, setting his foot on the most unexpected diamond, at one time the nearest to him, at another the farthest within his reach. When he looked up, and saw his tutor watching him, he neither started nor blushed, but still, retaining on his countenance the perplexed, anxious expression which Hugh had remarked, said to him, "How can God know on which of those diamonds I am going to set my foot next?" "If you could understand how God knows, Harry, then you would know yourself. But before you have made up your mind, you don't know which you will choose, and even then, you only know on which you intend to set your foot, for you have often changed your mind after making it up." Harry looked as puzzled as before. "Why, Harry, to understand how God understands, you would need to be as wise as he is. So it is no use trying. You see, you can't quite understand me, though I have a real meaning in what I say." "Ah, I see it is no use, but I can't bear to be puzzled." "But you need not be puzzled. You have no business to be puzzled. You are trying to get into your little brain what is far too grand and beautiful to get into it. Would you not think it very stupid to puzzle yourself how to put 100 horses into a stable with 12 stalls?" Harry laughed and looked relieved. "It is more unreasonable 1,000 times to try to understand such things. For my part, it would make me miserable to think that there was nothing but what I could understand. I should feel as if I had no room anywhere. Shall we go to our cave again?" "Oh, yes, please," cried Harry; and in a moment he was on Hugh's back once more, cantering joyously to the barn. After various improvements, including some enlargement of the interior, Hugh and Harry sat down together in the low yellow twilight of their cave to enjoy the result of their labours. They could just see, by the light from the tunnel, the glimmer of the golden hollow all about them. The rain was falling heavily out of doors, and they could hear the sound of the multitudinous drops of the broken cataract of the heavens, like the murmur of the insects in a summer wood. They knew that everything outside was rained upon, and was again raining on everything beneath it, while they were dry and warm. "This is nice!" exclaimed Harry, after a few moments of silent enjoyment. "This is your first lesson in architecture," said Hugh. "Am I to learn architecture?" asked Harry, in a rueful tone. "It is well to know how things come to be done, if you should know nothing more about them, Harry. Men lived in the cellars first of all, and next on the ground floor, but they could get no further till they joined the two, and then they could build higher." "I don't quite understand you, sir." "I did not mean you should, Harry." "Then I don't mind, sir. But I thought architecture was building." "So it is, and this is one way of building. It is only making an outside by pulling out an inside, instead of making an inside by setting up an outside." Harry thought for a while, and then said joyfully: "I see it, sir, I see it. The inside is the chief thing, not the outside." "Yes, Harry, and not in architecture only. Never forget that." They lay for some time in silence, listening to the rain. At length Harry spoke. "I have been thinking of what you told me yesterday, Mr. Sutherland, about the rain going to look for the seeds that were thirsty for it. And now I feel just as if I were a seed, lying in its little hole in the earth, and hearing the raindrops pattering down all about it, waiting, oh, so thirsty, for some kind drop to find me out, and give me itself to drink. I wonder what kind of flower I should grow up," added he, laughing. "There is more truth than you think in your pretty fancy, Harry," rejoined Hugh, and was silent, self-rebuked, for the memory of David came back upon him, recalled by the words of the boy, of David whom he loved and honoured with the best powers of his nature, and whom yet he had neglected and seemed to forget. Nay, whom he had partially forgotten, he could not deny. The old man, whose thoughts were just that of a wise child, had said to him once: "We ken no more, Master Sutherland, what we're growing till, than that neep seed there kens what a neep is, though a neep it will be. The only odds is, that we ken that we dinna ken, and that neep seed kens nothing at all aboot it. But ane thing, Mr. Sutherland, we may be sure o', that whatever it be, it will be worth God's making and our growing." A solemn stillness fell upon Hugh's spirit as he recalled these words, out of which stillness, I presume, grew the little parable which follows, though Hugh, after he had learned far more about the things therein hinted at, could never understand how it was that he could have put so much more into it than he seemed to have understood at that period of his history. For Harry said: "Wouldn't this be a nice place for a story, Mr. Sutherland? Do you ever tell stories, sir?" "I was just thinking of one, Harry. But it is as much yours as mine, for you sowed the seed of the story in my mind." "Do you mean a story that never was in a book? A story out of your own head? Oh, that will be grand!" Wait till we see what it will be, Harry, for I can't tell you yet how it will turn out." After a little further pause, Hugh began. "Long, long ago, two seeds lay beside each other in the earth, waiting. It was cold and rather wearisome, and to beguile the time, the one found means to speak to the other. 'What are you going to be?' said the one. 'I don't know,' answered the other. 'For me,' rejoined the first, 'I mean to be a rose. There is nothing like a splendid rose. Everybody will love me then.' 'It's all right,' whispered the second, and that was all he could say, for somehow, when he had said that, he felt as if all the words in the world were used up. So they were silent again for a day or two. 'Oh dear!' cried the first. 'I have had some water. I never knew till it was inside me. I'm growing, I'm growing. Good-bye.' 'Good-bye,' repeated the other, and lay still, and waited more than ever. The first grew and grew, pushing itself straight up, till at last it felt that it was in the open air, for it could breathe. And what a delicious breath that was! It was rather cold, but so refreshing. The flower could see nothing, for it was not quite a flower yet, only a plant, and they never see till their eyes come, that is, till they open their blossoms, then they are flowers quite. So it grew and grew, and kept its head up very steadily, meaning to see the sky the first thing, and leave the earth quite behind as well as beneath it. But somehow or other, though why it could not tell, it felt very much inclined to cry. At length it opened its eye. It was morning, and the sky was over its head, but alas, itself was no rose, only a tiny white flower. It felt yet more inclined to hang down its head and to cry, but it still resisted, and tried hard to open its eye wide, and to hold its head upright, and to look full at the sky. 'I will be a star of Bethlehem at least,' said the flower to itself. But its head felt very heavy, and a cold wind rushed over it, and bowed it down towards the earth. And the flower saw that the time of the singing of birds was not come, that the snow covered the whole land, and that there was not a single flower in sight but itself. And it half closed its leaves in terror and the dismay of loneliness. But that instant it remembered what the other flower used to say, and it said to itself, 'It's all right. I will be what I can.' And thereon it yielded to the wind, drooped its head to the earth, and looked no more on the sky but on the snow. And straightway the wind stopped, and the cold died away, and the snow sparkled like pearls and diamonds, and the flower knew that it was the holding of its head up that had hurt it so, for that its body came of the snow, and that its name was Snowdrop. And so it said once more, 'It's all right,' and waited in perfect peace. All the rest it needed was to hang its head after its nature." "And what became of the other?" asked Harry. "I haven't done with this one yet," answered Hugh. "I only told you it was waiting. One day a pale, sad-looking girl, with thin face, large eyes, and long white hands, came, hanging her head like the snowdrop, along the snow where the flower grew. She spied it, smiled joyously, and saying, 'Ah, my little sister, are you come?' stooped and plucked the snowdrop. It trembled and died in her hand, which was a heavenly death for a snowdrop, for had it not cast a gleam of summer, pale as it had been itself, upon the heart of a sick girl." "And the other?" repeated Harry. "The other had a long time to wait, but it did grow one of the loveliest roses ever seen, and at last it had the highest honour ever granted to a flower. Two lovers smelled it together, and were content with it." Harry was silent, and so was Hugh, for he could not understand himself quite. He felt all the time he was speaking as if he were listening to David, instead of talking himself. The fact was, he was only expanding in an imaginative soil the living seed which David had cast into it. There seemed to himself to be more in his parable than he had any right to invent. But is it not so with all stories that are rightly rooted in the human? "What a delightful story, Mr. Sutherland!" said Harry, at last. "Euphra tells me stories sometimes, but I don't think I ever heard one I liked so much. I wish we were meant to grow into something like the flower seeds." "So we are, Harry." "Are we indeed? How delightful it would be to think that I am only a seed, Mr. Sutherland, Do you think I might think so? Yes, I do. Then please let me begin to learn something directly. I haven't had anything disagreeable to do since you came, and I don't feel as if that was right. Poor Harry, like so many thousands of good people, had not yet learned that God is not a hard taskmaster. I don't intend that you should have anything disagreeable to do, if I can help it. We must do such things when they come to us, but we must not make them for ourselves or for each other. Then I'm not to learn any more Latin, am I? Said Harry in a doubtful kind of tone, as if there were, after all, a little pleasure in doing what he did not like. Is Latin so disagreeable, Harry? Yes, it is rule after rule that has nothing in it I care for. How can anybody care for Latin? But I am quite ready to begin, if I am only a seed. Really, you know. Not yet, Harry. Indeed, we shall not begin again. I won't let you, till you ask me with your whole heart to let you learn Latin. I'm afraid that will be a long time, and Euphra will not like it. I will talk to her about it, but perhaps it will not be so long as you think. Now don't mention Latin to me again till you are ready to ask me heartily to teach you, and don't give yourself any trouble about it either. You never can make yourself like anything. Harry was silent. They returned to the house through the pouring rain. Harry, as usual, mounted on his big brother. As they crossed the hall, Mr. Arnold came in. He looked surprised and annoyed. Hugh set Harry down, who ran upstairs to get dressed for dinner, while he himself half stopped and turned towards Mr. Arnold. But Mr. Arnold did not speak, and so Hugh followed Harry. Hugh spent all that evening after Harry had gone to bed in correcting his impressions of some of the chief stories of early Roman history, of which stories he intended commencing a little course to Harry the next day. Meantime, there was very little intercourse between Hugh and Euphra, whose surname, somehow or other, Hugh had never inquired after. He disliked asking questions about people to an uncommon degree, and so preferred waiting for a natural revelation. Her later behaviour had repelled him, impressing him with the notion that she was proud, and that she had made up her mind, notwithstanding her apparent frankness at first, to keep him at a distance. That she was fitful, too, and incapable of showing much tenderness even to poor Harry, he had already concluded in his private judgment-hall. Nor could he doubt that, whether from wrong theories, incapacity, or culpable indifference, she must have taken very bad measures indeed with her young pupil. The next day resembled the two former, with this difference, that the rain fell in torrents. Seated in their strawy bower, they cared for no rain. They were safe from the whole world, and all the tempers of nature. Then Hugh told Harry about the slow beginnings and the mighty birth of the great Roman people. He told him tales of their battles and conquests, their strifes at home and their wars abroad. He told him stories of their grand men, great with the individuality of their nation and their own. He told him their characters, their peculiar opinions and grounds of action, and the results of their various schemes for their various ends. He told him about their love to their country, about their poetry and their religion, their courage and their hardihood, their architecture, their clothes and their armour, their customs and their laws, but all in such language, or mostly in such language, as one boy might use in telling another of the same age. For Hugh possessed the gift of a general simplicity of thought, one of the most valuable a man can have. It cost him a good deal of labour, well repaid in itself, not to speak of the evident delight of Harry, to make himself perfectly competent for this, but he had a good foundation of knowledge to work upon. This went on for a long time after the period to which I am now more immediately confined. Every time they stopped to rest from their rambles or games, as often, in fact, as they sat down alone, Harry's constant request was, "Now, Mr. Sutherland, mightn't we have something more about the Romans?" And Mr. Sutherland gave him something more. Chapter 20 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 20. Larch and Other Hunting. For there is neither busk nor hay in May, that it nil shrad bene, and it with newe leaves renne, those woodes eke recoveren grene, that dry in winter ben to sene. And the earth waxeth proud withal, for swot dewes that on it fall, and the poore estate forget, in which that winter had it set. And then becomes the ground so proude, that it wull have a newe shrad, and maketh so quaint his robe and fair, that it hath hues an 100 pair, of grass and flores of ind and pears, and many hues full divers. That is the robe I mean ywis, through which the ground to praisen is. Chaucer's translation of the Romaunt of the Rose. So passed the 3 days of rain. After breakfast the following morning, Hugh went to find Harry, according to custom, in the library. He was reading. "What are you reading, Harry?" asked he. "A poem," said Harry, and rising as before, he brought the book to Hugh. It was Mrs. Hemans's poems. "You are fond of poetry, Harry?" "Yes, very." "Whose poems do you like best?" "Mrs. Hemans's, of course. Don't you think she is the best, sir?" "She writes very beautiful verses, Harry. Which poem are you reading now?" "Oh, one of my favourites, The Voice of Spring." "Who taught you to like Mrs. Hemans's?" "Euphra, of course." "Will you read the poem to me?" Harry began and read the poem through, with much taste and evident enjoyment, an enjoyment which seemed, however, to spring more from the music of the thought and its embodiment in sound, than from sympathy with the forms of nature called up thereby. This was shown by his mode of reading, in which the music was everything, and the sense little or nothing. When he came to the line, "And the larch has hung all his tassels forth," he smiled so delightedly that Hugh said: "Are you fond of the larch, Harry?" "Yes, very." "Are there any about here?" "I don't know. What is it like?" "You said you were fond of it." "Oh, yes, it is a tree with beautiful tassels, you know. I think I should like to see one. Isn't it a beautiful line?" "When you have finished the poem, we will go and see if we can find one anywhere in the woods. We must know where we are in the world, Harry, what is all round about us, you know." "Oh, yes," said Harry. "Let us go and hunt the larch. Perhaps we shall meet Spring, if we look for her. Perhaps hear her voice too." "That would be delightful," answered Harry, smiling, and away they went. I may just mention here that Mrs. Hemans's was allowed to retire gradually, till at last she was to be found only in the more inaccessible recesses of the library shelves, while by that time Harry might be heard, not all over the house, certainly, but as far off as outside the closed door of the library, reading aloud to himself one or other of Macaulay's ballads, with an evident enjoyment of the go in it. A story with a drum and trumpet accompaniment was quite enough, for the present, to satisfy Harry, and Macaulay could give him that, if little more. As they went across the lawn towards the shrubbery, on their way to look for larches and Spring, Euphra joined them in walking dress. It was a lovely morning. "I have taken you at your word, you see, Mr. Sutherland," said she. "I don't want to lose my Harry quite." "You dear, kind Euphra!" said Harry, going round to her side and taking her hand. He did not stay long with her, however, nor did Euphra seem particularly to want him. There was one thing I ought to have mentioned to you the other night, Mr. Sutherland, and I dare say I should have mentioned it, had not Mr. Arnold interrupted our tete-a-tete. I feel now as if I had been guilty of claiming far more than I have a right to, on the score of musical insight. I have Scotch blood in me, and was indeed born in Scotland, though I left it before I was a year old. My mother, Mr. Arnold's sister, married a gentleman who was half Scotch, and I was born while they were on a visit to his relatives, the Camerons of Lochnie. His mother, my grandmother, was a Bohemian lady, a countess with 16 quarterings, not a gipsy, I beg to say. Hugh thought she might have been, to judge from present appearances. But how was he to account for this torrent of genealogical information into which the ice of her late constraint had suddenly thawed? It was odd that she should all at once volunteer so much about herself. Perhaps she had made up one of those minds which need making up every now and then, like a monthly magazine, and now was prepared to publish it. Hugh responded with a question. "Do I know your name, then, at last? You are Miss Cameron?" "Euphrasia Cameron, at your service, sir." And she dropped a gay little curtsy to Hugh, looking up at him with the flash of her black diamonds. "Then you must sing to me to-night." "With all the pleasure in gipsy land," replied she, with a second curtsy, lower than the first, taking for granted, no doubt, his silent judgment on her person and complexion. By this time they had reached the woods in a different quarter from that which Hugh had gone through the other day with Harry. And here, in very deed, the spring met them with a profusion of richness to which Hugh was quite a stranger. The ground was carpeted with primroses and anemones, and other spring flowers, which are the loveliest of all flowers. They were drinking the sunlight which fell upon them through the budded boughs. By the time the light should be hidden from them by the leaves, which are the clouds of the lower firmament of the woods, their need of it would be gone. Exquisites in living, they cared only for the delicate morning of the year. "Do look at this darling, Mr. Sutherland!" exclaimed Euphrasia suddenly, as she bent at the root of a great beech, where grew a large bush of rough leaves, with one tiny but perfectly formed primrose peeping out between. "Is it not a little pet? All eyes, all one eye staring out of its curtained bed to see whatever is going on in the world. You had better lie down again. It is not a nice place." She spoke to it as if it had been a kitten or a baby, and as she spoke she pulled the leaves yet closer over the little starer, so as to hide it quite. As they went on, she almost obtrusively avoided stepping on the flowers, saying she always felt cruel, or at least rude, when she did so. Yet she trailed her dress over them in quite a careless way, not lifting it at all. This was a peculiarity of hers which Hugh never understood till he understood herself. All about, in the shady places, the ferns were busy untucking themselves from their grave clothes, unrolling their mysterious coils of life, adding continually to the hidden growth as they unfolded the visible. In this they were like the other revelations of God the Infinite. All the wild, lovely things were coming up for their month's life of joy. Orchis, harlequins, cuckoo plants, wild arums, more properly lords and ladies, were coming, and coming, slowly. For had they not a long way to come, from the valley of the shadow of death into the land of life? At last the wanderers came upon a whole company of bluebells, not what Hugh would have called bluebells, for the bluebells of Scotland are the single poised harebells, but wild hyacinths, growing in a damp and shady spot in wonderful luxuriance. They were quite 3 feet in height, with long, graceful, drooping heads, hanging down from them all along one side, the largest and loveliest of bells, one lying close above the other on the lower part, while they parted thinner and thinner as they rose towards the lonely one at the top. Miss Cameron went into ecstasies over these, not saying much, but breaking up what she did say with many prettily passionate pauses. She had a very happy turn for seeing external resemblances, either humorous or pathetic; for she had much of one element that goes to the making of a poet, namely, surface impressibility. "Look, Harry, they are all sad at having to go down there again so soon. They are looking at their graves so ruefully." Harry looked sad and rather sentimental immediately. When Hugh glanced at Miss Cameron, he saw tears in her eyes. "You have nothing like this in your country, have you, Mr. Sutherland?" said she, with an apparent effort. "No, indeed," answered Hugh. And he said no more; for a vision rose before him of the rugged pine wood and the single primrose, and of the thoughtful maiden with unpolished speech and rough hands, but this he did not see, a soul slowly refining itself to a crystalline clearness; and he thought of the grand old grey-haired David, and of Janet with her quaint motherhood, and of all the blessed bareness of the ancient time, in sunlight and in snow, and he felt again that he had forgotten and forsaken his friends. "How the fairies will be ringing the bells in these airy steeples in the moonlight!" said Miss Cameron to Harry, who was surprised and delighted with it all. He could not help wondering, however, after he went to bed that night, that Euphra had never before taken him to see these beautiful things, and had never before said anything half so pretty to him as the least pretty things she had said about the flowers that morning when they were out with Mr. Sutherland. Had Mr. Sutherland anything to do with it? Was he giving Euphra a lesson in flowers, such as he had given him in pigs? Miss Cameron presently drew Hugh into conversation again, and the old times were once more forgotten for a season. They are worthy of distinguishing note, that trio in those spring woods. The boy, waking up to feel the flowers and buds were lovelier in the woods than in verses; Euphra, finding everything about her sentimentality useful, and really delighting in the prettiness they suggested to her; and Hugh regarding the whole chiefly as a material and means for reproducing in verse such impressions of delight as he had received and still received from all but the highest poetry about nature. The presence of Harry and his necessities was certainly a saving influence upon Hugh; but, however much he sought to realize Harry's life, he himself, at this period of his history, enjoyed everything artistically far more than humanly. Margaret would have walked through all this infant summer without speaking at all, but with a deep light far back in her quiet eyes. Perhaps she would not have had many thoughts about the flowers; rather she would have thought the very flowers themselves, would have been at home with them in a delighted oneness with their life and expression. Certainly she would have walked through them with reverence, and would not have petted or patronized nature by saying pretty things about her children. Their life would have entered into her, and she would have hardly known it from her own. I dare say Miss Cameron would have called a mountain a darling or a beauty. But there are other ways of showing affection than by patting and petting; though Margaret, for her part, would have needed no art expression, because she had the things themselves. It is not always those who utter best who feel most; and the dumb poets are sometimes dumb because it would need the large utterance of the early gods to carry their thoughts through the gates of speech. But the fancy and skin sympathy of Miss Cameron began already to tell upon Hugh. He knew very little of women, and had never heard a woman talk as she talked. He did not know how cheap this accomplishment is, and took it for sensibility, imaginativeness, and even originality. He thought she was far more en rapport with nature than he was. It was much easier to make this mistake after hearing the really delightful way in which she sang. Certainly she could not have sung so, perhaps not even have talked so, except she had been capable of more. But to be capable of more and to be able for more are two very distinct conditions. Many walks followed this, extending themselves farther and farther from home as Harry's strength gradually improved. It was quite remarkable how his interest in everything external increased, in exact proportion as he learned to see into the inside or life of it. With most children, the interest in the external comes first, and with many ceases there. But it is in reality only a shallower form of the deeper sympathy, and in those cases where it does lead to a desire after the hidden nature of things, it is perhaps the better beginning of the two. In such exceptional cases as Harry's, it is of unspeakable importance that both the difference and the identity should be recognized, and in doing so, Hugh became to Harry his big brother indeed, for he led him where he could not go alone. As often as Mr. Arnold was from home, which happened not unfrequently, Miss Cameron accompanied them in their rambles. She gave as her reason for doing so only on such occasions, that she never liked to be out of the way when her uncle might want her. Traces of an inclination to quarrel with Hugh, or even to stand upon her dignity, had all but vanished, and as her vivacity never failed her, as her intellect was always active, and as by the exercise of her will she could enter sympathetically, or appear to enter, into everything, her presence was not in the least a restraint upon them. On one occasion, when Harry had actually run a little way after a butterfly, Hugh said to her: "What did you mean, Miss Cameron, by saying you were only a poor relation? You are certainly mistress of the house." "On sufferance, yes. But I am only a poor relation. I have no fortune of my own." "But Mr. Arnold does not treat you as such." "Oh, no. He likes me. He is very kind to me. He gave me this ring on my last birthday. Is it not a beauty?" She pulled off her glove, and showed a very fine diamond on a finger worthy of the ornament. "It is more like a gentleman's, is it not?" she added, drawing it off. "Let me see how it would look on your hand." She gave the ring to Hugh, who, laughing, got it with some difficulty just over the first joint of his little finger, and held it up for Euphra to see. "Ah, I see I cannot ask you to wear it for me," said she. "I don't like it myself. I am afraid, however," she added, with an arch look, "my uncle would not like it either on your finger. Put it on mine again." Holding her hand towards Hugh, she continued: "It must not be promoted just yet. Besides, I see you have a still better one of your own." As Hugh did according to her request, the words sprang to his lips: "There are other ways of wearing a ring than on the finger." But they did not cross the threshold of speech. Was it the repression of them that caused that strange flutter and slight pain? Chapter 21 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 21 Fatima. Those lips that love's own hand did make, breathed forth the sound that said, I hate, to me that languished for her sake. But when she saw my woeful state, straight in her heart did mercy come, chiding that tongue that, ever sweet, was used in giving gentle doom, and taught it thus anew to greet. I hate she altered with an end, that followed it, as gentle day doth follow night, who, like a fiend, from heaven to hell is flown away. I hate from hate away she threw, and saved my life, saying, not you. Shakespeare. Mr. Arnold was busy at home for a few days after this, and Hugh and Harry had to go out alone. One day, when the wind was rather cold, they took refuge in the barn, for it was part of Hugh's especial care that Harry should be rendered hardy, by never being exposed to more than he could bear without a sense of suffering. As soon as the boy began to feel fatigue, or cold, or any other discomfort, his tutor took measures accordingly. Harry would have crept into the straw house, but Hugh said, pulling a book out of his pocket, "I have a poem here for you, Harry. I want to read it to you now, and we can't see in there." They threw themselves down on the straw, and Hugh, opening a volume of Robert Browning's poems, read the famous Ride from Ghent to Eye. He knew the poem well, and read it well. Harry was in raptures. "I wish I could read that as you do," said he. "Try," said Hugh. Harry tried the first verse, and threw the book down in disgust with himself. "Why cannot I read it?" said he. "Because you can't ride." "I could ride if I had such a horse as that to ride upon." "But you could never have such a horse as that, except you could ride, and ride well first. After that, there is no saying but you might get one. You might, in fact, train one for yourself, till from being a little foal it became your own wonderful horse." "Oh, that would be delightful! Will you teach me horses as well, Mr. Sutherland?" "Perhaps I will." That evening at dinner, Hugh said to Mr. Arnold, "Could you let me have a horse to-morrow morning, Mr. Arnold?" Mr. Arnold stared a little, as he always did at anything new, but Hugh went on: "Harry and I want to have a ride to-morrow, and I expect we shall like it so much that we shall want to ride very often." "Yes, that we shall," cried Harry. "Could not Mr. Sutherland have your white mare, Euphra?" said Mr. Arnold, reconciled at once to the proposal. "I would rather not, if you don't mind, uncle. My Fatty is not used to such a burden as I fear Mr. Sutherland would prove. She drops a little now on the hard road." The fact was, Euphra would want Fatima. "Well, Harry," said Mr. Arnold, graciously pleased to be facetious, "don't you think your Welsh dray horse could carry Mr. Sutherland?" "Ha, ha, ha! Papa, do you know Mr. Sutherland set him up on his hind legs yesterday, and made him walk on them like a dancing dog. He was going to lift him, but he kicked about so when he felt himself leaving the ground, that he tumbled Mr. Sutherland into the horse trough." Even the solemn face of the butler relaxed into a smile, but Mr. Arnold's clouded instead. His boy's tutor ought to be a gentleman. "Wasn't it fun, Mr. Sutherland?" "It was to you, you little rogue," said Sutherland, laughing. "And how you did run home dripping like a water cart, and all the dogs after you!" Mr. Arnold's monotonous solemnity soon checked Harry's prattle. "I will see, Mr. Sutherland, what I can do to mount you." "I don't care what it is," said Hugh, who, though by no means a thorough horseman, had been from boyhood in the habit of mounting everything in the shape of a horse that he could lay hands upon, from a cart horse upward and downwards. "There's an old bay that would carry me very well." "That is my own horse, Mr. Sutherland." This stopped the conversation in that direction; but next morning after breakfast, an excellent chestnut horse was waiting at the door, along with Harry's new pony. Mr. Arnold could see them go off. This did not exactly suit Miss Cameron, but if she frowned, it was when nobody saw her. Hugh put Harry up himself, told him to stick fast with his knees, and then mounted his chestnut. As they trotted slowly down the avenue, Euphrasia heard Mr. Arnold say to himself: "The fellow sits well, at all events." She took care to make herself agreeable to Hugh by reporting this, with the omission of the initiatory epitaph, however. Harry returned from his ride, rather tired, but in high spirits. "Oh, Euphra!" he cried, "Mr. Sutherland is such a ride! He jumps hedges and ditches and everything; and he has promised to teach me and my pony to jump too. And if I am not too tired, we are to begin to-morrow, out on the common. Oh, jolly!" The little fellow's heart was full of the sense of growing life and strength, and Hugh was delighted with his own success. He caught sight of a serpentine motion in Euphra's eyebrows, as she bent her face again over the work from which she had lifted it on their entrance. He addressed her. "You will be glad to hear that Harry has ridden like a man." "I am glad to hear it, Harry." Why did she reply to the subject of the remark, and not to the speaker? Hugh perplexed himself in vain to answer this question, but a very small amount of experience would have made him able to understand at once as much of her behaviour as was genuine. At luncheon she spoke only in reply, and then so briefly as not to afford the smallest peg on which to hang a response. "What can be the matter?" thought Hugh. "What a peculiar creature she is! But after what has passed between us, I can't stand this." When dinner was over that evening, she rose as usual and left the room, followed by Hugh and Harry; but as soon as they were in the drawing-room, she left it, and returning to the dining-room, resumed her seat at the table. "Take a glass of claret, Euphra, dear," said Mr. Arnold. "I will, if you please, uncle. I should like it. I have seldom a minute with you alone now." Evidently flattered, Mr. Arnold poured out a glass of claret, rose and carried it to his niece himself, and then took a chair beside her. "Thank you, dear uncle," she said, with one of her bewitching flashes of smile. "Harry has been getting on bravely with his riding, has he not?" she continued. "So it would appear." Harry had been full of the story of the day at the dinner-table, where he still continued to present himself, for his father would not be satisfied without him. It was certainly good moral training for the boy to sit there almost without eating, and none the worse that he found it rather hard sometimes. He talked much more freely now, and asked the servants for anything he wanted, without referring to Euphra. Now and then he would glance at her, as if afraid of offending her; but the cords which bound him to her were evidently relaxing, and she saw it plainly enough, though she made no reference to the unpleasing fact. "I am only a little fearful, uncle, lest Mr. Sutherland should urge the boy to do more than his strength will admit of. He is exceedingly kind to him, but he has evidently never known what weakness is himself." "True, there is danger of that. But you see, he has taken him so entirely into his own hands. I don't seem to be allowed a word in the matter of his education any more." Mr. Arnold spoke with the peevishness of weak importance. "I wish you would take care that he does not carry things too far, Euphra." That was just what Euphra wanted. "I think, if you do not disapprove, uncle, I will have Fatima saddled to-morrow morning, and go with them myself." "Thank you, my love. I shall be much obliged to you." The glass of claret was soon finished after this. A little more conversation about nothing followed, and Euphra rose the second time, and returned to the drawing-room. She found it unoccupied. She sat down to the piano, and sang song after song, Scotch, Italian, and Bohemian; but Hugh did not make his appearance. The fact was, he was busy writing to his mother, whom he had rather neglected since he came. Writing to her made him think of David, and he began a letter to him too; but it was never finished, and never sent. He did not return to the drawing-room that evening. Indeed, except for a short time, while Mr. Arnold was drinking his claret, he seldom showed himself there. Had Euphra repelled him too much, hurt him, she would make up for it to-morrow. Breakfast was scarcely over when the chestnut and the pony passed the window, accompanied by a lovely little Arab mare, broad-chested and light-limbed, with a wonderfully small head. She was white as snow, with keen dark eyes. Her curb rein was red instead of white. Hearing their approach, and begging her uncle to excuse her, Euphra rose from the table and left the room, but reappeared in a wonderfully little while, in a well-fitted riding habit of black velvet, with a belt of dark red leather clasping a waist of the roundest and smallest. Her little hat, likewise black, had a single long white feather, laid horizontally within the upturned brim, and drooping over it at the back. Her white mare would be just the right pedestal for the dusky figure, black eyes, tawny skin, and all. As she stood ready to mount, and Hugh was approaching to put her up, she called the groom, seemed just to touch his hand, and was in the saddle in a moment, foot in stirrup and skirt falling over it. Hugh thought she was carrying out the behaviour of yesterday, and was determined to ask her what it meant. The little Arab began to rear and plunge with pride as soon as she felt her mistress on her back; but she seemed as much at home as if she had been on the music-stool, and patted her arching neck, talking to her in the same tone almost in which she had addressed the flowers. "Be quiet, Fatty dear. You're frightening Mr. Sutherland." But Hugh, seeing the next moment that she was in no danger, sprang into his saddle. Away they went, Fatima infusing life and frolic into the equine, as Euphra into the human portion of the cavalcade. Having reached the common, out of sight of the house, Miss Cameron, instead of looking after Harry, lest he should have too much exercise, scampered about like a wild girl, jumping everything that came in her way, and so exciting Harry's pony that it was almost more than he could do to manage it, till at last Hugh had to beg her to go more quietly, for Harry's sake. She drew up alongside of them at once, and made her mare stand as still as she could, while Harry made his first essay upon a little ditch. After crossing it 2 or 3 times, he gathered courage, and setting his pony at a larger one beyond, bounded across it beautifully. "Bravo, Harry!" cried both Euphra and Hugh. Harry galloped back and over it again, then came up to them with a glow of proud confidence on his pale face. "You'll be a horseman yet, Harry," said Hugh. "I hope so," said Harry, in an aspiring tone, which greatly satisfied his tutor. The boy's spirit was evidently reviving. Euphra must have managed him ill. Yet she was not in the least effeminate herself. It puzzled Hugh a good deal, but he did not think about it long, for Harry, cantering away in front, he had an opportunity of saying to Euphra: "Are you offended with me, Miss Cameron?" "Offended with you? What do you mean? A girl like me offended with a man like you?" She looked 22 as she spoke, but even at that she was older than Hugh. He, however, certainly looked considerably older than he really was. "What makes you think so?" she added, turning her face towards him. "You would not speak to me when we came home yesterday." "Not speak to you! I had a little headache, and perhaps I was a little sullen from having been in such bad company all the morning." "What company had you?" asked Hugh, gazing at her in some surprise. "My own," answered she, with a lovely laugh, thrown full in his face. Then, after a pause: "Let me advise you, if you want to live in peace, not to embark on that ocean of discovery." "What ocean? What discovery?" asked Hugh, bewildered, and still gazing. "The troubled ocean of ladies' looks," she replied. "You will never be able to live in the same house with one of our kind, if it be necessary to your peace to find out what every expression that puzzles you may mean." I did not intend to be inquisitive. It really troubled me. "There it is. You must never mind us. We show so much sooner than men; but, take warning, there is no making out what it is we do show. Your faces are legible; ours are so scratched and interlined, that you had best give up at once the idea of deciphering them." Hugh could not help looking once more at the smooth, simple, naive countenance shining upon him. "There, you are at it again," said she, blushing a little, and turning her head away. "Well, to comfort you, I will confess I was rather cross yesterday, because you seem to have been quite happy with only one of your pupils." As she spoke the words, she gave Fatima the rein, and bounded off, overtaking Harry's pony in a moment. Nor did she leave her cousin during all the rest of their ride. Most women in whom the soul has anything like a chance of reaching the windows are more or less beautiful in their best moments. Euphra's best was when she was trying to fascinate. Then she was fascinating. During the first morning that Hugh spent at Arnstead, she had probably been making up her mind whether, between her and Hugh, it was to be war to the knife or fascination. The latter had carried the day, and was now carrying him. But had she calculated that fascination may react as well? Hugh's heart bounded, like her Arab steed, as she uttered the words last recorded. He gave his chestnut the rein in his turn to overtake her, but Fatima's canter quickened into a gallop, and, inspirited by her companionship and the fact that their heads were turned stablewards, Harry's pony, one of the quickest of its race, laid itself to the ground and kept up, taking 3 strides for Fatty's 2, so that Hugh never got within 3 lengths of them, till they drew rein at the hall door, where the grooms were awaiting them. Euphra was off her mare in a moment, and had almost reached her own room before Hugh and Harry had crossed the hall. She came down to luncheon in a white muslin dress, with the smallest possible red spot in it, and, taking her place at the table, seemed to Hugh to have put off not only her riding habit, but the self that was in it as well; for she chatted away in the most unconcerned and easy manner possible, as if she had not been out of the room all the morning. She had ridden so hard that she had left her last speech in the middle of the common. Chapter 22 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 22 The Picture Gallery. The house is crencelled to and fro, and hath so quaint ways for to go, for it is shapen as the mace is wrought. Chaucer, Legend of Ariadne. Luncheon over, and Harry dismissed as usual to lie down, Miss Cameron said to Hugh: "You have never been over the old house yet, I believe, Mr. Sutherland. Would you not like to see it?" "I should indeed," said Hugh. "It is what I have long hoped for, and have often been on the point of begging." "Come, then, I will be your guide, if you will trust yourself with a madcap like me in the solitudes of the old hive." "Lead on to the family vaults, if you will," said Hugh. "That might be possible, too, from below. We are not so very far from them. Even within the house there is an old chapel, and some monuments worth looking at. Shall we take it last?" "As you think best," answered Hugh. She rose and rang the bell. When it was answered, "Jacob," she said, "get me the keys of the house from Mrs. Horton." Jacob vanished, and reappeared with a huge bunch of keys. She took them. "Thank you. They should not be allowed to get quite rusty, Jacob." "Please, miss, Mrs. Horton desired me to say she would have seen to them if she had known you wanted them." "Oh, never mind. Just tell my maid to bring me an old pair of gloves." Jacob went, and the maid came with the required armour. "Now, Mr. Sutherland, Jane, you will come with us. No, you need not take the keys. I will find those I want as we go." She unlocked a door in the corner of the hall, which Hugh had never seen open. Passing through a long low passage, they came to a spiral staircase of stone, up which they went, arriving at another wide hall, very dusty, but in perfect repair. Hugh asked if there was not some communication between this hall and the great oak staircase. "Yes," answered Euphra, "but this is the more direct way." As she said this, he felt somehow as if she cast on him one of her keenest glances. But the place was very dusky, and he stood in a spot where the light fell upon him from an opening in a shutter, while she stood in deep shadow. "Jane, open that shutter." The girl obeyed, and the entering light revealed the walls covered with paintings, many of them apparently of no value, yet adding much to the effect of the place. Seeing that Hugh was at once attracted by the pictures, Euphra said, "Perhaps you would like to see the picture gallery first?" Hugh assented. Euphra chose key after key, and opened door after door, till they came into a long gallery, well lighted from each end. The windows were soon opened. "Mr. Arnold is very proud of his pictures, especially of his family portraits; but he is content with knowing he has them, and never visits them except to show them, or perhaps once or twice a year, when something or other keeps him at home for a day, without anything particular to do." In glancing over the portraits, some of them by famous masters, Hugh's eyes were arrested by a blonde beauty in the dress of the time of Charles II. There was such a reality of self-willed boldness, as well as something worse, in her face, that, though arrested by the picture, Hugh felt ashamed of looking at it in the presence of Euphra and her maid. The pictured woman almost put him out of countenance, and yet at the same time fascinated him. Dragging his eyes from it, he saw that Jane had turned her back upon it, while Euphra regarded it steadily. "Open that opposite window, Jane," said she. "There is not enough light on this portrait." Jane obeyed. While she did so, Hugh caught a glimpse of her face, and saw that the formerly rosy girl was deadly pale. He said to Euphra, "Your maid seems ill, Miss Cameron." "Jane, what is the matter with you?" She did not reply, but, leaning against the wall, seemed ready to faint. "The place is close," said her mistress. "Go into the next room there," she pointed to a door, "and open the window. You will soon be well." "If you please, miss, I would rather stay with you. This place makes me feel that strange." She had come but lately, and had never been over the house before. "Nonsense!" said Miss Cameron, looking at her sharply. "What do you mean?" "Please don't be angry, miss; but the first night ere I slept here, I saw that very lady." "Saw that lady?" "Well, miss, I mean, I dreamed that I saw her, and I remembered her the minute I see her up there, and she give me a turn like. I'm all right now, miss." Euphra fixed her eyes on her, and kept them fixed, till she was very nearly all wrong again. She turned as pale as before, and began to draw her breath hard. "You silly goose!" said Euphra, and withdrew her eyes, upon which the girl began to breathe more freely. Hugh was making some wise remarks in his own mind on the unsteady condition of a nature in which the imagination predominates over the powers of reflection, when Euphra turned to him, and began to tell him that that was the picture of her 3 or 4 times great-grandmother, painted by Sir Peter Lely, just after she was married. "Isn't she fair?" said she. "She turned nun at last, they say." "She is more fair than honest," thought Hugh. "It would take a great deal of nun to make her into a saint." But he only said, "She is more beautiful than lovely. What was her name?" "If you mean her maiden name, it was Halkar. Lady Euphrasia Halkar. Named after me, you see. She had foreign blood in her, of course; and, to tell the truth, there were strange stories told of her, of more sorts than one. I know nothing of her family. It was never heard of in England, I believe, till after the Restoration." All the time Euphra was speaking, Hugh was being perplexed with that most annoying of perplexities, the flitting phantom of a resemblance which he could not catch. He was forced to dismiss it for the present, utterly baffled. "Were you really named after her, Miss Cameron?" "No, no. It is a family name with us. But, indeed, I may be said to be named after her, for she was the first of us who bore it. You don't seem to like the portrait." "I do not. But I cannot help looking at it, for all that." "I am so used to the lady's face," said Euphra, "that it makes no impression on me of any sort. But it is said," she added, glancing at the maid, who stood at some distance, looking uneasily about her, and as she spoke she lowered her voice to a whisper, "it is said she cannot lie still." "Cannot lie still? What do you mean?" "I mean down there in the chapel," she answered, pointing. The Celtic nerves of Hugh shuddered. Euphra laughed, and her voice echoed in silvery billows that broke on the faces of the men and women of old time that had owned the whole, whose lives had flowed and ebbed in varied tides through the ancient house, who had married and been given in marriage, and had gone down to the chapel below the prayers and below the psalms, and made a Sunday of all the week. Ashamed of his feeling of passing dismay, Hugh said, just to say something: "What a strange ornament that is! Is it a brooch or a pin? No, I declare it is a ring, large enough for 3 cardinals, and worn on her thumb. It seems almost to sparkle. Is it ruby or carbuncle, or what?" "I don't know. Some clumsy old thing," answered Euphra, carelessly. "Oh, I see," said Hugh. "It is not a red stone. The glow is only a reflection from part of her dress. It is as clear as a diamond. But that is impossible, such a size. There seems to me something curious about it, and the longer I look at it, the more strange it appears." Euphra stole another of her piercing glances at him, but said nothing. "Surely," Hugh went on, "a ring like that would hardly be likely to be lost out of the family. Your uncle must have it somewhere." Euphra laughed, but this laugh was very different from the last. It rattled rather than rang. "You are wonderfully taken with the bauble, for a man of letters, that is, Mr. Sutherland. The stone may have been carried down any one of the 100 streams into which a family river is always dividing." "It is a very remarkable ornament for a lady's finger, notwithstanding," said Hugh, smiling in his turn. "But we shall never get through the pictures at this rate," remarked Euphra; and going on, she directed Hugh's attention now to this, now to that portrait, saying who each was, and mentioning anything remarkable in the history of their originals. She manifested a thorough acquaintance with the family story, and made, in fact, an excellent show-woman. Having gone nearly to the other end of the gallery, "This door," said she, stopping at one, and turning over the keys, "leads to one of the oldest portions of the house, the principal room in which is said to have belonged especially to the lady over there." As she said this, she fixed her eyes once more on the maid. "Oh, don't ye now, miss," interrupted Jane. "Hannah do say as how a whitey blue light shines in the window of a dark night sometimes. That lady's window, you know, miss. Don't ye open the door, pray, miss." Jane seemed on the point of falling into the same terror as before. "Really, Jane," said her mistress, "I am ashamed of you, and of myself, for having such silly servants about me." "I beg your pardon, miss, but—" "So Mr. Sutherland and I must give up our plan of going over the house, because my maid's nerves are too delicate to permit her to accompany us. For shame!" "Oh, do ye now go without me," cried the girl, clasping her hands. "And you will wait here till we come back?" "Oh, don't ye leave me here. Just show me the way out." And once more she turned pale as death. "Mr. Sutherland, I am very sorry, but we must put off the rest of our ramble till another time. I am, like Hamlet, very vilely attended, as you see. Come then, you foolish girl," she added more mildly. The poor maid, what with terror of Lady Euphrasia and respect for her mistress, was in a pitiable condition of moral helplessness. She seemed almost too frightened to walk behind them. But if she had been in front, it would have been no better, for, like other ghost fearers, she seemed to feel very painfully that she had no eyes in her back. They returned as they came, and Jane, receiving the keys to take to the housekeeper, darted away. When she reached Mrs. Horton's room, she sank on a chair in hysterics. "I must get rid of that girl, I fear," said Miss Cameron, leading the way to the library. "She will infect the whole household with her foolish terrors. We shall not hear the last of this for some time to come. We had a fit of it the same year I came, and I suppose the time has come round for another attack of the same epidemic." "What is there about the room to terrify the poor thing?" "Oh, they say it is haunted, that is all. Was there ever an old house anywhere over Europe, especially an old family house, but what was said to be haunted? Here the story centres in that room, or at least in that room and the avenue in front of its windows." "Is that the avenue called the Ghost's Walk?" "Yes. Who told you?" "Harry would not let me cross it." "Poor boy! This is really too bad. He cannot stand anything of that kind, I am sure. Those servants! Oh, I hope we shall soon get him too well to be frightened at anything. Are these places said to be haunted by any particular ghost?" "Yes, by Lady Euphrasia. Rubbish." Had Hugh possessed a yet keener perception of resemblance, he would have seen that the phantom likeness which haunted him in the portrait of Euphrasia Halkar was that of Euphrasia Cameron, by his side all the time. But the mere difference of complexion was sufficient to throw him out, insignificant difference as that is, besides the correspondence of features and their relations. Euphra herself was perfectly aware of the likeness, but had no wish that Hugh should discover it. As if the likeness, however, had been dimly identified by the unconscious part of his being, he sat in one corner of the library sofa, with his eyes fixed on the face of Euphra, as she sat in the other. Presently he was made aware of his unintentional rudeness by seeing her turn pale as death, and sink back in the sofa. In a moment she started up, and began pacing about the room, rubbing her eyes and temples. He was bewildered and alarmed. "Miss Cameron, are you ill?" he exclaimed. She gave a kind of half hysterical laugh, and said, "No, nothing worth speaking of. I felt a little faint, that was all. I am better now." She turned full towards him, and seemed to try to look all right, but there was a kind of film over the clearness of her black eyes. I fear that you have a headache." "A little, but it is nothing. I will go and lie down." "Do, pray, else you will not be well enough to appear at dinner." She retired, and Hugh joined Harry. Euphra had another glass of claret with her uncle that evening, in order to give her a report of the morning's ride. "Really, there is not much to be afraid of, uncle. He takes very good care of Harry. To be sure, I had occasion several times to check him a little, but he has this good quality, in addition to a considerable aptitude for teaching, that he perceives a hint, and takes it at once." Knowing her uncle's formality, and preference for precise and judicial modes of expression, Euphra modelled her phrase to his mind. "I am glad he has your good opinion so far, Euphra, for I confess there is something about the youth that pleases me. I was afraid at first that I might be annoyed by his overstepping the true boundaries of his position in my family. He seems to have been in good society, too. But your assurance that he can take a hint lessens my apprehension considerably. To-morrow I will ask him to resume his seat after dessert." This was not exactly the object of Euphra's qualified commendation of Hugh, but she could not help it now. "I think, however, if you approve, uncle, that it will be more prudent to keep a little watch over the riding for a while. I confess, too, I should be glad of a little more of that exercise than I have had for some time. I found my seat not very secure to-day." "Very desirable on both considerations, my love." Chapter 23 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 23 Nest Building. If you will have a tree bear more fruit than it hath used to do, it is not anything you can do to the boughs, but it is the stirring of the earth, and putting new mould about the roots, that must work it. Lord Bacon's Advancement of Learning, B. 2. In a short time, Harry's health was so much improved, and consequently the strength and activity of his mind so much increased, that Hugh began to give him more exact mental operations to perform. But as if he had been a reader of Lord Bacon, which as yet he was not, and had learned from him that wonder is the seat of knowledge, he came by a kind of sympathetic instinct to the same conclusion, practically, in the case of Harry. He tried to wake a question in him by showing him something that would rouse his interest. The reply to this question might be the whole rudiments of a science. Things themselves should lead to the science of them. If things are not interesting in themselves, how can any amount of knowledge about them be? To be sure, there is such a thing as a purely or abstractly intellectual interest, the pleasure of the mere operation of the intellect upon the signs of things. But this must spring from a highly exercised intellectual condition, and is not to be expected before the pleasures of intellectual motion have been experienced through the employment of its means for other ends. Whether this is a higher condition or not is open to much disquisition. One day Hugh was purposely engaged in taking the altitude of the highest turret of the house, with an old quadrant he had found in the library, when Harry came up. "What are you doing, big brother?" said he, for now that he was quite at home with Hugh, there was a wonderful mixture of familiarity and respect in him that was quite bewitching. "Finding out how high your house is, little brother," answered Hugh. "How can you do it with that thing? Will it measure the height of other things besides the house?" "Yes, the height of a mountain, or anything you like." "Do show me how." Hugh showed him as much of it as he could. "But I don't understand it." "Oh, that is quite another thing. To do that, you must learn a great many things. Euclid to begin with." That very afternoon Harry began Euclid, and soon found quite enough of interest on the road to the quadrant to prevent him from feeling any tediousness in its length. Of an afternoon, Hugh had taken to reading Shakespeare to Harry. Euphra was always a listener. On one occasion Harry said, "I am so sorry, Mr. Sutherland, but I don't understand the half of it. Sometimes when Euphra and you are laughing, and sometimes when Euphra is crying," added he, looking at her slyly, "I can't understand what it is all about. Am I so very stupid, Mr. Sutherland?" And he almost cried himself. "Not a bit of it, Harry, my boy. Only you must learn a great many other things first." "How can I learn them? I am willing to learn anything. I don't find it tire me now as it used." "There are many things necessary to understand Shakespeare that I cannot teach you, and that some people never learn. Most of them will come of themselves. But of one thing you may be sure, Harry, that if you learn anything, whatever it be, you are so far nearer to understanding Shakespeare." The same afternoon, when Harry had waked from his siesta, upon which Hugh still insisted, they went out for a walk in the fields. The sun was half-way down the sky, but very hot and sultry. "I wish we had our cave of straw to creep into now," said Harry. "I feel exactly like the little field mouse you read to me about in Burns's poem, when we went in that morning, and found it all torn up, and half of it carried away. We have no place to go to now for a peculiar own place. And the consequence is, you have not told me any stories about the Romans for a whole week." "Well, Harry, is there any way of making another?" "There is no more straw lying about that I know of," answered Harry; "and it won't do to pull the inside out of a rick, I am afraid." "But don't you think it would be pleasant to have a change now, and as we have lived underground, or say in the snow, like the North people, try living in the air, like some of the South people?" "Delightful!" cried Harry. "A balloon?" "No, not quite that. Don't you think a nest would do?" "Up in a tree?" "Yes." Harry darted off for a run, as the only means of expressing his delight. When he came back, he said, "When shall we begin, Mr. Sutherland?" We will go and look for a place at once, but I am not quite sure when we shall begin yet. I shall find out tonight, though." They left the fields and went into the woods in the neighbourhood of the house, at the back. Here the trees had grown to a great size, some of them being very old indeed. They soon fixed upon a grotesque old oak as a proper tree in which to build their nest, and Harry, who, as well as Hugh, had a good deal of constructiveness in his nature, was so delighted that the heat seemed to have no more influence upon him, and Hugh, fearful of the reaction, was compelled to restrain his gambols. Pursuing their way through the dark warp of the wood, with its golden weft of crossing sunbeams, Hugh began to tell Harry the story of the killing of Caesar by Brutus and the rest, filling up the account with portions from Shakespeare. Fortunately, he was able to give the orations of Brutus and Antony in full. Harry was in ecstasy over the eloquence of the two men. "Well, what language do you think they spoke, Harry?" said Hugh. "Why," said Harry, hesitating, "I suppose—" Then, as if a sudden light broke upon him, "Latin, of course! How strange!" "Why strange?" "That such men should talk such a dry, unpleasant language." "I allow it is a difficult language, Harry, and very ponderous and mechanical, but not necessarily dry or unpleasant. The Romans, you know, were particularly fond of law in everything, and so they made a great many laws for their language, or rather it grew so, because they were of that sort. It was like their swords and armour generally, not very graceful, but very strong, like their architecture too, Harry. Nobody can ever understand what a people is without knowing its language. It is not only that we find all these stories about them in their language, but the language itself is more like them than anything else can be. Besides, Harry, I don't believe you know anything about Latin yet." "I know all the declensions and conjugations." "But don't you think it must have been a very different thing to hear it spoken?" "Yes, to be sure, and by such men. But how ever could they speak it?" "They spoke it just as you do English. It was as natural to them. But you cannot say you know anything about it till you read what they wrote in it, till your ears delight in the sound of their poetry." "Poetry?" "Yes, and beautiful letters, and wise lessons, and histories, and plays." "Oh, I should like you to teach me. Will it be as hard to learn always as it is now?" "Certainly not. I am sure you will like it." "When will you begin me?" "Tomorrow; and if you get on pretty well, we will begin our nest too in the afternoon." "Oh, how kind you are! I will try very hard." "I am sure you will, Harry." Next morning, accordingly, Hugh did begin him after a fashion of his own, namely by giving him a short, simple story to read, finding out all the words with him in the dictionary, and telling him what the terminations of the words signified; for he found that he had already forgotten a very great deal of what, according to Euphra, he had been thoroughly taught. No one can remember what is entirely uninteresting to him. Hugh was as precise about the grammar of a language as any Scotch professor of humanity, old prosody not excepted; but he thought it time enough to begin to that, when some interest in the words themselves should have been awakened in the mind of his pupil. He hated slovenliness as much as any one; but the question was, how best to arrive at thoroughness in the end, without losing the higher objects of study; and not how, at all risks, to commence teaching the lesson of thoroughness at once, and so waste on the shape of a pin-head the intellect which, properly directed, might arrive at the far more minute accuracies of a steam-engine. The fault of Euphra in teaching Harry had been, that, with a certain kind of tyrannical accuracy, she had determined to have the thing done, not merely decently and in order, but prudishly and pedantically, so that she deprived progress of the pleasure which ought naturally to attend it. She spoiled the walk to the distant outlook by stopping at every step, not merely to pick flowers, but to botanize on the weeds, and to calculate the distance advanced. It is quite true that we ought to learn to do things irrespective of the reward, but plenty of opportunities will be given in the progress of life, and in much higher kinds of action, to exercise our sense of duty in severe loneliness. We have no right to turn intellectual exercises into pure operations of conscience. These ought to involve essential duty, although no doubt there is plenty of room for mingling duty with those; while, on the other hand, the highest act of suffering self-denial is not without its accompanying reward. Neither is there any exercise of the higher intellectual powers in learning the mere grammar of a language, necessary as it is for a means. And language having been made before grammar, a language must be in some measure understood before its grammar can become intelligible. Harry's weak, though true and keen, life could not force its way into any channel. His was a nature essentially dependent on sympathy. It could flow into truth through another loving mind. Left to itself, it could not find the way, and sank in the dry sand of ennui and self-imposed obligations. Euphra was utterly incapable of understanding him, and the boy had been dying for lack of sympathy, though neither he nor any one about him had suspected the fact. There was a strange disproportion between his knowledge and his capacity. He was able, when his attention was directed, his gaze fixed, and his whole nature supported by Hugh, to see deep into many things, and his remarks were often strikingly original. But he was one of the most ignorant boys, for his years, that Hugh had ever come across. A long and severe illness, when he was just passing into boyhood, had thrown him back far into his childhood, and he was only now beginning to show that he had anything of the boy life in him. Hence arose the unequal development which has been sufficiently evident in the story. In the afternoon they went to the wood, and found the tree they had chosen for their nest. To Harry's intense admiration, Hugh, as he said, went up the tree like a squirrel, only he was too big for a bear even. Just one layer of foliage above the lowest branch, he came to a place where he thought there was a suitable foundation for the nest. From the ground Harry could scarcely see him, as, with an axe which he had borrowed for the purpose, for there was a carpenter's workshop on the premises, he cut away several small branches from 3 of the principal ones, and so had these 3 as rafters, ready dressed and placed for the foundation of the nest. Having made some measurements, he descended, and repairing with Harry to the workshop, procured some boarding and some tools, which Harry assisted in carrying to the tree. Ascending again, and drawing up his materials by the help of Harry, with a piece of string, Hugh in a very little while had a level floor, 4 feet square, in the heart of the oak tree, quite invisible from below, buried in a cloud of green leaves. For greater safety, he fastened ropes as handrails all around it, from one branch to another, and now nothing remained but to construct a bench to sit on, and such a stair as Harry could easily climb. The boy was quite restless with anxiety to get up and see the nest, and kept calling out constantly to know if he might not come up yet. At length Hugh allowed him to try, but the poor boy was not half strong enough to climb the tree without help. So Hugh descended, and with all his aid, Harry was soon standing on the new-built platform. "I feel just like an eagle," he cried, but here his voice faltered, and he was silent. "What is the matter, Harry?" said his tutor. "Oh, nothing," replied he. "Only I didn't exactly know whereabouts we were till I got up here." "Whereabouts are we, then?" "Close to the end of the Ghost's Walk." "But you don't mind that now, surely, Harry?" "No, sir. That is, not so much as I used." "Shall I take all this down again, and build our nest somewhere else?" "Oh, no. If you don't think it matters, it would be a great pity, after you have taken so much trouble with it. Besides, I shall never be here without you, and I do not think I should be afraid of the ghost herself if you were with me." Yet Harry shuddered involuntarily at the thought of his own daring speech. "Very well, Harry, my boy, we will finish it here. Now, if you stand there, I will fasten a plank across here between these 2 stumps. No, that won't do exactly. I must put a piece on to this one to raise it to a level with the other. Then we shall have a seat in a few minutes." Hammer and nails were busy again, and in a few minutes they sat down to enjoy the soft piping cold, which swung all the leaves about like little trap doors that opened into the infinite. Harry was highly contented. He drew a deep breath of satisfaction, as, looking above and beneath and all about him, he saw that they were folded in an almost impenetrable net of foliage, through which nothing could steal into their sanctuary save the chartered libertine, the air, and a few stray beams of the setting sun, filtering through the multitudinous leaves, from which they caught a green tint as they passed. "Fancy yourself a fish," said Hugh, "in the depth of a cavern of seaweed, which floats about in the slow swinging motion of the heavy waters." "What a funny notion!" "Not so absurd as you may think, Harry. For just as some fishes crawl about on the bottom of the sea, so do we men at the bottom of an ocean of air, which, if it be a thinner one, is certainly a deeper one." "Then the birds are the swimming fishes, are they not?" "Yes, to be sure." "And you and I are two mermen, doing what? Waiting for Mother Mermaid to give us our dinner. I am getting hungry. But it will be a long time before a mermaid gets up here, I am afraid." "That reminds me," said Hugh, "that I must build a stair for you, Master Harry, for you are not merman enough to get up with a stroke of your scaly tail. So here goes. You can sit there till I fetch you." Nailing a little rude bracket here and there on the stem of the tree, just where Harry could avail himself of hand-hold as well, Hugh had soon finished a strangely irregular staircase, Chapter 24 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod, Chapter 24. Geography Point. I will fetch you a toothpicker now from the farthest inch of Asia, bring you the length of Prester John's foot, fetch you a hair off the great Cham's beard, do you any embassage to the pygmies. Much ado about nothing. The next day after dinner, Mr. Arnold said to the tutor, "Well, Mr. Sutherland, how does Harry get on with his geography?" Mr. Arnold, be it understood, had a weakness for geography. "We have not done anything at that yet, Mr. Arnold." "Not done anything at geography, and the boy getting quite robust now! I am astonished, Mr. Sutherland. Why, when he was a mere child, he could repeat all the counties of England." "Perhaps that may be the reason for the decided distaste he shows for it now, Mr. Arnold. But I will begin to teach him at once, if you desire it." "I do desire it, Mr. Sutherland. A thorough geographical knowledge is essential to the education of a gentleman. Ask me any question you please, Mr. Sutherland, on the map of the world, or any of its divisions." Hugh asked a few questions, which Mr. Arnold answered at once. "Pooh, pooh!" said he. "This is mere child's play. Let me ask you some, Mr. Sutherland." His very first question posed Hugh, whose knowledge in this science was not by any means minute. "I fear I am no gentleman," said he, laughing, "but I can at least learn as well as teach. We shall begin to-morrow." "What books have you?" "Oh, no books, if you please, just yet. If you are satisfied with Harry's progress so far, let me have my own way in this too." "But geography does not seem your strong point." "No, but I may be able to teach it all the better from feeling the difficulties of a learner myself." "Well, you shall have a fair trial." Next morning, Hugh and Harry went out for a walk to the top of a hill in the neighbourhood. When they reached it, Hugh took a small compass from his pocket, and set it on the ground, contemplating it and the horizon alternately. "What are you doing, Mr. Sutherland?" "I am trying to find the exact line that would go through my home," said he. "Is that funny little thing able to tell you?" "Yes, this along with other things. Isn't it curious, Harry, to have in my pocket a little thing with a kind of spirit in it, that understands the spirit that is in the big world, and always points to its North Pole?" "Explain it to me." "It is nearly as much a mystery to me as to you." "Where is the North Pole?" "Look, the little thing points to it." "But I will turn it away." "Oh, it won't go. It goes back and back, do what I will." "Yes, it will, if you turn it away all day long. Look, Harry, if you were to go straight on in this direction, you would come to a Laplander harnessing his broad-horsed reindeer to his sledge. He's at it now, I dare say. If you were to go in this line exactly, you would go through the smoke and fire of a burning mountain in a land of ice. If you were to go this way, straight on, you would find yourself in the middle of a forest, with a lion glaring at your feet, for it is dark night there now, and so hot. And over there, straight on, there is such a lovely sunset. The top of a snowy mountain is all pink with light, though the sun is down. Oh, such colours all about, like fairyland. And there is a desert of sand, and a camel dying, and all his companions just disappearing on the horizon. And there is an awful sea, without a boat to be seen on it, dark and dismal, with huge rocks all about it, and waste borders of sand, so dreadful." "How do you know all this, Mr. Sutherland? You have never walked along those lines, I know, for you couldn't." "Geography has taught me." "No, Mr. Sutherland," said Harry, incredulously. "Well, shall we travel along this line, just across that crown of trees on the hill?" "Yes, do let us." "Then," said Hugh, drawing a telescope from his pocket, "this hill is henceforth Geography Point, and all the world lies round about it. Do you know we are in the very middle of the earth?" "Are we indeed?" "Yes. Don't you know any point you like to choose on a ball is the middle of it?" "Oh, yes, of course." "Very well. What lies at the bottom of the hill down there?" "Arnstead, to be sure." "And what beyond there?" "I don't know." "Look through here." "Oh, that must be the village we rode to yesterday. I forget the name of it." Hugh told him the name, and then made him look with the telescope all along the receding line to the trees on the opposite hill. Just as he caught them, a voice beside them said: "What are you about, Harry?" Hugh felt a glow of pleasure as the voice fell on his ear. It was Euphrasia. "Oh," replied Harry, "Mr. Sutherland is teaching me geography with a telescope. It's such fun!" "He's a wonderful tutor, that of yours, Harry." "Yes, isn't he just? But," Harry went on, turning to Hugh, "what are we to do now? We can't get farther for that hill." "Ah, we must apply to your papa now, to lend us some of his beautiful maps. They will teach us what lies beyond that hill, and then we can read in some of his books about the places, and so go on, till we reach the beautiful, wide, restless sea, over which we must sail, in spite of wind and tide, straight on, till we come to land again. But we must make a great many such journeys before we really know what sort of a place we are living in, and we shall have ever so many things to learn that will surprise us." "Oh, it will be nice!" cried Harry. After a little more geographical talk, they put up their instruments, and began to descend the hill. Harry was in no need of Hugh's back now, but Euphra was in need of his hand. In fact, she spelled for its support. "How awkward of me! I am stumbling over the heather shamefully." She was, in fact, stumbling over her own dress, which she would not hold up. Hugh offered his hand, and her small one seemed quite content to be swallowed up in his large one. "Why do you never let me put you on your horse?" said Hugh. "You always manage to prevent me somehow or other. The last time I just turned my head, and behold, when I looked, you were gathering your reins." "It's only a trick of independence, Hugh. Mr. Sutherland, I beg your pardon." I can make no excuse for Euphra, for she had positively never heard him called Hugh. There was no one to do so, but the slip had not therefore the less effect, for it sounded as if she had been saying his name over and over again to herself. "I beg your pardon," repeated Euphra hastily, for as Hugh did not reply, she feared her arrow had swerved from its mark. "For a sweet fault, Euphra, I beg your pardon, Miss Cameron." "You punish me with forgiveness," returned she, with one of her sweetest looks. Hugh could not help pressing the little hand. Was the pressure returned? So slight, so airy was the touch, that it might have been only the throb of his own pulses, all consciously vital about the wonderful woman hand that rested in his. If he had claimed it, she might easily have denied it, so ethereal and uncertain was it. Yet he believed in it. He never dreamed that she was exercising her skill upon him. What could be her object in bewitching a poor tutor? Ah, what indeed? Meantime, this much is certain, that she was drawing Hugh closer and closer to her side, that a soothing dream of delight had begun to steal over his spirit, soon to make it toss in feverish unrest. As the first effects of some poisons are like a dawn of tenfold strength. The mountain wind blew from her to him, sometimes sweeping her garments about him, and bathing him in their faint, sweet odours, odours which somehow seemed to belong to her whom they had only last visited. Sometimes so kindly strong did it blow, compelling her, or at least giving her excuse enough, to leave his hand and cling closely to his arm. A fresh spring began to burst from the very bosom of what had seemed before a perfect summer. A spring to summer. What would the following summer be? Ah, and what the autumn? And what the winter? For if the summer be tenfold summer, then must the winter be tenfold winter. But though knowledge is good for man, foreknowledge is not so good. And though love be good, a tempest of it in the brain will not ripen the fruits like a soft steady wind, or waft the ships home to their desired haven. Perhaps what enslaved Hugh most was the feeling that the damsel stooped to him, without knowing that she stooped. She seemed to him in every way above him. She knew so many things of which he was ignorant, could say such lovely things, could, he did not doubt, write lovely verses, could sing like an angel, though Scotch songs are not of essentially angelic strain, nor Italian songs either, in general, and they were all that she could do. Was mistress of a great, rich, wonderful house, with a history, and, more than all, was, or appeared to him to be, a beautiful woman. It was true that his family was as good as hers, but he had disowned his family. So his pride declared, and the same pride made him despise his present position, and look upon a tutor's employment as well as other people look upon it, as a rather contemptible one, in fact, especially for a young, powerful, 6-foot fellow. The influence of Euphrasia was not of the best upon him from the first, for it had greatly increased this feeling about his occupation. It could not affect his feelings towards Harry, so the boy did not suffer as yet. But it set him upon a very unprofitable kind of castle building. He would be a soldier, like his father. He would leave Arnstead, to revisit it with a sword by his side, and a Sir before his name. Sir Hugh Sutherland would be somebody, even in the eyes of the master of Arnstead. Yes, a 6-foot fellow, though he may be sensible in the main, is not, therefore, free from small vanities, especially if he be in love. Chapter 25 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 25. Italian. Per me si va nella città dolente. Dante. Through me thou goest into the city of grief. Of necessity, with so many shafts opened into the mountain of knowledge, a far greater amount of time must be devoted by Harry and his tutor to the working of the mind than they had given hitherto. This made a considerable alteration in the intercourse of the youth and the lady; for, although Euphra was often present during school hours, it must be said for Hugh that, during those hours, he paid almost all his attention to Harry; so much of it, indeed, that perhaps there was not enough left to please the lady. But she did not say so. She sat beside them in silence, occupied with her work, and saving up her glances for use. Now and then she would read, taking an opportunity sometimes, but not often, when a fitting pause occurred, to ask him to explain some passage about which she was in doubt. It must be conceded that such passages were well chosen for the purpose, for she was too wise to do her own intellect discredit by feigning a difficulty where she saw none, intellect being the only gift in others for which she was conscious of any reverence. By and by she began to discontinue these visits to the schoolroom. Perhaps she found them dull. Perhaps, but we shall see. One morning, in the course of their study, Euphra not present, Hugh had occasion to go from his own room, where for the most part they carried on the severer portion of their labours, down to the library for a book, to enlighten them upon some point on which they were in doubt. As he was passing an open door, Euphra's voice called him. He entered, and found himself in her private sitting-room. He had not known before where it was. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Sutherland, for calling you, but I am at this moment in a difficulty. I cannot manage this line in the Inferno. Do help me." She moved the book towards him, as he now stood by her side, she remaining seated at her table. To his mortification, he was compelled to confess his utter ignorance of the language. "Oh, I am disappointed," said Euphra. "Not so much as I am," replied Hugh. "But could you spare me one or two of your Italian books?" "With pleasure," she answered, rising and going to her bookshelves. "I want only a grammar, a dictionary, and a New Testament." "There they are," she said, taking them down one after the other, and bringing them to him. "I daresay you will soon get up with poor stupid me." "I shall do my best to get within hearing of your voice, at least, in which Italian must be lovely." No reply, but a sudden droop of the head. "But," continued Hugh, "upon second thoughts, lest I should be compelled to remain dumb, or else annoy your delicate ear with discordant sounds, just give me one lesson in the pronunciation. Let me hear you read a little first." "With all my heart." Euphra began, and read delightfully, for she was an excellent Italian scholar. It was necessary that Hugh should look over the book. This was difficult while he remained standing, as she did not offer to lift it from the table. Gradually, therefore, and hardly knowing how, he settled into a chair by her side. Half an hour went by like a minute, as he listened to the silvery tones of her voice, breaking into a bell-like sound upon the double consonants of that sweet lady tongue. Then it was his turn to read, and be corrected, and read again, and be again corrected. Another half hour glided away, and yet another. But it must be confessed he made good use of the time, if only it had been his own to use; for at the end of it he could pronounce Italian very tolerably, well enough at least to keep him from fixing errors in his pronunciation while studying the language alone. Suddenly he came to himself, and looked up as from a dream. Had she been bewitching him? He was in Euphra's room, alone with her, and the door was shut. How or when? And he looked at his watch. Poor little Harry had been waiting his return from the library for the last hour and a half. He was conscience-stricken. He gathered up the books hastily, thanked Euphra in the same hurried manner, and left the room with considerable disquietude, closing the door very gently, almost guiltily, behind him. I am afraid Euphra had been perfectly aware that he knew nothing about Italian. Did she see her own eyes shine in the mirror before her as he closed the door? Was she in love with him then? When Hugh returned with the Italian books, instead of the encyclopaedia he had gone to seek, he found Harry sitting where he had left him, with his arms and head on the table, fast asleep. Poor boy, said Hugh to himself; but he could not help feeling glad he was asleep. He stole out of the room again, passed the fatal door with a longing pain, found the volume of his quest in the library, and, returning with it, sat down beside Harry. There he sat till he awoke. When he did awake at last, it was almost time for luncheon. The shamefaced boy was exceedingly penitent for what was no fault, while Hugh could not relieve him by confessing his. He could only say, "It was my fault, Harry dear. I stayed away too long. You were so nicely asleep, I would not wake you. You will not need a siesta, that is all." He was ashamed of himself as he uttered the false words to the true-hearted child. But this, alas, was not the end of it all. Desirous of learning the language, but far more desirous of commending himself to Euphra, Hugh began in downright earnest. That very evening he felt that he had a little hold of the language. Harry was left to his own resources. Nor was there any harm in this in itself. Hugh had a right to part of every day for his own uses. But then, he had been with Harry almost every evening, or a great part of it, and the boy missed him much, for he was not yet self-dependent. He would have gone to Euphrasia, but somehow she happened to be engaged that evening. So he took refuge in the library, where, in the desolation of his spirit, Polexander began, almost immediately, to exercise its old dreary fascination upon him. Although he had not opened the book since Hugh had requested him to put it away, yet he had not given up the intention of finishing it some day, and now he took it down and opened it listlessly, with the intention of doing something towards the gradual redeeming of the pledge he had given to himself. But he found it more irksome than ever. Still he read on, till at length he could discover no meaning at all in the sentences. Then he began to doubt whether he had read the words. He fixed his attention by main force on every individual word, but even then he began to doubt whether he could say he had read the words, for he might have missed seeing some of the letters composing each word. He grew so nervous and miserable over it, almost counting every letter, that at last he burst into tears and threw the book down. His intellect, which in itself was excellent, was quite of the parasitic order, requiring to wind itself about a stronger intellect, to keep itself in the region of fresh air and possible growth. Left to itself, its weak stem could not raise it above the ground. It would grow and mass upon the earth, till it decayed and corrupted, for lack of room, light, and air. But of course there was no danger in the meantime. This was but the passing sadness of an occasional loneliness. He crept to Hugh's room, and received an invitation to enter in answer to his gentle knock. But Hugh was so absorbed in his new study, that he hardly took any notice of him, and Harry found it almost as dreary here as in the study. He would have gone out, but a drizzling rain was falling, and he shrank into himself at the thought of the Ghost's Walk. The dinner bell was a welcome summons. Hugh, inspirited by the reaction from close attention, by the presence of Euphra, and by the desire to make himself generally agreeable, which sprung from the consciousness of having done wrong, talked almost brilliantly, delighting Euphra, overcoming Harry with reverent astonishment, and even interesting slow Mr. Arnold. With the latter Hugh had been gradually becoming a favourite, partly because he had discovered in him what he considered high-minded sentiments, for, however stupid and conventional Mr. Arnold might be, he had a foundation of sterling worthiness of character. Euphra, instead of showing any jealousy of this growing friendliness, favoured in every way in her power, and now and then alluded to it in her conversation with Hugh, as affording her great satisfaction. "I am so glad he likes you," she would say. Why should she be glad? Thought Hugh. This gentle claim of a kind of property in him added considerably to the strength of the attraction that drew him towards her, as towards the centre of his spiritual gravitation, if indeed that could be called spiritual which had so little of the element of moral or spiritual admiration, or even approval, mingled with it. He never felt that Euphra was good. He only felt that she drew him with a vague force of feminine sovereignty, a charm which he could no more resist or explain than the iron could the attraction of the lodestone. Neither could he have said, had he really considered the matter, that she was beautiful, only that she often, very often, looked beautiful. I suspect if she had been rather ugly, it would have been all the same to Hugh. He pursued his Italian studies with a singleness of aim and effort that carried him on rapidly. He asked no assistance from Euphra, and said nothing to her about his progress; but he was so absorbed in it, that it drew him still further from his pupil. Of course he went out with him, walking or riding every day that the weather would permit, and he had regular school hours with him within doors; but during the latter, while Harry was doing something on his slate, or writing or learning some lesson, which kind of work happened oftener now than he could have approved of, he would take up his Italian, and, notwithstanding Harry's quiet hints that he had finished what had been set him, remain buried in it for a long time. When he woke at last to the necessity of taking some notice of the boy, he would only appoint him something else to occupy him again, so as to leave himself free to follow his new bent. Now and then he would become aware of his blamable neglect, and make a feeble struggle to rectify what seemed to be growing into a habit, and one of the worst for a tutor; but he gradually sank back into the mire, for mire it was, comforting himself with the resolution that as soon as he was able to read Italian without absolutely spelling his way, he would let Euphra see what progress he had made, and then return with renewed energy to Harry's education, keeping up his own new accomplishment by more moderate exercise therein. It must not be supposed, however, that a long course of time passed in this way. At the end of a fortnight, he thought he might venture to request Euphra to show him the passage which had perplexed her. This time he knew where she was, in her own room, for his mind had begun to haunt her whereabouts. He knocked at her door, heard the silvery, thrilling, happy sound, "Come in," and entered, trembling. "Would you show me the passage in Dante that perplexed you the other day?" Euphra looked a little surprised, but got the book and pointed it out at once. Hugh glanced at it. His superior acquaintance with the general forms of language enabled him, after finding 2 words in Euphra's larger dictionary, to explain it to her immediate satisfaction. "You astonish me," said Euphra. "Latin gives me an advantage, you see," said Hugh modestly. "It seems to me very wonderful, nevertheless." These were sweet sounds to Hugh's ear. He had gained his end, and she hers. "Well," she said, "I have just come upon another passage that perplexes me not a little. Will you try your powers upon that for me?" So saying, she proceeded to find it. "It is school time," said Hugh. "I fear I must not wait now." "Pooh, pooh! Don't make a pedagogue of yourself. You know you are here more as a guardian, big brother, you know, to the dear child. By the way, I am rather afraid you are working him a little more than his constitution will stand." "Do you think so?" returned Hugh, quite willing to be convinced. "I should be very sorry." "This is the passage," said Euphra. Hugh sat down once more at the table beside her. He found this morsel considerably tougher than the last, but at length he succeeded in pulling it to pieces, and reconstructing it in a simpler form for the lady. She was full of thanks and admiration. Naturally enough, they went on to the next line, and the next stanza, and the next, and the next, till, shall I be believed, they had read a whole canto of the poem. Euphra knew more words by a great many than Hugh, so that, what with her knowledge of the words and his insight into the construction, they made rare progress. "What a beautiful passage it is!" said Euphra. "It is indeed," responded Hugh. "I never read anything more beautiful. I wonder if it would be possible to turn that into English. I should like to try." "You mean verse, of course." "To be sure." "Let us try, then. I will bring you mine when I have finished it. I fear it will take some time, though, to do it well. Shall it be in blank verse, or what?" "Oh, don't you think we had better keep the terza rima of the original?" "As you please. It will add much to the difficulty." "Recreant knight, will you shrink from following where your lady leads?" "Never! So help me, my good pen!" answered Hugh, and took his departure with burning cheeks and a trembling at the heart. Alas, the morning was gone. Harry was not in his study. He sought and found him in the library, apparently buried in Polexander. "I am so glad you are come," said Harry. "I am so tired." "Why do you read that stupid book, then?" "Oh, you know. I told you." "Tut, tut, nonsense! Put it away," said Hugh, his dissatisfaction with himself making him cross with Harry, who felt, in consequence, 10 times more desolate than before. He could not understand the change. If it went ill before with the hours devoted to common labour, it went worse now. Hugh seized every gap of time, and widened its margins shamefully, in order to work at his translation. He found it very difficult to render the Italian in classical and poetic English. The 3 rhyming words, and the mode in which the stanzas are looped together, added greatly to the difficulty. Blank verse he would have found quite easy compared to this. But he would not blench. The thought of her praise, and of the yet better favour he might gain, spurred him on, and Harry was the sacrifice. But he would make it all up to him, when this was once over. Indeed he would. Thus he baked cakes of clay to choke the barking of Cerberian conscience, but it would growl notwithstanding. The boy's spirit was sinking, but Hugh did not or would not see it. His step grew less elastic. He became more listless, more like his former self, sauntering about with his hands in his pockets. And Hugh, of course, found himself caring less about him, for the thought of him, rousing as it did the sense of his own neglect, had become troublesome. Sometimes he even passed poor Harry without speaking to him. Gradually, however, he grew still further into the favour of Mr. Arnold, until he seemed to have even acquired some influence with him. Mr. Arnold would go out riding with them himself sometimes, and express great satisfaction, not only with the way Harry sat his pony, for which he accorded Hugh the credit due to him, but with the way in which Hugh managed his own horse as well. Mr. Arnold was a good horseman, and his praise was especially grateful to Hugh, because Euphra was always near, and always heard it. I fear, however, that his progress in the good graces of Mr. Arnold was, in a considerable degree, the result of the greater anxiety to please, which sprung from the consciousness of not deserving approbation. Pleasing was an easy substitute for well-doing. Not acceptable to himself, he had the greater desire to be acceptable to others, and so reflect the side-beams of a false approbation on himself, who needed true light, and would be ill provided for with any substitute. For a man who is received as a millionaire can hardly help feeling like one at times, even if he knows he has overdrawn his banker's account. The necessity to Hugh's nature of feeling right drove him to this false mode of producing the false impression. If one only wants to feel virtuous, there are several royal roads to that end. But, fortunately, the end itself would be unsatisfactory if gained, while not one of these roads does more than pretend to lead even to that land of delusion. The reaction in Hugh's mind was sometimes torturing enough, but he had not strength to resist Euphra, and so reform. Well or ill done, at length his translation was finished. So was Euphra's. They exchanged papers for a private reading first, and arranged to meet afterwards. Chapter 26 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 26. The First Midnight. Well, if anything be damned, it will be 12 o'clock at night. That 12 will never escape. Cyril Tournier, The Revenger's Tragedy. Letters arrived at Arnstead generally while the family was seated at breakfast. One morning, the post-bag having been brought in, Mr. Arnold opened it himself, according to his unvarying custom, and found, amongst other letters, one in an old-fashioned female hand, which, after reading it, he passed to Euphra. "You remember Mrs. Elton, Euphra?" "Quite well, uncle. A dear old lady." But the expression which passed across her face rather belied her words, and seemed to Hugh to mean, "I hope she is not going to bore us again." She took care, however, to show no sign with regard to the contents of the letter, but, laying it beside her on the table, waited to hear her uncle's mind first. "Poor dear girl," said he at last, "you must try to make her as comfortable as you can. There is consumption in the family, you see," he added, with a meditative sigh. "Of course I will, uncle. Poor girl! I hope there is not much amiss, though, after all." But as she spoke, an irrepressible flash of dislike, or displeasure of some sort, broke from her eyes, and vanished. No one but himself seemed to Hugh to have observed it, but he was learned in the lady's eyes, and their weather signs. Mr. Arnold rose from the table, and left the room, apparently to write an answer to the letter. As soon as he was gone, Euphra gave the letter to Hugh. He read as follows: "My dear Mr. Arnold, will you extend the hospitality of your beautiful house to me and my young friend, who has the honour of being your relative, Lady Emily Lake? For some time her health has seemed to be failing, and she is ordered to spend the winter abroad, at Pau, or somewhere in the south of France. It is considered highly desirable that in the meantime she should have as much change as possible, and it occurred to me, remembering the charming month I passed at your seat, and recalling the fact that Lady Emily is cousin only once removed to your late most lovely wife, that there would be no impropriety in writing to ask you whether you could, without inconvenience, receive us as your guests for a short time. I say us, for the dear girl has taken such a fancy to unworthy old me, that she almost refuses to set out without me. Not to be cumbersome either to our friends or ourselves, we shall bring only our 2 maids, and a steady old man-servant, who has been in my family for many years. I trust you will not hesitate to refuse my request, should I happen to have made it in an unsuitable season, assured as you must be that we cannot attribute the refusal to any lack of hospitality or friendliness on your part. At all events, I trust you will excuse what seems, now I have committed it to paper, a great liberty, I hope not presumption, on mine. I am, my dear Mr. Arnold, yours most sincerely, Hannah Elton. Hugh refolded the letter, and laid it down without remark. Harry had left the room. "Isn't it a bore?" said Euphra. Hugh answered only by a look. A pause followed. "Who is Mrs. Elton?" he said at last. "Oh, a good-hearted creature enough. Frightfully prosy." "But that is a well-written letter." "Oh, yes. She is famed for her letter-writing, and, I believe, practises every morning on a slate. It is the only thing that redeems her from absolute stupidity." Euphra, with her taper forefinger, tapped the tablecloth impatiently, and shifted back in her chair, as if struggling with an inward annoyance. "And what sort of person is Lady Emily?" asked Hugh. "I have never seen her. Some blue-eyed milkmaid with a title, I suppose, and in a consumption too. I presume the dear girl is as religious as the old one. Good heavens! What shall we do?" She burst out at length, and, rising from her chair, she paced about the room hurriedly, but all the time with a gliding kind of footfall that would have shaken none but the craziest floor. "Dear Euphra," Hugh ventured to say, "never mind. Let us try to make the best of it." She stopped in her walk, turned towards him, smiled as if ashamed and delighted at the same moment, and slid out of the room. Had Euphra been the same all through, she could hardly have smiled so without being in love with Hugh. That morning he sought her again in her room. They talked over their versions of Dante. Hugh's was certainly the best, for he was more practised in such things than Euphra. He showed her many faults, which she at once perceived to be faults, and so rose in his estimation. But at the same time there were individual lines and passages of hers, which he considered not merely better than the corresponding lines and passages, but better than any part of his version. This he was delighted to say, and she seemed as delighted that he should think so. A great part of the morning was spent thus. "I cannot stay longer," said Hugh. "Let us read for an hour, then, after we come up stairs to-night." "With more pleasure than I dare to say." "But you mean what you do say." "You can doubt it no more than myself." Yet he did not like Euphra's making the proposal. No more did he like the flippant, almost cruel way in which she referred to Lady Emily's illness. But he put it down to annoyance and haste, got over it somehow, anyhow, and began to feel that if she were a devil, he could not help loving her, and would not help it if he could. The hope of meeting her alone that night gave him spirit and energy with Harry, and the poor boy was more cheery and active than he had been for some time. He thought his big brother was going to love him again, as at the first. Hugh's treatment of his pupil might still have seemed kind from another, but Harry felt it a great change in him. In the course of the day, Euphra took an opportunity of whispering to him, "Not in my room, in the library." I presume she thought it would be more prudent in the case of any interruption. After dinner that evening, Hugh did not go to the drawing-room with Mr. Arnold, but out into the woods about the house. It was early in the twilight, for now the sun set late. The month was June, and even a rich, dreamful, rosy even, the sleep of a gorgeous day. It was like the soul of a gracious woman, thought Hugh, charmed into a lucid interval of passion by the loveliness of the nature around him. Strange to tell, at that moment, instead of the hushed gloom of the library, towards which he was hoping and leaning in his soul, there arose before him the bare, stern, leafless pine wood, for who can call its foliage leaves, with the chilly wind of a northern spring morning blowing through it with the wailing noise of waters, and beneath, a weird fir tree, lofty, gaunt, and huge, with bare goblin arms contorted sweepily in a strange mingling of the sublime and the grotesque. Beneath this fir tree, Margaret, sitting on one of its twisted roots, the very image of peace, with a face that seemed stilled by the unexpected approach of a sacred and unknown gladness, a face that would blossom the more gloriously because its joy delayed its coming. And above it, the tree shone a still, almost awful red, in the level light of the morning. The vision came and passed, for he did not invite its stay. It rebuked him to the deepest soul. He strayed in troubled pleasure, restless and dissatisfied. Woods of the richest growth were around him, heaps on heaps of leaves floating above him like clouds, a trackless wilderness of airy green, wherein one might wish to dwell for ever, looking down into the vaults and aisles of the long-ranging boles beneath. But no peace could rest on his face, only at best a false mask, put on to hide the trouble of the unresting heart. Had he been doing his duty to Harry, his love for Euphra, however unworthy she might be, would not have troubled him thus. He came upon an avenue. At the further end, the boughs of the old trees, bare of leaves beneath, met in a perfect pointed arch, across which were barred the lingering colours of the sunset, transforming the whole into a rich window full of stained glass and complex tracery, closing up a Gothic aisle in a temple of everlasting worship. A kind of holy calm fell upon him as he regarded the dim, dying colours, and the spirit of the night, a something that is neither silence nor sound, and yet is like both, sank into his soul, and made a moment of summer twilight there. He walked along the avenue for some distance, and then, leaving it, passed on through the woods. Suddenly it flashed upon him that he had crossed the Ghost's Walk. A slight but cold shudder passed through the region of his heart. Then he laughed at himself, and, as it were in despite of his own tremor, turned and crossed yet again the path of the ghost. A spiritual epicure in his pleasures, he would not spoil the effect of the coming meeting by seeing Euphra in the drawing-room first. He went to his own study, where he remained till the hour had nearly arrived. He tried to write some verses, but he found that, although the lovely form of its own naiad lay on the brink of the well of song, its waters would not flow. During the sirocco of passion, its springs withdraw into the cool caves of the life beneath. At length he rose, too much preoccupied to mind his want of success, and going down the back stair, reached the library. There he seated himself, and tried to read by the light of his chamber candle. But it was scarcely even an attempt, for every moment he was looking up to the door by which he expected her to enter. Suddenly an increase of light warned him that she was in the room. How she had entered he could not tell. One hand carried her candle, the light of which fell on her pale face, with its halo of blackness, her hair, which looked like a well of darkness that threatened to break from its bonds and overflood the room with a second night, dark enough to blot out that which was now looking in, treeful and deep, at the uncurtained windows. The other hand was busy trying to incarcerate a stray tress which had escaped from its net, and made her olive shoulders look white beside it. "Let it alone," said Hugh. "Let it be beautiful." But she gently repelled the hand he raised to hers, and though she was forced to put down her candle first, persisted in confining the refractory tress, then seated herself at the table, and taking from her pocket the manuscript which Hugh had been criticising in the morning, unfolded it, and showed him all the passages he had objected to, neatly corrected or altered. It was wonderfully done for the time she had had. He went over it all with her again, seated close to her, their faces almost meeting as they followed the lines. They had just finished it, and were about to commence reading from the original, when Hugh, who missed a sheet of Euphra's translation, stooped under the table to look for it. A few moments were spent in search, before he discovered that Euphra's foot was upon it. He begged her to move a little, but received no reply either by word or act. Looking up in some alarm, he saw that she was either asleep or in a faint. By an impulse inexplicable to himself at the time, he went at once to the windows, and drew down the green blinds. When he turned towards her again, she was reviving or awaking, he could not tell which. "How stupid of me to go to sleep," she said. "Let us go on with our reading." They had read for about half an hour, when 3 taps upon one of the windows, slight but peculiar, and as if given with the point of a finger, suddenly startled them. Hugh turned at once towards the windows, but, of course, he could see nothing, having just lowered the blinds. He turned again towards Euphra. She had a strange, wild look. Her lips were slightly parted, and her nostrils wide. Her face was rigid and glimmering, pale as death, from the cloud of her black hair. "What was it?" said Hugh, affected by her fear with the horror of the unknown. But she made no answer, and continued staring towards one of the windows. He rose, and was about to advance to it, when she caught him by the hand, with a grasp of which hers would have been incapable, except under the influence of terror. At that moment a clock in the room began to strike. It was a slow clock, and went on deliberately, striking 1, 2, 3, till it had struck 12. Every stroke was a blow from the hammer of fear, and his heart was the bell. He could not breathe for dread so long as the awful clock was striking. When it had ended, they looked at each other again, and Hugh breathed once. "Euphra," he sighed. But she made no answer. She turned her eyes again to one of the windows. They were both standing. He sought to draw her to him, but she yielded no more than a marble statue. "I crossed the Ghost's Walk to-night," said he in a hard whisper, scarcely knowing that he uttered it, till he heard his own words. They seemed to fall upon his ear as if spoken by some one outside the room. She looked at him once more, and kept looking with a fixed stare. Gradually her face became less rigid, and her eyes less wild. She could move at last. "Come, come," she said in a hurried whisper. "Let us go. No, not that way," as Hugh would have led her towards the private stair. "Let us go the front way, by the oak staircase." They went up together. When they reached the door of her room, she said, "Good night," without even looking at him, and passed in. Hugh went on, in a state of utter bewilderment, to his own apartment, shut the door and locked it, a thing he had never done before, lighted both the candles on his table, and then walked up and down the room, trying, like one aware that he is dreaming, to come to his real self. "Pshaw!" he said at last. "It was only a little bird, or a large moth. How odd it is that darkness can make a fool of one! I am ashamed of myself. I wish I had gone out at the window, if only to show Euphra I was not afraid, though of course there was nothing to be seen." As he said this in his mind, he could not have spoken it aloud, for fear of hearing his own voice in the solitude. He went to one of the windows of his sitting room, which was nearly over the library, and looked into the wood. Could it be? Yes, he did see something white, gliding through the wood, away in the direction of the Ghost's Walk. It vanished, and he saw it no more. The morning was far advanced before he could go to bed. When the first light of the aurora broke the sky, he looked out again, and the first glimmerings of the morning in the wood were more dreadful than the deepest darkness of the past night. Possessed by a new horror, he thought how awful it would be to see a belated ghost hurrying away in helpless haste. The spectre would be yet more terrible in the grey light of the coming day, and the azure breezes of the morning, which to it would be like a new and more fearful death, than amidst its own homely sepulchral darkness, while the silence all around, silence and light, could befit only that dread season of loneliness when men are lost in sleep, and ghosts, if they walk at all, walk in dismay. But at length Fear yielded to sleep, though he troubled her short reign. When he awoke, he found it so late that it was all he could do to get down in time for breakfast. But so anxious was he not to be later than usual, that he was in the room before Mr. Arnold made his appearance. Euphra, however, was there before him. She greeted him in the usual way, quite circumspectly, but she looked troubled. Her face was very pale, and her eyes were red, as if from sleeplessness or weeping. When her uncle entered, she addressed him with more gaiety than usual, and he did not perceive that anything was amiss with her. But the whole of that day she walked as in a reverie, avoiding Hugh 2 or 3 times that they chanced to meet without a third person in the neighbourhood. Once in the forenoon, when she was generally to be found in her room, he could not refrain from trying to see her. The change and the mystery were insupportable to him. But when he tapped at her door, no answer came, and he walked back to Harry, feeling as if, by an unknown door in his own soul, he had been shut out of the half of his being. Or rather, a wall seemed to have been built right before his eyes, which still was there wherever he went. As to the gliding phantom of the previous night, the day denied it all, telling him it was but the coinage of his own overwrought brain, weakened by prolonged tension of the intellect, and excited by the presence of Euphra at an hour claimed by phantoms when not yielded to sleep. This was the easiest and most natural way of disposing of the difficulty. The cloud around Euphra hid the ghost in its skirts. Although fear in some measure returned with the returning shadows, he yet resolved to try to get Euphra to meet him again in the library that night. But she never gave him a chance of even dropping a hint to that purpose. She had not gone out with them in the morning, and when he followed her into the drawing-room, she was already at the piano. He thought he might convey his wish without interrupting the music, but as often as he approached her, she broke, or rather glided, out into song, as if she had been singing in an undertone all the while. He could not help seeing she did not intend to let him speak to her. But, all the time, whatever she sang was something she knew he liked, and as often as she spoke to him in the hearing of her uncle or cousin, it was in a manner peculiarly graceful and simple. He could not understand her, and was more bewitched, more fascinated than ever, by seeing her through the folds of the incomprehensible, in which element she had wrapped herself from his nearer vision. She had always seemed above him. Now she seemed miles away as well, a region of paradise into which he was forbidden to enter. Everything about her, to her handkerchief and her gloves, was haunted by a vague mystery of worshipfulness, and drew him towards it with wonder and trembling. When they parted for the night, she shook hands with him with a cool frankness that put him nearly beside himself with despair, and when he found himself in his own room, it was some time before he could collect his thoughts. Having succeeded, however, he resolved, in spite of growing fears, to go to the library, and see whether it were not possible she might be there. He took up a candle and went down the back stair, but when he opened the library door, a gust of wind blew his candle out. All was darkness within. A sudden horror seized him, and afraid of yielding to the inclination to bound up the stair, lest he should go wild with terror of pursuit, he crept slowly back, feeling his way to his own room with a determined deliberateness. Could the library window have been left open? Else whence the gust of wind? Next day, and the next, and the next, he fared no better. Her behaviour continued the same, and she allowed him no opportunity. Chapter 27 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 27. A Sunday. A man may be a heretic in the truth, and if he believe things only because his pastor says so, or the assembly so determines, without knowing other reason, though his belief be true, yet the very truth he holds becomes his heresy. Milton, Areopagitica. At length the expected visitors arrived. Hugh saw nothing of them till they assembled for dinner. Mrs. Elton was a benevolent old lady, not old enough to give in to being old, rather tall and rather stout, in rich widow costume, whose depth had been moderated by time. Her kindly grey eyes looked out from a calm face, which seemed to have taken comfort from loving everybody in a mild and moderate fashion. Lady Emily was a slender girl, rather shy, with fair hair, and a pale, innocent face. She wore a violet dress, which put out her blue eyes. She showed to no advantage, beside the suppressed glow of life, which made Euphra look like a tropical twilight. I am aware there is no such thing, but if there were, it would be just like her. Mrs. Elton seemed to have concentrated the motherhood of her nature, which was her most prominent characteristic, notwithstanding, or perhaps in virtue of, her childlessness, upon Lady Emily. To her, Mrs. Elton was solicitously attentive, and she, on her part, received it all sweetly and gratefully, taking no umbrage at being treated as more of an invalid than she was. Lady Emily ate nothing but chicken and custard pudding or rice, all the time she was at Arnstead. The richer and more seasoned any dish, the more grateful it was to Euphra. Mr. Arnold was a saddle of mutton man. Hugh preferred roast beef, but ate anything. "What sort of a clergyman have you now, Mr. Arnold?" asked Mrs. Elton at the dinner table. "Oh, a very respectable young gentleman, brother to Sir Richard, who has the gift, you know. A very moderate, excellent clergyman he makes, too." "Ah, but you know, Lady Emily and I," here she looked at Lady Emily, who smiled and blushed faintly, "are very dependent on our Sundays, and—" "We all go to church regularly, I assure you, Mrs. Elton. And of course my carriage shall be always at your disposal." "I was in no doubt about either of those things, indeed, Mr. Arnold. But what sort of a preacher is he?" "Ah, well, let me see. What was the subject of his sermon last Sunday, Euphra, my dear?" "The devil and all his angels," answered Euphra, with a wicked flash in her eyes. "Yes, yes, so it was. Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Elton, he is quite a respectable preacher, as well as a clergyman. He is an honour to the cloth." Hugh could not help thinking that the tailor should have his due, and that Mr. Arnold gave it him. "He is no Puseyite either," added Mr. Arnold, seeing but not understanding Mrs. Elton's baffled expression, "though he does preach once a month in his surplice." "I am afraid you will not find him very original, though," said Hugh, wishing to help the old lady. "Original!" interposed Mr. Arnold. "Really, I am bound to say I don't know how the remark applies. How is a man to be original on a subject that is all laid down in plain print, to use a vulgar expression, and has been commented upon for 1800 years and more?" "Very true, Mr. Arnold," responded Mrs. Elton. "We don't want originality, do we? It is only the gospel we want. Does he preach the gospel?" "How can he preach anything else? His text is always out of some part of the Bible." "I am glad to see you hold by the inspiration of the Scriptures, Mr. Arnold," said Mrs. Elton, chaotically bewildered. "Good heavens, madam! What do you mean? Could you for a moment suppose me to be an atheist? Surely you have not become a student of German neology?" And Mr. Arnold smiled a grim smile. "Not I, indeed," protested poor Mrs. Elton, moving uneasily in her seat. "I quite agree with you, Mr. Arnold." "Then you may take my word for it, that you will hear nothing but what is highly orthodox, and perfectly worthy of a gentleman and a clergyman, from the pulpit of Mr. Penfold. He dined with us only last week." This last assertion was made in an injured tone, just sufficient to curl the tail of the sentence; after which, what was to be said? Several vain attempts followed before a new subject was started, sufficiently uninteresting to cause, neither from warmth nor stupidity, any damage of dissension, and quite worthy of being here omitted. Dinner over, and the ceremony of tea, in Lady Emily's case milk and water, having been observed, the visitors withdrew. The next day was Sunday. Lady Emily came down stairs in black, which suited her better. She was a pretty, gentle creature, interesting from her illness, and good because she knew no evil, except what she heard of from the pulpit. They walked to church, which was no great distance, along a meadow path, paved with flags, some of them worn through by the heavy shoes of country generations. The church was one of those which are, in some measure, typical of the church itself, for it was very old, and would have been very beautiful had it not been all plastered over, and whitened to a smooth uniformity of ugliness. The attempt having been more successful in the case of the type, the open roof had a French heaven added to it, I mean a ceiling, and the pillars, which, even if they were not carved, though it was impossible to come to a conclusion on that point, must yet have been worn into the beauty of age, had been filled up, and stained with yellow ochre. Even the remnants of stained glass in some of the windows were half concealed by modern appliances for the partial exclusion of the light. The church had fared as Chaucer in the hands of Dryden. So had the truth that flickered through the sermon fared in the hands of the clergyman, or the sermon writer whose manuscript he had bought for 18d. I am told the sermons are to be procured at that price, on his last visit to London. Having, although a Scotchman, had an Episcopalian education, Hugh could not help rejoicing that not merely the Bible, but the church service as well, had been fixed beyond the reach of such degenerating influences as those which had operated on the more material embodiments of religion. For otherwise, such would certainly have been the first to operate, and would have found the greatest scope in any alteration. We may hope that nothing but a true growth in such religion as needs and seeks new expression for new depth and breadth of feeling, will ever be permitted to lay the hand of change upon it, a hand otherwise of desecration and ruin. The sermon was chiefly occupied with proving that God is no respecter of persons, a mark of indubitable condescension in the clergyman, the rank in society which he could claim for himself duly considered. But unfortunately the church was so constructed that its area contained 3 platforms of position, actually of differing level, the loftiest in the chancel on the right hand of the pulpit, occupied by the gentry; the middle, opposite the pulpit, occupied by the tulip beds of their servants; and the third, on the left of the pulpit, occupied by the common parishioners. Unfortunately, too, by the perpetuation of some old custom, whose significance was not worn out, all on the left of the pulpit were expected, as often as they stood up to sing, which was 3 times, to turn their backs to the pulpit, and so face away from the chancel where the gentry stood. But there was not much inconsistency after all, the sermon founding its argument chiefly on the antithetical facts that death, lowering the rich to the level of the poor, was a dead leveller, and that, on the other hand, the life to come would raise the poor to the level of the rich. It was a pity that there was no phrase in the language to justify him in carrying out the antithesis, and so balancing his sentence like a rope walker, by saying that life was a live leveller. The sermon ended with a solemn warning. Those who neglect the gospel scheme, and never think of death and judgment, be they rich or poor, be they wise or ignorant, whether they dwell in the palace or the hut, shall be damned. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, etc. Lady Emily was forced to confess that she had not been much interested in the sermon. Mrs. Elton thought he spoke plainly, but there was not much of the gospel in it. Mr. Arnold opined that people should not go to church to hear sermons, but to make the responses. Whoever read prayers, it made no difference, for the prayers were the church's, not the parson's; and for the sermon, as long as it showed the uneducated how to be saved, and taught them to do their duty in the station of life to which God had called them, and so long as the parson preached neither Puseyism nor Radicalism (he frowned solemnly and disgustedly as he repeated the word) nor Radicalism, it was of comparatively little moment whether he was a man of intellect or not, for he could not go wrong. Little was said in reply to this, except something not very audible or definite by Mrs. Elton, about the necessity of faith. The conversation which took place at luncheon flagged, and the visitors withdrew to their respective rooms to comfort themselves with their daily portions. At dinner, Mr. Arnold, evidently believing he had made an impression by his harangue of the morning, resumed the subject. He was a little surprised to find that he had, even of a negative sort, strong opinions on the subject of religion. "What do you think, then, Mrs. Elton, my dear madam, that a clergyman ought to preach?" "I think, Mr. Arnold, that he ought to preach salvation by faith in the merits of the Saviour." "Oh, of course, of course. We shall not differ about that. Everybody believes that." "I doubt it very much. He ought, in order that men may believe, to explain the divine plan, by which the demands of divine justice are satisfied, and the punishment due to sin averted from the guilty and laid upon the innocent; that by bearing our sins he might make atonement to the wrath of a justly offended God, and so. Now, my dear madam, permit me to ask what right we, the subjects of a supreme authority, have to inquire into his reasons of his doings? It seems to me, I should be sorry to offend any one, but it seems to me quite as presumptuous as the present arrogance of the lower classes in interfering with government, and demanding a right to give their opinion, forsooth, as to the laws by which they shall be governed, as if they were capable of understanding the principles by which kings rule, and governors decree justice. I believe I quote Scripture." "Are we then to remain in utter ignorance of the divine character?" "What business have we with the divine character, or how could we understand it? It seems to me we have enough to do with our own. Do I inquire into the character of my sovereign? All we have to do is, to listen to what we are told by those who are educated for such studies, whom the Church approves, and who are appointed to take care of the souls committed to their charge; to teach them to respect their superiors, and to lead honest, hard-working lives." Much more of the same sort flowed from the oracular lips of Mr. Arnold. When he ceased, he found that the conversation had ceased also. As soon as the ladies withdrew, he said, without looking at Hugh, as he filled his glass: "Mr. Sutherland, I hate cant." And so he canted against it. But the next day, and during the whole week, he seemed to lay himself out to make amends for the sharpness of his remarks on the Sunday. He was afraid he had made his guests uncomfortable, and so sinned against his own character as a host. Everything that he could devise was brought to bear for their entertainment: daily rides in the open carriage, in which he always accompanied them, to show his estate, and the improvements he was making upon it; visits sometimes to the more deserving, as he called them, of the poor upon his property, the more deserving being the most submissive and obedient to the wishes of their lord; inspections of the schools, etc., etc., in all of which matters he took a stupid, benevolent interest. For if people would be content to occupy the corner in which he chose to place them, he would throw them morsel after morsel, as long as ever they chose to pick it up. But woe to them if they left this corner a single pace. Euphra made one of the party always, and it was dreary indeed for Hugh to be left in the desolate house without her, though but for a few hours; and when she was at home, she never yet permitted him to speak to her alone. There might have been some hope for Harry in Hugh's separation from Euphra. But the result was, that, although he spent school hours more regularly with him, Hugh was yet more dull and uninterested in the work than he had been before. Instead of caring that his pupil should understand this or that particular, he would be speculating on Euphra's behaviour, trying to account for this or that individual look or tone, or seeking perhaps a special symbolic meaning in some general remark that she had happened to let fall. Meanwhile, poor Harry would be stupefying himself with work which he could not understand, for lack of some explanation or other that ought to have been given him weeks ago. Still, however, he clung to Hugh with a far-off worshipping love, never suspecting that he could be to blame, but thinking at one time that he must be ill, at another that he himself was really too stupid, and that his big brother could not help getting tired of him. When Hugh would be wandering about the place, seeking to catch a glimpse of the skirt of Euphra's dress, as she went about with her guests, or devising how he could procure an interview with her alone, Harry would be following him at a distance, like a little terrier that had lost its master, and did not know whether this man would be friendly or not, never spying on his actions, but merely longing to be near him. For had not Hugh set him going in the way of life, even if he had now left him to walk in it alone? If Hugh could have once seen into that warm, true, pining little heart, he would not have neglected it as he did. He had no eyes, however, but for Euphra. Still, it may be that even now Harry was able to gather, though with tears, some advantage from Hugh's neglect. He used to wander about alone, and it may be that the hints which his tutor had already given him enabled him now to find for himself the interest belonging to many objects never before remarked. Perhaps even now he began to take a few steps alone, the waking independence of which was of more value for the future growth of his nature than 1,000 miles accomplished by the aid of the strong arm of his tutor. One certain advantage was, that the constitutional trouble of the boy's nature had now assumed a definite form, by gathering around a definite object, and blending its own shadowy being with the sorrow he experienced from the loss of his tutor's sympathy. Should that sorrow ever be cleared away, much besides might be cleared away along with it. Meantime, nature found some channels, worn by his grief, through which her comforts, that, like waters, press on all sides, and enter at every cranny and fissure in the house of life, might gently flow into him with their sympathetic soothing. Often he would creep away to the nest which Hugh had built and then forsaken, and seated there in the solitude of the wide-bourgeoned oak, he would sometimes feel for a moment as if lifted up above the world and its sorrows, to be visited by an all-healing wind from God, that came to him, through the wilderness of leaves around him, gently, like all-powerful things. But I am putting Chapter 28 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 28. A Storm. When the mind's free, the body's delicate, the tempest in my mind doth from my senses take all feeling else, save what beats there. King Lear. While Harry took to wandering abroad in the afternoon sun, Hugh, on the contrary, found the bright weather so distasteful to him, that he generally trifled away his afternoons with some old romance in the dark library, or lay on the couch in his study, listless and suffering. He could neither read nor write. What he felt he must do, he did, but nothing more. One day, about noon, the weather began to change. In the afternoon it grew dark, and Hugh, going to the window, perceived with delight, the first he had experienced for many days, that a great thunderstorm was at hand. Harry was rather frightened, but under his fear there evidently lay a deep delight. The storm came nearer and nearer, till at length a vivid flash broke from the mass of darkness over the woods, lasted for one brilliant moment, and vanished. The thunder followed like a pursuing wild beast, close on the traces of the vanishing light, as if darkness were hunting the light from the earth, and bellowing with rage that it could not overtake and annihilate it. Without the usual prelude of a few drops, the rain poured at once, in continuous streams, from the dense canopy overhead, and in a few moments there were 6 inches of water all round the house, which the force of the falling streams made to foam and fume and flash like a seething torrent. Harry had crept close to Hugh, who stood looking out of the window, and, as if the convulsion of the elements had begun to clear the spiritual and moral as well as the physical atmosphere, Hugh looked down on the boy kindly, and put his arm round his shoulders. Harry nestled closer, and wished it would thunder for ever. But longing to hear his tutor's voice, he ventured to speak, looking up to his face. "Euphra says it is only electricity, Mr. Sutherland. What is that?" A common tutor would have seized the opportunity of explaining what he knew of the laws and operations of electricity. But Hugh had been long enough a pupil of David to feel that to talk at such a time of anything in nature but God would be to do the boy a serious wrong. One capable of so doing would, in the presence of the Saviour himself, speculate on the nature of his own faith, or upon the death of his child, seize the opportunity of lecturing on anatomy. But before Hugh could make any reply, a flash, almost invisible from excess of light, was accompanied, rather than followed, by a roar that made the house shake, and in a moment more the room was filled with the terrified household, which, by an unreasoning impulse, rushed to the neighbourhood of him who was considered the strongest. Mr. Arnold was not at home. "Come from the window instantly, Mr. Sutherland. How can you be so imprudent?" cried Mrs. Elton, her usually calm voice elevated in command, but tremulous with fear. "Why, Mrs. Elton," answered Hugh, on whose temper, as well as conduct, recent events had had their operation, "do you think the devil makes the thunder?" Lady Emily gave a faint shriek, whether out of reverence for the devil or fear of God, I hesitate to decide, and flitting out of the room, dived into her bed, and drew the clothes over her head. At least so she was found at a later period of the day. Euphra walked up to the window beside Hugh, as if to show her approval of his rudeness, and stood looking out with eyes that filled their own night with home-born flashes, though her lip was pale and quivered a little. Mrs. Elton, confounded at Hugh's reply, and perhaps fearing the house might in consequence share the fate of Sodom, notwithstanding the presence of a godly proportion of the righteous, fled, accompanied by the housekeeper, to the wine cellar. The rest of the household crept into corners, except the coachman, who, retaining his composure in virtue of a greater degree of insensibility from his nearer approximation to the inanimate creation, emptied the jug of ale intended for the dinner of the company, and went out to look after his horses. But there was one in the house who, left alone, threw the window wide open, and, with gently clasped hands and calm countenance, looked up into the heavens, and the clearness of whose eye seemed the prophetic symbol of the clearness that rose all untroubled above the wild turmoil of the earthly storm. Truly God was in the storm, but there was more of God in the clear heaven beyond, and yet more of him in the eye that regarded the whole with a still joy, in which was mingled no dismay. Euphra, Hugh, and Harry were left together, looking out upon the storm. Hugh could not speak in Harry's presence. At length the boy sat down in a dark corner on the floor, concealed from the others by a window curtain. Hugh thought he had left the room. "Euphra," he began. Euphra looked round for Harry, and, not seeing him, thought likewise that he had left the room. She glided away without making any answer to Hugh's invocation. He stood for a few moments in motionless despair, then, glancing round the room, and taking in all its desertedness, caught up his hat and rushed out into the storm. It was the best relief his feelings could have had, for the sullen gloom, alternated with bursts of flame, invasions of horrid uproar, and long wailing blasts of tyrannous wind, gave him his own mood to walk in, met his spirit with its own element, widened, as it were, his microcosm to the expanse of the macrocosm around him. All the walls of separation were thrown down, and he lived, not in his own frame, but in the universal frame of nature. The world was, for the time, to the reality of his feeling, what Schleiermacher in his Monologen describes it as being to man, an extension of the body in which he dwells. His spirit flashed in the lightning, raved in the thunder, moaned in the wind, and wept in the rain. But this could not last long, either without or within him. He came to himself in the woods. How far he had wandered, or whereabout he was, he did not know. The storm had died away, and all that remained was the wind and the rain. The tree-tops swayed wildly in the irregular blasts, and shook new, fitful, distracted, and momentary showers upon him. It was evening, but what hour of the evening he could not tell. He was wet to the skin, but that to a young Scotchman is a matter of little moment. Although he had no intention of returning home for some time, and meant especially to avoid the dinner-table, for in the mood he was in it seemed more than he could endure, he yet felt the weakness to which we are subject as embodied beings in a common enough form, that, namely, of the necessity of knowing the precise portion of space which at that moment we fill, a conviction of our identity not being sufficient to make us comfortable, without a knowledge of our locality. So, looking all about him, and finding where the wood seemed thinnest, he went in that direction, and soon, by forcing his way through obstacles of all salvage kind, found himself in the high road, within a quarter of a mile of the country town next to Arnstead, removed from it about 3 miles. This little town he knew pretty well, and, beginning to feel exhausted, resolved to go to an inn there, dry his clothes, and then walk back in the moonlight, for he felt sure the storm would be quite over in an hour or so. The fatigue he now felt was proof enough in itself that the inward storm had, for the time, raved itself off, and now, must it be confessed, he wished very much for something to eat. Chapter 29 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 29. An Evening Lecture. The nightmare shall call thee when it walks. Middleton, The Witch. The inn to which Hugh had betaken himself, though not the first in the town, was yet what is called a respectable house, and was possessed of a room of considerable size, in which the farmers of the neighbourhood were accustomed to hold their gatherings. While eating his dinner, Hugh learned from the conversation around him, for he sat in the kitchen for the sake of the fire, that this room was being got ready for a lecture on biology, as the landlady called it. Bills in red and blue had been posted all over the town, and before he had finished his dinner, the audience had begun to arrive. Partly from curiosity about a subject of which he knew nothing, and partly because it still rained, and having got nearly dry, he did not care about a second wetting if he could help it, Hugh resolved to make one of them. So he stood by the fire till he was informed that the lecturer had made his appearance, when he went upstairs, paid his shilling, and was admitted to one of the front seats. The room was tolerably lighted with gas, and a platform had been constructed for the lecturer and his subjects. When the place was about half filled, he came from another room alone. a little thick-set, bull-necked man, with vulgar face and rusty black clothes, and, mounting the platform, commenced his lecture, if lecture it could be called, in which there seemed to be no order and scarcely any sequence. No attempt even at a theory showed itself in the mass of what he called facts and scientific truths, and he perpetrated the most awful blunders in his English. It will not be desired that I should give any further account of such a lecture. The lecturer himself seemed to depend chiefly for his success upon the manifestations of his art which he proceeded to bring forward. He called his familiar by the name of William, and a stunted, pale-faced, dull-looking youth started up from somewhere, and scrambled upon the platform beside his master. Upon this tutored slave a number of experiments was performed. He was first cast into whatever abnormal condition is necessary for the operations of biology, and then compelled to make a fool of himself by exhibiting actions the most inconsistent with his real circumstances and necessities. But aware that all this was open to the most palpable objection of collusion, the operator next invited any of the company that pleased to submit themselves to his influences. After a pause of a few moments, a stout country fellow, florid and healthy, got up and slouched to the platform. Certainly, whatever might be the nature of the influence that was brought to bear, its operative power could not, with the least probability, be attributed to an over-activity of imagination in either of the subjects submitted to its exercise. In the latter, as well as in the former case, the operator was eminently successful, and the clown returned to his seat, looking remarkably foolish and conscious of disgrace, a sufficient voucher to most present, that in this case at least there had been no collusion. Several others volunteered their negative services, but with no one of them did he succeed so well, and in one case the failure was evident. The lecturer pretended to account for this in making some confused and unintelligible remarks about the state of the weather, the thunderstorm, electricity, etc., of which things he evidently did not understand the best known laws. "The blundering idiot," growled, close to Hugh's ear, a voice with a foreign accent. He looked round sharply. A tall, powerful, eminently handsome man, with his face as foreign as his tone and accent, sat beside him. "I beg your pardon," he said to Hugh. "I thought aloud." "I should like to know, if you wouldn't mind telling me, what you detect of the blunderer in him. I am quite ignorant of these matters." "I have had many opportunities of observing them, and I see at once that this man, though he has the natural power, is excessively ignorant of the whole subject." This was all the answer he vouchsafed to Hugh's modest inquiry. Hugh had not yet learned that one will always fare better by concealing than by acknowledging ignorance. The man, whatever his capacity, who honestly confesses even a partial ignorance, will instantly be treated as more or less incapable by the ordinary man who has already gained a partial knowledge, or is capable of assuming a knowledge which he does not possess. But, for God's sake, let the honest and modest man stick to his honesty and modesty, cost what they may. Hugh was silent, and fixed his attention once more on what was going on. But presently he became aware that the foreigner was scrutinizing him with the closest attention. He knew this somehow, without having looked round, and the knowledge was accompanied with a feeling of discomfort, that caused him to make a restless movement on his seat. Presently he felt that the annoyance had ceased, but not many minutes had passed before it again commenced. In order to relieve himself from a feeling which he could only compare to that which might be produced by the presence of the dead, he turned towards his neighbour so suddenly that it seemed for a moment to embarrass him, his eyes being caught in the very act of devouring the stolen indulgence. But the stranger recovered himself instantly with the question: "Will you permit me to ask of what country you are?" Hugh thought he made the request only for the sake of covering his rudeness, and so merely answered: "Why, an Englishman, of course." Ah, yes, it is not necessary to be told that. But it seems to me, from your accent, that you are a Scotchman. So I am. A Highlander? I was born in the Highlands. But, if you are very anxious to know my pedigree, I have no reason for concealing the fact that I am, by birth, half a Scotchman and half a Welshman. The foreigner riveted his gaze, though but for the briefest moment sufficient to justify its being called a gaze, once more upon Hugh, and then, with a slight bow, as of acquiescence, turned towards the lecturer. When the lecture was over, and Hugh was walking away in the midst of the withdrawing audience, the stranger touched him on the shoulder. "You said that you would like to know more of this science. Will you come to my lodging?" said he. "With pleasure," Hugh answered, though the look with which he accompanied the words must have been one rather of surprise. "You are astonished that a stranger should invite you so. Ah! You English always demand an introduction. There is mine." He handed Hugh a card. Herr von Funkelstein. Hugh happened to be provided with one in exchange. The two walked out of the inn, along the old High Street, full of gables, and all the delightful irregularities of an old country town, till they came to a court, down which Herr von Funkelstein led the way. He let himself in with a pass key at a low door, and then conducted Hugh by a stair whose narrowness was equalled by its steepness, to a room which, though not many yards above the level of the court, was yet next to the roof of the low house. Hugh could see nothing till his conductor lighted a candle. Then he found himself in a rather large room, with a shaky floor and a low roof. A chintz-curtained bed in one corner had the skin of a tiger thrown over it, and a table in another had a pair of foils lying upon it. The German, for such he seemed to Hugh, offered him a chair in the politest manner, and Hugh sat down. "I am only in lodgings here," said the host, "so you will forgive the poverty of my establishment." "There is no occasion for forgiveness, I assure you," answered Hugh. "You wish to know something of the subject with which that lecturer was befooling himself and the audience at the same time?" "I shall be grateful for any enlightenment." "Ah! It is a subject for the study of a benevolent scholar, not for such a clown as that. He jumps at no conclusions, yet he shares the fate of one who does. He flounders in the mire between. No man will make anything of it who has not the benefit of the human race at heart. Humanity is the only safe guide in matters such as these. This is a dangerous study indeed in unskilful hands." Here a frightful caterwauling interrupted Herr von Funkelstein. The room had a storm window, of which the lattice stood open. In front of it, on the roof, seen against a white house opposite, stood a demon of a cat, arched to half its length, with its tail expanded to double its natural thickness. Its antagonist was invisible from where Hugh sat. Von Funkelstein started up without making the slightest noise, trod as softly as a cat to the table, took up one of the foils, removed the button, and, creeping close to the window, made one rapid pass at the enemy, which vanished with a shriek of hatred and fear. He then, replacing the button, laid the foil down, and resumed his seat and his discourse. This, after dealing with generalities and commonplaces for some time, gave no sign of coming either to an end or to the point. All the time he was watching Hugh, at least so Hugh thought, as if speculating on him in general. Then, appearing to have come to some conclusion, he gave his mind more to his talk, and encouraged Hugh to speak as well. The conversation lasted for nearly half an hour. At its close, Hugh felt that the stranger had touched upon a variety of interesting subjects, as one possessed of a minute knowledge of them. But he did not feel that he had gained any insight from his conversation. It seemed rather as if he had been giving him a number of psychological, social, literary, and scientific receipts. During the course of the talk, His eyes had appeared to rest on Hugh by a kind of compulsion, as if by its own will it would have retired from the scrutiny, but the will of its owner was too strong for it. It seemed, in relation to him, to be only a kind of tool which he used for a particular purpose. At length Funkelstein rose, and, marching across the room to a cupboard, brought out a bottle and glasses, saying in the most by-the-by way as he went, "Have you the second sight, Mr. Sutherland?" "Certainly not, as far as I am aware." "Ah, the Welch do have it, do they not?" "Oh, yes, of course," answered Hugh, laughing. "I should like to know, though," he added, "whether they inherit the gift as Celts or as mountaineers." "Will you take a glass of nothing, thank you," answered and interrupted Hugh. "It is time for me to be going. Indeed, I fear I have stayed too long already. Good night, Herr von Funkelstein." "You will allow me the honour of returning your visit?" Hugh felt he could do no less, although he had not the smallest desire to keep up the acquaintance. He wrote Arnstead on his card. As he left the house, he stumbled over something in the court. Looking down, he saw it was a cat, apparently dead. "Can it be the cat Herr Funkelstein made the pass at?" thought he. But presently he forgot all about it, in the visions of Euphra which filled his mind during his moonlight walk home. It just occurred to him, however, before those visions had blotted everything else from his view, that he had learned simply nothing whatever about biology from his late host. When he reached home, he was admitted by the butler, and retired to bed at once, where he slept soundly for the first time for many nights. But, as he drew near his own room, he might have seen, though he saw not, a little white figure gliding away in the far distance of the long passage. It was only Harry, who could not lie still in his bed till he Chapter 30 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 30. Another Evening Lecture. This Aeneas is come to paradise out of the swallow of hell. Chaucer, Legend of Dido. The next day Hugh was determined to find or make an opportunity of speaking to Euphra, and fortune seemed to favour him. Or was it Euphra herself, in one or other of her inexplicable moods? At all events, she had that morning allowed the ladies and her uncle to go without her, and Hugh met her as he went to his study. "May I speak to you for one moment?" said he hurriedly, and with trembling lips. "Yes, certainly," she replied, with a smile and a glance in his face as of wonder as to what could trouble him so much. Then turning and leading the way, she said, "Come into my room." He followed her. She turned and shut the door, which he had left open behind him. He almost knelt to her, but something held him back from that. "Euphra," he said, "what have I done to offend you?" "Offend me? Nothing." This was uttered in a perfect tone of surprise. "How is it that you avoid me as you do, and will not allow me one moment's speech with you? You are driving me to distraction." "Why, you foolish man," she answered, half playfully, pressing the palms of her little hands together, and looking up in his face, "how can I? Don't you see how those two dear old ladies swallow me up in their faddles? Oh dear, oh dear! I wish they would go. Then it would be all right again, wouldn't it?" But Hugh was not to be so easily satisfied. "Before they came, ever since that night—" "Hush!" she interrupted, putting her finger on his lips, and looking hurriedly round her with an air of fright, of which he could hardly judge whether it was real or assumed. "Hush!" Comforted wondrously by the hushing finger, Hugh would yet understand more. "I am no baby, dear Euphra," he said, taking hold of the hand to which the finger belonged, and laying it on his mouth. "Do not make one of me. There is some mystery in all this, at least something I do not understand. I will tell you all about it one day. But seriously, you must be careful how you behave to me, for if my uncle should, but for one moment, entertain a suspicion, good-bye to you, perhaps good-bye to Arnstead. All my influence with him comes from his thinking that I like him better than anybody else. So you must not make the poor old man jealous. By the by," she went on, rapidly, as if she would turn the current of the conversation aside, "what a favourite you have grown with him! You should have heard him talk of you to the old ladies. I might well be jealous of you. There never was a tutor like this." Hugh's heart smote him that the praise of even this common man, proud of his own vanity, should be undeserved by him. He was troubled, too, at the flippancy with which Euphra spoke. Yet not the less did he feel that he loved her passionately. "I dare say," he replied, "he praised me as he would anything else that happened to be his. Isn't that old bay horse of his the best hack in the county?" "You naughty man! Are you going to be satirical?" "You claim that as your privilege, do you?" "Worse and worse! I will not talk to you. But seriously, for I must go. Bring your Italian to. She hesitated. "To the library. Why not?" suggested Hugh. "No," she answered, shaking her head, and looking quite solemn. "Well, will you come to my study? Will that please you better?" "Yes, I will," she answered with a definitive tone. "Good-bye now." She opened the door, and having looked out to see that no one was passing, told him to go. As he went, he felt as if the oaken floor were elastic beneath his tread. It was some time after the household had retired, however, before Euphra made her appearance at the door of his study. She seemed rather shy of entering, and hesitated, as if she felt she was doing something she ought not to do. But as soon as she had entered, and the door was shut, she appeared to recover herself quite, and they sat down at the table with their books. They could not get on very well with their reading, however. Hugh often forgot what he was about in looking at her, and she seemed nowise inclined to avert his gazes, or check the growth of his admiration. Rather abruptly, but apparently starting from some suggestion in the book, she said to him: "By the by, has Mr. Arnold ever said anything to you about the family jewels?" "No," said Hugh. "Are there many?" "Yes, a great many. Mr. Arnold is very proud of them, as well as of the portraits, so he treats them in the same way, keeps them locked up. Indeed, he seldom allows them to see daylight, except it be as a mark of especial favour to some one." "I should like much to see them. I have always been curious about stones. They are wonderful, mysterious things to me." Euphra gave him a very peculiar, searching glance as he spoke. "Shall I," he continued, "give him a hint that I should like to see them?" "By no means," answered Euphra, emphatically, "except he should refer to them himself. He is very jealous of his possessions. His family possessions, I mean. Poor old man! He has not much else to plume himself upon, has he?" "He is kind to you, Euphra." She looked at him as if she did not understand him. "Yes. What then?" "You ought not to be unkind to him." "You odd creature! I am not unkind to him. I like him. But we are not getting on with our reading. What could have led me to talk about family jewels? Oh, I see. What a strange thing the association of ideas is. There is not a very obvious connection here, is there?" "No, one cannot account for such things. The links in the chain of ideas are sometimes slender enough, yet the slenderest is sufficient to enable the electric flash of thought to pass along the line. She seemed pondering for a moment. "That strikes me as a fine simile," she said. "You ought to be a poet yourself." Hugh made no reply. "I daresay you have hundreds of poems in that old desk now." "I think they might be counted by tens." "Do let me see them." "You would not care for them." "Wouldn't I, Hugh?" "I will, on one condition. 2 conditions, I mean." "What are they?" "One is, that you show me yours." "Mine?" "Yes." "Who told you I wrote verses? That silly boy?" "No, I saw your verses before I saw you. You remember." "It was very dishonourable in you to read them." "I only saw they were verses. I did not read a word." "I forgive you, then. You must show me yours first, till I see whether I could venture to let you see mine. If yours were very bad indeed, then I might risk showing mine." And much more of this sort, with which I will not weary my readers. It ended in Hugh's taking from the old escritoire a bundle of papers, and handing them to Euphra. But the reader need not fear that I am going to print any of these verses. I have more respect for my honest prose page than to break it up so. Indeed, the whole of this interview might have been omitted, but for 2 circumstances. One of them was, that, in getting these papers, Hugh had to open a concealed portion of the escritoire, which his mathematical knowledge had enabled him to discover. It had evidently not been opened for many years before he found it. He had made use of it to hold the only treasures he had, poor enough treasures, certainly. Not a loving note, not a lock of hair, even had he; nothing but the few cobwebs spun from his own brain. It is true we are rich or poor according to what we are, not what we have. But what a man has produced is not what he is. He may even impoverish his true self by production. When Euphra saw him open this place, she uttered a suppressed cry of astonishment. "Ah!" said Hugh, "you did not know of this hidey-hole, did you?" "Indeed I did not. I had used the desk myself, for this was a favourite room of mine before you came; but I never found that. Dear me! Let me look." She put her hand on his shoulder, and leaned over him as he pointed out the way of opening it. "Did you find nothing in it?" she said, with a light tremor in her voice. "Nothing whatever." "There may be more places." "No. I have accounted for the whole bulk, I believe." "How strange! But now you must give me my guerdon," said Hugh, timidly. The fact was, the poor youth had bargained in a playful manner, and yet with an earnest, covetous heart, for the first kiss, in return for the poems she begged to see. She turned her face towards him. The second circumstance which makes the interview worth recording is, that at this moment 3 distinct knocks were heard on the window. They sprang asunder, and saw each other's face, pale as death. In Euphra's, the expression of fright was mingled with one of annoyance. Hugh, though his heart trembled like a bird, leaped to the window. Nothing was to be seen but the trees that stretched their dark arms within a few feet of the oriel. Turning again towards Euphra, he found, to his mortification, that she had vanished, and had left the packet of poems behind her. He replaced them in their old quarters in the escritoire, and his vague dismay at the unaccountable noise was drowned in the bitter waters of miserable humiliation. He slept at last from the exhaustion of disappointment. When he awoke, however, he tried to persuade himself that he had made far too much of the trifling circumstance of her leaving the verses behind. For was she not terrified? Why, then, did she leave the room, and go alone to her own room? She must have felt that she ought not to be in his at that hour, and therefore dared not stay. Why dared not? Did she think the house was haunted by a ghost of propriety? What rational theory could he invent to account for the strange and repeated sounds? He puzzled himself over it to the verge of absolute intellectual prostration. He was generally the first in the breakfast room. that is, after Euphra, who was always the first. She went up to him as he entered, and said, almost in a whisper, "Have you got the poems for me? Quick!" Hugh hesitated. She looked at him. "No," he said at last. "You never wanted them." "That is very unkind, when you know I was frightened out of my wits. Do give me them." "They are not worth giving you. Besides, I have not got them. I don't carry them in my pocket. They are in the escritoire. I couldn't leave them lying about. Never mind them." "I have a right to them," she said, looking up at him slyly and shyly. "Well, I gave you them, and you did not think them worth keeping. I kept my part of the bargain." She looked annoyed. "Never mind, dear Euphra. You shall have them, or anything else I have. The brain that made them, if you like." "Was it only the brain that had to do with the making of them?" "Perhaps the heart too, but you have that already." Her face flushed like a damask rose. At that moment Mrs. Elton entered, and looked a little surprised. Euphra instantly said: "I think it is rather too bad of you, Mr. Sutherland, to keep the boy so hard to his work, when you know he is not strong. Mrs. Elton, I have been begging a holiday for poor Harry, to let him go with us to Wotton House. But he has such a hard taskmaster. He will not hear of it." The flush, which she could not get rid of all at once, was thus made to do duty as one of displeasure. Mrs. Elton was thoroughly deceived, and united her entreaties to those of Miss Cameron. Hugh was compelled to join in the deception, and pretend to yield a slow consent. Thus a holiday was extemporized for Harry, subject to the approbation of his father. This was readily granted, and Mr. Arnold, turning to Hugh, said: "You will have nothing to do, Mr. Sutherland. Had you not better join us?" "With pleasure," replied he; "but the carriage will be full." "You can take your horse." "Thank you very much, I will." The day was delightful, one of those grey summer days that are far better for an excursion than bright ones. In the best of spirits, mounted on a good horse, riding alongside of the carriage in which was the lady who was all womankind to him, and who, without taking much notice of him, yet contrived to throw him a glance now and then, Hugh would have been overflowingly happy, but for an unquiet, distressed feeling, which all the time made him aware of the presence of a sick conscience somewhere within. Mr. Arnold was exceedingly pleasant, for he was much taken with the sweetness and modesty of Lady Emily, who, having no strong opinions upon anything, received those of Mr. Arnold with attentive submission. He saw, or fancied he saw, in her a great resemblance to his deceased wife, to whom he had been as sincerely attached as his nature would allow. In fact, Lady Emily advanced so rapidly in his good graces, that either Euphra was, or thought fit to appear, rather jealous of her. She paid her every attention, however, and seemed to gratify Mr. Arnold by her care of the invalid. She even joined in the entreaties which, on their way home, he made with evident earnestness for an extension of their visit to a month. Lady Emily was already so much better for the change, that Mrs. Elton made no objection to the proposal. Euphra gave Hugh one look of misery, and, turning again, insisted with increased warmth on their immediate consent. It was gained without much difficulty before they reached home. Harry, too, was captivated by the gentle kindness of Lady Emily, and hardly took his eyes off her all the way; while, on the other hand, his delicate little attentions had already gained the Chapter 31 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. CHAPTER 31 A New Visitor and an Old Acquaintance. He's enough to bring a woman to confusion, more than a wiser man, or a far greater. Middleton, The Witch. When they reached the lodge, Lady Emily expressed a wish to walk up the avenue to the house. To this Mr. Arnold gladly consented. The carriage was sent round the back way, and Hugh, dismounting, gave his horse to the footman in attendance. As they drew near the house, the rest of the party having stopped to look at an old tree which was a favourite with its owner, Hugh and Harry were some yards in advance, when the former spied, approaching them from the house, the distinguished figure of Herr von Funkelstein. Saluting as they met, the visitor informed Hugh that he had just been leaving his card for him, and would call some other morning soon, for, as he was rusticating, he had little to occupy him. Hugh turned with him towards the rest of the party, who were now close at hand, when Funkelstein exclaimed in a tone of surprise: "What! Miss Cameron here?" and advanced with a profound obeisance, holding his hat in his hand. Hugh thought he saw her look annoyed, but she held out her hand to him, and in a voice indicating, still, as it appeared to Hugh, some reluctance, introduced him to her uncle with the words: "We met at Sir Edward Laston's, when I was visiting Mrs. Elkingham, 2 years ago, uncle." Mr. Arnold lifted his hat, and bowed politely to the stranger. Had Euphra informed him that, although a person of considerable influence in Sir Edward's household, Herr von Funkelstein had his standing there only as Sir Edward's private secretary, Mr. Arnold's aversion to foreigners generally would not have been so scrupulously banished into the background of his behaviour. Ordinary civilities passed between them, marked by an air of flattering deference on Funkelstein's part, which might have been disagreeable to a man less uninterruptedly conscious of his own importance than Mr. Arnold; and the new visitor turned once more, as if forgetful of his previous direction, and accompanied them towards the house. Before they reached it, he had, even in that short space, ingratiated himself so far with Mr. Arnold, that he asked him to stay and dine with them, an invitation which was accepted with manifest pleasure. "Mr. Sutherland," said Mr. Arnold, "will you show your friend anything worth note about the place? He has kindly consented to dine with us, and in the meantime I have some letters to write." "With pleasure," answered Hugh. But all this time he had been inwardly commenting on the appearance of his friend, as Mr. Arnold called him, with the jealousy of a youth in love; for was not Funkelstein an old acquaintance of Miss Cameron? What might not have passed between them in that old hidden time? For love is jealous of the past as well as of the future. Love, as well as metaphysics, has a lasting quarrel with time and space. The lower love fears them, while the higher defies them. And he could not help seeing that Funkelstein was one to win favour in ladies' eyes. Very regular features and a dark complexion were lighted up by eyes as black as Euphra's, and capable of a wonderful play of light, while his form was remarkable for strength and symmetry. Hugh felt that in any company he would attract immediate attention. His long dark beard, of which just the centre was removed to expose a finely turned chin, blew over each shoulder as often as they met the wind in going round the house. From what I have heard of him from other deponents besides Hugh, I should judge that he did well to conceal the lines of his mouth in a long moustache, which flowed into his bifurcated beard. He had just enough of the foreign in his dress to add to the appearance of fashion which it bore. As they walked, Hugh could not help observing an odd peculiarity in the carriage of his companion. It was, that every few steps he gave a backward and downward glance to the right, with a sweeping bend of his body, as if he were trying to get a view of the calf of his leg, or as if he fancied he felt something trailing at his foot. So probable from his motion did the latter supposition seem, that Hugh changed sides to satisfy himself whether or not there was some dragging briar or straw annoying him. But no follower was to be discovered. "You are a happy man, Mr. Sutherland," said the guest, "to live under the same roof with that beautiful Miss Cameron." "Am I?" thought Hugh; but he only said, affecting some surprise, "Do you think her so beautiful?" Funkelstein's eyes were fixed upon him, as if to see the effect of his remark. Hugh felt them, and could not conform his face to the indifference of his words. But his companion only answered indifferently: "Well, I should say so; but beauty is not that is not beauty for us." Whether or not there was poison in the fork of this remark, Hugh could only conjecture. He made no reply. As they walked about the precincts of the house, Funkelstein asked many questions of Hugh, which his entire ignorance of domestic architecture made it impossible for him to answer. This seemed only to excite the questioner's desire for information to a higher pitch; and, as if the very stones could reply to his demands, he examined the whole range of the various buildings constituting the house of Arnstead, as he would draw it. "Certainly," said he, "there is at least variety enough in the style of this mass of material. There is enough for one pyramid." "That would be rather at the expense of the variety, would it not?" said Hugh, in spiteful response to the inconsequence of the second member of Funkelstein's remark. But the latter was apparently too much absorbed in his continued inspection of the house, from every attainable point of near view, to heed the comment. "This they call the Ghost's Walk," said Hugh. "Ah! About these old houses there are always such tales." "What sort of tales do you mean?" "I mean of particular spots, and their ghosts. You must have heard many such." "No, not I." "I think Germany is more prolific of such stories. I could tell you plenty." "But you don't mean you believe such things?" "To me it is equal. I look at them entirely as objects of art." "That is a new view of a ghost to me. An object of art! I should have thought them considerably more suitable objects previous to their disembodiment." "Ah, you do not understand. You call art painting, don't you? Or sculpture at most. I give up sculpture certainly, and painting too. But don't you think a ghost a very effective object in literature now? Confess. Do you not like a ghost story very much?" "Yes, if it is a very good one." "Hamlet, now?" "Ah, we don't speak of Shakespeare's plays as stories. His characters are so real to us, that, in thinking of their development, we go back even to their fathers and mothers, and sometimes even speculate about their future." "You islanders are always in earnest somehow. So are we Germans. We are all one." "I hope you can be in earnest about dinner, then, for I hear the bell." "We must render ourselves in the drawing-room, then, yes?" When they entered the drawing-room, they found Miss Cameron alone. Funkelstein advanced, and addressed a few words to her in German, which Hugh's limited acquaintance with the language prevented him from catching. At the same moment Mr. Arnold entered, and Funkelstein, turning to him immediately, proceeded, as if by way of apology for speaking in an unknown tongue, to interpret for Mr. Arnold's benefit. "I have just been telling Miss Cameron, in the language of my country, how much better she looks than when I saw her at Sir Edward Laston's." "I know. I was quite a scarecrow then," said Euphra, attempting to laugh. "And now you are quite a decoy duck, Euphra?" said Mr. Arnold, laughing in reality at his own joke, which put him in great good humour for the whole time of dinner and dessert. "Thank you, uncle," said Euphra, with a prettily pretended affectation of humility. Then she added gaily: "When did you rise on our Sussex horizon, Herr von Funkelstein?" "Oh, I have been in the neighbourhood for a few days. But I owe my meeting with you to one of those coincidences which, were they not so pleasant, to me in this case at least, one would think could only result from the blundering of old Dame Nature over her knitting. If I had not had the good fortune to meet Mr. Sutherland the other evening, I should have remained in utter ignorance of your neighbourhood and my own felicity, Miss Cameron. Indeed, I called now to see him, not you." Hugh saw Mr. Arnold looking rather doubtful of the foreigner's fine speeches. Dinner was announced. Funkelstein took Miss Cameron, Hugh Mrs. Elton, and Mr. Arnold followed with Lady Emily, who would never precede her older friend. Hugh tried to talk to Mrs. Elton, but with meagre success. He was suddenly a nobody, and felt more than he had felt for a long time what, in his present deteriorated moral state, he considered the degradation of his position. A gulf seemed to have suddenly yawned between himself and Euphra, and the loudest voice of his despairing agony could not reach across that gulf. An awful conviction awoke within him, that the woman he worshipped would scarcely receive his worship at the worth of incense now, and yet in spirit he fell down grovelling before his idol. The words Euphrasia and rue kept ringing in his brain, coming over and over with an awful mingling of chime and toll. When he thought about it afterwards, he seemed to have been a year in crossing the hall with Mrs. Elton on his arm. But as if divining his thoughts, just as they passed through the dining-room door, Euphra looked round at him, almost over Funkelstein's shoulder, and, without putting into her face the least expression discernible by either of the others following, contrived to banish for the time all Hugh's despair, and to convince him that he had nothing to fear from Funkelstein. How it was done, Hugh himself could not tell. He could not even recall the look. He only knew that he had been as miserable as one waking in his coffin, and that now he was out in the sunny air. During dinner, Funkelstein paid no very particular attention to Euphrasia, but was remarkably polite to Lady Emily. She seemed hardly to know how to receive his attentions, but to regard him as a strange animal, which she did not know how to treat, and of which she was a little afraid. Mrs. Elton, on the contrary, appeared to be delighted with his behaviour and conversation, for, without showing the least originality, he yet had seen so much, and knew so well how to bring out what he had seen, that he was a most interesting companion. Hugh took little share in the conversation beyond listening as well as he could, to prevent himself from gazing too much at Euphra. "Had Mr. Sutherland and you been old acquaintances, then, Herr von Funkelstein?" asked Mr. Arnold, reverting to the conversation which had been interrupted by the announcement of dinner. "No, not at all. We met quite accidentally, and introduced ourselves. I believe a thunderstorm and a lecture on biology were the mediating parties between us. Was it not so, Mr. Sutherland?" "I beg your pardon," stammered Hugh, but Mr. Arnold interposed. "A lecture on what, did you say?" "On biology." Mr. Arnold looked posed. He did not like to say he did not know what the word meant, for, like many more ignorant men, he thought such a confession humiliating. Von Funkelstein hastened to his relief. "It would be rather surprising if you were acquainted with the subject, Mr. Arnold. I fear to explain it to you, lest both Mr. Sutherland and myself should sink irrevocably in your estimation. But young men want to know all that is going on." Herr Funkelstein was not exactly what one would call a young man, but, as he chose to do so himself, there was no one to dispute the classification. "Oh, of course," replied Mr. Arnold. "Quite right. What then, pray, is biology?" "A science, falsely so called," said Hugh, who, waking up a little, wanted to join in the conversation. "What does the word mean?" said Mr. Arnold. Von Funkelstein answered at once. "The science of life. But I must say the name, as now applied, is no indication of the thing signified." "How then is a gentleman to know what it is?" said Mr. Arnold, half pettishly, and forgetting that his knowledge had not extended even to the interpretation of the name. It is one of the sciences, true or false, connected with animal magnetism." "Pah!" exclaimed Mr. Arnold, rather rudely. "You would have said so if you had heard the lecture," said Funkelstein. The conversation had not taken this turn till quite late in the dining ceremony. Euphra rose to go, and Hugh remarked that her face was dreadfully pale. But she walked steadily out of the room. This interrupted the course of the talk, and the subject was not resumed. Immediately after tea, which was served very soon, Funkelstein took his leave of the ladies. "We shall be glad to see you often while in this neighbourhood," said Mr. Arnold, as he bade him good night. "I shall, without fail, do myself the honour of calling again soon," replied he, and bowed himself out. Lady Emily, evidently relieved by his departure, rose, and approaching Euphra, said, in a sweet, coaxing tone, which even she could hardly have resisted: "Dear Miss Cameron, you promised to sing for me in particular some evening. May I claim the fulfilment of your promise?" Euphra had recovered her complexion, and she too seemed to Hugh to be relieved by the departure of Funkelstein. "Certainly," she answered, rising at once. "What shall I sing?" Hugh was all ear now. "Something sacred, if you please." Euphra hesitated, but not long. "Shall I sing Mozart's Agnus Dei, then?" Lady Emily hesitated in her turn. "I should prefer something else. I don't approve of singing popish music, however beautiful it may be." "Well, what shall it be?" "Something of Handel or Mendelssohn, please. Do you sing 'I know that my Redeemer liveth'?" "I daresay I can sing it," replied Euphra, with some petulance, and went to the piano. This was a favourite air with Hugh, and he placed himself so as to see the singer without being seen himself, and to lose no slightest modulation of her voice. But what was his disappointment to find that oratorio music was just what Euphra was incapable of. No doubt she sang it quite correctly, but there was no religion in it. Not a single tone worshipped or rejoiced. The quality of sound necessary to express the feeling and thought of the composer was lacking. The palace of sound was all right constructed, but of wrong material. Euphra, however, was quite unconscious of failure. She did not care for the music, but she attributed her lack of interest in it to the music itself, never dreaming that, in fact, she had never really heard it, having no inner ear for its deeper harmonies. As soon as she had finished, Lady Emily thanked her, but did not praise her more than by saying: "I wish I had a voice like yours, Miss Cameron." "I daresay you have a better of your own," said Euphra, falsely. Lady Emily laughed. "It is the poorest little voice you ever heard. Yet, I confess, I am glad, for my own sake, that I have even that. What should I do if I never heard Handel?" Every simple mind has a little well of beauty somewhere in its precincts, which flows and warbles, even when the owner is unheedful. The religion of Lady Emily had led her into a region far beyond the reach of her intellect, in which there sprang a constant fountain of sacred song. To it she owed her highest moods. "Then Handel is your musician?" said Euphra. "You should not have put me to such a test. It was very unfair of you, Lady Emily." Lady Emily laughed, as if quite amused at the idea of having done Euphra any wrong. Euphra added: "You must sing now, Lady Emily. You cannot refuse after the admission you have just made." "I confess it is only fair, but I warn you to expect nothing." She took her place at the piano, and sang "He shall feed his flock." Her health had improved so much during her sojourn at Arnstead, that when she began to sing, the quantity of her voice surprised herself. But after all, it was a poor voice, and the execution, if clear of any great faults, made no other pretence to merit. Yet she effected the end of the music, the very result which every musician would most desire, wherein Euphra had failed utterly. This was worthy of note, and Hugh was not even yet too blind to perceive it. Lady Emily with very ordinary intellect and paltry religious opinions, yet, because she was good herself and religious, could, in the reproduction of the highest kind of music, greatly surpass the spirited, intellectual musician, whose voice was as superior to hers as a nightingale's to a sparrow's, and whose knowledge of music and musical power generally surpassed hers beyond all comparison. It must be allowed for Euphra that she seemed to have gained some perception of the fact. Perhaps she had seen signs of emotion in Hugh's face, which he had shaded with his hand as Lady Emily sang, or perhaps the singing produced in her a feeling which she had not had when singing herself. All I know is, that the same night, while Hugh was walking up and down his room, meditating on this defect of Euphra's, and yet feeling that if she could sing only devil's music, he must love her, a tap came to the door, which made him start with the suggestion of the former mysterious noises of a similar kind, that he sprang to the door, and that, instead of looking out on a vacant corridor, as he all but anticipated, he saw Euphra standing there in the dark, who said in a whisper, "Ah, you do not love me any longer, because Lady Emily can sing psalms better than I can." There was both pathos and spite in the speech. "Come in, Euphra." "No, I am afraid I have been very naughty in coming here at all." "Do come in. I want you to tell me something about Funkelstein." "What do you want to know about him? I suppose you are jealous of him. Ah, you men can both be jealous and make jealous at the same moment." A little broken sigh followed. Hugh answered, "I only want to know what he is." "Oh, some 20th cousin of mine." "Mr. Arnold does not know that." "Oh dear, no. It is so far off, I can't count it. In fact, I doubt it altogether. It must date centuries back." "His intimacy, then, is not to be accounted for by his relationship." Ah, I thought so. Jealous of the poor Count." "Count?" "Oh dear, what does it matter? He doesn't like to be called Count, because all foreigners are counts, or barons, or something equally distinguished. I oughtn't to have let it out." "Never mind. Tell me something about him." "He is Bohemian. I met him first some years ago on the Continent." "Then that was not your first meeting at Sir Edward Laston's?" "No." "How candid she is!" thought Hugh. "He calls me his cousin, but if he be mine, he is yet more Mr. Arnold's. But he does not want it mentioned yet. I am sure I don't know why." "Is he in love with you?" "How can I tell?" she answered archly. "By his being very jealous. Is that the way to know whether a man is in love with one? But if he is in love with me, it does not follow that I am in love with him, does it? Confess. Am I not very good to answer all your impertinent, downright questions? They are as point blank as the church catechism. Mind, I don't say as rude. But how can I be in love with two at a—" She seemed to check herself, but Hugh had heard enough, as she had intended he should. She turned instantly and sped, surrounded by the low melodious thunder of her silken garments, to her own door, where she vanished noiselessly. "What care I for oratorios?" said Hugh to himself, as he put the light out towards morning. Where was all this to end? What goal had Hugh set himself? Could he not go away and achieve renown in one of many ways, and return fit, in the eyes of the world, to claim the hand of Miss Cameron? But would he marry her if he could? He would not answer the question. He closed the ears of his heart to it, and tried to go to sleep. He slept, and dreamed of Margaret in the storm. A few days passed, without anything occurring sufficiently marked for relation. Euphra and he seemed satisfied without meeting in private. Perhaps both were afraid of carrying it too far, at least too far to keep clear of the risk of discovery, seeing that danger was at present greater than usual. Mr. Arnold continued to be thoroughly attentive to his guests, and became more and more devoted to Lady Emily. There was no saying where it might end, for he was not an old man yet, and Lady Emily appeared to have no special admirers. Arnstead was such an abode, and surrounded with such an estate, as few even of the nobility could call their own; and a reminiscence of his first wife seemed to haunt all Mr. Arnold's contemplations of Lady Emily, and all his attentions to her. These were delicate in the extreme, evidently bringing out the best life that yet remained in a heart that was almost a fossil. Hugh made some fresh efforts to do his duty by Harry, and so far succeeded, that at least the boy made some progress, evident enough to the moderate expectations of his father. But what helped Harry as much as anything was the motherly kindness, even tenderness, of good Mrs. Elton, who often had him to sit with her in her own room. To her Chapter 32 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 32. Materialism, alias Ghost Hunting. Wie der Mann sich Lockton dranget, durch den dunklen Wolken vor, also taucht aus dunklen Seiten mir ein lichtes Bild hervor. Heinrich Heine. As the moon her face advances through the darkened cloudy veil, so from darkened times arising, dawns on me a vision pale. In consequence of what Euphra had caused him to believe without saying it, Hugh felt more friendly towards his new acquaintance; and happening, on his side at least it did happen, to meet him a few days after, walking in the neighbourhood, he joined him in a stroll. Mr. Arnold met them on horseback, and invited von Funkelstein to dine with them that evening, to which he willingly consented. It was noticeable that no sooner was the Count within the doors of Arnstead House, than he behaved with cordiality to every one of the company except Hugh. With him he made no approach to familiarity of any kind, treating him, on the contrary, with studious politeness. In the course of the dinner, Mr. Arnold said: "It is curious, Herr von Funkelstein, how often, if you meet with something new to you, you fall in with it again almost immediately. I found an article on biology in the newspaper, the very day after our conversation on the subject. But, absurd as the whole thing is, it is quite surpassed by a letter in to-day's Times about spirit rapping and mediums, and what not." This observation of the host at once opened the whole question of those physico-psychological phenomena to which the name of Spiritualism has been so absurdly applied. Mr. Arnold was profound in his contempt of the whole system, if not very profound in his arguments against it. Every one had something to remark in opposition to the notions which were so rapidly gaining ground in the country, except Funkelstein, who maintained a rigid silence. This silence could not continue long without attracting the attention of the rest of the party, upon which Mr. Arnold said: "You have not given us your opinion on the subject, Herr von Funkelstein." "I have not, Mr. Arnold. I should not like to encounter the opposition of so many fair adversaries, as well as of my host." "We are in England, sir, and every man is at liberty to say what he thinks. For my part, I think it all absurd, if not improper." "I would not willingly differ from you, Mr. Arnold; and I confess that a great deal that finds its way into the public prints does seem very ridiculous indeed. But I am bound, for truth's sake, to say, that I have seen more than I can account for in that kind of thing. There are strange stories connected with my own family, which, perhaps, incline me to believe in the supernatural. and, indeed, without making the smallest pretence to the dignity of what they call a medium, I have myself had some curious experiences. I fear I have some natural proclivity towards what you despise; but I beg that my statement of my own feelings on the subject may not interfere in the least with the prosecution of the present conversation, for I am quite capable of drawing pleasure from listening to what I am unable to agree with. But let us hear your arguments, strengthened by your facts in opposition to ours, for it will be impossible to talk with the silent judge amongst us," Hugh ventured to say. "I set up for no judge, Mr. Sutherland, I assure you; and perhaps I shall do my opinions more justice by remaining silent, seeing I am conscious of utter inability to answer the a priori arguments which you in particular have brought against them. All I would venture to say is, that an a priori argument may owe its force to a mistaken hypothesis with regard to the matter in question, and that the true Baconian method, which is the glory of your English philosophy, would be to inquire first what the thing is, by recording observations and experiments made in its supposed direction." "At least Herr von Funkelstein has the best of the argument now, I am compelled to confess," said Hugh. Funkelstein bowed stiffly, and was silent. "You rouse our curiosity," said Mr. Arnold; "but I fear, after the free utterance which we have already given to our own judgments in ignorance, of course, of your greater experience, you will not be inclined to make us wiser by communicating any of the said experience, however much we may desire to hear it." Had he been speaking to one of less evident social standing than Funkelstein, Mr. Arnold, if dying with curiosity, would not have expressed the least wish to be made acquainted with his experiences. He would have sat in apparent indifference, but in real anxiety that some one else would draw him out, and thus gratify his curiosity without endangering his dignity. "I do not think," replied Funkelstein, "that it is of any use to bring testimony to bear on such a matter. I have seen, to use the words of some one else, I forget whom, on a similar subject, I have seen with my own eyes what I certainly should never have believed on the testimony of another. Consequently, I have no right to expect that my testimony should be received. Besides, I do not wish it to be received, although I confess I shrink from presenting it with the certainty of its being rejected. I have no wish to make converts to my opinion." "Really, Herr von Funkelstein, at the risk of your considering me importunate, I would beg—" "Excuse me, Mr. Arnold. The recital of some of the matters to which you refer would not only be painful to myself, but would be agitating to the ladies present." "In that case, I have only to beg your pardon for pressing the matter. I hope no further than to the verge of incivility." "In no degree approaching it, I assure you, Mr. Arnold. In proof that I do not think so, I am ready, if you wish it, although I rather dread the possible effects on the nerves of the ladies, especially as this is an old house, to repeat, with the aid of those present, certain experiments which I have sometimes found perhaps only too successful." "Oh, don't," said Euphra, faintly. An expression of the opposite desire followed, however, from the other ladies. Their curiosity seemed to strive with their fears, and to overcome them. "I hope we shall have nothing to do with it in any other way than merely as spectators," said Mrs. Elton. "Nothing more than you please. It is doubtful if you can even be spectators. That remains to be seen." "Good gracious!" exclaimed Mrs. Elton. Lady Emily looked at her with surprise, almost reproof. "I beg your pardon, my dear, but it sounds so dreadful. What can it be?" "Let me entreat you, ladies, not to imagine that I am urging you to anything," said von Funkelstein. "Not in the least," replied Mrs. Elton. "I was very foolish." And the old lady looked ashamed, and was silent. "Then, if you will allow me, I will make one small preparation. Have you a tool chest anywhere, Mr. Arnold?" "There must be tools enough about the place, I know. I will ring for Atkins." "I know where the tool chest is," said Hugh. "And if you will allow me a suggestion, would it not be better the servants should know nothing about this? There are some foolish stories afloat amongst them already." "A very proper suggestion, Mr. Sutherland," said Mr. Arnold, graciously. "Will you find all that is wanted, then?" "What tools do you want?" asked Hugh. "Only a small drill. Could you get me an earthenware plate, not china, too?" "I will manage that," said Euphra. Hugh soon returned with the drill, and Euphra with the plate. The Bohemian, with some difficulty, and the remark that the English ware was very hard, drilled a small hole in the rim of the plate, a dinner plate; then, begging an H.B. drawing pencil from Miss Cameron, cut off a small piece, and fitted it into the hole, making it just long enough to touch the table with its point, when the plate lay in its ordinary position. "Now I am ready," said he. "But," he added, raising his head, and looking all round the room, as if a sudden thought had struck him, "I do not think this room will be quite satisfactory." They were now in the drawing-room. "Choose the room in the house that will suit you," said Mr. Arnold. "The dining-room?" "Certainly not," answered Funkelstein, as he took from his watch-chain a small compass, and laid it on the table. "Not the dining-room, nor the breakfast-room, I think. Let me see. How is it situated?" He went to the hall, as if to refresh his memory, and then looked again at the compass. "No, not the breakfast-room." Hugh could not help thinking there was more or less of the charlatan about the man. "The library?" suggested Lady Emily. They adjourned to the library to see. The library would do. After some further difficulty, they succeeded in procuring a large sheet of paper, and fastening it down to the table by drawing pins. Only 2 candles were in the great room, and it was scarcely lighted at all by them. Yet Funkelstein requested that one of these should be extinguished, and the other removed to a table near the door. He then said solemnly: "Let me request silence, absolute silence, and quiescence of thought even." After stillness had settled down with outspread wings of intensity, he resumed: "Will any one, or better 2 of you, touch the plate as lightly as possible with your fingers?" All hung back for a moment. Then Mr. Arnold came forward. "I will," said he, and laid his fingers on the plate. "As lightly as possible, if you please. If the plate moves, follow it with your fingers, but be sure not to push it in any direction." "I understand," said Mr. Arnold, and silence fell again. The Bohemian, after a pause, spoke once more, but in a foreign tongue. The words sounded first like entreaty, then like command, and at last almost like imprecation. The lady shuddered. "Any movement of the vehicle," said he to Mr. Arnold. "If by the vehicle you mean the plate, certainly not," said Mr. Arnold, solemnly. But the ladies were very glad of the pretext for attempting a laugh, in order to get rid of the oppression which they had felt for some time. "Hush!" said Funkelstein, solemnly. "Will no one else touch the plate as well? It will seldom move with one. It does with me. But I fear I might be suspected of treachery if I offered to join Mr. Arnold." "Do not hint at such a thing. You are beyond suspicion." What ground Mr. Arnold had for making such an assertion was no better known to himself than to any one else present. Von Funkelstein, without another word, put the fingers of one hand lightly on the plate beside Mr. Arnold's. The plate instantly began to move upon the paper. The motion was a succession of small jerks at first, but soon it tilted up a little, and moved upon a changing point of support. Now it careered rapidly in wavy lines, sweeping back towards the other side as often as it approached the extremity of the sheet, the men keeping their fingers in contact with it, but not appearing to influence its motion. Gradually the motion ceased. Von Funkelstein withdrew his hand, and requested that the other candle should be lighted. The paper was taken up and examined. Nothing could be discovered upon it but a labyrinth of wavy and sweeping lines. Funkelstein pored over it for some minutes, and then confessed his inability to make a single letter out of it, still less words and sentences, as he had expected. "But," said he, "we are at least so far successful. It moves. Let us try again. Who will try next?" "I will," said Hugh, who had refrained at first, partly from dislike to the whole affair, partly because he shrank from putting himself forward. A new sheet of paper was fixed. The candle was extinguished. Hugh put his fingers on the plate. In a second or two it began to move. "A medium!" murmured Funkelstein. He then spoke aloud some words unintelligible to the rest. Whether from the peculiarity of his position and the consequent excitement of his imagination, or from some other cause, Hugh grew quite cold, and began to tremble. The plate, which had been careering violently for a few moments, now went more slowly, making regular short motions and returns at right angles to its chief direction, as if letters were being formed by the pencil. Hugh shuddered, thinking he recognized the letters as they grew. The writing ceased. The candles were brought. Yes, there it was, not plain, but easily decipherable. David Elginbrod. Hugh felt sick. Euphra, looking on beside him, whispered, "What an odd name! Who can it mean?" He made no reply. Neither of the other ladies saw it, for Mrs. Elton had discovered the moment the second candle was lighted, that Lady Emily was either asleep or in a faint. She was soon all but satisfied that she was asleep. Hugh's opinion, gathered from what followed, was that the Bohemian had not been so intent on the operations with the plate as he had appeared to be, and that he had been employing part of his energy in mesmerizing Lady Emily. Mrs. Elton, remembering that she had had quite a long walk that morning, was not much alarmed. Unwilling to make a disturbance, she rang the bell very quietly, and, going to the door, asked the servant who answered it to send her maid with some eau de cologne. Meantime, the gentleman had been too much absorbed to take any notice of her proceedings, and, after removing the one and extinguishing the other candle, had reverted to the plate. Hugh was still the operator. Von Funkelstein spoke again in an unknown tongue. The plate began to move as before. After only a second or two of preparatory gyration, Hugh felt that it was writing Turriepuffit, and shook from head to foot. Suddenly, in the middle of the word, the plate ceased its motion, and lay perfectly still. Hugh felt a kind of surprise come upon him, as if he had waked from an unpleasant dream, and saw the sun shining. The morbid excitement of his nervous system had suddenly ceased, and a healthful sense of strength and everyday life took its place. Simultaneously with the stopping of the plate and this new feeling which I have tried to describe, Hugh involuntarily raised his eyes towards the door of the room. In the all but darkness between him and the door, he saw a pale, beautiful face, a face only. It was the face of Margaret Elginbrod. Not, however, such as he had used to see it, but glorified. That was the only word by which he could describe its new aspect. A mist of darkness fell upon his brain, and the room swam round with him. But he was saved from falling, or attracting attention to a weakness for which he could have made no excuse, by a sudden cry from Lady Emily. "See, see!" she cried wildly, pointing towards one of the windows. These looked across to another part of the house, one of the oldest, at some distance. One of its windows, apparently on the first floor, shone with a faint bluish light. All the company had hurried to the window at Lady Emily's exclamation. "Who can be in that part of the house?" said Mr. Arnold, angrily. "It is Lady Euphrasia's window," said Euphra, in a low voice, the tone of which suggested somehow that the speaker was very cold. "What do you mean by speaking like that?" said Mr. Arnold, forgetting his dignity. "Surely you are above being superstitious. Is it possible the servants could be about any mischief? I will discharge any one at once that dares go there without permission." The light disappeared, fading slowly out. "Indeed, the servants are all too much alarmed after what took place last year to go near that wing, much less that room," said Euphra. "Besides, Mrs. Horton has all the keys in her own charge." Go yourself and get me them, Euphra. I will see at once what this means. Don't say why you want them." "Certainly not, uncle." Hugh had recovered almost instantaneously. Though full of amazement, he had yet his perceptive faculties sufficiently unimpaired to recognise the real source of the light in the window. It seemed to him more like moonlight than anything else, and he thought the others would have seen it to be such, but for the effect of Lady Emily's sudden exclamation. Perhaps she was under the influence of the Bohemian at the moment. Certainly they were all in a tolerable condition for seeing whatever might be required of them. True, there was no moon to be seen, and if it was the moon, why did the light go out? But he found afterwards that he had been right. The house stood upon a rising ground, and every recurring cycle the moon would shine, through a certain vista of trees and branches, upon Lady Euphrasia's window, provided there had been no growth of twigs to stop up the channel of the light, which was so narrow that in a few moments the moon had crossed it. A gap in a hedge made by a bull that morning had removed the last screen. Lady Euphrasia's window was so neglected and dusty that it could reflect nothing more than a dim bluish shimmer. "Will you all accompany me, ladies and gentlemen, that you may see with your own eyes that there is nothing dangerous in the house?" said Mr. Arnold. Of course Funkelstein was quite ready, and Hugh as well, although he felt at this moment ill-fitted for ghost hunting. The ladies hesitated, but at last, more afraid of being left behind alone than of going with the gentlemen, they consented. Euphra brought the keys, and they commenced their march of investigation. Up the grand staircase they went, Mr. Arnold first with the keys, Hugh next with Mrs. Elton and Lady Emily and the Bohemian, considerably to Hugh's dissatisfaction, bringing up the rear with Euphra. This misarrangement did more than anything else could have done to deaden for the time the distraction of feeling produced in Hugh's mind by the events of the last few minutes. Yet even now he seemed to be wandering through the old house in a dream, instead of following Mr. Arnold, whose presence might well have been sufficient to destroy any illusion, except such as a Chinese screen might superinduce. For, possessed of far less imagination than a horse, he was incapable of any terrors, but such as had to do with robbers, or fire, or Chartists, which latter fear included both the former. He strode on securely, carrying a candle in one hand and the keys in the other. Each of the other gentlemen likewise bore a light. They had to go through various doors, some locked, some open, following a different route from that taken by Euphra on a former occasion. But Mr. Arnold found the keys troublesome. He could not easily distinguish those he wanted, and was compelled to apply to Euphra. She left Funkelstein in consequence, and walked in front with her uncle. Her former companion got beside Lady Emily, and as they could not well walk four abreast, she fell behind with him. So Hugh got next to Euphra behind her, and was comforted. At length, by tortuous ways across old rooms, and up and down abrupt little stairs, they reached the door of Lady Euphrasia's room. The key was found, and the door opened with some perturbation, manifest on the part of the ladies, and concealed on the part of the men. The place was quite dark. They entered, and Hugh was greatly struck with its strange antiquity. Lady Euphrasia's ghost had driven the last occupant out of it nearly 100 years ago, but most of the furniture was much older than that, having probably belonged to Lady Euphrasia herself. The room remained just as the said last occupant had left it. Even the bedclothes remained, folded down, as if expecting their occupant for the last 100 years. The fine linen had grown yellow, and the rich counterpane lay, like a churchyard after the resurrection, full of the open graves of the liberated moths. On the wall hung the portrait of a nun in convent attire. "Some have taken that for a second portrait of Lady Euphrasia," said Mr. Arnold, "but it cannot be. Euphra, we will go back through the picture gallery. I suspected of originating the tradition that Lady Euphrasia became a nun at last. I do not believe it myself. The picture is certainly old enough to stand for her, but it does not seem to me in the least like the other." It was a great room, with large recesses, and therefore irregular in form. Old chairs, with remnants of enamel and gilding, and seats of faded damask, stood all about. But the beauty of the chamber was its tapestry. The walls were entirely covered with it, and the rich colours had not yet receded into the dull grey of the past, though their gorgeousness had become sombre with age. The subject was the story of Samson. "Come, see this strange piece of furniture," said Euphra to Hugh, who had kept by her side since they entered this room. She led him into one of the recesses, almost concealed by the bed hangings. In it stood a cabinet of ebony, reaching nearly to the ceiling, curiously carved in high relief. "I wish I could show you the inside of it," she went on, "but I cannot now." This was said almost in a whisper. Hugh replied with only a look of thanks. He gazed at the carving, on whose black surface his candle made little light, and threw no shadows. "You have looked at this before, Euphra," said he. "Explain it to me." "I have often tried to find out what it is," she answered, "but I never could quite satisfy myself about it." She proceeded, however, to tell him what she fancied it might mean, speaking still in the low tone which seemed suitable to the awe of the place. She got interested in showing him the relations of the different figures, and he made several suggestions as to the possible intention of the artist. More than one well-known subject was proposed and rejected. Suddenly, becoming aware of the sensation of silence, they looked up, and saw that theirs was the only light in the room. They were left alone in the haunted chamber. They looked at each other for one moment, then said, with half-stifled voices: "Euphra! Hugh!" Euphra seemed half amused and half perplexed. Hugh looked half perplexed and wholly pleased. "Come, come," said Euphra, recovering herself, and leading the way to the door. When they reached it, they found it closed and locked. Euphra raised her hand to beat on it. Hugh caught it. "You will drive Lady Emily into fits. Did you not see how awfully pale she was?" Euphra instantly lifted her hand again, as if she would just like to try that result. But Hugh, who was in no haste for any result, held her back. She struggled for a moment or two, but not very strenuously, and, desisting all at once, let her arms drop by her sides. "I fear it is too late. This is a double door, and Mr. Arnold will have locked all the doors between this and the picture gallery. There, there now! What shall we do?" She said this with an expression of comical despair, which would have made Hugh burst into laughter, had he not been too much pleased to laugh. "Never mind," he said. "We will go on with our study of the cabinet. They will soon find out that we are left behind, and come back to look for us." "Yes, but only fancy being found here!" She laughed, but the laugh did not succeed. It could not hide a real embarrassment. She pondered, and seemed irresolute. Then, with the words, "They will say we stayed behind on purpose," she moved her hand to the door, but again withdrew it, and stood irresolute. "Let us put out the light," said Hugh, laughing, and make no answer. "Can you starve well?" "With you." She murmured something to herself, then said aloud and hastily, as if she had made up her mind by the compulsion of circumstances: "But this won't do. They are still looking at the portrait, I dare say. Come." So saying, she went into another recess, and, lifting a curtain of tapestry, opened a door. "Come quick," she said. Hugh followed her down a short stair into a narrow passage, nowhere lighted from the outside. The door went to behind them, as if some one had banged it in anger at their intrusion. The passage smelt very musty, and was as quiet as death. "Not a word of this, Hugh, as you love me. It may be useful yet." "Not a word." They came through a sliding panel into an empty room. Euphra closed it behind them. "Now shade your light." He did so. She took him by the hand. A few more turns brought them in sight of the lights of the rest of the party. As Euphra had conjectured, they were looking at the picture of Lady Euphrasia, Mr. Arnold prosing away to them in proof that the nun could not be she. They entered the gallery without being heard, and parting a little way, one pretending to look at one picture, the other at another, crept gradually round till they joined the group. It was a piece on most successful generalship. Euphra was, doubtless, quite prepared with her story in case it should fail. "Dear Lady Emily," said she, "how tired you look! Do let us go, uncle." "By all means. Take my arm, Lady Emily. Euphra, will you take the keys again, and lock the doors?" Mrs. Elton had already taken Hugh's arm, and was leading him away after Mr. Arnold and Lady Emily. "I will not leave you behind with the spectres, Miss Cameron," said Funkelstein. "Thank you. They will not detain me long. They don't mind being locked up." It was some little time, however, before they presented themselves in the drawing-room, to which, and not to the library, the party had gone. They had had enough of horrors for that night. Lest my readers should think they have had too many wonders at least, I will explain one of them. It was really Margaret Elginbrod whom Hugh had seen. Mrs. Elton was the lady in whose service she had left her home. It was nothing strange that they had not met, for Margaret knew he was in the same house, and had several times seen him, but had avoided meeting him. Neither was it a wonderful coincidence that they should be in such close proximity, for the college friend from whom Hugh had first heard of Mr. Arnold was the son of the gentleman whom Mrs. Elton was visiting when she first saw Margaret. Margaret had obeyed her mistress's summons to the drawing-room, and had entered while Hugh was stooping over the plate. As the room was nearly dark, and she was dressed in black, her pale face alone caught the light and his eye as he looked up, and the giddiness which followed had prevented him from seeing more. She left the room the next moment, while they were all looking out of the window. Nor was it any exercise of his excited imagination that had presented her face as glorified. She was now a woman, and there being no divine law against saying so, I say that she had grown a lady as well, as indeed any one might have foreseen who was capable of foreseeing it. Her whole nature had blossomed into a still, stately, lily-like beauty, and the face that Hugh saw was indeed the realized idea of the former face of Margaret. But how did the plate move? And whence came the writing of old David's name? I must for the present leave the whole matter to the speculative power of each of my readers. But Margaret was in mourning. Was David indeed dead? He was dead. Yet his name will stand as the name of my story for pages to come, because, if he had not been in it, the story would never have been worth writing, because the influence of that ploughman is the salt of the whole, because a man's life in the earth is not to be measured by the time he is visible upon it, and because when the story is wound up, it will be in the presence of his spirit. Do I then believe that David himself did write that name of his? Heaven forbid that any friend of mine should be able to believe it. Long before she saw him, Margaret had known, from what she heard among the servants, that Master Harry's tutor could be no other than her own tutor of the old time. By and by she learned a great deal about him from Harry's talk with Mrs. Elton and Lady Emily, but she did not give the least hint that she knew him, or betray the least desire to see him. Mrs. Elton was amusingly bewildered by the occurrences of the evening. Her theories were something astounding, and followed one another with such alarming rapidity, that had they been in themselves such as to imply the smallest exercise of the thinking faculty, she might well have been considered in danger of an attack of brain fever. As it was, none such supervened. Lady Emily said nothing, but seemed unhappy. As for Hugh, he simply could not tell what to make of the writing. But he did not for a moment doubt that the vision he had seen was only a vision, a home-made ghost, sent out from his own creative brain. Still he felt that Margaret's face, come whence it might, was a living reproof to him, for he was losing his life in passion, sinking deeper in it day by day. His powers were deserting him. Poetry, usually supposed to be the attendant of love, had deserted him. Only by fits could he see anything beautiful, and then it was but in closest association of thought with the one image which was burning itself deeper and deeper into his mental sensorium. Come what might, he could not tear it away. It had become a part of himself, of his inner life, even while it seemed to be working the death of life. Deeper and deeper it would burn, till it reached the innermost chamber of life. Let it burn. Yet he felt that he could not trust her. Vague hopes he had, that, by trusting, she might be made trustworthy, but he feared they were in vain as well as vague. And yet he Chapter 33 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 33. More Materialism and some Spiritualism. God wisheth none should wreck on a strange shelf. To him man's dearer than to himself. Ben Jonson, The Forest, to Sir Robert Wroth. At breakfast the following morning, the influences of the past day on the family were evident. There was a good deal of excitement, alternated with listlessness. The moral atmosphere seemed unhealthy, and Harry, although he had, fortunately for him, had nothing to do with the manifestations of the previous evening, was affected by the condition of those around him. Hugh was still careful enough of him to try to divert the conversation entirely from what he knew would have a very injurious effect upon him; and Mr. Arnold, seeing the anxious way in which he glanced now and then at his pupil, and divining the reason, by the instinct of his affection, with far more than his usual acuteness, tried likewise to turn it aside, as often as it inclined that way. Still a few words were let fall by the visitors, which made Harry stare. Hugh took him away as soon as breakfast was over. In the afternoon, Funkelstein called to inquire after the ladies, and hoped he had no injury to their health to lay on his conscience. Mr. Arnold, who had a full allowance of curiosity, its amount being frequently in an inverse ratio to that of higher intellectual gifts, begged him to spend the rest of the day with them, but not to say a word of what had passed the day before, till after Harry had retired for the night. Renewed conversation led to renewed experiments in the library. Hugh, however, refused to have anything more to do with the plate writing, for he dreaded its influence on his physical nature, attributing, as I have said, the vision of Margaret to a cerebral affection; and the plate did not seem to work satisfactorily with any one else, except Funkelstein, who, for his part, had no great wish to operate. Recourse was had to a more vulgar method, that of expectant solicitation of those noises whereby the prisoners in the aerial vaults are supposed capable of communicating with those in this earthly cell. Certainly raps were heard from some quarter or another, and when the lights were extinguished, and the crescent moon only allowed to shine in the room, some commotion was discernible amongst the furniture. Several light articles flew about. A pen wiper alighted on Euphra's lap, and a sofa pillow gently disarranged Mrs. Elton's cap. Most of the artillery, however, was directed against Lady Emily, and she it was who saw, in a faint stream of moonlight, a female arm uplifted towards her from under a table, with a threatening motion. It was bare to the elbow, and draped above. It showed first a clenched fist, and next an open hand, palm outwards, making a repellent gesture. Then the back of the hand was turned, and it motioned her away, as if she had been an importunate beggar. But at this moment one of the doors opened, and a dark figure passed through the room towards the opposite door. Everything that could be called ghostly ceased instantaneously. The arm vanished. The company breathed more freely. Lady Emily, who had been on the point of going into hysterics, recovered herself, and overcame the still lingering impulse. She felt as if she had awaked from a momentary aberration of the intellect. Mr. Arnold proceeded to light the candle, saying, in a righteous tone, "I think we have had enough of this nonsense." When the candles were lighted, there was no one to be seen in the room besides themselves. Several, Hugh amongst them, had observed the figure, but all had taken it for part of the elusive phantasmagoria. Hugh would have concluded it a variety of his vision of the former night, but others had seen it as well as he. There was no renewal of the experiments that night, but all were in a very unhealthy state of excitement. Vague fear, vague wonder, and a certain indescribable oppression had dimmed for the time all the clearer vision, and benumbed all the nobler faculties of the soul. Lady Emily was affected the most. Her eyes looked scared. There was a bright spot on one cheek amidst deathly paleness, and she seemed very unhappy. Mrs. Elton became alarmed, and this brought her back to a more rational condition. She persuaded Lady Emily to go to bed. But the contagion spread, and indistinct terrors were no longer confined to the upper portions of the family. The bruit revived, which had broken out a year before, that the house was haunted. It was whispered that, the very night after these occurrences, the Ghost Walk had been in use, as the name signified. A figure in death garments had been seen gliding along the deserted avenue by one of the maid-servants, the truth of whose story was corroborated by the fact that, to support it, she did not hesitate to confess that she had escaped from the house, nearly at midnight, to meet one of the grooms in a part of the wood contiguous to the avenue in question. Mr. Arnold instantly dismissed her, not on the ground of the intrigue, he took care to let her know, although that was bad enough, but because she was a fool, and spread absurd and annoying reports about the house. Mr. Arnold's usual hatred of what he called superstition was rendered yet more spiteful by the fact that the occurrences of the week had had such an effect on his own mind, that he was mortally afraid lest he should himself sink into the same limbo of vanity. The girl, however, was, or pretended to be, quite satisfied with her discharge, protesting she would not have stayed for the world; and as the groom, whose wages happened to have been paid the day before, took himself off the same evening, it may be hoped her satisfaction was not altogether counterfeit. "If all tales be true," said Mrs. Elton, "Lady Euphrasia is where she can't get out." "But if she repented before she died," said Euphra, with a muffled scorn in her tone. "My dear Mrs. Cameron, do you call becoming a nun repentance? We Protestants know very well what that means. Besides, your uncle does not believe it." "Haven't you found out yet, dear Mrs. Elton, what my uncle's favourite phrase is?" "No. What is it?" "I don't believe it." "You naughty girl!" "I'm not naughty," answered Euphra, affecting to imitate the simplicity of a chidden child. "My uncle is so fond of casting doubt upon everything. If salvation goes by quantity, his faith won't save him." Euphra knew well enough that Mrs. Elton was no tell-tale. The good lady had hopes of her from this moment, because she all but quoted Scripture to condemn her uncle, the verdict corresponding with her own judgment of Mr. Arnold, founded on the clearest assertions of Scripture, strengthened somewhat, it must be confessed, by the fact that the spirits, on the preceding evening but one, had rapped out the sentence, "Without faith it is impossible to please him." Lady Emily was still in bed, but apparently more sick in mind than in body. She said she had tossed about all the previous night without once falling asleep, and her maid, who had slept in the dressing-room without waking once, corroborated the assertion. In the morning, Mrs. Elton, wishing to relieve the maid, sent Margaret to Lady Emily. Margaret arranged the bedclothes and pillows, which were in a very uncomfortable condition, sat down behind the curtain, and, knowing that it would please Lady Emily, began to sing, in what the French call a veiled voice, the Land of the Leal. Now the air of this lovely song is the same as that of Scots wha hae, but it is the pibroch of onset changed into the coronach of repose. singing of the land beyond the battle, of the entering in of those who have fought the good fight, and fallen in the field. It is the silence after the thunder. Before she had finished, Lady Emily was fast asleep. A sweet, peaceful half-smile lighted her troubled face graciously, like the sunshine that creeps out when it can, amidst the rain of an autumn day, saying, "I am with you still, though we are all troubled." Finding her thus at rest, Margaret left the room for a minute to fetch some work. When she returned, she found her tossing and moaning, and apparently on the point of waking. As soon as she sat down by her, her trouble diminished by degrees, till she lay in the same peaceful sleep as before. In this state she continued for 2 or 3 hours, and awoke much refreshed. She held out her little hand to Margaret, and said, "Thank you, thank you. What a sweet creature you are!" And Lady Emily lay and gazed in loving admiration at the face of the lady's maid. "Shall I send Sarah to you now, my lady?" said Margaret. "Or would you like me to stay with you?" "Oh, you, please, if Mrs. Elton can spare you." "She will only think of your comfort. I know, my lady." "That recalls me to my duty, and makes me think of her." "But your comfort will be more to her than anything else." "In that case, you must stay, Margaret." "With pleasure, my lady." Mrs. Elton entered, and quite confirmed what Margaret had said. "But," she added, "it is time Lady Emily had something to eat. Go to the cook, Margaret, and see if the beef tea Miss Cameron ordered is ready." Margaret went. "What a comfort it is," said Mrs. Elton, wishing to interest Lady Emily, "that nowadays, when infidelity is so rampant, such corroborations of sacred writ are springing up on all sides. There are the discoveries at Nineveh, and now these spiritual manifestations, which bear witness so clearly to another world." But Lady Emily made no reply. She began to toss about as before, and show signs of inexplicable discomfort. Margaret had hardly been gone 2 minutes, when the invalid moaned out, "What a time Margaret is gone! When will she be back?" "I am here, my love," said Mrs. Elton. Yes, thank you. But I want Margaret." "She will be here presently. Have patience, my dear." "Please don't let Miss Cameron come near me. I am afraid I am very wicked, but I can't bear her to come near me." No, dear. We will keep you to ourselves." "Is Mr. the foreign gentleman, I mean, below?" "No, he is gone." "Are you sure? I can hardly believe it." "What do you mean, dear? I am sure he is gone." Lady Emily did not answer. Margaret returned. She took the beef tea, and grew quiet again. "You must not leave her ladyship, Margaret," whispered her mistress. "She has taken it into her head to like no one but you, and you must just stay with her." "Very well, ma'am. I shall be most happy." Mrs. Elton left the room. Lady Emily said, "Read something to me, Margaret." "What shall I read?" "Anything you like." Margaret got a Bible, and read to her one of her father's favourite chapters, the 40th of Isaiah. "I have no right to trust in God, Margaret." "Why, my lady?" "Because I do not feel any faith in him, and you know we cannot be accepted without faith." "That is to make God as changeable as we are, my lady." "But the Bible says so." "I don't think it does. But if an angel from heaven said so, I would not believe it." "Margaret!" "My lady, I love God with all my heart, and I cannot bear you should think so of him. You might as well say that a mother would go away from her little child, lying moaning in the dark, because it could not see her, and was afraid to put its hand out into the dark to feel for her." "Then you think he does care for us, even when we are very wicked. But he cannot bear wicked people." "Who dares to say that?" cried Margaret. "Has he not been making the world go on and on, with all the wickedness that is in it? Yes, making new babies to be born of thieves and murderers and sad women, and all, for hundreds of years. God help us, Lady Emily! If he cannot bear wicked people, then this world is hell itself, and the Bible is all a lie, and the Saviour did never die for sinners. It is only the holy Pharisees that can't bear wicked people." "Oh, how happy I should be if that were true! I should not be afraid now." "You are not wicked, dear Lady Emily. But if you were, God would bend over you, trying to get you back, like a father over his sick child. Will people never believe about the lost sheep?" "Oh, yes, I believe that. But then—" "You can't trust it quite. Trust in God, then, the very Father of you, and never mind the words. You have been taught to turn the very words of God against himself." Lady Emily was weeping. "Lady Emily," Margaret went on, "if I felt my heart as hard as a stone, if I did not love God, or man, or woman, or little child, I would yet say to God in my heart, 'O God, see how I trust thee, because thou art perfect, and not changeable like me. I do not love thee. I love nobody. I am not even sorry for it. Thou seest how much I need thee to come close to me, to put thy arm round me, to say to me, my child. For the worse my state, the greater my need of my Father who loves me. Come to me, and my day will dawn. My beauty and my love will come back, and oh, how I shall love thee, my God, and know that my love is thy love, my blessedness thy being." As Margaret spoke, she seemed to have forgotten Lady Emily's presence, and to be actually praying. Those who cannot receive such words from the lips of a lady's maid must be reminded what her father was, and that she had lost him. She had had advantages at least equal to those which David the shepherd had, and he wrote the Psalms. She ended with, "I do not even desire thee to come, yet come thou." She seemed to pray entirely as Lady Emily, not as Margaret. When she had ceased, Lady Emily said, sobbing, "You will not leave me, Margaret. I will tell you why another time." "I will not leave you, my dear lady." Margaret stooped and kissed her forehead. Lady Emily threw her arms round her neck, and offered her mouth to be kissed by the maid. In another minute she was fast asleep, with Margaret seated by her side, every now and then glancing up at her from her work, with a calm face, over which brooded the mist of tears. That night, as Hugh paced up and down the floor of his study about midnight, he was awfully startled by the sudden opening of the door, and the apparition of Harry in his nightshirt, pale as death, and scarcely able to articulate the words, "The ghost! The ghost!" He took the poor boy in his arms, held him fast, and comforted him. When he was a little soothed, "Oh, Harry," he said lightly, "you've been dreaming. Where's the ghost?" "In the Ghost's Walk!" cried Harry, almost shrieking anew with terror. "How do you know it is there?" "I saw it from my window. I couldn't sleep. I got up and looked out, I don't know why, and I saw it. I saw it." The words were followed by a long cry of terror. "Come and show it to me," said Hugh, wanting to make light of it. "No, no, Mr. Sutherland, please not. I couldn't go back into that room." "Very well, dear Harry. You shan't go back. You shall sleep with me to-night." "Oh, thank you, dear Mr. Sutherland. You will love me again, won't you?" This touched Hugh's heart. He could hardly refrain from tears. His old love, buried before it was dead, revived. He clasped the boy to his heart, and carried him to his own bed. Then, to comfort him, undressed, and lay down beside him, without even going to look if he, too, might not see the ghost. She had brought about one good thing at least that night, though I fear she had no merit in it. Lady Emily's room likewise looked out upon the Ghost's Walk. Margaret heard the cry as she sat by the sleeping Emily, and, not knowing whence it came, went, naturally enough, in her perplexity, to the window. From it she could see distinctly, for it was clear moonlight, a white figure went gliding away along the deserted avenue. She immediately guessed what the cry had meant, but as she had heard a door bang directly after, as Harry shut his behind him with a terrified instinct to keep the awful window in, she was not very uneasy about him. She felt besides that she must remain where she was, according to her promise to Lady Emily. But she resolved to be prepared for the possible recurrence of the same event, and accordingly revolved it in her mind. She was sure that any report of it coming to Lady Emily's ears would greatly impede her recovery, for she instinctively felt that her illness had something to do with the questionable occupations in the library. She watched by her bedside all the night, slumbering at times, but roused in a moment by any restlessness of the patient, when she found that, simply by laying her hand on hers, or kissing her forehead, Chapter 34 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 34. The Ghost's Walk. Theory. 'Tis full of fearful shadows. Ordella. So is sleep, sir, or anything that's merely ours and mortal. We were begotten gods else. But those fears, feeling but once the fires of nobler thoughts, fly, like the shapes of clouds we form, to nothing. Beaumont and Fletcher, Theory and Theodoret. Margaret sat watching the waking of Lady Emily. Knowing how much the first thought colours the feeling of the whole day, she wished that Lady Emily should at once be aware that she was by her side. She opened her eyes, and a smile broke over her face when she perceived her nurse. But Margaret did not yet speak to her. Every nurse should remember that waking ought always to be a gradual operation, and, except in the most triumphant health, is never complete on the opening of the eyes. "Margaret, I am better," said Lady Emily at last. "I am very glad, my lady." "I have been lying awake for some time, and I am sure I am better. I don't see strange coloured figures floating about the room as I did yesterday. Were you not out of the room a few minutes ago?" "Just for one moment, my lady." "I knew it, but I did not mind it. Yesterday, when you left me, those figures grew 10 times as many, the moment you were gone. But you will stay with me to-day, too, Margaret," she added, with some anxiety. "I will, if you find you need me. But I may be forced to leave you a little while this evening. You must try to allow me this, dear Lady Emily." "Of course I will. I will be quite patient, I promise you, whatever comes to me." When Harry woke, after a very troubled sleep, from which he had often started with sudden cries of terror, Hugh made him promise not to increase the confusion of the household by speaking of what he had seen. Harry promised at once, but begged in his turn that Hugh would not leave him all day. It did not need the pale, scared face of his pupil to enforce the request, for Hugh was already anxious lest the fright the boy had had should exercise a permanently deleterious effect on his constitution. Therefore he hardly let him out of his sight. But although Harry kept his word, the cloud of perturbation gathered thicker in the kitchen and the servants' hall. Nothing came to the ears of their master and mistress, but gloomy looks, sudden starts, and sidelong glances of fear indicated the prevailing character of the feelings of the household. And although Lady Emily was not so ill, she had not yet taken a decided turn for the better, but appeared to suffer from some kind of low fever. The medical man who was called in confessed to Mrs. Elton that as yet he could say nothing very decided about her condition, but recommended great quiet and careful nursing. Margaret scarcely left her room, and the invalid showed far more than the ordinary degree of dependence upon her nurse. In her relation to her, she was more like a child than an invalid. About noon she was better. She called Margaret, and said to her, "Margaret, dear, I should like to tell you one thing that annoys me very much." "What is it, dear Lady Emily?" "That man haunts me. I cannot bear the thought of him, and yet I cannot get rid of him. I am sure he is a bad man. Are you certain he is not here?" "Yes, indeed, my lady. He has not been here since the day before yesterday." "And yet, when you leave me for an instant, I always feel as if you were sitting in the very seat where you were the moment before, or just coming to the door and about to open it. That is why I cannot bear you to leave me." Margaret might have confessed to some slighter sensations of the same kind, but they did not oppress her as they did Lady Emily. "God is nearer to you than any thought or feeling of yours, Lady Emily. Do not be afraid. If all the evil things in the universe were around us, they could not come inside the ring that he makes about us. He always keeps a place for himself and his child, into which no other being can enter." "Oh, how you must love God, Margaret!" "Indeed I do love him, my lady. If ever anything looks beautiful or lovely to me, then I know at once that God is that." "But then what right have we to take the good of that, however true it is, when we are not beautiful ourselves?" "That only makes God the more beautiful, in that he will pour out the more of his beauty upon us to make us beautiful. If we care for his glory, we shall be glad to believe all this about him. But we are too anxious about feeling good ourselves, to rejoice in his perfect goodness. I think we should find that enough, my lady. For if he be good, are not we his children, and sure of having it, not merely feeling it, some day?" Here Margaret repeated a little poem of George Herbert's. She had found his poems amongst Mrs. Elton's books, who, coming upon her absorbed in it one day, had made her a present of the volume. Then indeed Margaret had found a friend. The poem is called Dialogue. "Sweetest Saviour, if my soul were but worth the having." "Oh, what a comfort you are to me, Margaret!" Lady Emily said, after a short silence. "Where did you learn such things?" "From my father, and from Jesus Christ, and from God himself, showing them to me in my heart." "Ah, that is why, as often as you come into my room, even if I am very troubled, I feel as if the sun shone, and the wind blew, and the birds sang, and the tree tops went waving in the wind, as they used to do before I was taken ill. I mean, before they thought I must go abroad. You seem to make everything clear and right and plain. I wish I were you, Margaret." "If I were you, my lady, I would rather be what God chose to make me, than the most glorious creature that I could think of. For to have been thought about, born in God's thoughts, and then made by God, is the dearest, grandest, most precious thing in all thinking. Is it not, my lady?" "It is," said Lady Emily, and was silent. The shadows of the evening came on. As soon as it was dark, Margaret took her place at one of the windows, hidden from Lady Emily by a bed curtain. She raised the blind, and pulled aside one curtain to let her have a view of the trees outside. She had placed the one candle so as not to shine either on the window or on her own eyes. Lady Emily was asleep. 1 hour and another passed, and still she sat there motionless, watching. Margaret did not know that at another window, the one indeed next to her own, stood a second watcher. It was Hugh in Harry's room. Harry was asleep in Hugh's. He had no light. He stood with his face close against the window pane, on which the moon shone brightly. All below him the woods were half dissolved away in the moonlight. The Ghost's Walk lay full before him, like a tunnel through the trees. He could see a great way down, by the light that fell into it, at various intervals, from between the boughs overhead. He stood thus for a long time, gazing somewhat listlessly. Suddenly he became all eyes, as he caught the white glimmer of something passing up the avenue. He stole out of the room, down to the library by the back stair, and so through the library window into the wood. He reached the avenue sideways, at some distance from the house, and peeped from behind a tree up and down. At first he saw nothing, but a moment after, while he was looking down the avenue, that is, away from the house, a veiled figure in white passed him noiselessly from the other direction. From the way in which he was looking at the moment, it had passed him before he saw it. It made no sound. Only some early falling leaves rustled as they hurried away in uncertain eddies, startled by the sweep of its trailing garments, which yet were held up by hands hidden within them. On it went. Hugh's eyes were fixed on its course. He could not move, and his heart laboured so frightfully that he could hardly breathe. The figure had not advanced far, however, before he heard a repressed cry of agony, and it sank to the earth and vanished, while, from where it disappeared down the path, came silently too, turning neither to the right nor the left, a second figure, veiled in black from head to foot. "It is the nun in Lady Euphrasia's room," said Hugh to himself. This passed him too, and, walking slowly towards the house, disappeared somewhere near the end of the avenue. Turning once more, with reviving courage, for his blood had begun to flow more equably, Hugh ventured to approach the spot where the white figure had vanished. He found nothing there but the shadow of a large tree. He walked through the avenue to the end, and then back to the house, but saw nothing, though he often started at fancied appearances. Sorely bewildered, he returned to his own room. After speculating till thought was weary, he lay down beside Harry, whom he was thankful to find in a still repose, and fell fast asleep. Margaret lay on a couch in Lady Emily's room, and slept likewise. Chapter 35 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 35 The Bad Man. She kent he was nae gentle knight, that she had letten in, for neither when he gaed nor came, kissed he her cheek or chin. He neither kissed her when he came, nor clapped her when he gaed, and in and out at her bower window the moon shone like the glade. Glen Kindy, Old Scotch Ballad. When Euphra recovered from the swoon into which she had fallen, for I need hardly explain to my readers that it was she who walked the ghost walk in white, on seeing Margaret, whom, under the irresistible influences of the moonlight and a bad conscience, she took for the very being whom Euphra herself was personating. When she recovered, I say, she found herself lying in the wood, with Funkelstein, whom she had gone to meet, standing beside her. Her first words were of anger, as she tried to rise, and found she could not. "How long, Count Halkar, am I to be your slave?" "Till you have learned to submit." "Have I not done all I can?" "You have not found it. You are free from the moment you place that ring, belonging to me in right of my family, into my hands." I do not believe the man really was Count Halkar, although he had evidently persuaded Euphra that such was his name and title. I think it much more probable that, in the course of picking up a mass of trifling information about various families of distinction, for which his position of secretary in several of their houses had afforded him special facilities, he had learned something about the Halkar family, and this particular ring, of which, for some reason or other, he wanted to possess himself. "What more can I do?" moaned Euphra, succeeding at length in raising herself to a sitting posture, and leaning thus against the tree. "I shall be found out some day. I have been already seen wandering through the house at midnight, with the heart of a thief. I hate you, Count Halkar." A low laugh was the Count's only reply. "And now Lady Euphrasia herself dogs my steps, to keep me from the ring." She gave a low cry of agony at the remembrance. "Miss Cameron, Euphra, are you going to give way to such folly?" "Folly! Is it not worse folly to torture a poor girl as you do me, all for a worthless ring? What can you want with the ring? I do not know that he has it even." "You lie. You know he has. You need not think to take me in." "You base man! You dare not give the lie to any but a woman." "Why?" "Because you are a coward. You are afraid of Lady Euphrasia yourself. See there." Von Funkelstein glanced round him uneasily. It was only the moonlight on the bark of a silver birch. Conscious of having betrayed weakness, he grew spiteful. If you do not behave to me better, I will compel you. Rise up." After a moment's hesitation, she rose. "Put your arms round me." She seemed to grow to the earth, and to drag herself from it one foot after another; but she came close up to the Bohemian, and put one arm half round him, looking to the earth all the time. "Kiss me." "Count Halkar!" Her voice sounded hollow and harsh, as if from a dead throat. "I will do what you please. Only release me." "Go, then. But mind you resist me no more. I do not care for your kisses. You were ready enough once. But that idiot of a tutor has taken my place, I see." "Would to God I had never seen you, never yielded to your influence over me. Swear that I shall be free if I find you the ring." "You find the ring first. Why should I swear? I can compel you. You know you laid yourself out to entrap me first with your arts, and I only turned upon you with mine. And you are in my power. But you shall be free notwithstanding, and I will torture you till you free yourself. Find the ring." "Cruel, cruel! You are doing all you can to ruin me." "On the contrary, I am doing all I can to save myself. If you had loved me, as you allowed me to think once, I should never have made you my tool." "You would, all the same." "Take care. I am irritable to-night." For a few moments Euphra made no reply. "To what will you drive me?" she said at last. "I will not go too far. I should lose my power over you if I did. I prefer to keep it." "Inexorable man!" "Yes." Another despairing pause. "What am I to do?" "Nothing. But keep yourself ready to carry out any plan that I may propose. Something will turn up, now that I have got into the house myself. Leave me to find out the means. I can expect no invention from your brains. You can go home." Euphra turned without another word, and went, murmuring, as if in excuse to herself, "It is for my freedom. It is for my freedom." Of course, this account must have come originally from Euphra herself, for there was no one else to tell it. She, at least, believed herself compelled to do what the man pleased. Some of my readers will put her down as insane. She may have been; but for my part, I believe there is such a power of one being over another, though perhaps only in a rare contact of psychologically peculiar natures. I have testimony enough for that. She had yielded to his will once. Had she not done so, he could not have compelled her; but having once yielded, she had not strength sufficient to free herself again. Whether even he could free her, further than by merely abstaining from the exercise of the power he had gained, I doubt much. It is evident that he had come to the neighbourhood of Arnstead for the sake of finding her, and exercising his power over her for his own ends; that he had made her come to him once, if not oftener, before he met Hugh, and by means of his acquaintance obtained admission into Arnstead. Once admitted, he had easily succeeded by his efforts to please, in so far ingratiating himself with Mr. Arnold, that now the house door stood open to him, and he Chapter 36 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 36. Spirit versus Materialism. Next this marble venom seat, smeared with gums of glutinous heat, I touch with chaste palms moist and cold. Now the spell hath lost his hold. Milton, Comus. Next morning Lady Emily felt better, and wanted to get up; but her eyes were still too bright, and her hands too hot, and Margaret would not hear of it. Fond as Lady Emily was in general of Mrs. Elton's society, She did not care to have her with her now, and got tired of her when Margaret was absent. They had taken care not to allow Miss Cameron to enter the room, but to-day there was not much likelihood of her making the attempt, for she did not appear at breakfast, sending a message to her uncle that she had a bad headache, but hoped to take her place at the dinner-table. During the day Lady Emily was better, but restless by fits. "Were you not out of the room for a little while last night, Margaret?" she said rather suddenly. "Yes, my lady. I told you I should have to go, perhaps." "I remember I thought you had gone, but I was not in the least afraid, and that dreadful man never came near me. I do not know when you returned. Perhaps I had fallen asleep. But when I thought about you next, there you were by my bedside." "I shall not have to leave you to-night," was all Margaret's answer. As for Hugh, when first he woke, the extraordinary experiences of the previous night appeared to him to belong only to the night, and to have no real relation to the daylight world. But a little reflection soon convinced him of the contrary, and then he went through the duties of the day like one who had nothing to do with them. The phantoms he had seen even occupied some of the thinking space formerly appropriated by the image of Euphra, though he knew to his concern that she was ill, and confined to her room. He had heard the message sent to Mr. Arnold, however, and so kept hoping for the dinner hour. With it came Euphra, very pale. Her eyes had an unsettled look, and there were dark hollows under them. She would start and look sideways without any visible cause, and was thus very different from her usual self. Ordinarily remarkable for self-possession, almost to coolness of manner and speech. Hugh saw it, and became both distressed and speculative in consequence. It did not diminish his discomfort that, about the middle of dinner, Funkelstein was announced. Was it then that Euphra had been tremulously expectant of him? "This is an unforeseen pleasure, Herr von Funkelstein," said Mr. Arnold. "It is very good of you to call it a pleasure, Mr. Arnold," said he. "Miss Cameron! But, good heavens, how ill you look!" "Don't be alarmed. I have only caught the plague." "Only?" was all Funkelstein said in reply. Yet Hugh thought he had no right to be so solicitous about Euphra's health. As the gentlemen sat at their wine, Mr. Arnold said: "I am anxious to have one more trial of those strange things you have brought to our knowledge. I have been thinking about them ever since." "Of course I am at your service, Mr. Arnold. But don't you think, for the lady's sake, we have had enough of it?" "You are very considerate, Herr von Funkelstein, but they need not be present if they do not like it." "Very well, Mr. Arnold." They adjourned once more to the library instead of the drawing-room. Hugh went and told Euphra, who was alone in the drawing-room, what they were about. She declined going, but insisted on his leaving her and joining the other gentlemen. Hugh left her with much reluctance. "Margaret," said Lady Emily, "I am certain that man is in the house." "He is, my lady," answered Margaret. "They are about some more of those horrid experiments, as they call them." "I do not know." Mrs. Elton entering the room at that moment, Margaret said: "Do you know, ma'am, whether the gentlemen are in the library again?" "I don't know, Margaret. I hope not. We have had enough of that. I will go and find out, though." "Will you take my place for a few minutes first, please, ma'am?" Margaret had felt a growing oppression for some time. She had scarcely left the sick room that day. "Don't leave me, dear Margaret," said Lady Emily, imploringly. "Only for a little while, my lady. I shall be back in less than a quarter of an hour." "Very well, Margaret," she answered dolefully. Margaret went out into the moonlight, and walked for 10 minutes. She sought the more open parts, where the winds were. She then returned to the sick chamber, refreshed and strong. "Now I will go and see what the gentlemen are about," said Mrs. Elton. The good lady did not like these proceedings, but she was irresistibly attracted by them, notwithstanding. Having gone to see for Lady Emily, she remained to see for herself. After she had left, Lady Emily grew more uneasy. Not even Margaret's presence could make her comfortable. Mrs. Elton did not return. Many minutes elapsed. Lady Emily said at last: "Margaret, I am terrified at the idea of being left alone, I confess, but not so terrified as at the idea of what is going on in that library. Mrs. Elton will not come back. Would you mind just running down to ask her to come to me?" "I would go with pleasure," said Margaret, "but I don't want to be seen." Margaret did not want to be seen by Hugh. Lady Emily, with her dislike to Funkelstein, thought Margaret did not want to be seen by him. "You will find a black veil of mine," she said, "in that wardrobe. Just throw it over your head, and hold a handkerchief to your face. They will be so busy that they will never see you." Margaret yielded to the request of Lady Emily, who herself arranged her head dress for her. Now I must go back a little. When Mrs. Elton reached the room, she found it darkened, and the gentlemen seated at the table. A running fire of knocks was going on all around. She sat down in a corner. In a minute or two she fancied she saw strange figures moving about, generally near the floor, and very imperfectly developed. Sometimes only a hand, sometimes only a foot, shadowed itself out of the dim obscurity. She tried to persuade herself that it was all done, somehow or other, by Funkelstein, yet she could not help watching with a curious dread. She was not a very excitable woman, and her nerves were safe enough. In a minute or two more, the table at which they were seated began to move up and down with a kind of vertical oscillation, and several things in the room began to slide about by short, apparently purposeless jerks. Everything threatened to assume motion, and turn the library into a domestic chaos. Mrs. Elton declared afterwards that several books were thrown about the room. But suddenly everything was as still as the moonlight. Every chair and table was at rest, looking perfectly incapable of motion. Mrs. Elton felt that she dared not say they had moved at all, so utterly ordinary was their appearance. Not a sound was to be heard from corner or ceiling. After a moment's silence, Mrs. Elton was quite restored to her sound mind, as she said, and left the room. "Some adverse influence is at work," said Funkelstein, with some vexation. "What is in that closet?" So saying, he approached the door of the private staircase, and opened it. They saw him start aside, and a veiled dark figure pass him, cross the library, and go out by another door. "I have my suspicions," said Funkelstein, with a rather tremulous voice. "And your fears too, I think. Grant it now," said Mr. Arnold. "Granted, Mr. Arnold. Let us go to the drawing-room." Just as Margaret had reached the library door at the bottom of the private stair, either a puff of wind from an open loophole window, or some other cause, destroyed the arrangement of the veil, and made it fall quite over her face. She stopped for a moment to readjust it. She had not quite succeeded when Funkelstein opened the door. Without an instant's hesitation, she let the veil fall, and walked forward. Mrs. Elton had gone to her own room, on her way to Lady Emily's. When she reached the latter, she found Margaret seated as she had left her, by the bedside. Lady Emily said: "I did not miss you, Margaret, half so much as I expected. But indeed you were not many moments gone. I do not care for that man now. He can't hurt me, can he?" "Certainly not. I hope he will give you no more trouble either, dear Lady Emily. But if I might presume to advise you, I would say, get well as soon as you can, and leave this place." "Why should I? You frighten me. Mr. Arnold is very kind to me." "The place quite suits Lady Emily, I am sure, Margaret." "But Lady Emily is not so well as when she came." "No, but that is not the fault of the place," said Lady Emily. "I am sure it is all that horrid man's doing." "How else will you get rid of him, then? What if he wants to get rid of you?" "What harm can I be doing? A poor girl like me." "I don't know, but I fear there is something not right going on." "We will tell Mr. Arnold at once," said Mrs. Elton. "But what could you tell him, ma'am? Mr. Arnold is hardly one to listen to your maid's suspicions. Dear Lady Emily, you must get well and go." "I will try," said Lady Emily, submissive as a child. "I think you will be able to get up for a little while to-morrow." A tap came to the door. It was Euphrasia, inquiring after Lady Emily. "Ask Miss Cameron to come in," said the invalid. She entered. Her manner was much changed, was subdued and suffering. "Dear Miss Cameron, you and I ought to change places. I am sorry to see you looking so ill," said Lady Emily. "I have had a headache all day. I shall be quite well to-morrow, thank you." "I intend to be so too," said Lady Emily, cheerfully. After some little talk, Euphra went, holding her hand to her forehead. Margaret did not look up all the time she was in the room, but went on busy. Chapter 37 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 37. The Ring. Shining crystal which out of her womb 1,000 rayons threw. Ballet. Translated by Spencer. The next day Lady Emily was very nearly as well as she had proposed being. She did not, however, make her appearance below. Mr. Arnold, hearing at luncheon that she was out of bed, immediately sent up his compliments, with the request that he might be permitted to see her on his return from the neighbouring village, where he had some business. To this Lady Emily gladly consented. He sat with her a long time, talking about various things, for the presence of the girl, reminding him of his young wife, brought out the best of the man, lying yet alive under the incrustation of self-importance, and its inevitable stupidity. At length, subject of further conversation failing, "I wonder what we can do to amuse you, Lady Emily." "Thank you, Mr. Arnold. I am not at all dull, with my kind friend Mrs. Elton and—" She would have said Margaret, but became instinctively aware that the mention of her would make Mr. Arnold open his eyes, for he did not even know her name, and that he would stare yet wider when he learned that the valued companion referred to was Mrs. Elton's maid. Mr. Arnold left the room, and presently returned with his arms filled with all the drawing-room books he could find, with grand bindings outside and equally grand plates inside. These he heaped on the table beside Lady Emily, who tried to look interested, but scarcely succeeded to Mr. Arnold's satisfaction, for he presently said: "You don't seem to care much about these, dear Lady Emily. I dare say you have looked at them already, in this dull house of ours." This was a wonderful admission from Mr. Arnold. He pondered, then exclaimed, as if he had just made a grand discovery: "I have it! I know something that will interest you." "Do not trouble yourself, pray, Mr. Arnold," said Lady Emily, but he was already half-way to the door. He went to his own room, and his own strong closet therein. Returning toward the invalid's quarters with an ebony box of considerable size, he found it rather heavy, and meeting Euphra by the way, requested her to take one of the silver handles, and help him to carry it to Lady Emily's room. She started when she saw it, but merely said, "With pleasure, uncle." "Now, Lady Emily," said he, as, setting down the box, he took out a curious antique enamelled key, "we shall be able to amuse you for a little while." He opened the box, and displayed such a glitter and show as would have delighted the eyes of any lady. All kinds of strange ornaments, ancient watches, one of them a death's head in gold, cameo necklaces, pearls abundant, diamonds, rubies, and all the colours of precious stones, every one of them having some history, whether known to the owner or not. Gems that had flashed on many a fair finger and many a shining neck lay before Lady Emily's delighted eyes. But Euphrasia's eyes shone, as she gazed on them, with a very different expression from that which sparkled in Lady Emily's. They seemed to search them with fingers of lightning. Mr. Arnold chose 2 or 3, and gave Lady Emily her choice of them. "I could not think of depriving you." "They are of no use to me," said Mr. Arnold, making light of the handsome offer. "You are too kind. I should like this ring." "Take it, then, dear Lady Emily." Euphra's eyes were not on the speakers, nor was any envy to be seen in her face. She still gazed at the jewels in the box. The chosen gem was put aside, and then, one after another, the various articles were taken out and examined. At length a large gold chain, set with emeralds, was lifted from where it lay coiled up in a corner. A low cry, like a muffled moan, escaped from Euphrasia's lips, and she turned her head away from the box. "What is the matter, Euphra?" said Mr. Arnold. "A sudden shoot of pain. I beg your pardon, dear uncle. I fear I am not quite so well yet as I thought I was. How stupid of me!" "Do sit down. I fear the weight of the box was too much for you." "Not in the least. I want to see the pretty things." "But you have seen them before." "No, uncle. You promised to show them to me, but you never did." "You see what I get by being ill," said Lady Emily. The chain was examined, admired, and laid aside. Where it had lain, they now observed, in the corner, a huge stone like a diamond. "What is this?" said Lady Emily, taking it up. "Oh, I see. It is a ring. But such a ring for size I never saw. Do look, Miss Cameron." For Miss Cameron was not looking. She was leaning her head on her hand, and her face was ashy pale. Lady Emily tried the ring on. Any 2 of her fingers would go into the broad gold circlet, beyond which the stone projected far in every direction. Indeed, the ring was attached to the stone, rather than the stone set in the ring. "That is a curious thing, is it not?" said Mr. Arnold. "It is of no value in itself, I believe. It is nothing but a crystal. But it seems to have been always thought something of in this family. I presume from its being evidently the very ring painted by Sir Peter Lely in that portrait of Lady Euphrasia which I showed you the other day. It is a clumsy affair, is it not?" It might have occurred to Mr. Arnold that such a thing must have been thought something of before its owner would have chosen to wear it when sitting for her portrait. Lady Emily was just going to lay it down, when she spied something that made her look at it more closely. "What curious engraving is this upon the gold?" she asked. "I do not know, indeed," answered Mr. Arnold. "I have never observed it." "Look at it, then, all over the gold. What at first looks only like chasing is, I do believe, words. The character looks to me like German. I wish I could read it. I am but a poor German scholar. Do look at it, please, dear Miss Cameron." Euphra glanced slightly at it without touching it, and said, "I am sure I could make nothing of it. But," she added, as if struck by a sudden thought, "as Lady Emily seems interested in it, suppose we send for Mr. Sutherland? I have no doubt he will be able to decipher it." She rose as if she would go for him herself, but apparently, on second thoughts, went to the bell and rang it. "Oh, do not trouble yourself," interposed Lady Emily, in a tone that showed she would like it notwithstanding. "No trouble at all," answered Euphra and her uncle in a breath. "Jacob," said Mr. Arnold, "take my compliments to Mr. Sutherland, and ask him to step this way." The man went, and Hugh came. "There's a puzzle for you, Mr. Sutherland," said Mr. Arnold, as he entered. "Decipher that inscription, and gain the favour of Lady Emily for ever." As he spoke, he put the ring in Hugh's hand. Hugh recognized it at once. "Ah, this is Lady Euphrasia's wonderful ring," said he. Euphra cast on him one of her sudden glances. "What do you know about it?" said Mr. Arnold, hastily. Euphra flashed at him once more, covertly. "I only know that this is the ring in her portrait. Any one may see that it is a very wonderful ring indeed, by only looking at it," answered Hugh, smiling. "I hope it is not too wonderful for you to get at the mystery of it, though, Mr. Sutherland," said Lady Emily. "Lady Emily is dying to understand the inscription," said Euphrasia. By this time Hugh was turning it round and round, trying to get a beginning to the legend. But in this he met with a difficulty. The fact was, that the initial letter of the inscription could only be found by looking into the crystal held close to the eye. The words seemed not altogether unknown to him, though the characters were a little strange, and the words themselves were undivided. The dinner bell rang. "Dear me, how the time goes in your room, Lady Emily," said Mr. Arnold, who was never known to keep dinner waiting a moment. "Will you venture to go down with us to-day?" "I fear I must not to-day. To-morrow, I hope. But do put up these beauties before you go. I dare not touch them without you, and it is so much more pleasure seeing them when I have you to tell me about them." "Well, throw them in," said Mr. Arnold, pretending an indifference he did not feel. "The reality of dinner must not be postponed to the fancy of jewels." All this time Hugh had stood poring over the ring at the window, whither he had taken it for better light, as the shadows were falling. Euphra busied herself replacing everything in the box. When all were in, she hastily shut the lid. "Well, Mr. Sutherland," said Mr. Arnold. "I seem on the point of making it out, Mr. Arnold, but I certainly have not succeeded yet." "Confess yourself vanquished, then, and come to dinner." "I am very unwilling to give in, for I feel convinced that if I had leisure to copy the inscription as far as I can read it, I should, with the help of my dictionary, soon supply the rest. I am very unwilling as well to lose a chance of the favour of Lady Emily." "Yes, do read it if you can. I too am dying to hear it," said Euphra. "Will you trust me with it, Mr. Arnold? I will take the greatest care of it." "Oh, certainly," replied Mr. Arnold, with a little hesitation in his tone, however, of which Hugh was too eager to take any notice. He carried it to his room immediately, and laid it beside his manuscript verses in the hiding-place of the old escritoire. He was in the drawing-room a moment after. There he found Euphra and the Bohemian alone. Von Funkelstein had, in an incredibly short space of time, established himself as Hausfreund, and came and went as he pleased. They looked as if they had been interrupted in a hurried and earnest conversation, their faces were so impassive. Yet Euphra's wore a considerably heightened colour, a more articulate in Chapter 38 of David Elginbrod. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. David Elginbrod by George Macdonald. Chapter 38. The Wager. He stakes this ring, and would so, had it been a carbuncle of Phoebus's wheel, and might so safely, had it been all the worth of his car. Cymbeline. Hugh, of course, had an immediate attack of jealousy. Wishing to show it in one quarter, and hide it in every other, he carefully abstained from looking once in the direction of Euphra, while throughout the dinner he spoke to every one else as often as there was the smallest pretext for doing so. To enable himself to keep this up, he drank wine freely. As he was in general very moderate, by the time the ladies rose, it had begun to affect his brain. It was not half so potent, however, in its influences, as the parting glance which Euphra succeeded at last, as she left the room, in sending through his eyes to his heart. Hugh sat down to the table again, with a quieter tongue, but a busier brain. He drank still, without thinking of the consequences. A strong will kept him from showing any signs of intoxication, but he was certainly nearer to that state than he had ever been in his life before. The Bohemian started the new subject which generally followed the lady's departure. "How long is it since Arnstead was first said to be haunted, Mr. Arnold?" "Haunted, Herr von Funkelstein? I am at a loss to understand you," replied Mr. Arnold, who resented any such allusion, being subversive of the honour of his house, almost as much as if it had been depreciative of his own. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Arnold. I thought it was an open subject of remark." "So it is," said Hugh. "Every one knows that." Mr. Arnold was struck dumb with indignation. Before he had recovered himself sufficiently to know what to say, the conversation between the other two had assumed a form to which his late experiences inclined him to listen with some degree of interest. But his pride sternly forbidding him to join in it, he sat sipping his wine in careless sublimity. "You have seen it yourself, then?" said the Bohemian. "I did not say that," answered Hugh. "But I heard one of the maids say once, when—" He paused. This hesitation of his witnessed against him afterwards in Mr. Arnold's judgment, but he took no notice now. Hugh ended tamely enough. "Why, it is commonly reported amongst the servants." "With the blue light, such as we saw that night from the library window, I suppose." "I did not say that," answered Hugh. "Besides, it was nothing of the sort you saw from the library. It was only the moon. But—" He paused again. Von Funkelstein saw the condition he was in, and pressed him. "You know something more, Mr. Sutherland." Hugh hesitated again, but only for a moment. "Well, then," he said, "I have seen the spectre myself, walking in her white grave clothes in the Ghost Avenue. Ha, ha!" Funkelstein looked anxious. "Were you not frightened?" said he. "Frightened!" repeated Hugh, in a tone of the greatest contempt. "I am of Don Juan's opinion with regard to such gentry." "What is that?" "That soul and body, on the whole, are odds against a disembodied soul." "Bravo!" cried the Count. "You despise all these tales about Lady Euphrasia wandering about the house with a death candle in her hand, looking everywhere about as if she had lost something, and couldn't find it." "Pooh, pooh! I wish I could meet her." "Then you don't believe a word of it?" "I don't say that. There would be less of courage than boasting in talking so, if I did not believe a word of it." "Then you do believe it?" But Hugh was too much of a Scotchman to give a hasty opinion, or rather a direct answer, even when half tipsy, especially when such was evidently desired. He only shook and nodded his head at the same moment. "But you really mean you would meet her if you could?" "I do." "Then, if all tales are true, you may, without much difficulty. For the coachman told me only to-day that you may see her light in the window of that room almost any night towards midnight. He told me too, for I made quite a friend of him to-day on purpose to hear his tales, that one of the maids who left the other day told the groom, and he told the coachman, that she had once heard talking and peeping through the keyhole of a door that led into that part of the old house, saw a figure, dressed exactly like the picture of Lady Euphrasia, wandering up and down, wringing her hands and beating her breast, as if she were in terrible trouble. She had a light in her hand which burned awfully blue, and her face was the face of a corpse, with pale green spots." "You think to frighten me, Funkelstein, and make me tremble at what I said a minute ago. Instead of repeating that, I say now, I will sleep in Lady Euphrasia's room this night, if you like." "I lay you 100 guineas you won't," cried the Bohemian. "Done!" said Hugh, offering his hand. Funkelstein took it, and so the bet was committed to the decision of courage. "Well, gentlemen," interposed Mr. Arnold at last, "you might have left a corner for me somewhere. Without my permission, you will hardly settle your wager." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Arnold," said Funkelstein. "We got rather excited over it, and forgot our manners. But I am quite willing to give it up, if Mr. Sutherland will." "Not I," said Hugh. "That is, of course, if Mr. Arnold has no objection." "Of course not. My house, ghost and all, is at your service, gentlemen," responded Mr. Arnold, rising. They went to the drawing-room. Mr. Arnold, strange to say, was in a good humour. He walked up to Mrs. Elton, and said: "These wicked men have been betting, Mrs. Elton." "I am surprised they should be so silly," said she, with a smile, taking it as a joke. "What have they been betting about?" said Euphra, coming up to her uncle. "Herr von Funkelstein has laid 100 guineas that Mr. Sutherland will not sleep in Lady Euphrasia's room to-night." Euphra turned pale. "By sleep, I suppose you mean spend the night," said Hugh to Funkelstein. "I cannot be certain of sleeping, you know." "Of course I mean that," answered the other, and, turning to Euphrasia, continued: "I must say I consider it rather courageous of him to dare the spectre as he does, for he cannot say he disbelieves in her. But come and sing me one of the old songs," he added, in an undertone. Euphra allowed him to lead her to the piano, but instead of singing a song to him, she played some noisy music, through which he and she contrived to talk for some time without being overheard, after which he left the room. Euphra then looked round to Hugh, and begged him with her eyes to come to her. He could not resist, burning with jealousy as he was. "Are you sure you have nerve enough for this, Hugh?" she said, still playing. "I have had nerve enough to sit still and look at you for the last half-hour," answered Hugh, rudely. She turned pale, and glanced up at him with a troubled look. Then, without responding to his answer, said: "I dare say the Count is not over anxious to hold you to your bet." "Pray intercede for me with the Count, madame," answered Hugh, sarcastically. "He would not wish the young fool to be frightened, I dare say. But perhaps he wishes to have an interview with the ghost himself, and grudges me the privilege." She turned deadly pale this time, and gave him one terrified glance, but made no other reply to his words. Still she played on. "You will arm yourself?" "Against the ghost? Yes, with a stout heart. But don't forget the secret door through which we came that night, Hugh. I distrust the Count." The last words were spoken in a whisper, emphasized into almost a hiss. "Tell him I shall be armed. I tell you I shall meet him barehanded. Betray me if you like." Hugh had taken his revenge, and now came the reaction. He gazed at Euphra, but instead of the injured look, which was the best he could hope to see, an expression of pity and ruth grew slowly in her face, making it more lovely than ever in his eyes. At last she seemed on the point of bursting into tears, and suddenly changing the music, she began playing a dead march. She kept her eyes on the keys. Once more only she glanced round to see whether Hugh was still by her side, and he saw that her face was pale as death, and wet with silent tears. He had never seen her weep before. He would have fallen at her feet had he been alone with her. To hide his feelings, he left the room, and then the house. He wandered into the Ghost's Walk, and, finding himself there, walked up and down in it. This was certainly throwing the lady a bold challenge, seeing he was going to spend the night in her room. The excitement into which jealousy had thrown him had been suddenly checked by the sight of Euphra's tears. The reaction, too, after his partial intoxication, had already begun to set in. To be accounted for partly by the fact that its source had been chiefly champagne, and partly by the other fact that he had bound himself in honour to dare a spectre in her own favourite haunt. On the other hand, the sight of Euphra's emotion had given him a far better courage than jealousy or wine could afford. Yet, after 10 minutes passed in the shadows of the Ghost's Walk, he would not have taken the bed at 10 times its amount. But to lose it now would have been a serious affair for him, the disgrace of failure unconsidered. If he could have lost 100 guineas, it would have been comparatively a slight matter; but to lose a bet, and be utterly unable to pay it, would be disgraceful, no better than positive cheating. He had not thought of this at the time, nor even now was it more than a passing thought, for he had not the smallest desire to recede. The ambition of proving his courage to Euphra, and, far more, the strength just afforded him by the sight of her tears, were quite sufficient to carry him on to the ordeal. Whether they would carry him through it with dignity, he did not ask himself. And, after all, would the ghost appear? At the best, she might not come. At the very worst, she would be but a ghost, and he could say with Hamlet, "For my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself?" But then, his jealousy having for the moment intermitted, Hugh was not able to say with Hamlet, "I do not set my life a pin's fee." And that had much to do with Hamlet's courage in the affair of the ghost. He walked up and down the avenue, till, beginning to feel the night chilly, he began to feel the avenue eerie, for cold is very antagonistic to physical courage. But what refuge would he find in the ghost's room? He returned to the drawing-room. Von Funkelstein and Euphra were there alone, but in no proximity. Mr. Arnold soon entered. "Shall I have the bed prepared for you, Mr. Sutherland?" said Euphra. "Which of your maids will you persuade to that office?" said Mr. Arnold, with a facetious expression. "I must do it myself," answered Euphra, "if Mr. Sutherland persists." Hugh saw, or thought he saw, the Bohemian dart an angry glance at Euphra, who shrank under it; but before he could speak, Mr. Arnold rejoined: "You can make a bed, then? That is the housemaid's phrase, is it not?" "I can do anything another can, uncle." "Bravo! Can you see the ghost?" "Yes," she answered, with a low lingering on the sibilant, looking round at the same time with an expression that implied a hope that Hugh had heard it, as indeed he did. "What, Euphra too?" said Mr. Arnold, in a tone of gentle contempt. "Do not disturb the ghost's bed for me," said Hugh. "It would be a pity to disarrange it after it has lain so for an age. Besides, I need not rouse the wrath of the poor spectre more than can't be helped. If I must sleep in her room, I need not sleep in her bed. I will lie on the old couch. Herr von Funkelstein, what proof shall I give you?" "Your word, Mr. Sutherland," replied Funkelstein, with a bow. "Thank you. At what hour must I be there?" "Oh, I don't know. By 11, I should think." "Oh, any time before midnight. That's the ghost's own, is it not? It is now, let me see, almost 10. "Then I will go at once," said Hugh, thinking it better to meet the gradual approach of the phantom hour in the room itself, than to walk there through the desolate house, and enter the room just as the fear would be gathering thickest within it. Besides, he was afraid that his courage might have broken down a little by that time, and that he would not be able to conceal entirely the anticipative dread whose inroad he had reason to apprehend. "I have one good cup of tea yet, Mr. Sutherland," said Euphra. "Will you not strengthen your nerves with that, before we lead you to the tomb?" "Then she will go with me," thought Hugh. "I will thank you, Miss Cameron." He approached the table at which she stood pouring out the cup of tea. She said low and hurriedly, without raising her head: "Don't go, dear Hugh. You don't know what may happen." "I will go, Euphra. Not even you shall prevent me." "I will pay the wager for you. Lend you the money." "Euphra!" The tone implied many things. Mr. Arnold approached. Other conversation followed. As 10:30 chimed from the clock on the chimney-piece, Hugh rose to go. "I will just get a book from my room," he said, "and then perhaps Herr von Funkelstein will be kind enough to see me make a beginning, at least." "Certainly I will. I advise you to let the book be Edgar Poe's Tales." "No. I shall need all the courage I have, I assure you. I shall find you here?" "Yes." Hugh went to his room and washed his face and hands. Before doing so, he pulled off his finger a ring of considerable value, which had belonged to his father. As he was leaving the room to return to the company, he remembered that he had left the ring on the wash-hand stand. He generally left it there at night, but now he bethought himself that, as he was not going to sleep in the room, it might be as well to place it in the escritoire. He opened the secret place, and laid the diamond beside his poems and the crystal ring belonging to Mr. Arnold. This done, he took up his book again, and, returning to the drawing-room, found the whole party prepared to accompany him. Mr. Arnold had the keys. Von Funkelstein and he went first, and Hugh followed with Euphra. "We will not contribute to your discomfiture by locking the doors on the way, Mr. Sutherland," said Mr. Arnold. "That is, you will not compel me to win the wager, in spite of my fears," said Hugh. "But you will let the ghost loose on the household," said the Bohemian, laughing. "I will be responsible for that," replied Mr. Arnold. Euphra drooped a little behind with Hugh. "Remember the secret passage," said she. "You can get out when you will, whether they lock the door or not. Don't carry it too far, Hugh." "The ghost, you mean, Euphra? I don't think I shall," said Hugh, laughing. But as he laughed, an involuntary shudder passed through him. "Have I stepped over my own grave?" thought he. They reached the room and entered. Hugh would have begged them to lock him in, had he not felt that his knowledge of the secret door would, although he intended no use of it, render such a proposal dishonourable. They gave him the key of the door, to lock it on the inside, and bade him good night. They were just leaving him, when Hugh, on whom a new light had broken at last in the gradual restoration of his faculties, said to the Bohemian: "One word with you, Herr von Funkelstein, if you please." Funkelstein followed him into the room, when Hugh, half closing the door, said: "I trust to your sympathy, as a gentleman, not to misunderstand me. I wagered 100 guineas with you in the heat of after-dinner talk. I am not at present worth 100 shillings." "Oh," began Funkelstein with a sneer, "if you wish to get off on that ground—" "Herr von Funkelstein," interrupted Hugh, in a very decided tone, "I pointed to your sympathy as a gentleman, as the ground on which I had hoped to meet you now. If you have difficulty in finding that ground, another may be found to-morrow without much seeking." Hugh paused for a moment after making this grand speech, but Funkelstein did not seem to understand him. He stood in a waiting attitude. Hugh therefore went on: "Meantime, what I wanted to say is this. I have just left a ring in my room, which, though in value considerably below the sum mentioned between us, may yet be a pledge of my good faith, in as far as it is of infinitely more value to me than can be reckoned in money. It was the property of one who by birth, and perhaps by social position as well, was Herr von Funkelstein's equal. The ring is a diamond, and belonged to my father." Von Funkelstein merely replied: "I beg your pardon, Mr. Sutherland, for misunderstanding you. The ring is quite an equivalent.